Chapter 1. Do not underestimate the elderly and the poor end. Suchin, we are no longer on the same path. I am now a disciple of Tianlan sect. Do you have any idea what kind of place Tianlan sect is? That is a place you shall never reach in your lifetime. The strikingly beautiful woman looked down at him. On that day, Su Chun had not anticipated the melodramatic turn of events that would unfold. This annulment feels liberating. Without hesitation, Su Chun followed the script and penned a letter of divorce. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Li Qingyue, I hope you will not regret your decision in the future. That day, the rain poured heavily. Su Chun felt elated. Others believed he had been driven to madness. Even Li Qingyue thought him foolish. Turning her back, she left without a second thought, too indifferent to engage with the simpleton. Only Su Chun understood the significance of this moment. He was a time traveler, armed with the script of a rejected engagement. If he was not the protagonist, then who could possibly be? 3 days passed without a whisper of change. Strange? Could it be that my golden finger lacks sufficient power? Su Chun had waited for 3 days. The golden finger did not arrive. No matter he possessed patience, having spoken of the 30 years in the East and the 30 years in the West. Wasn't there still a span of 30 years ahead? 3 months later, could it be that my golden finger was stolen? A sudden realization struck Su Chun. Could it be that an early awakening antagonist had surreptitiously taken his golden finger? In the years preceding his transmigration, such villains who specialized in pilfering others' golden fingers were all the rage. Thus, Su Chun busied himself in pursuit of his golden finger's whereabouts. 3 years later, Su Chun had come up empty-handed. His cultivation stagnated, leaving his father utterly disappointed, believing that Su Chun had lost his mind following the annulment. He abandoned Su Chun in favor of nurturing his half-brother. Though his brother's aptitude was slightly inferior, he excelled in cleverness. Such is the nature of the contest for the title of heir. By the time Su Chun realized the situation, it was already too late. All his resources had been seized by his own brother. He had become a discarded pawn. 30 years later, reflecting upon those bygone days, Su Chun sighed deeply. Ever since his father, Su Nan, had transferred all his resources to his half-brother, Su Chun had quarreled with Su Nan and left the family. He was determined to prove that even without the Su family, he could still become a formidable force. Now, he may not yet be a formidable force, but he had risen to the position of a mercenary leader. With his small team, he hunted beasts and lived a reasonably comfortable life. Gazing into the mirror, he beheld the visage of a middle-aged man, weathered and lacking the youthful vigor of his past. 30 years ago, he had cautioned against underestimating the youth in poverty. 30 years later, he cautioned against underestimating the middle-aged in poverty. He thought of Li Qingyue, who had long since advanced to the spirit pattern realm and become a true disciple of the Tianlan sect's esteemed elders. Su Chun felt it was time to unleash his potential. After all, he had reached middle age. If he did not act soon, time would slip away. Could it be that my potential lies in having many children and much fortune? Su Chun pondered for a moment, recalling the woman who had followed him throughout his journey with the mercenary group and encounter during his departure from his family, with a girl named Lu Shui, who had also left her own family. Now, both of them had crossed into their 40s. On that day, Su Chun married. Time passed swiftly, and 3 decades flew by amidst the vicissitudes of life. The much-anticipated multi-children and blessing system that he had awaited did not arrive. He and Lu Shui welcomed a lovely daughter and, subsequently, a son, both of whom exhibited commendable talents, now both residing in the gathering spirit realm. Their children attended the martial arts academy, ensuring they would not endure the perilous life he had faced within the mercenary ranks. Suddenly, Su Chun remembered hearing yesterday that Li Qingyue had broken through to the Spirit Sea realm, becoming an elder of Tianlan sect. Perhaps she no longer even recalled who he was. A headache plagued Su Chun. He had joined a large mercenary group with his brothers, only to learn that their leader had passed away the previous day. His cultivation still lingered at the peak of the gathering spirit realm, insufficient to bear the banner. Lacking the invincible prowess of his peers, Su Chun chose to withdraw his small faction from the mercenary group, settling instead in a place called Chengchuan City, where he established the Su family. On the night he invited the major factions, an unexpected guest arrived at the Su family. Gazing upon his younger brother, whose hair had begun to show hints of gray like his own, Su-chan felt a sudden calmness. Though he harbored resentment, it had been dulled by the passage of time. "Brother, ever since you left, Mother developed a heart ailment and passed away 20 years ago. Brother, just a year ago, Father also departed in his final days. He often spoke of you, longing to see you one last time. Brother, I know you still harbor grievances regarding my past mistakes. I seek your forgiveness. Return to the family with me." Su-chan coldly declined. His brother, Su-shiueha, left with a sense of helplessness. Why is the sandstorm so fierce today? Watching Su-zuhi's retreating figure, Su-chan touched the corners of his eyes, feeling them moisten. The other Su family was a place he could no longer return to. Here, in this moment, was his true home. That day, Su-chan drank deeply, falling into a drunken stupor. Do not underestimate the elderly and poverty. Su-chan had aged. Even Lu Shui had been laid to rest by his own hands, not in this place, but at the site of their first meeting. It was not out of romance, but rather Su-chan's desire to shield her from disturbance. This time, it had not been 30 years that passed, but 2 decades. On his centennial birthday, he remained devoid of the system. He understood that today marked not only his birthday, but also the end of his days. Fortunately, his son, daughter, grandson, granddaughter, and the core younger generation of the Su family had all been sent away. Outside, the air was filled with the clash of swords and blades. Su-chan grasped the long sword that had gathered much dust. The old man from the Su family next door had broken through to the spirit pattern realm, and no second voice was permitted within Chongchuan City. Su-chan had chosen the wrong side. He had assumed the city lord would be the first to break through, only to find himself ambushed instead. The consequence was inevitably would face retribution. The door was kicked open, and an elderly man clad in stone blue brocade slowly entered. This was Su Ba, the ancestral patriarch of the Su family, a formidable presence in the spirit pattern realm. Su-chan faced death with unwavering resolve. Despite his advanced age, his time in the mercenary group had not been in vain. From behind him emerged a young man, wielding several severed heads. The heads rolled ominously to rest at Su-chan's feet. Upon recognizing their faces, Su-chan's expression darkened. Then he breathed his last. After a century of trials and tribulations, he ultimately met his demise alongside his clan. In the hazy twilight of his consciousness, he seemed to hear the young man muttering to himself, "What a pity." Su-chan's 2 children and several elders fought valiantly to protect him. Even with prior knowledge of the Su family's escape route and dispatching a multitude to intercept, some of the younger Su members still managed to flee. "If they have escaped, we must send out pursuers to hunt them down. This old fox, Su-chan, is cunning and meticulous. The disciples he arranged to be sent away are surely exceptionally gifted. Should they thrive, they would pose a significant threat to my Su family. Were it not for the inheritance from a formidable spirit sea realm expert, it might have been my family facing annihilation." Su-chan's consciousness flickered and faded. Yet, he was not entirely extinguished. Levels of cultivation, awakening spirit, gathering spirit, spirit pattern, spirit sea, spirit soul, transcending mysteries, void, nirvana, sage, sage king, great sage, quasi-emperor, emperor. To be continued. Chapter 2. The Struggling Son of the City Lord, Part 1. Upon realizing he had perished, Su-chan found himself in an enigmatic realm, enveloped in darkness. How outrageous. The old dog of the Su family possessed such fortuitous luck. Recalling the final words of Su Ba, Su-chan felt a surge of indignation. The city lord's ascension to the spirit pattern realm was assuredly a certainty, yet the Su family had claimed the first breakthrough. Such was fate, a cruel twist of destiny. As the ancestor of the Su family had proclaimed, had the city lord advanced first, it would have been the Su family's turn to strike against the Su clan. Betrayal lingered within the Su family. Were one able to glimpse his face, it would surely resemble a piece of charred coal. Those who could be sent forth were either his descendants or his closest confidants. However, Su-chan had no time to dwell on these matters. For he had received his long-desired golden finger, an elusive boon that had finally arrived after his demise. Could it be that his century-long life had activated it? Yet, now that he was dead, what use was this golden finger? Reluctantly, Su-chan began to examine the object before him. It was a tome, which he held and began to peruse. The opening page read, "In your first life, you were young and impetuous, committing numerous misdeeds. After leaving home, you endured trials, fought in mercenary bands, attained high status, founded a clan, became an ancestor, and left your mark upon this world. Though you have perished, your saga continues to echo within Changchuan City. Thus, your life, despite its end, may be deemed remarkable. Evaluation: White Star 3. Reward: 30 reversal points. Please allocate your reversal points to enter your second life. Before Suchin appeared a notification: Talent 0, Comprehension 0, Lineage 0, Mindset 5. Note: reversal points may be used immediately or saved for the next life. However, upon the conclusion of this life, all attributes will reset except for mindset. Suchun comprehended the situation. His golden finger was, in fact, a life simulation device. It could only be activated posthumously. What a cruel jest! Despite his grievances, the golden finger was not to be dismissed lightly. He expended all 30 reversal points in one go, enhancing his attributes: Talent 15, Comprehension 10, Lineage 5. Having cultivated over a lifetime, Suchin understood that early on, talent was essential for swift progress, while comprehension was crucial for later breakthroughs. Without talent in the beginning, resources would be scarce, and without resources, advancement would be futile. Thus, he allocated an additional 5 points to his talent. A blinding light enveloped him, and Suchin transitioned into the next life. In Beifeng City, a handsome youth gazed, wide-eyed, at his reflection in the mirror. What on earth? At the age of 17, he had only just awakened his memories. Why had he not done so sooner? Suchin felt utterly exasperated. Had he awakened a year earlier, countless opportunities would have been at his disposal, such as participating in the elite martial assessments or entering prestigious sections. In this life, his identity was commendable. He was the son of the city lord of Beifeng City, and Suchin had already prepared himself for a life of servitude. To his astonishment, he was of noble lineage. The city lord of Beifeng bore the surname Jiang, with the given namely. In this incarnation, Suchin had transformed into Jiangqin. However, there is good news. In this life, he remains in the kingdom of Tianfeng. Considering that merely 20 years have passed since the Su family was annihilated in his previous life, and the ancestor of the Su family still lives, Suchin believes that the grievances left unresolved in his past life can indeed be avenged in this one. Young Master Jiangqin, the master seeks your counsel. A girl clad in a pale yellow dress, with a cherubic face and an endearing demeanor, hurried over with petite steps. She is Suchin's maid in this life. Suchin nodded and followed the maid to meet his father in this incarnation. In the spacious room, Jiangli had already instructed the servants to prepare a meal. A tall and stern middle-aged man and a woman dressed in a moonlight-hued robe, her dark hair elegantly pinned up with a jade hairpin, awaited Suchin's arrival. Upon seeing them, Suchin's face brightened with a smile as he respectfully greeted, "Greetings, father and mother." Wang Hanyu pulled Suchin closer, saying, "You child, come sit down. There are no such formalities at home." Suchin complied and took his seat. Jiangli remarked, "Let us eat first. We shall discuss matters after the meal." Suchin obediently finished his meal, and only then did Jiangli reveal the purpose of his visit. "Chinner, you have already reached the pinnacle of the Qi spirit realm. Just a step away from the gathering spirit realm. This gathering spirit pill may lend you a helping hand." After the meal, Jiangli produced an exquisite box containing a pill, the gathering spirit pill. This singular pill can assist individuals in breaking through from the Qi spirit pinnacle to the gathering spirit realm. The method of its refinement is known only to the most prestigious factions. Its price is exorbitant, and most significantly, possessing wealth does not guarantee acquisition. Though Jiangli is the lord of a city and a formidable spirit pattern realm expert, obtaining a gathering spirit pill is no easy feat. Suchin felt a surge of gratitude within him. 3 days later, Suchin had ascended to the gathering spirit realm, achieving this at the tender age of 17. In his previous life, after leaving his family, it took him a full 25 years to reach this stage, yet now he had arrived 8 years earlier. The future holds great promise. After his breakthrough, Suchin returned to the Lingyun Martial Academy, which, while not as illustrious as the 2 premier martial academies, is still among the top 10 in the kingdom of Tianfeng. His advancement to the gathering spirit realm at such a young age caused quite a stir at the academy. After all, a 17-year-old in the gathering spirit realm is indeed a prodigy. Even within the talent-rich Lingyun Martial Academy, only a select few possess such innate gifts. Suchin also gained early entry into the inner court, selecting an elder as his mentor. The elder he chose, Jiang Xiangyang, is a formidable figure at the 7th level of the spirit pattern realm, for levels above Suchin's father, Jiangli. Jiang Xiangyang, a rather disheveled old man, accepted Suchin as his disciple, perhaps out of a sense of kinship due to their shared surname. Thus, Suchin acquired yet another strong ally. That evening, spurred on by his friends, Su Chun hosted a banquet to celebrate his entrance into the inner court and his successful apprenticeship under Jiang Xiangyang. After all, this journey had not been easy. His friends nearly reprimanded him, as they believed Su Chen's life resembled that of someone endowed with extraordinary luck, being the son of a city lord, achieving gathering spirit at 17, entering the inner court, and becoming a disciple of Elder Jiang Xiangyang. This is not what it means to be a winner in life. What then constitutes a true victor? You fail to comprehend. Utterly ignorant of the profound journey I have traversed, Su Chen merely shook his head, pondering how they could possibly grasp the hardships he had endured, even if they belonged to a past life. After departing from the tavern, the moonlight cast a hazy glow, causing Su Chen to shiver. He beheld a familiar face, one reminiscent of an old acquaintance. This figure, however, was both a friend and an adversary, the Su family. Li Ming, I beseech you for a favor, Su Chen implored, his expression earnest as he regarded the inebriated man beside him. Upon witnessing Su Chen's earnest demeanor, the man was instantly sobered. I knew all along that you were merely feigning intoxication, Su Chen exclaimed, irritation welling up within him as he observed Li Ming's sudden clarity. Li Ming, with an awkward smile, replied, it's not that I didn't wish to assist you, but had I not pretended to be drunk, I might very well have met my demise in that tavern. Are you not also pretending to be inebriated? Li Ming mumbled quietly. Su Chen chose not to dwell on this minor grievance. During his time with the mercenary group, such levels of intoxication were as commonplace as drinking water. However, he understood the necessity of maintaining a semblance of normalcy. Please investigate a certain individual, Su Chen instructed, gesturing towards the youth who bore the essence of an old friend. The young man turned around, offering Su Chen a smile in return. Chapter 3, The Struggles of the Lord's Son, Part 2. Li Ming is Su Chen's closest companion. A friend of a rather dubious nature, yet the Li family possesses a modicum of influence within Lingyun City. Investigating an individual is rather straightforward. Within a day, the information regarding the young man who bore a resemblance to a lost acquaintance was laid before Su Chen. Unreliable as he may be, Li Ming proved to be dependable when it mattered most. Indeed, a cold smirk crossed Su Chen's face, his expression fierce. His instinct, akin to that of a lone wolf, had not led him astray. The young man, who seemed reminiscent of a bygone era, was indeed the son of an old acquaintance. 2 decades prior, he had stood behind Su Ba, the most distinguished member of the Su family's younger generation, Su Changji's son. His name was Su Sheng. Also a scion of Lingyun Academy, 3 years Su Chen's senior, and at the age of 20, he had reached the 9th level of Qi awakening. On the verge of a breakthrough. Yet, he would no longer have the opportunity to ascend. Su Ba, though I cannot kill you, I shall first eradicate your kin. Step by step, Su Chen seethed with rage. Death would have been a fair wager, but now that he lived, it was a different matter entirely. The haunting image of his loved ones and old friends' heads rolling at his feet remained a vivid nightmare. He could not quell his resentment until not a single ant of the Su family remained. Moreover, the Su family possessed the legacy of a spiritual Qi practitioner, a tremendous opportunity. Within the Tianfeng kingdom, such individuals were undeniably powerful. The fiancé he had once rejected, Li Qingwei, was merely a spiritual Qi practitioner now. Such talent shone brightly in the Tianfeng kingdom, and it was no wonder that they had sought to dissolve their engagement, indeed possessing the audacity to declare that they were not of the same world. Yet, Su Chen held on to his grudge, unable to forget. It was evident that they were no longer of the same ilk. Li Qingwei had aged, while he was still a mere 17. He would rather die than marry an older woman. This was no trivial matter. Su Chen contemplated how to discreetly eliminate a disciple of Lingyun Academy. It was a grave offense for disciples to harm one another. The punishment could range from confinement to expulsion from the academy. Thus, he could not act overtly. However, during a certain mission, Su Xing could encounter ruthless criminals who harbored a vendetta against the Su family and meet his demise at their hands. This scenario seemed plausible. The academy would not mobilize for Su Xing, especially now that the Su family had acquired the legacy of a spiritual Qi practitioner. They would be more inclined to conceal themselves than to make a grand show for Su Sheng's sake. Ultimately, 3 months later, Su Sheng received a task with substantial rewards. "Who are you?" he inquired, eyeing the 3 cloaked figures that had suddenly appeared before him with suspicion. "We are here to take your life." The trio joined forces, pushing Su Sheng back in a relentless assault. At the brink of death, he unleashed a powerful punch, a white tiger seemingly roaring in the shadows, managing to turn the tide against them. Gasping for breath, he could not fathom why he was besieged by 3 assailants. He sought to unveil their true identities by lifting their cloaks. In the next moment, a sharp blade pierced through his chest. What a pitiful lot. Utterly incapable of taking a single life. Fortunately, I maintained my vigilance and stealthily followed. Yesterday, Suchin drank recklessly, intoxicating everyone, and quietly slipped away. He scattered a few drops of corpse-burning liquid, obliterating several bodies and erasing all traces. After Suchin departed, he left behind nothing but a band of reckless fools, none of whom suspected him. Even if Suchin's death were to be discovered, it would matter little. In this life, he is known as Jiangqin. What concern is that to Suchin? Suchin returned to Lingyun City unnoticed, and when he was eventually discovered by others, he was still peacefully asleep. A month later, the truth behind Suchin's demise finally came to light. As Suchin had anticipated, the academy hastily concluded that Suchin had provoked an enemy who subsequently took his life. In the martial arts world, the death of an ordinary student is but a fleeting event. Most were oblivious to the loss of such a life. The Su family was aware but dared not make a fuss. Only Su Changji, the head of the Su family, seethed with anger, yet he could uncover no clues. Ultimately, the matter faded into obscurity. Only Su Chun understood that this was merely the beginning. A single life was far from sufficient to avenge the annihilation of a clan. With the enemy visible and himself concealed, Su Chun was in no hurry for vengeance and continued his cultivation at Lingyun Academy. A year later, upon reaching the age of 18, Su Chun was summoned home by Jiang Li. Upon returning, he noticed an elderly man seated beside his father, whose face seemed familiar. He was not affiliated with the Su family. Reality was not quite so melodramatic. The old man was the patriarch of the Wang family from Beifeng City, a venerable figure whom Su Chun had encountered a few times. Beifeng City was considerably larger than Chengchuan City, and Jiang Li was a formidable figure in the spirit pattern realm, as was the Wang patriarch. The old man regarded Su Chun, who was both handsome and formidable in cultivation, with evident satisfaction. Jiang, nephew, I have a granddaughter of unmatched beauty, recently returned from her training at the Lingjin sect. I hope you can show her around Beifeng City for a few days. Su Chun grasped the implication. This was, indeed, an arranged meeting. He glanced at his father, who nodded in affirmation. It was clear that the young lady must be extraordinarily beautiful and gifted, garnering Jiang Li's approval to summon him home. Marriages of alliance were commonplace among prominent families. In Su Chun's previous life, his own family had formed a union with the Li family, with Su Chun betrothed to Li Qingwei. Unexpectedly, Li Qingwei had caught the eye of an elder from Tianlan sect, who took her away for training. Ultimately, Su Chun agreed to meet her. He understood the importance of leaving his mark in this world to earn points against fate. Meeting Wang Bailu, the granddaughter in question, was effortlessly accomplished. Clad in garments as white as snow, she stood with grace by the Lanting Pavilion, delicate raindrops cascading around her. Untouched by artifice yet exuding an ethereal charm. This was Su Chin's first encounter with Wang Bailu. As she lifted her gaze, resembling a proud plum blossom defying the winter chill, she fixed her eyes on Su Chin. He, in turn, assessed Wang Bailu. She was indeed beautiful, albeit a bit shy, allowing her to glance down at her toes. Su Chin pondered this moment. Indeed, the discerning eye of the elder proved to be quite astute. Yet there remains a slight imperfection. Wang Bailu was unaware of Su Chin's contemplations, however, with his handsome visage. It was certain that he would leave a favorable first impression on the fairer sex. This time, there was no plot of broken engagement. Both parties were thoroughly satisfied. Su Chin and Wang Bailu strolled through the bustling streets of Beifeng City, and for 3 consecutive days, they reveled in each other's company. After 3 days, they parted ways, promising to reunite at the decennial youth competition in Tianfeng Kingdom. Su Chun returned to Lingyun Academy, where his mischievous friend, Li Ming, regarded him with curiosity, sensing that his close companion had undergone a transformation. Naturally, Su Chun refrained from disclosing the truth. He was now of distinguished lineage, while his friend remained a solitary bachelor. Chapter 4. The Struggles of the Son of the City Lord. Part 3. Su Chun has diligently practiced at Lingyun Academy for nearly 2.5 years since the awakening of his past life memories. Having progressed from the 9th level of Qi awakening to the 6th level of Qi gathering by the age of 19, his pace of cultivation is astonishingly rapid, even shocking the academy. The elders convened and decided to nurture Su Chun as a seed-level talent in the spiritual realm. Everyone regarded him as a genius. Yet, only Su Chun himself understood the reasons for his accelerated progress. On one hand, he had traversed this path in his previous life, and on the other, his innate talent, comprehension, and resources in this life were significantly superior to those of his past. Nevertheless, he remained a mere pretender of a seed-level talent. However, Suchun had no intention of clarifying this. He saw it as an investment from the academy, a benefit he would not refuse. The Su family was tranquil, and there was no news regarding the Su family he had established in his previous life. Suchun had lost interest in such matters. His focus now lay on the upcoming 10-year competition among the younger generation of the Tianfeng Kingdom. The academy held high hopes for him, aspiring for a commendable ranking. Accompanied by the elders and a host of other cultivated talents, Suchun set forth towards the capital of Tianfeng Kingdom. His friend, Li Ming, also joined him on this journey. Jiangchen, do you have confidence in this competition? I suddenly feel immense pressure. There are so many geniuses even from the Lingyun Martial Academy. Li Ming gazed at the multitude of stars in the sky, feeling a wave of confusion. Over the past 2 years, he too had successfully broken through to the Qi-gathering realm, currently at the 1st level. His best friend Suchun had already reached the 6th level, despite being a year younger. He had initially thought Suchun was a genius, but now, every young disciple participating in the competition was equally impressive, with the weakest among them at the 5th level of Qi-gathering. In a world teeming with talents, they were as numerous as the stars. Suchun looked up at the vast sky. In an era, there can only be one moon. All other stars are destined to be overshadowed by its brilliance. Li Ming, gazing at his somewhat unfamiliar best friend, felt a surge of excitement. Are you aspiring to be the moon? Suchun shook his head. I am merely the tiniest of stars. Yet, to hear the teachings of the Tao in the morning and die content in the evening, if I can behold that moon and witness the true pride of martial arts, even if overshadowed, I shall willingly accept it. Li Ming was taken aback. Was this truly his mischievous friend, suddenly transformed into someone so profound? He felt utterly unaccustomed to this change. Suchun continued earnestly. I merely wish to convey that one should not fear failure. There are many who excel beyond us in this world. Li Ming nodded, easing his worries. If his best friend feared not failure, why should he? Yet, there was a thought Suchun did not voice. Eventually, I, Suchun, shall also become that most resplendent moon, unique and unparalleled. If not in this life, then in the next, or the one after. There will undoubtedly come a time when I, Suchun, will embody the figure that all others look up to in awe. After Suchun and Li Ming retired to their chambers, none noticed the emergence of a middle-aged man from the shadows. To hear the way in the morning and to die in the evening is enough. How many old souls lack the openness of a younger generation? After much toil, the group finally arrived at the capital of Tianfeng. The elders of the martial house had already arranged accommodations for them. Without pause, Suchun hurried to meet his fiancée. And when he introduced her to the esteemed members of the martial house, Li Ming's face darkened to a shade of kohl. They had agreed to remain single together. Yet he had already secured a fiancée. Suchun chuckled awkwardly, confident that Li Ming would comprehend his situation. The Lingjin sect, however, did not regard Suchun favorably. Despite the martial house's warm welcome towards Wang Bailu was renowned within the Lingjin sect for her beauty, though not as famed as the sect's master sister. One of the top 10 beauties in the Tianfeng Kingdom. Nevertheless, she possessed a unique charm that garnered her many admirers. When Suchun approached, it was akin to disturbing a hornet's nest, as he found himself surrounded by a throng of people. You are the fiancé of Sister Wang. I challenge you. If you lose, you must stay away from Sister Wang. An older disciple from the Lingjin sect angrily issued a challenge. Suchun did not accept. Where did this foolish boy come from? Are you not a man? Do you not dare engage in a fair duel between men? Should I lose, I shall vanish from Sister Wang's sight. If you lose, you must sever your engagement. The Lingjin disciple relentlessly pursued him, pressing for a confrontation, seemingly believing this would diminish Suchun's standing in Wang Bailu's eyes. I merely feel that Miss Wang is entirely innocent, being treated as a wager by someone like you. If you wish to duel, I shall oblige, but I will not wager my fiancée. She is not an object. She is my future wife. With this declaration, Suchun garnered the respect of the Lingjin sect. Wang Bailu gazed at the refined young man with admiration. The humiliated Lingjin disciple, enraged, attempted to strike Suchun but was effortlessly subdued, shocking the entire sect. Ultimately, a middle-aged man escorted the dazed disciple away, leaving him in a state of existential doubt. Throughout, Suchun remained oblivious to the man's name, nor did he care. They were not of the same caliber. The elder of the Lingjin sect personally extended an apology to Suchun, assuring him that no further troubles would arise from the sect. The members of the Lingjin sect now held Suchun in high esteem, their attitudes having undergone a complete transformation. Initially, they believed Suchun unworthy of Wang Bailu. Now, they worried that she might not be worthy of him. They were convinced that Su Chun would emerge as a dark horse in the upcoming martial arts tournament, likely attracting the attention of numerous noble ladies. Wang Bailu also recognized this dilemma. Her fiancé was excessively outstanding, and she pondered whether he might one day issue her a letter of divorce should he gain fame. Thus, in the days leading up to the martial arts tournament, Wang Bailu remained by Su Chen's side. As the tournament commenced, talents from various sects converged. Wang Bailu granted Su Chen a moment of freedom. Su Chen felt as though his meteoric rise was about to falter. He had transformed into a mere shadow of his former self. Yet, despite his fatigue, Su Chen, having lived a life steeped in combat and peril, possessed a wealth of battle experience that far surpassed that of these fledgling youths. Along his journey, Su Chen emerged as a dark horse in the martial arts competition, capturing the attention of numerous factions. Zhang Yuan, your Lingyun martial house has indeed discovered a remarkable talent. The elders of various factions gathered, expressing their genuine envy towards Lingyun martial house. At just 19 years of age, Su Chen had achieved a 6th level of spirit gathering. Moreover, he had audaciously triumphed over a contender ranked among the top 10. Nan Gaoming from Tianlon sect, a 21-year-old at the pinnacle of the 9th level of spirit gathering, was the pride of elderly Qingwei. Su Chen, with his 6th level of spirit gathering, relying solely on his fearless spirit and relentless determination, compelled Nan Gaoming to concede defeat. His fame spread far and wide, earning him the moniker the Madman of Martial Arts. Chapter 5 The Struggles of the Lord's Son, Part 4 At this moment, the dark horse of the Tianfeng Kingdom, Su Chen, lay in bed, racked with pain. Every inch of his body felt as though it were being mercilessly sliced by 1,000 blades. Wang Bailu, Li Ming, and the familiar faces from the Lingyun martial house gazed at Su Chen with palpable concern. Wang Bailu leaned by the window, tightly clutching Su Chen's hand, tears cascading from her eyes like precious pearls. The bedding was dampened by her sorrow. Indeed, women were made of water. Reluctantly, Su Chen attempted to reassure them. I am fine now. I have awoken. However, the others regarded his pale visage with skepticism. To divert their attention, he inquired, who emerged victorious in my battle against Nangong Meng of the Tianlon sect? At the mention of this, the conversation flowed forth. Of course, it was you, junior brother Jiang, exclaimed a beautiful senior sister, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Su Chen felt the coolness and tenderness of her hand, realizing it was Wang Bailu's face resting against it. A silent claim of affection that both amused and warmed him, alleviating much of his pain. Word has spread throughout the capital about your legend, junior brother Jiang. Nangong Ming was among the top 3 contenders, yet she fell to you, missing out on the top 10. Interjected a senior brother, his voice filled with respect for Su Chen. The martial spirit you displayed is truly commendable. It embodies the essence of martial arts, fearless and resolute, igniting passion in all. Another senior brother lauded, clearly captivated by Su Chen's prowess. In truth, Su Chen's heart ached with an intensity he could scarcely endure. The so-called martial spirit was trivial. Survival was paramount. His relentless struggle stemmed from the fact that Nangong Meng was a disciple of Li Qingwei, a name etched in his memory from a past life when she had called off their engagement. If he could not surpass Li Qingwei, how could he allow her disciple to best him? This was a battle of validation. Su Chen reminded himself that defeat was not an option. In the end, a singular thought consumed him. He must vanquish Nangong Ming. In a straightforward contest, Su Chen would have been no match for her. However, in terms of combat experience, Nangong Ming could not rival him. Jiang Chen, you are truly remarkable. To have made Nangong Ming, the illustrious beauty of the younger generation, weep and surrender is astounding. Li Ming exclaimed, his face alight with admiration. Watching his best friend gain fame filled Li Ming with excitement. In times of wealth and honor, do not forget your companions. We share both glory and disgrace. Su Chen, however, found himself lost in deep contemplation, a question echoing in his mind. Was it truly so? Could a prodigy be brought to tears in defeat? How is it that he, the principal actor in this drama, was unaware of Nangong Ming's tears? He spoke slowly. When did this occur? As a martial arts prodigy, surely she would not succumb to tears? Li Mingxin solemnly declared. Now every street and alley is abuzz with this matter. Storytellers are elaborating on it, claiming that you brought tears to the Dream Fairy. A number of young talents from various factions are preparing to unite against you. If your injuries have not yet healed, I advise you to keep a low profile. Su Chen's mind was inundated with a myriad of peculiar plans. If he were to discover who had spread such malicious rumors, he would undoubtedly hang that scoundrel up and administer a sound thrashing. It was not that Su Chen wished to see Nangong Meng weep, but rather that he had not caused her tears, only to attract a significant trouble for himself. What a calamity! At that moment, a middle-aged man strode in, glancing at the awakened Su Chen, and approached with hearty laughter, clapping Su Chen on the shoulder. Jiang Chen. Well done. Our Lingyun Martial Academy has finally produced a top 10 contender in this martial arts competition. The middle-aged man beamed with joy, but as he lowered his gaze, he found Su Chen lying on the bed, unable to move. A faint voice emerged. Elder Mu, could you be a bit gentler? Su Chen slipped back into unconsciousness. The room was filled with somber gazes directed at Elder Mu, who awkwardly chuckled and, with a pained expression, produced a third-grade elixir for Su Chen to consume. There was no alternative. It had been 5 consecutive competitions without anyone breaking into the top 10, and now, finally, Su Chen had emerged. If he were to be rendered incapacitated, the old fogies within the academy would undoubtedly flay him alive. Elder Mu lamented, thinking how much better it would have been had he not come today. A third-grade elixir cost over 100,000 gold coins. Eventually, Su Chen awoke, experiencing the taste of a third-grade elixir for the first time. It was akin to a divine concoction. The rewards from the Heavenly Wind Royal Capital were also quite generous. After 3 days of cultivation in the spirit pool, he received a green spirit rune and a low-grade mysterious weapon, from which he chose a spear, an inch longer, an inch stronger. 3 days later, Su Chen's cultivation advanced further, breaking through to the 8th level of spirit gathering. Upon leaving the spirit pool, he encountered a familiar figure. The graceful silhouette was perfectly draped in a purple garment, her face cold as winter snow, with a few stray strands of hair cascading over her forehead, exuding an ethereal allure. A beauty long yearned for by countless admirers. If only it weren't for those murderous glares. Su Chen inwardly lamented. The visitor was none other than Nangong Ming, whom he had defeated. Jiang Chen, I challenge you. Nangong Ming, brimming with indignation, could not bear the gossip circulating about her being reduced to tears by the lunatic from Lingyun Martial Academy, conceding defeat and leaving the arena. While she accepted her loss, after all, she would not stoop to the level of a madman. She had not wept. Nangong Ming was determined to prove this. She sought to defeat Su Chen and redeem her honor. Su Chen sidestepped her path, with his cultivation now at the 8th level of spirit gathering. Defeating Nangong Ming would pose little challenge. Yet, he had no desire to engage. Nangong Ming, incensed by Su Chen's disregard, retorted, Jiang Chen, are you not a man? Turning to face the furious Nangong Ming, Su Chen replied with confusion, what does my masculinity have to do with whether I accept your challenge? He could not comprehend the logic of these young girls. Nangong Ming, incensed, resolved to take matters into her own hands. With sword in hand, she charged towards Su Chen. Despite the desolation surrounding them, she revealed herself to be a tempestuous tigress. Su Chen muttered under his breath, the words reaching Nangong Ming's ears without omission. As he brandished a spear, its tip glimmered with a frigid light. The chilling gleam pressed against her forehead, piercing the delicate skin and causing crimson droplets to cascade down. It was a peculiar yet captivating display of beauty. Su Chen sheathed his spear and waved dismissively, saying, little girl, perhaps you should wait until you enter the spirit pattern realm before challenging me. With that, he departed with an air of nonchalance. Nangong Ming stood in stunned silence for a long while. Aside from the blood staining her forehead, her eyes brimmed with tears, resembling tiny pearls that fell drop by drop. You scoundrel! Jiang Chen, you wretch! On that day, the capital was once again set ablaze with rumors. Whispers spread that the dream fairy had been abandoned by Jiang Chen. Heartbroken and weeping for an entire day, this stirred the younger generation of the Tianfeng Kingdom into a frenzy, clamoring for retribution against those who had wronged the dream fairy. Chapter 6: The Struggles of the Lord's Son, Part 5. Time flows like water, and 3 years have swiftly passed. This year, Su Chen is 22. Recalling the scene of participating in the martial arts tournament back then, Su Chen is overwhelmed with headache. He cannot fathom who spread such outrageous rumors. From him crying out South Palace Dream on the arena to the absurdity of her being abandoned by him. The versions are countless. And if he ever finds the scoundrel behind these slanders, he would undoubtedly hang him up and give him a good thrashing with a whip. Moreover, there have been numerous suitors of South Palace Dream seeking trouble with Su Chen, but they are merely trifles. After all, he is a seed-level candidate of the Lingyun Martial Academy. However, 3 years have elapsed, and Su Chen's cultivation remains stuck at the 9th level of Qi gathering. Even with the spirit patterns bestowed by the Royal Palace during the martial arts tournament, it will take him another year or 2 to enter the realm of spirit patterns. Meanwhile, all the other top 10 prodigies, except for Su Chen, have already stepped into the realm of spirit patterns. His talent, after all, pales in comparison to theirs. Even South Palace Dream, whom he easily defeated back then, reportedly entered the realm of spirit patterns several months ago, and she possesses a blue spirit pattern. In the kingdom of Tianfeng, those with blue spirit patterns are exceedingly rare. Suddenly, Suchen recalls South Palace dream, not out of nostalgia, but rather the words he had spoken 3 years ago. Back then, they were merely boastful words, feeling quite fitting in the moment. South Palace dream. Surely would not take his words to heart, would she? Suchen ponders this, not out of whimsy, but because tomorrow marks the conclusion of his long courtship with Wang Bailu. He does not wish for any unforeseen events to occur. Turning his head to return to his residence, a striking shade of purple catches his eye. Suchen remains silent, lowering his gaze to his toes, hastening his pace. Suddenly, he feels a chill on his neck, as an ice-blue longsword is pressed against it. Stiffly, Suchen raises his head, only to find a flawless face staring coldly at him, one hand holding the sword at his neck. Truly, what one fears often comes to pass. Suchen chuckles awkwardly. Miss South Palace, it has been a while. South Palace dream remains silent, her cold gaze piercing through him, sending shivers down his spine. Suchen pulls out a red invitation card, extending it towards her, saying, Miss South Palace, tomorrow is the day of my wedding. I invite you to witness it, and I hope you will grace me with your presence. The invitation is taken by South Palace Dream, who then lets a faint glimmer transform it into ashes in her hand. Jiangchun, do you still remember what you said back then? Her tone is icy, colder than eternal frost. Suchen is well aware of what she refers to, yet at this moment, he cannot acknowledge it. He feigns innocence, Miss South Palace. What words of mine would be so unforgettable to you? South Palace Dream perceives him as utterly shameless. He clearly knows yet pretends to be ignorant, attempting to evade responsibility. Jiangchun, I challenge you. If you refuse the challenge, I shall castrate you. The words spoken by South Palace Dream are frigid, and Suchen has no doubt about their authenticity. He believes she would indeed carry out such a threat. The words lingered on the tip of his tongue, only to be swallowed back down. When it came to the lives of his brothers, Suchen could not afford to be careless. It was well known that he was a man of deep emotions, particularly when it came to brotherly bonds. How could he be intimidated by a mere girl? With determination, Suchen took action. Yet, he soon found himself on the receiving end of a beating. His face bore the marks of bruises, a stark contrast to the delicate softness of her hands, which held no restraint in delivering pain. Despite Suchen's myriad of strategies, he was met with relentless force. One couldn't help but wonder about the mindset of those in the Tianfeng kingdom who were willing to endure a beating from Nangong Meng, claiming it would take 10 years off their lives. Such a masochistic sentiment. Struggling to his feet, Suchen discovered that Nangong Meng had long since vanished. What remained was a jade vial, beneath which 2 crooked characters were inscribed with a sword's edge, Liangqing. Suchen mused that even if he let his dog run amok, it would leave a more aesthetically pleasing mark than that handwriting. A beauty like her, yet so petty, violent, and illiterate. How could her writing be so atrocious? After a moment of disdain, curiosity compelled Suchen to open the vial, revealing a 3rd-grade healing elixir. Exchanging a bit of physical pain for a 3rd-grade pill seemed quite worthwhile, he thought, feeling a slight lift in his spirits. She was a generous yet petty soul. A meticulous brute, albeit an illiterate one. Upon returning home, he encountered his father, Jiang Li, who looked on with curiosity. Chener, how did you acquire so many injuries? Suchen, looking downcast, replied, I had an unfortunate fall. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, skeptical, and how does a fall leave such distinct marks of fists? Realizing his father was unconvinced and intent on an investigation, Suchen reluctantly explained. I met a senior on the road who needed a sparring partner to test a new technique, and he rewarded me with this 3rd-grade pill. Jiang Li regarded him with suspicion, but upon seeing the pill, he chose to believe him, albeit reluctantly. To receive a 3rd-grade pill in exchange for a beating, where can I find such a senior? He pondered, concluding that perhaps this beating had been worth it after all. The following day, Suchen's injuries had completely healed. On the day of the wedding, the atmosphere was jubilant, with a multitude of guests flocking to Beifeng City. Among them were seniors he had met at Lingyun Martial Academy, some who had even set aside their tasks to attend, including his own teacher, Jiang Xiangyang, and the deputy dean of the Martial Academy. The younger generation from Tianjin Mountain, along with Wang Bailu's mentors, were also present, as were friends like Li Ming, who had once ranked among the top 10 in the Dao Conference. Jiang Li was taken aback by the scene, filled with individuals of notable lineage, some of whom even he had to look up to. These distinguished guests treated his son with unexpected courtesy, creating a sense of unfamiliarity. Meanwhile, the elder of the Wang family beamed with satisfaction, convinced that this was the wisest decision he had ever made. Su Chen's potential was limitless, and he knew the Wang family would prosper alongside him. On this joyous day, Su Chen experienced the feeling of intoxication for the very first time. Thinking of his good friend Li Ming, who had turned in early, Su Chen added with a playful tone, "You novice." The moonlight was hazy, marking a perfect moment for a wedding night. Su Chen speculated that Wang Bailu must have been waiting for him for quite some time. Today, he was the husband, and she was the wife. This world would bear the imprint of his existence. Upon arriving at Wang Bailu's door, Su Chen lifted his gaze and noticed that the clouds shrouding the moon had dispersed, revealing an exceptionally bright, large, and round moon. In the distance, atop a tall building that stood alongside the moon, there appeared to be a purple silhouette. Su Chen blinked, and the purple figure vanished. Surely, it was merely an illusion. He reasoned that he had indulged in too much drink, leading to this hallucination. "Husband." A delicate call floated from within the room. No longer hesitating, Su Chen opened the door and stepped inside. Chapter 7, The Struggling Son of the City Lord, Part 6. Another year has elapsed, and Su Chen has successfully fused with the spirit pattern, stepping into the realm of spirit patterns. This spirit pattern, a product of the third-tier Gale Demon Wolf, is a beast pattern of azure quality, yet Su Chen does not possess the luxury to be choosy. In this world, spirit patterns are categorized into white, azure, blue, purple, orange, and red. A high-quality spirit pattern signifies combat prowess, enhancing the abilities of its possessor. The enhancement provided by the Gale Demon Wolf is speed. Azure particles spiraled upwards from beneath Su Chen's feet, ascending in a helix. Is this the power of the spirit pattern realm? In his past life, Su Chen never transcended the spirit pattern realm, lacking both martial arts and spirit patterns. Yet in this life, at merely 23 years of age, he has already breached this threshold. As for the Su family, a chill swept across Su Chen's countenance. He still harbored resentment towards them. The vendetta from his past life remains fresh. If a single member of the Su family were to escape, it would leave him unsatisfied. However, recklessly attacking at the first level of the spirit pattern realm could allow the Su family's old guard to evade him, potentially enabling a significant number to flee. What Su Chen desires is the complete annihilation of the Su family, leaving not a trace behind. He refrained from immediate action after enduring for so many years. Why rush in these last couple? Following his breakthrough into the spirit pattern realm, Su Chen returned to the Lingyun Martial Academy, causing quite a stir and acquiring a wealth of cultivation resources. This was his goal. With these resources, achieving the second level of the spirit pattern realm within a year is no mere fantasy. Thus, he resumed his seclusion. 2 years later, the patriarch of the Su family celebrated his 140th birthday. Members from various branches of the Su family returned to honor him, and the estate was adorned with festive decorations. Yet, beneath the cloak of night, in a shadowy corner, a figure donned in a ghostly mask and shrouded in darkness cast a sinister gaze toward the Su family. It was Su Chen. Having concluded his retreat at the Lingyun Martial Academy, he was finally poised to settle old scores with the Su family. Seizing this rare opportunity, he intended to ensnare the entire Su family in one fell swoop. Su Chen moved with remarkable speed. With each step, azure currents of energy manifested, his form flickering as if teleporting to the next location. Behind him, the sound of tremors echoed as a cadre of prepared warriors followed him into the Su residence. Led by an elderly man with squinting eyes, graying hair, a hunched back, and a somewhat portly frame. Within the Su family courtyard, Su Chen unleashed the might of the spirit pattern realm, cutting a path through his enemies. Many Su family members fell by his hand, prompting the family to react swiftly. Gathering a multitude of warriors. "Who are you, and why do you assault the Su family?" questioned a middle-aged man from the Su clan. Though his appearance had changed, Su Chen instantly recognized him as Su Changyuan, the youngest son of Su Ba, whom he had met in his past life. Su Chen's pace slowed, and he vanished from sight. By the time the Su family's warriors realized what had transpired, he had already materialized before Su Changyuan. Terror filled Su Changyuan's eyes. His throat quivered as he attempted to utter something, only to have his head severed by a single stroke of Su Chen's sword. Su Chen wielded a sword in one hand and held aloft the severed head of Su Changyuan in the other. The direct descendants of the Su family stood around, engulfed in profound sorrow, summoning the warriors who had pledged their allegiance to the Su family to confront Su Chen fiercely. With a casual stroke, he dispatched several fearless souls, sending the rest recoiling in terror. He refrained from further engagement. It was a sheer waste of his vitality to contend with such individuals. They could be left to the Su family to handle. Indeed, Su Chen had located the Su family of his previous life, finding its head, his brother Su Shiweha. After Su Chen's demise, Su Shiweha had discreetly sought out Su Chun and a few of his old friends' descendants, concealing them, which had thwarted the Su family's attempts to trace them for years. Su Shiweha harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Su family. He had usurped Su Chun's position within the Su family, a move motivated by the pursuit of martial arts mastery. For the path of martial arts required one to contend fiercely. Yet, Su Chun was his elder brother, his sole remaining kin after the death of their parents and aunt. How could he not harbor hatred for those who had annihilated his kin? When Su Chun discovered that his descendants had been adopted by Su Shiweha, a myriad of emotions surged within him. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of solace, recognizing that Su Shiweha was far more suited to the role of family patriarch than he. Thus, Su Chun chose to conceal his identity and sought collaboration with Su Shiweha to obliterate the Su family. Su Chen's objective was to obtain a fortuitous opportunity from the Su family, while any remaining assets could be entrusted to Su Shiweha, serving as a form of restitution to his former family. Upon revealing his cultivation at the third level of the spirit pattern realm, Su Shiweha decisively opted for collaboration. For when Su Chen displayed his prowess, the Su family had but one course of action. The family's foundation was merely an aging relic at the first level of the spirit pattern realm, desperately in need of a new guardian of that stature. Regardless of the choice, allying with Su Chun was undoubtedly the most prudent option. Thus, as Su Chen advanced towards the inner courtyard of the Su family, Su Shiweha, accompanied by a multitude of Su family members, burst in without hesitation, immediately unleashing a massacre. Old grudges and new enmities could only be settled through utter annihilation. As Su Chun carved his path into the heart of the Su family, the atmosphere turned chaotic, with all members sensing impending doom. He continued to slay several descendants of the Su family along the way. Any face that bore a semblance of familiarity was met with death. He would sever the head, and if it proved too cumbersome to carry, he would simply attach it to his waist, resembling a Shura risen from the depths of hell. Suddenly, Su Chen halted, his gaze fixating on a familiar figure attempting to slip away amidst the throng. It was you. A tempest of hatred ignited in his eyes. The individual, sensing Su Chun's scrutiny, abruptly lifted his gaze, trembling at the sight of such fury. Numerous Su clan youths were effortlessly slain by Su Chun, who wielded the most brutal sword techniques, leaving carnage in his wake. That swordsmanship, Lin Yifei was all too familiar with it. In this world, only one person could wield that technique with such unparalleled mastery. Before Lin Yifei realized what had transpired, his surrounding companions and elders had been dispatched. When he finally beheld the specter of doom, emerging as if from the depths of hell, he could no longer withstand the dread that overwhelmed him and fell to his knees. His aged visage was drenched in cold sweat. It resembles, far too closely. Lin Yifei lowered his head, too afraid to look up, his throat constricting as he uttered trembling words. Who exactly are you? Lin Yifei was certain that the person he dreaded from his memories had perished beyond resurrection. Su Chen's gaze was frigid, merely a vengeful spirit assisting a deceased friend in collecting debts. The flash of a sword cut through the air. Lin Yifei met his end, his head rolling to the ground, spinning once, his incredulous eyes fixed on Su Chen. Su Chen did not inquire why Lin Yifei had betrayed him. It was no longer necessary. The price of treachery was solely death, extending even to one's descendants. These matters would be resolved by Su Shiweha. In that moment, a mournful wail echoed from the inner courtyard. Su Chen also beheld a familiar figure. Chapter 8, The Striving Lord's Son, Part 7, the current head of the Su family, Su Changji. Unlike the youthful visage etched in memory, Su Changji had now entered middle age, assuming the mantle of leadership for the Su clan. He staggered, his gaze sweeping over familiar faces. His mind spun as if the very heavens were in turmoil. His lips quivered slightly, teeth clenched, eyes bloodshot. Su Chen observed this scene with an air of indifference, remarking, "It appears I have not erred in my judgment." Su Changji suddenly lifted his head, resembling a ravenous specter, and bellowed, "Kill! I shall slay you." He charged forth, only to be seized by the throat. Su Chen showed no mercy, swiftly incapacitating Su Changji's powers with a single strike. The disparity between the spirit pattern realm and the chi-gathering realm was akin to crushing a chick. Naturally, this did not apply to extraordinary geniuses, and Su Changji was far from being one of them. Instead of ending his life immediately, Su Chun opted to lead him to the elder of the Su family. Su Ba, upon sensing the commotion from the Su household, detected something amiss and hastily emerged from seclusion. What he beheld was a shadowy figure cloaked in black, dragging his most cherished son, adorned with the severed heads of his descendants, including his beloved great-grandson and great-granddaughter, now lifeless. Why do you harbor such enmity against my Su family? You even spare the lives of innocent children? Suba cried out in anguish. The sorrow of a parent losing a child, nothing could rival this pain. Where is the spirit sea heritage? Speak, and I may yet spare this wretch's life. Preserving a flicker of hope for the Su family, Suchin replied in a frigid tone, eyeing Suba with caution. He underestimated no adversary. Suba contemplated a desperate struggle against Suchin. But the latter sensed the elder's intent and unleashed the full force of his cultivation at the third level of the spirit pattern realm. Despair washed over Suba. His advanced years had diminished his vitality, and this strange figure before him wielded superior power. Even in a fight to the death, he could not guarantee inflicting substantial harm. After much internal struggle, gazing at the unconscious Su Changji, who still clung to a semblance of life, tears streamed down his aged face. A resolution had been forged. Would you be willing to swear an oath? If I were to relinquish the spirit sea heritage, you must honor your word, Suba implored. He refrained from inquiring how this enigmatic figure became aware of the Su family's spirit sea heritage. Such questions were now futile, even if it were untrue. It had to be true at this moment, for the sake of preserving the last ember of his lineage. Suchin nodded. I came solely for the spirit sea heritage. Upon obtaining it, I would not oppose leaving a flicker of hope for your Su family. Should I breach this promise, my martial path shall cease. Suba, having secured the desired outcome, retreated into his abode and retrieved a hide, inscribed with strange runes alongside translations painstakingly deciphered by the Su family over the years. Suchin, observing Suba's fervor, reminisced about their past battles of wits and felt a fleeting inclination to show him mercy. Yet, that was an impossibility. Suchin received the Lingai inheritance, and then, just as Suba was about to take over Su Changji, a sword severed Su Changji's head, which rolled on the ground, spilling blood like a fountain. Suba was rendered speechless, his heart twisted in agony. A familiar yet indifferent voice echoed in his ears. Do you remember the Su family of the revered ancestor Suchin? When you exterminated the Su family, did you consider the elderly and the young? Now, it is merely a matter of settling debts. Suba's eyes widened. From the very beginning, this cloaked figure had no intention of sparing his family. You shall not die a good death. You have violated the vows of martial arts and will ultimately be consumed by a myriad of vengeful spirits. My family will witness your demise on the road to the underworld. Suba cried out in despair, only to be slain by Suchin. After arranging all the severed heads neatly, Suchin remained silent for a long while. Finally, he softly declared, I will not descend to the underworld. Even if you wait for me there until the waters of the underworld run dry, you shall not find me. He would only endure endless cycles of reincarnation. But he would not descend into the underworld. Having acquired the Linghai realm inheritance of the Su family and slain Suba, Suchin departed. He paid no heed to the other members of the Su family, for there were others in this world who bore even greater hatred towards them. Before leaving, Suchin cast a distant glance at the plump old man entering the inner courtyard, murmuring, Su Shiueda, the Su family is entrusted to you. You must not follow in my and the Su family's footsteps. Suchin left, having already forgiven Su Shiueha for previously seizing his martial resources. It was evident that Su Shiueha was now more suited to be the heir of the Su family than he had been at that time, and he would manage the Su family's resources appropriately, with grievances severed and past matters resolved. Suchin intended to live well in this life and wished to explore realms of martial arts even higher. Su Shiueda seemed to sense something and turned back, catching a glimpse of the cloaked figure who had aided in the downfall of the Su family disappearing into the distance. That senior must have acquired what he sought. Su Shiueha pondered, acknowledging that the item was undoubtedly precious, yet beyond their grasp. However, he found it curious why that silhouette bore a resemblance to the person he remembered leaving the Su family. It must be an illusion. Su Shiueda entered the inner courtyard alone, the Su family's guards remaining outside. Upon seeing the neatly arranged heads of the Su family, he suddenly smiled, viciously kicking one of the lifeless heads that remained stubbornly unclosed. The skull shattered instantly, yet as Su Shiueda laughed, tears streamed down his cheeks. Chen Gu, did you see this? Snow River, at last, I have avenged you, brother Chen. It was the folly of youth that blinded me. It was jealousy that festered within me, fueled by the affection our father bestowed upon you and the fondness the Su family held for you. Yet, I never intended to usurp your place, nor did I wish to drive you away from our family. Brother Chen, you remain unaware of the torment I endured during those 3 years when you were lost to us. My mother. She was in desperate need of the 1,000-year snow lotus elixir to survive. I sought their assistance, yet they refused to aid me. It was only by becoming the primary heir that I could hope to save her. Brother Chen, after your departure from the family. I searched for you tirelessly for 60 long years. The day I finally learned of your whereabouts, my heart was not filled with joy, but rather with dread. I feared you would not wish to see me, that you would still harbor resentment towards me. When you agreed to meet, it was the happiest moment I had experienced since our mother's passing. In truth, on my way home that day, I wept for a long time. Had you known, you surely would have mocked me. As a child, I was prone to tears, and you often reminded me that a man should not weep easily. I believed this to be a fallacy, merely a reflection of unmet sorrow. Brother, it was my fault. It was I who caused your demise, leading to your life of solitude. Su Shueha, stifling her sobs, gradually succumbed to wails akin to those of a child. The clashing of swords echoed throughout the night. At last, dawn broke. Chapter 9. The Struggles of the Lord's Son, Part 8. The complete annihilation of the Su family in Chongchuan City is an event that can be regarded as both significant and trivial. In the kingdom of Tianfeng, it is merely a minor incident. However, in Chongchuan City, it is of considerable magnitude. The distance between Chongchuan City and the Su family of Qingshi City is vast, yet the latter's destruction of the former has piqued the curiosity of many. It was not until over 2 decades ago that the truth emerged. The Su family, once destroyed by the Su family, was founded by Su Qin, who was, in fact, the younger brother of Su Shueha from the Qingshi Su family. This revelation led many to understand the true nature of the Su family's demise. The ruthlessness of Su Shueha became apparent as he silently orchestrated the complete downfall of the Su family. People marveled at Su Shueha's meticulous planning and fierce resolve, elevating the prestige of the Qingshi Su family to unprecedented heights. Within a few years, a new spirit pattern realm emerged from the Qingshi Su family, indicating that all was progressing favorably. Meanwhile, the architect of these events, Su Qin, observed his daughter, who incessantly chattered, with a smile gracing his lips. In this lifetime, his daughter's name was Jiang Mingwei. Su Qin also contemplated having a son with Wang Bailu, whom he intended to name Zhang Hao, aiming to compensate for the absence of a prominent lineage with a distinguished name. With descendants secured, a mark had been left upon this world. However, his fame was insufficient. Over the years, numerous talents had emerged, and a decade had passed since his affair with Nan Gongming. Su Qin found himself pondering how to live this life more flamboyantly. Since the Su family's downfall, the resources invested by the Lingyun martial house had been exhausted. Without resources, his cultivation had stagnated, and after 4 years, he had barely managed to break through to the 4th level of the spirit pattern realm. It is noteworthy that Su Qin had deciphered a quarter of the inheritance obtained by the Su family, which was not left by a formidable expert of the spirit sea realm, but rather by a powerful figure named King Tongling, a master of the profound harmony realm. Regrettably, only the first part of this inheritance was available. One could only wonder about the sheer luck of the Su family, had they been granted a few more years. Su Qin's chance for vengeance would have been utterly extinguished. With just 1/3 of King Tongling's legacy, the Su family was destined to thrive remarkably. Such prudence displayed by the Su family, such brilliance in Su Ba, such commendable foresight from Su Changji. Su Qin finally understood why Su Changji, proud of his son Su Xing, did not conduct a thorough investigation or publicize his death, but rather suppressed the matter entirely. This colossal secret, had it not been for his reincarnation, could have propelled the Su family to greatness. Now, this secret belonged to Su Qin. Su Qin dared only to use the pretext of secluded cultivation to discreetly unravel the inheritance left by King Tongling, without daring to make it known. Upon concluding his studies, he would bury his findings, should others discover that he possessed a legacy from the profound harmony realm. The Jiang family's fate in this lifetime would likely mirror that of the Su family. At the dining table, Jiang Mingwei cheerfully gnawed on a chicken leg, while her father and mother tended to her. Wang Bailu, observing Su Qin's pensive demeanor, gently inquired, "Husband, do you have something weighing on your mind lately?" Having known each other for 12 years, Wang Bailu could certainly discern that Su Qin's demeanor had been rather unusual in recent days. Su Qin sighed softly. There have been renewed hostilities in the south. The Kangling Kingdom has launched an offensive against the Tianfeng Kingdom, having already captured several cities in succession. Jiangfu and Jiangmu were both taken aback. Had this lad finally begun to take an interest in matters of state? Wang Bailu chuckled softly. My husband must be tempted by the resources requested by the royal family. Although Su Chun was backed by the Lingyun Martial Academy, an institution focused on martial prowess, it could not nurture him alone. In a few years, without sufficient cultivation resources, this pretender of genius might well reveal his true nature. Su Qin nodded, this time. Those who achieve remarkable feats in battle shall be granted titles. I wish to enlist. In times of turmoil, heroes emerge. Suchin sought not only to secure cultivation resources but also to make a name for himself, leaving a more profound impact on this world in providing the Jiang family with better conditions for advancement. Wang Bailu spoke with conviction, "If this is what my husband desires, then pursue it." Suchin was astonished. He had expected Wang Bailu to dissuade him. Sensing his surprise, she smiled and said, "Did you think I would hinder you?" With a playful grin, she clung to Suchin's arm, tilting her head slightly. "Have you forgotten that I, Wang Bailu, hail from the Lingjin sect? I am not a burden to you, but rather your capable support." The reckless Jiangchen should not remain confined to the small Northwind city. Moved by her words, Suchin finally resolved to enlist. For the sake of cultivation resources, for the Jiang family to have a higher starting point in their journey, and for the next life to possess more opportunities for defiance against fate. After making this decision, he encountered numerous familiar faces, particularly Li Ming, whom he had not seen in a long time. It had been 7 years since their wedding, and Li Ming had begun to manage the Li family, his physique having grown somewhat plump. Suchin confirmed a few times, much to Li Ming's annoyance, prompting him to vent his frustrations. Li Ming had his own troubles. Among his generation, he possessed mediocre talent and was the youngest. His whimsical father had handed the Li family over to him, while he himself sought leisure elsewhere. None of his siblings wished to take on the family responsibilities, leaving only Li Ming, the unfortunate soul. Chenggu. I truly miss the days we spent at the Martial Academy. Those were my happiest moments. We would drink, dine, and be carefree, wandering about when we grew weary. Li Ming wished to continue reminiscing when a slap struck the back of his head, causing him to exclaim in surprise. As he turned to inquire why Suchin had done that, he noticed Wang Bailu listening intently. Li Ming shivered in realization, silently thanking his luck. Seeing that Li Ming had come to his senses, Suchin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had narrowly escaped disaster. This fool truly had no filter. Wandering about when weary, Li Ming chuckled awkwardly, finishing his thought. Chenggu, you must make a name for yourself. Li Ming did not persuade Suchin. Instead, he presented him with a vial of elixirs, accompanied by heartfelt blessings. Within the vial lay 5 third-tier pills. Suchin was deeply touched. This fellow, who had amassed wealth for himself from the Li family, must have spent it all to procure these 5 pills. A true brother, in times of wealth and prosperity, remains unforgettable. Should he ascend to the rank of Grand Marshal, then Li Ming would undoubtedly be his esteemed general. Perhaps esteemed general does not quite resonate. Never mind. This is a different world. Suchin departed. Unbeknownst to them, a woman clad in purple stood at a distance, quietly observing this scene. Jiangchen, you scoundrel. Chapter 10, The Son of the Struggling Lord, Part 9. Suchin was indeed fortunate. The commander of the Xuanjia army had heard of his illustrious name. As a result, Suchin ascended rapidly, slaying countless foes on the battlefield. In a mere 30 years, he received numerous accolades and was elevated to the rank of Earl. In the quiet hours of the night, Suchin often pondered whether he was, in fact, a mere executioner. It was only upon entering the battlefield that he realized the triviality of his past bravado as a mercenary. His self-proclaimed ruthlessness was nothing more than a jest in the face of true warfare. Consequently, his heart grew even colder. His meteoric rise was not due to his own prowess, but rather because of the exceptional capabilities of his commanding officer. Not long ago, the commander of the Xuanjia army, Mu Qingfeng, faced an assassination attempt, his life hanging by a thread. Although there was talk of salvation, Suchin understood the nature of the elderly man. He likely had already given up. If there remained a breath of life, he would not permit a few eunuchs to command recklessly. It was hard to believe that a formidable figure of the 9th level of the Spirit Sea could be assassinated within the camp without some foul play involved. 15 years prior, under Commander Mu Qingfeng's leadership, they had vanquished the forces of the Kanglin Kingdom, earning a fearsome reputation throughout the Tianfeng Kingdom. Commander Lin Qifeng aspired to eradicate the Kanglin Kingdom's army entirely but was thwarted by the court's intervention, which opted to allow the enemy to retreat. The rationale was that defeating the invaders sufficed, as the two nations remained steadfast allies. Incensed, Commander Lin returned to his homeland. Now, 15 years later, the Kanglin Kingdom had recuperated and, in blatant disregard for the treaty, launched another offensive. Commander Lin Qifeng emerged once more, only to be assassinated shortly after securing a victory. Suchin quietly poured out a jug of wine in remembrance of Commander Lin, expressing gratitude for the recognition he had bestowed upon him. Commander Lin, should you find yourself alone in another life, I shall uncover the truth and avenge you. In this life, however, I have family to consider. I am but at the 9th level of the spirit pattern, cast into the court, I am scarcely more significant than an ant. The following day, military orders arrived, and Su Chun was reassigned to another border. Several comrades sought him out, urging, General Jiang, let us rebel. Su Chun rejected their pleas and departed without a backward glance. This is not rebellion, it is madness, in a world where martial prowess reigns supreme. A handful of spirit pattern cultivators conspiring against a single spirit sea cultivator would be swiftly crushed. Soon after, Su Chun learned of the eunuch's retreat, nearly allowing the Kanglan Kingdom's army to surge forward unimpeded. Ultimately, the royal family dispatched two powerful figures of the spirit soul realm, compelling the Kanglan Kingdom to withdraw. The spirit soul realm exists above the spirit sea realm, and the Tianfeng Kingdom hardly boasts many such formidable warriors. Su Chun paid little attention to the unfolding conflict after his reassignment. He had been sidelined and had become a mere bystander in the grand scheme of things. However, letters strewn across the table brought a smile to his face. Over the years, Wang Bailu had blessed him with two sons, the elder, Jiang Hao, and the younger, Jiang Pingyuan. His daughter, Jiang Mingyue, and elder son, Jiang Hao, had both married, while the younger son, Jiang Pingyuan, had taken to wandering the world as a roving hero. Su Chun was remarkably open-minded. Regardless of the choices made by his children, he always offered his unwavering support. Beside him lay letters from the Lingyun Martial Academy, containing words from his esteemed mentor, Jiang Xiangyang, as well as inquiries from friends who had chosen to remain at the academy after their studies. Upon hearing of Su Chun's demotion, they promptly sought to know his current circumstances. Su Chun held a deep gratitude for the Lingyun Martial Academy. Without it, reaching his present stature would have been impossible. Should he grow old, he might choose to remain at the academy as a mentor, much like Jiang Xiangyang. Additionally, he received correspondence from Li Ming. Approaching his 60s, Li Ming had married and desired Su Chun to find time to attend his grand wedding, as it had been 30 years since they last parted ways. Nonsense! This rascal must be jesting, Su Chun exclaimed, incredulous that a man of 60 would still pursue a young girl. He scolded Li Ming, crafting a scathing message that denounced him as a beast unworthy of companionship. However, upon reflection, he found this approach inadequate, leading him to revise the letter entirely. Ultimately, only a simple line remained. Live well. This is my brotherly sentiment. Su Chun retrieved the jade slip of martial arts techniques that had accompanied him throughout the years, containing his translations of the spirit-connecting king techniques. Since enlisting in the military, he had made only half the progress in his translations over the years. Yet, this half was sufficient. Theoretically, one could cultivate to the spirit sea realm without issue. This spirit-connecting technique is quite a boon for you. Whether you can reach the spirit sea realm in this lifetime depends on your own fortune, he mused, acknowledging Li Ming's decent aptitude. With a sigh, Su Chun prepared a congratulatory gift, entrusting it to a confidant for delivery. This city felt like a prison, and he realized he could not escape its confines. Recently, a close aide of Marshal Lin had conspired to rebel, only to be ruthlessly eliminated. He was uncertain how many eyes were watching him. Whether he was involved in the plot or not, he knew that if he left, his fate would likely be death or something equally grim. Damn those eunuchs! Su Chun cursed inwardly, frustrated that his previously smooth journey had transformed into one akin to a captive's plight. Years rolled by, and a decade later, Su Chun found himself nearing 70. As a peak spiritual pattern master, 70 was not particularly old. Having endured various injuries, he accepted that living to 300 was unlikely. But reaching 200 posed no significant challenge. Just yesterday, the Kanglan Kingdom had rallied, launching an invasion against the Tianfeng Kingdom. Su Chun was baffled by the decisions of those in power. It seemed they never allowed for a respite, perpetually embroiled in conflict. Discussions of peace were constant. Yet he felt it was merely a facade. What infuriated Su Chun most was the battle reports laid before him, detailing the Tianfeng army's relentless defeats, with vast territories succumbing to the Kanglan Kingdom. Although indifferent towards the Tianfeng Kingdom, he wished to spare his friends and family from becoming subjects of a fallen nation. General, there is something small I am uncertain whether to voice. His confidant hesitated, clearly troubled. If you are uncertain whether to speak or remain silent, then it is best to remain silent. Su Chun decisively instructed him to cease his chatter. General, I can no longer endure this situation. General, let us pledge our allegiance to the kingdom of Kanglan. With your talents, you shall undoubtedly be granted significant responsibilities there. Lord Jiang, Lord Gu, Lord Han, they have all perished. I fear that you too may follow in their footsteps into the mortal realm. Su Chun regarded his bold confidant with exasperation. That fool is not even cautious of eavesdroppers. he risks being overheard. Sui scratched his head and laughed foolishly. I am aware of your cautious nature, General. You would never allow others to approach you so easily. General, a man must establish great achievements during his lifetime. To live in obscurity would be a disservice to this existence. Sui's eyes shone with determination, for he understood that his general held no real allegiance to any nation. Chapter 11. The Struggling Son of the City Lord, Part 10. Su Chun gradually regained his composure, reflecting that this lad was indeed a trusted confidant, able to discern even his innermost thoughts of rebellion. Very well, you may retire for now, Su Chun spoke calmly. This elicited great joy from Sui, who interpreted the general's lack of anger as a tacit approval of his sentiments. However, as Sui turned to leave, the sound of clashing metal resonated behind him, and in the next moment he lost consciousness. Su Chun observed the lifeless body of his confidant with an impassive expression, internally lamenting his own decline. How had he come to worry about swiftly dispatching even a 6th-level spirit pattern practitioner? Not wishing to create a commotion, he opted for a stealthy approach. Sui's words held some truth. He had long contemplated rebellion, yet he could not afford to act on it. In the kingdom of Tianfeng, he had a wife and children, parents, and close friends. Should he choose to rebel, all those he held dear would face dire consequences. With so many lives at stake, even if he sought refuge in the kingdom of Kanglan, escape would be impossible. He resolved to endure this life, perhaps to settle accounts in the next. After burying Sui, Su Chun mused on how well the young man understood him. I told you not to speak of matters that should remain unspoken. With Sui's disappearance, curiosity arose, but when questioned, Su Chun simply replied that he had sent Sui home. After all, remaining in a mundane border town offered little promise. With his answer, no further inquiries were made. 3 months passed, and then troubling news arrived. The entire Xin Yuan army had been annihilated. This was a legion that stood equal to the Xin Jia army. Now, the forces of the kingdom of Kanglan advanced relentlessly, encroaching upon the border where Su Chun resided. What on earth is happening? A 1,000,000-strong army, gone in 3 months? Su Chun's mind was reeling. This was truly an outrageous turn of events, compounded by the orders from above, which indicated that reinforcements were being mobilized. Hoping that Su Chun could hold the line for a month. Hold the line? He was but an aging Spirit Sea practitioner, aside from himself. The strongest here was merely a 9th-level Spirit Pattern practitioner. That very evening, Su Chun entered seclusion, preparing to break through to the Spirit Sea realm. His spiritual communication technique had secret methods that allowed for a short-term breakthrough, albeit at the cost of longevity. Given another 20 years, he could have securely ascended to the Spirit Sea realm without resorting to such extremes. But now, it mattered little. Death was inevitable. So he might as well break through and take down a few more foes. Not long after Su Chun entered seclusion, a troop from the kingdom of Kanglan launched an assault on his outpost. After 10 days of staunch defense, the aging Spirit Sea City Lord was brutally slain. The heart of the people was heavy with sorrow, although the old man had often filled his pockets at their expense, depriving them of their cultivation resources. They had all wished for his demise, just not at this moment. How long would General Jiang Chen take to break through to the Spirit Sea realm? The heart of the city's defending general felt icy. Without their central pillar of support, their defensive formation could not hold much longer. Just as the city was on the brink of collapse, the once-dim formation suddenly surged to life, slaying thousands of soldiers from the kingdom of Kanglan. A formidable figure descended from the skies, lifting the formation's core, which had been on the verge of extinguishment. Su Chun had broken through to the Spirit Sea realm just in the nick of time. I never expected that I would one day become a savior. Su Chun had never felt such exquisite delight, as if he had unlocked the door to another realm. With a mere gesture, he could move mountains and sever rivers. The first wave of the Kanglan Kingdom's assault had finally been withstood. The crowd wore smiles of survival, chattering animatedly with Su Chun about the heart-stopping moments of battle. When they recounted how Zhou Bapi fought valiantly against a general of the Spirit Sea, severely wounding him, Su Chun could not help but feel a profound respect. This old warrior had indeed died a hero, though regrettably, not a trace remained of him. Su Chun and the others could only gather remnants to erect a simple tomb for Zhou Bapi. Su Chun had always held a rather poor impression of Zhou Bapi, as the two had not been on amicable terms. However, upon learning that Su Chun was determined to break through to the Spirit Sea realm, Zhou Bapi had selflessly bestowed all his cultivation resources upon him, instructing the troops that, after his death, Su Chun would be the sole commander of the city. Flawed in life, he had performed a flawless act in death. Before Zhou Bapi's grave, Su Chun poured a flask of strong liquor and murmured, "If only I had broken through sooner, perhaps you, Zhou Bapi, would not have had to die. It was not that Su Chen had been moved by Zhou Bapi. In another time, he would have wished for Zhou Bapi's demise to come sooner. Yet now, with Zhou Bapi gone, only he remained in the Spirit Sea realm within the city. It was evident that the next legion dispatched by the Kanglan Kingdom would be even more formidable. Reinforcements would arrive in 20 days. Su Chen thought of his wife and children, his parents, and the grandchildren he had yet to meet. I must hold on for 20 days. 10 days later, the Kanglan Kingdom sent another massive army to assault the city where Su Chen resided. This time, a dark wave of troops surged, numbering at least 50 or 60,000, led by 3 generals of the Spirit Sea realm. Though he cursed inwardly, Su Chen had no choice but to rally the citizens. He thought of his family, of his parents, and the city was filled with soldiers. During those 10 days, Su Chen fervently spread tales of the Kanglan Kingdom's brutality, warning that should they capture the city, a massacre would ensue, and all within, men, women, and children, would perish. When asked about the possibility of fleeing the city, Su Chen had already made it clear that the city was besieged by the Kanglan forces. To leave meant certain death. Those who chose to escape seemed to validate Su Chen's words. None returned. They had indeed perished at Su Chen's hands. The Kanglan army was not as brutal as Su Chen had proclaimed. There remained a chance of survival, for instance. If Su Chen were to open the gates and surrender, all within the city could live. But Su Chen would not capitulate. His heart was cold as he gazed upon the advancing Kanglan forces, murmuring to himself, "Do not blame me. In this chaotic world, are we not all mere pawns?" 3 powerful beings of the Spirit Sea held Su Chen at bay, while the rest of the Kanglan army clashed with the city's defenders and its inhabitants. That day, the heavens darkened, and countless bodies lay strewn about. The entire city became a crimson tableau, as relentless rain washed away the blood, creating a foul river of gore. In the end, Su Chen unleashed his full potential, vanquishing one Spirit Sea realm opponent and gravely injuring 2 others. At long last, he managed to hold his ground. Observing the Kanglan army, which had retreated to less than half its original strength, Su Chen managed to force a faint smile before collapsing. This fainting spell lasted for 5 days. Upon awakening, he realized that only 5 days remained until reinforcements would arrive. Although the remaining forces were diminished to less than 1/10, their spirits remained undaunted. The Kanglan army refrained from launching an immediate assault, leaving them with a precious 5 days to await assistance. In the stillness of the night, the survivors gathered, dreaming of the life that awaited them after the tumult of war. Su Chen gazed into the mirror at his scarred visage. A stark contrast to the gentle, humble, refined, and exceptionally handsome man he once was. He traced the contours of his face, pondering whether Bai Lu would still recognize him in his current state, and whether she might find him repulsive. Regardless, his fervent desire was to survive and return home to see her once more. Chapter 12. The Struggling Son of the Lord. End. It is a well-known truth that for a wayward son, returning home is an arduous endeavor. Su Chen felt a profound resonance with this sentiment. 5 days had elapsed, and not only had reinforcements failed to arrive, but even letters of support had eluded him. Damn it, these wretched scoundrels. Su Chen could surmise that some fool in the court was undoubtedly instigating trouble. The Kanglan army had encircled the city, and it would not be long before they launched their final assault. A bitter smile crept across Su Chen's face, for he knew that this life of his was likely approaching its end. Surely, this reckoning would yield a greater number of defiance points. In this life, he had experienced far more excitement than in his previous one. At this moment, however, Su Chen's heart had settled into a peculiar calm. He was merely an ordinary man, a member of the vast sea of humanity. He gazed upon the many wounded soldiers, still reeling from their injuries. "Brothers, are you willing to accompany me to the death?" The remaining soldiers looked at their general with sorrowful eyes. "General, I want to go home. I have not returned in 10 years. The man, who had faced the battlefield without a sound even when his arm was severed, now bowed his head and emitted a primal howl. Su Chen felt his eyes dim. It had been 20 years since he last returned home. Though family members visited him each year, it was not the same. "Brother Jiang, do you think those bastards in the court will truly send someone to rescue us?" Song Feng stared intently at Su Chen's face, searching for any glimmer of hope. Su Chen replied with a calm demeanor, "They will, without a doubt. If we survive this battle, we shall achieve renown throughout the Tianfeng Kingdom. Our descendants will bask in endless glory, and our families will enjoy the finest of treatments." Song Feng broke into a smile. "Then I shall trust you, Brother Jiang. If I perish in the end and you still live, please ensure my remains are brought back home. If I cannot return alive, at least my body should find its way back. This can be considered returning to one's roots." Su Chen filled a bowl with wine and handed it over. Smiling as he said, If I, Jiang, should die, I implore you all to carry my remains back as well, for it has been 20 years since I last returned. And I too long for home. The crowd filled their bowls and drank deeply. The next day, as dawn broke, 10 powerful figures from the Spirit Sea realm arrived with their army. Su Chun stood atop the city walls, his gaze serene. Behind him, the soldiers had already resolved themselves to die. There were no words exchanged, and a fierce battle erupted. Though it was termed a battle, it was, in truth, a mere massacre. Su Chun was not the child of destiny, at least not in this life. Faced with the unscrupulous onslaught of the 10 Spirit Sea experts, even with the aid of the city's formations, he soon found himself overwhelmed, his body a grotesque tapestry of blood and flesh. Su Chun could distinctly feel his vitality ebbing away. The entire city lay in ruin, with only him remaining. Now, his own demise was imminent. Su Chun felt his eyelids grow heavier, his vision increasingly blurred. In his previous life, death had come too swiftly. He had never experienced the gradual wait for death. In this life, he had at least rectified the regrets of his former existence. Jiang Chun, you bastard, you cannot die? Faintly, Su Chun discerned a familiar violet figure breaking through the formations of the Kanglan Kingdom's army, cleaving through 2 practitioners of the spiritual sea realm. He felt himself being lifted, droplets of water cascading onto him. The visage of his rescuer was obscured to him. Have reinforcements arrived? He pondered as the voices around him began to fade. Was someone wailing in despair? Su Chun succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself once more ensconced in a mysterious space, gazing blankly at the encompassing darkness. The experiences he had endured felt like a fleeting dream, yet the vivid scenes in his mind attested otherwise. Fool, Su Chun muttered under his breath. He had not anticipated that Nangong Ming, whom he had not seen in half a lifetime, would charge alone into the enemy ranks. What was Tianlan's sect doing? Where had Li Qingwei vanished to? How could they allow such folly to transpire? Su Chun cursed again. A war between nations was no trifling matter. He was unaware if Nangong Ming had managed to carve a path through the tumult. His own demise overshadowed such thoughts. Su Chun grasped the reversal of Fate book, a moniker he had bestowed upon his extraordinary gift. He opened the tome, flipping to the first page which chronicled his first life. Now, however, he was able to turn to the second page. In your second life, you were a prodigious talent, gaining early renown, avenging the grievances of your past existence, resolving your inner turmoil, and attaining fortune. You broke through the limits of your innate capabilities, enjoyed a harmonious marriage, and left your lineage in the world. You enlisted in the military, achieving remarkable feats in battle. Though later marginalized by petty individuals and exiled to the frontier, you met a heroic end. Yet your tale echoed within the Tianfeng Kingdom. Your sole regret was that you rushed through your youth, failing to observe the people around you with due diligence. Evaluation: white 9 stars, reversal points, 90 nonsense. Su Chun scoffed at the reversal of Fate book. What regrets could he have had in his youth? Yet, the 90 reversal points were indeed commendable. If he achieved such results with merely 30 points in his previous life, then commencing this life with 90 points was akin to wielding a trump card. Talent: 0, insight: 0, lineage: 0, mental state: 10. Su Chun pondered deeply. Talent was crucial, so he allocated 40 points there. Insight was also significant. He assigned 30 points to it. He suddenly realized a pivotal truth while deciphering the spirit communication technique, which he had only partially grasped. He found himself utterly baffled by anything beyond the spiritual sea realm, and even the spiritual sea realm itself appeared vague. With the remaining 20 reversal points, he invested them in lineage, recognizing its importance as it represented the resources for cultivation and ultimately defined how far he could ascend. Having completed these decisions, Su Chun resolutely chose to embark on the next chapter of his life. Chapter 13. Rebirth of the Adversary as a Marquis, Part 1. Within a lavishly adorned chamber, Su Chun gazed at his delicate, fair hands, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. In this life, he awakened his memories at the tender age of 9, a full 8 years earlier than in his previous existence. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that in this life, he seemed to bear the surname Fengchen. This name held rather unfortunate connotations. Suddenly, an idea struck him, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. The royal surname of the Tianfeng Kingdom was indeed Feng, was it not? How absurd it was to find himself reborn into the royal lineage of the Tianfeng Kingdom. Such a fortune. Su Chun had intended to seek retribution against the Tianfeng Kingdom. Yet here he was, entangled in a web of unwelcome circumstances. Wait a moment, the Tianfeng Kingdom had not yet fallen? Su Chun was astonished. The Kanglan army was supposed to be unstoppable. He needed to uncover what had transpired in those years. Without further ado, Su Chen exited the room, only to be greeted by a beaming youth. "Where are you off to, ninth brother?" Drawing upon his memories, Su Chen recalled the youth's name, Feng Xian. A child of their unreliable marquis father and his half-brother, ranked third among the siblings. "I am merely visiting the library to seek out a martial art to cultivate." Su Chen replied casually. "Why must you go yourself? Just have the servants fetch it for you," Feng Xian queried, somewhat perplexed. He then presented a collection of whimsical illustrations with a grin. "Ninth brother, these treasures have been my prized possessions for many years. What merit lies in cultivating martial arts when one can explore the profound truths of life?" Su Chen cast a glance at the crude items, thinking, "I am but a 9-year-old child. Why would you present me with such vulgarities?" Nevertheless, he replied obediently, "Thank you, third brother. I shall accept these gifts." With that, Su Chen hurriedly accepted the crude items. A flicker of delight danced in Feng Xian's eyes as he cheerfully responded, "If you enjoy them, I shall seek out more tomes exploring the profundities of life for you, ninth brother." Su Chen nodded with a smile, and the two shared a harmonious moment. However, once Feng Xian departed, the smile faded from Su Chen's face. What a vexation. He pondered why this body was still at the mere third level of Qi awakening. He had commenced his cultivation at the age of 5, and by now, he should have reached at least the 6th or 7th level. The competition for the title of heir was indeed formidable. Su Chen proceeded to the library. Inside, he discovered not only the martial arts manuals recorded by the Marquis, but also accounts of events from various locales. An elderly man with white hair, upon seeing Su Chen enter alone, displayed a hint of astonishment. "Has the 9th young master finally awakened?" he mused. "I recall that he was never particularly fond of visiting places like the library. What a pity for the 9th young master's talents." Su Chen was slightly taken aback, realizing that the elder's cultivation had reached the Spirit Sea realm. In his previous life, he had toiled extensively to attain such a level. Yet here was a mere elder of the library who had achieved it. However, considering the significance of the library, Su Chen quickly came to terms with this revelation. For 3 consecutive days, Su Chen found himself perplexed. Could it be that his previous life was so lacking that this library bore no record of his existence? Does the 9th young master require my assistance? The elder at the library, noticing Su Chen's growing frustration from the lack of progress, approached him with an offer of help. Su Chen hesitated. He was reluctant to disclose his quest for information about Jiangchen, fearing it might invite unnecessary complications. Yet, the absence of news from his past gnawed at him, leaving him restless. Ultimately, Su Chen revealed his purpose, citing a casual curiosity sparked by hearing of Jiangchen's tale, noting the coincidence that both their names contain the character Chun. Upon hearing this, the elder chuckled dismissively. "Ninth young master, Jiangchen is merely a name that shares a character with yours. How could he possibly compare to you?" Flattery fell on deaf ears. Su Chen was solely interested in uncovering what transpired after his demise in the past life. The elder continued, "Jiangchen disregarded military orders, resulting in the loss of the border, allowing the Kanglan army to advance unchecked. Had it not been for Marshal Yu's decisive action to ambush and annihilate the main force of the Kanglan army, our Tianfeng kingdom might have faced dire consequences. Alas, the enchanting Nagong Ming of the Tianlan sect charged into the fray, nearly thwarting Marshal Yu's efforts, and ultimately perished alongside Jiangchen amidst the siege by the Kanglan forces." The elder droned on. Suddenly, an icy dread enveloped Su Chen, rendering the elder's words a mere murmur, drowned out by a persistent buzzing in his mind. Had Jiangchen truly disregarded military commands? Was Yu Zhengde heralded as a hero for vanquishing the enemy? And Nangong Ming was dead? How could she have perished? Hadn't reinforcements arrived? Su Chen felt as if an invisible hand was crushing his heart, mercilessly squeezing it, provoking an unbearable anguish that made his head throb violently. "Young master, are you unwell?" The elder, noticing the beads of sweat dotting Su Chen's brow, called out urgently, jolting him back to the present. It seemed there was more to this tale than he had anticipated. A shadowy smile crept onto Su Chen's face, one that appeared unsettling. The elder, sensing the oddity, attributed it to the eccentric reputation of the 9th young master, an individual who, instead of honing his remarkable talents, chose to delve into the most peculiar of studies. And what became of Jiangchen's family? What was their fate? Su Chen inquired with a calm demeanor. At this, the elder spoke with evident disdain. "Jiangchen nearly brought ruin to our Feng family's reign. How could the king possibly spare them? Rest assured, they have received their just deserts. Anyone who dares to undermine our rule will not meet a favorable end. Thank you for enlightening me, elder." Su Chen replied with an even tone before swiftly departing the library. Upon returning to his chamber, Su Qin remained silent. Gazing into the mirror at the visage of his current self, his eyes brimming with profound revulsion, while a grim smile played upon his lips. A lifetime of trepidation pales in comparison to the mere utterances within the court. Yu Jingda, how callous your heart is. From the outset, the reinforcements were not but a ruse, an elaborate trap orchestrated by you. In a previous life, Su Qin had once encountered Lin Qifeng, who remarked on his character. Ruthless and merciless, employing any means necessary, blinded by greed. He contemplated numerous possibilities, even considering that all of this was merely a snare, devoid of any genuine support. Yet, Su Qin remained indifferent to this notion. However, Yu Jingda not only treated Su Qin and the inhabitants of a city as bait, but also devoured Su Qin's military achievements, painting him as a villain who disregarded military orders, nearly bringing about the downfall of the kingdom of Tianfeng. Meanwhile, Yu Jingda, by virtue of his opportunistic heroism, likely accrued countless benefits. Ultimately, a lifetime of endeavors is scarcely captured by the sparse entries in history. The Feng clan. Yu Jingda. The reflections in the mirror resemble the reawakening of a malevolent spirit. Chapter 14. Rebirth of the Enmity as a Marquis. Part 2. Feng Xian observed that ever since their last encounter, his ninth brother seemed to have undergone a remarkable transformation. Although he still wore a cheerful smile during their meetings, Feng Xian could not shake off the oppressive feeling of confinement that enveloped him in his brother's presence. It was a chilling sensation, steeped in confusion and trepidation. From that day forth, his ninth brother displayed an astonishing talent that left the entire Marquisate in awe. In merely a month, he ascended from the 5th to the 9th layer of spiritual awakening, as if propelled by some unseen force. The ancestral figure of the Marquisate. The esteemed Jinghai Marquis had been stirred from his long silence and took the boy under his wing for personal instruction. Alas, all I wished was for my ninth brother to enjoy a blissful childhood. I must have done nothing to offend him, thought Feng Xian. Reflecting upon his actions and ultimately finding no fault, which allowed him to relax. Within the opulent palace, Su Qin stood beside an elderly man clad in a purple robe. The old man, with his flowing white hair, bore the marks of age, yet his vitality surged like an unbridled river, radiating an aura of supreme authority as he sat in meditation, embodying the very center of the universe. This was the Jinghai Marquis, one of the 10 most formidable figures in the kingdom of Tianfeng, an existence of the 6th layer of spiritual essence. The realm of spiritual essence represented the pinnacle of power, akin to that of celestial beings. If my past self had encountered someone of this caliber, I would likely have been obliterated with a mere glance, Su Qin mused. Marveling at the proximity, he now found himself into such a powerful entity. He had heard tales that upon reaching the spiritual essence realm, practitioners harnessed the power of the divine spirit, a distinction that set them apart from those below. In times of crisis, it was these formidable beings who had steadied the faltering kingdom of Tianfeng. Indeed, it was astonishing that he had progressed to the gathering spirit realm in such a short span, merely 3 months. Such prodigious aptitude had been recorded only once in the annals of the kingdom. A smile of delight graced the face of the Jinghai Marquis, who had initially regarded the news of the seemingly inept family head's ninth son with skepticism. However, 2 months prior, upon hearing that this 9th son had suddenly awakened to his potential, ascending from the 5th to the 9th layer in just a month, the Marquis felt a profound sense of regret. He lamented not having brought the child into his tutelage sooner. This was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune for their lineage. For years of squandered potential could have shattered all cultivation records within the kingdom. Thank you for the praise, Grandfather Jinghai, Su Qin replied, his small figure adorned with wide, sparkling eyes, exuding an undeniable charm that made the Marquis grow increasingly fond of him. However, Grandfather Jinghai, who is recorded as the greatest prodigy in the kingdom of Tianfeng, Su Qin inquired, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. He was genuinely intrigued, sensing that in this lifetime, his cultivation talent might very well surpass the spiritual essence realm. Yet, despite his formidable aptitude, he recognized that it paled in comparison to the extraordinary talents chronicled in the kingdom's history, such as the Jinghai Marquis himself, whose 6th layer of spiritual essence seemed an insurmountable peak he might never reach. His rapid progress in cultivation can be attributed to 2 primary factors. 1. His prior experience traversing the path of cultivation in a former life, and 2. The esoteric techniques recorded in the spirit summoning art left behind by the Spirit King, which allows one to sacrifice lifespan for a fleeting increase in cultivation speed. In his previous life, upon breaking through to the spiritual sea realm, he could have enjoyed a lifespan of 300 years. However, After employing the spirit-burning technique, his longevity was curtailed to a mere 200 years. This technique bears significant drawbacks, as it exhausts one's potential and lifespan to an extreme degree, yet Su Chen found himself unconcerned with such matters. In this life, he harbored a singular intent, the complete annihilation of the Feng clan. Under such a considerable advantage, albeit with its costs, Su Chen's cultivation speed was undoubtedly unparalleled. At least, he believed it to be unique within the kingdom of Tianfeng. However, he had heard whispers of an individual even more gifted than himself. Duke Jinghai narrowed his eyes, chuckling heartily. That person is a legend. It is said that the founding of our kingdom of Tianfeng is closely linked to him. Our clan's ancestor forged a friendship with this mythical figure, aiding him in overthrowing the previous dynasty and establishing the kingdom of Tianfeng. Even our ancestor once remarked that he was far inferior to that individual's cultivation. He felt like a fish in a pond gazing up at the vast sky. Su Chen's gaze flickered. A national ancestor was undoubtedly a legendary figure, yet he spoke so humbly of himself. Is that esteemed individual still in our kingdom of Tianfeng, cultivating in seclusion? Su Chen inquired with curiosity. Duke Jinghai shook his head. Ever since that legendary figure assisted our ancestor in founding the kingdom of Tianfeng, he ventured alone into broader realms, and since then, he has remained unheard from. Su Chen blinked in surprise, his heart fluttering with joy. Such a formidable figure was actually absent from the kingdom of Tianfeng. Fortune favored him. Yet, outwardly, he appeared somewhat dejected, as if disappointed. Duke Jinghai chided with a laugh. You little rascal, do you wish to set your sights on that legendary figure? Do you find my cultivation insufficient to guide you? Su Chen hastily shook his head. In my eyes, Duke Jinghai, you are the foremost powerhouse of the kingdom of Tianfeng, the very pillar of our realm. The most magnificent individual and the greatest warrior of the Feng clan. Duke Jinghai laughed so heartily that his cheeks nearly split. You're quite the silver-tongued flatterer. I'm nowhere near as grand as you portray me to be. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen pressed further. Then who is that legendary figure who assisted our ancestor in establishing the kingdom? Duke Jinghai, in high spirits, revealed this secret to Su Chen. That legendary figure is none other than the myth, Li Shenhua. He is the divinely favored one of the Li family. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Under Duke Jinghai's tutelage, Su Chen's cultivation soared rapidly, and he soon reached the first level of spiritual patterns. At the age of 14, attaining the first level of spiritual patterns was almost astonishing. This year, Duke Jinghai deliberated and directly sent Su Chen to the Tianfeng Martial Academy for further honing. Within the Duke Jinghai's lineage, Su Chen was undoubtedly considered the young master, often rendering the title young unnecessary. He could directly command all the visible and hidden forces at Duke Jinghai's disposal. In this life, his incompetent father was merely a figurehead. To Duke Jinghai, Su Chen was the true heir. Upon returning to the royal capital, Su Chen was filled with myriad emotions. In this life, his identity and talent stood at the pinnacle of the kingdom of Tianfeng. If only he could slow down, taking the time to traverse the journey of this existence. Perhaps it would culminate in a fulfilling life. Alas, Su Chen closed his eyes, and the images of his past life surfaced in his mind. Outside the opulent carriage, snow fell in feathery flurries. Young lord, we have arrived at the Tianfeng Martial Academy, the steward whispered from outside the carriage. Seemingly wary of disturbing Su Chen. Slowly, Su Chen emerged from the carriage, where a multitude of mentors and students from the kingdom of Tianfeng gathered. Their curious gazes fixed upon the resplendent carriage. There resided the foremost genius of the kingdom of Tianfeng. Chapter 15. Rebirth of an Enemy as a Marquis. Part 3. Since that day, Su Chen has been studying at the Tianfeng Martial Academy. As the foremost martial institution in the Tianfeng kingdom, its profound heritage is self-evident. Its founder, like the Duke of Jinghai, is one of the 10 most formidable figures in the kingdom. Those privileged to study here are, without exception, descendants of the kingdom's most elite aristocracy. My lord, young Master Feng Hongyu has sent an invitation, wishing to invite you to a banquet. A graceful and well-educated young woman inquired respectfully, standing beside Su Chen. Su Chen cast a glance at the invitation in her hand. The unique metallic pattern embossed upon it alone was worth a fortune. Memories of Feng Hongyu surfaced in his mind. He was a genius of the main lineage, having broken through to the first level of spirit patterns at the tender age of 17. Accepting the invitation without further comment, Su Chen remained silent. The young woman, a maid sent by the Duke of Jinghai to attend to him, had been with him for 3 years and understood his temperament well. Perhaps she sensed his interest in the banquet. Once the young woman departed, Su Chen toyed with the invitation, letting out a soft sigh. His grandfather, the Duke of Jinghai, truly cared for him, even dispatching several Spirit Sea Realm guardians to watch over him day and night. While well-intentioned, this made it difficult for Su Chen to visit the locations of his former life. Moreover, the spirit communication technique buried in the earth was inaccessible for the time being. Fortunately, the translated spirit communication technique from his past life would still allow him to cultivate to the Spirit Sea Realm. Setting the invitation aside, Su Chen's intention to attend Feng Hongyu's banquet stemmed not from mere curiosity or a desire for socializing, but rather from an opportunity to observe the most exceptional young talents of the Tianfeng Kingdom, none of whom posed a threat to him. Alternatively, he might find allies for his grand aspirations and perhaps a familiar offspring. 5 days later, within a lavish estate, a multitude of young individuals had gathered. Any one of them, if taken elsewhere, would undoubtedly cause a stir. Their forebears possessed the most illustrious bloodlines. A luxurious carriage, drawn by 9 magnificent flying steeds, came to a halt before the estate, capturing the attention of the crowd. Each steed was extraordinarily beautiful, with silvery curves resembling exquisite works of art. Remarkably, each one possessed the strength of the spirit pattern realm, a rare breed of extraordinary beasts. It was the young Marquis of the Duke of Jinghai's household. Amidst the bustling crowd, these were prodigies. Yet, the youth seated within the carriage surpassed them all in talent and noble lineage. At that moment, within the palace of the estate, a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise unfolded, shrouded in mist and vibrant clouds, where 2 to 3 dozen figures engaged in lively conversation. The young Marquis of the Duke of Jinghai has arrived. With the servant's announcement, all eyes instinctively turned in one direction. A young man, aloof yet exuding an air of nobility, slowly entered the palace, surveying the surroundings. Indeed, Su Chen spotted several descendants of his adversaries among the gathering. Without betraying his emotions, he took his place at the head of the table. Upon the arrival of Su Chen, Feng Hongyu's expression radiated joy. "Cousin, my father speaks of you incessantly, portraying you as a celestial being. Having met you today, I find the tales to be entirely true. It is no wonder that you occupy such a cherished place in my father's thoughts." Feng Hongyu, the 43rd son of the reigning king of the Tianfeng Kingdom, was favored by the monarch. He addressed Su Chen as cousin, clearly seeking to foster a closer bond between them. Su Chen lifted his gaze and replied calmly, "I am grateful for the king's and your high regard." Despite his words of thanks, his face remained devoid of emotion, as cold as ice. However, Feng Hongyu remained unfazed. After all, geniuses often possess a touch of arrogance, especially those who receive abundant praise from the elders of the main lineage. He held sufficient confidence in his ability to win Su Chen's allegiance. As the banquet unfolded, filled with clinking goblets and lively chatter, Su Chen acquainted himself with several scions of the Tianfeng Kingdom, each hailing from illustrious lineages with notable military achievements. Among them lurked a figure he had long despised, the commander of the Xuanwu army, the renowned Xuanwu Marquis, Yu Zhengde's son. Lowering his head, Su Chen's eyes darkened with murderous intent. The old man Yu Zhengde, having fathered daughters throughout his life, inexplicably ended up with a son. Su Chen pondered whether this was a divine gift. What would it feel like to witness the demise of Yu Zhengde's most treasured son before his very eyes? Yet, he knew the time was not ripe. Given his current esteemed status and the considerable investment of reversal points he had expended, it would be a grave loss to perish alongside Yu Zhengde's progeny. Once the banquet concluded, Su Chen appeared unperturbed as if nothing had transpired. 3 years swiftly passed. In this time, Su Chen's cultivation had ascended to the 7th level of spirit patterns. Now 16 years of age, he had forged connections with numerous talents and dignitaries of the Tianfeng Kingdom. It was evident to discerning eyes that his future was boundless, inciting immense jealousy among his brothers and his ineffectual father. As long as Su Chen resided within the Jinghai Marquis' estate, they would remain forever overshadowed. "Brother Fengchen," a melodic voice chimed as a radiant girl of about 15 or 16 entered. She possessed a beauty that could topple empires, known as Princess Huayan, celebrated as the most stunning maiden of her generation in the Tianfeng Kingdom. She was the most beloved daughter of the king, and also Su Chen's fiancée in this lifetime. Aside from Huayan, his grandfather, the Jinghai Marquis, had sought out numerous noble women, hoping to expand Su Chen's lineage. "Ah, it is Huayan." Su Chen concealed his hatred and raised his gaze, responding with indifference. Huayan eagerly produced a collection of items, pills, techniques, and spiritual artifacts. "Brother Fengchen, you are to participate in the martial arts competition tomorrow. These will surely be of use to you." She pushed the assortment towards Su Chen, her large, glimmering eyes squinting playfully. Should outsiders witness the first beauty of the Tianfeng kingdom treating a man in such a manner, many young admirers would undoubtedly find their hearts shattered. Upon witnessing such a plethora of items, a flicker of astonishment graced Su Chen's countenance. Among the treasures brought forth by Feng Huayan were numerous possessions of immense value, including fourth-grade medicinal pills. It seemed as if he had pilfered a significant portion of the national treasury. Su Chen gently pushed the items back, remarking nonchalantly, "Even without these treasures, I remain the foremost genius of the Tianfeng kingdom. If your father discovers that you have taken so many items from the palace, the consequences could be dire." Feng Huayan shook his head repeatedly. "My father cares for me deeply. He would never punish me." She then insisted on pushing the items back towards Su Chen. Her cheeks puffed out like a docile little kitten. "Brother Feng Chen, these gifts are from Huayan to you. You simply must accept them." With a sense of resignation, Su Chen acquiesced and accepted the treasures. Upon seeing this, Feng Huayan's joy was palpable. Yet, within Su Chen's heart lingered a faint sense of guilt. To manipulate such a naive girl, if she were to uncover the truth, she might harbor a profound resentment toward me. Yet, the smile upon Feng Huayan's face remained unwavering, akin to a luminous moon amidst the darkness. Chapter 16. The Rebirth of an Adversary as a Marquis, Part 4. The following day marked the grand martial arts competition of the Tianfeng Kingdom, gathering an unprecedented assembly of prodigious talents, arguably the most illustrious in a century. Regrettably, this iteration bore witness to an anomaly. Even with genius-level cultivation reaching the third stage of spirit patterns, it proved utterly futile. The chasm between the third and seventh stages of spirit patterns was insurmountably vast. Su Chen, without even the slightest movement, effortlessly vanquished his opponent with a single strike. Upon journeying to the spirit pool for further cultivation, he advanced yet again, breaking through to the 8th stage of spirit patterns. His path of cultivation in this lifetime proceeded with remarkable ease. After an additional year of rigorous training at the Tianfeng Martial Academy, Su Chen attained the 9th stage of spirit patterns, thereby graduating as the youngest student in the academy's storied history. Upon departing from the Tianfeng Martial Academy, Su Chen did not immediately return to the Jinghai Marquise. Instead, he set forth to the Tianlan sect, ostensibly to validate martial arts principles. Thus, accompanied by his maid, guards, and steward, Su Chen made his grand entrance to the Tianlan sect. Half a month later, within the Tianlan sect unbeknownst to the young Marquis, the sect leader cautiously regarded the youthful figure before him. This individual's status surpassed that of the Tianlan sect by far. Su Chen spoke with a serene demeanor. "I wish to cultivate within the Tianlan sect for half a year. Here is my token of sincerity. I kindly request your approval." Sect leader Yang. Su Chen presented a jade box to the sect leader. Upon cracking it open slightly, the sect leader's expression shifted dramatically before he hastily closed it, donning a broad smile. "Since it is the young Marquis's request, it shall certainly be granted." However, a flicker of hesitation crossed the sect leader's face, revealing his inner turmoil. Su Chen gently reassured him, "Rest assured, Elder Yang, I harbor no desire for your sect's core techniques, nor do I intend to venture into forbidden grounds." Upon hearing this, the sect leader's joy was rekindled, and he acquiesced to Su Chen's wishes. Within the Tianlan sect, Su Chen's so-called verification of martial arts was merely a ruse. What he truly sought was to reconnect with an old acquaintance. A month later, his guards finally relaxed their vigilance, allowing Su Chen to explore the Tianlan sect at his leisure. It was then that he discovered the whereabouts of his old friend. At the bamboo peak, upon encountering Li Qingwei once more, he noted the profound toll time had taken upon her. He recalled vividly from his first life when she had come to annul their engagement, exuding an air of imperiousness. Now, what he beheld was a solitary elder, spending her days in the company of the bamboo groves. It appeared that nearly 2 centuries had elapsed. The events of his past life were becoming increasingly elusive. Even to Su Chen. "Do you seem to recognize me, young Marquis?" Li Qingwei inquired, perplexed by the familiarity emanating from the youth's gaze, as though she were gazing upon a long-lost friend. Su Chen nodded gently. "Though I have never met you, elderly, I have often heard tales of your illustrious deeds." Li Qingwei chuckled self-deprecatingly. "What deeds could an old woman like me possibly possess? Merely tales of yore, likely fabricated by others for their amusement." Su Chen fell silent for a moment. Indeed, as Li Qingwei stated, the tale of her past engagement withdrawal was early fabricated into a narrative that became quite popular. Regrettably, the protagonist never achieved the fame akin to that story, leaving Li Qingwei to harbor no regrets. He was not Xiaohuahua, nor was Li Qingwei Nalin Yanran. Su Chen, seemingly intrigued, inquired, "Elderly, what prompted you to withdraw from the engagement back then?" A flicker of surprise crossed Li Qingyue's eyes. She had not anticipated that this distinguished young lord would possess such an interest in gossip. With a soft sigh, she reflected that if she were younger, she would have been reluctant to discuss such matters. However, now, aged and with her lifespan dwindling after the last battle, the once blurred memories had begun to crystallize, entwining themselves within her heart. Perhaps having a few listeners would not be amiss. Li Qingyue smiled, since the young lord is so interested in my story. Allow me to recount this old tale. Su Chun poured 2 cups of tea and placed them before them, quietly listening. The tragedy stemmed from her youthful naivety. The fiancé she had once betrothed was merely the son of a minor clan's leader, not nearly as remarkable as the young lord before her. Su Chen's face twitched slightly, hastily sipping tea to quell his surprise. After complimenting Su Chen, Li Qingyue continued, "At that time, I was esteemed by my master, with hopes of ascending to a higher realm of cultivation. Young and ambitious, I believed myself to be among the many heroes of the world. How could I, Li Qingyue, confine myself to a small family, raising children? Though I am a woman, I possess the ambition to meet the world's great talents." As memories of her youth flooded back, a smile graced Li Qingyue's face. She had never regretted joining the Tianlan sect, nor the decision to withdraw from her engagement. Su Chen remained silent. Were it in his past life, he indeed felt unworthy of Li Qingyue. Their families were merely acquaintances, and his relationship with her was decent but not deeply committed. It was only later that he became ensnared by the narrative of his rejection. Su Chen asked, "Was that the reason you withdrew from the engagement?" After a moment's pause, Li Qingyue replied hoarsely, "Yes and no. If he were my husband, I would accept it, but he cannot be my fiancé. Since childhood, my father, mother, and clan have told me I was to marry into his family, yet I detested the thought of my fate being dictated by others." Su Chen was taken aback. He had not expected that Li Qingyue's withdrawal stemmed from this reason. Noticing his surprise, she smiled again. "Are you astonished, young lord? Those tales portray me as someone who forsook her fiancé for the sake of ambition, and indeed, I did so. If you believe that, I hold no objections." Su Chen nodded earnestly. In his first life, he had shared that belief. He continued, "Elderly, have you ever regretted your decision to withdraw from the engagement?" This time, it was Li Qingyue who was momentarily stunned. She seemed to glimpse a figure from her faded memory sitting across from her, posing that very question. After a considerable time, Li Qingyue finally regained her composure, confronted by an unfamiliar visage, one that did not belong to the memory she held dear. Regret, perhaps, at times. She pondered whether her life would have taken a different trajectory had she not annulled her engagement. The path of cultivation was exceedingly solitary, and although she had encountered numerous prodigies, none evoked the sentiments she once cherished. Had she not called off the engagement, would he have avoided being slain by his foes, thus escaping the tragic fate of his entire family being eradicated? Throughout her life, her ambitions surpassed those of many men. She forged her way from humble beginnings, ultimately rising to the esteemed position of an elder in the Tianlan sect. Did she harbor regret? Perhaps it was merely the passage of time that left her devoid of aspirations as she witnessed her loved ones depart one by one, leading her to reminisce about those bygone days. Yet, the person she was back then never regretted any of the choices she made. Chapter 17. Reborn Enmity as the Marquis, Part 5. Su Chen's heart was a tumult of emotions. He had envisioned countless scenarios for his reunion with Li Qingyue, yet he had never anticipated that their meeting would unfold in such a manner. Out of pity for your old age, I, Su Chen, shall let you off this once. He mused inwardly. The past, with its myriad grievances and injustices, was beyond his capacity to reconcile. He only knew that yet another acquaintance would soon fade from his life. Does the young Marquis have any further inquiries? Li Qingyue inquired languidly, draining her cup of tea while observing the dazed Su Chen. Rising to his feet, Su Chen expressed, "Thank you, esteemed elderly, for enlightening me. You have altered my perception of you." Li Qingyue smiled gently, replying, "The opinions of the world are merely that, opinions. I strive to be true to myself, without concern for what others may think." Su Chen chose not to respond, instead bidding her farewell with the words, "As a token of gratitude, I vow in the name of the Jinghai Marquis to return the body of Nagong Meng to Tianlan sect." Li Qingyue's eyes widened momentarily before a smile graced her lips. She refrained from uttering words of thanks, merely calling out as Su Chen turned to leave, "Young Marquis." He glanced back, their eyes meeting briefly. Li Qingyue was reminded of a youth from many years past, whose gaze mirrored that of the present young man. A plethora of thoughts surged within her, ultimately coalescing into a single plea. "I implore you, young Marquis, take care." Su Chen smiled softly, replying, "Esteemed elderly, You too. In the serene bamboo grove, Li Qingwei found herself the sole occupant, wandering deeper into the verdant thicket where bamboo tablets stood. Inscribed with the names of those long gone, her only disciple, Nangong Meng, her mentor, her parents, and a gravestone belonging to the betrothed named Su Chun, seated before the grave. She murmured softly, "Su Chun, I must appear quite laughable now. You spoke of the tides of time, yet here we are 2 centuries have elapsed. Perhaps my choices were indeed misguided, yet you never grazed Tianlan's sect with your presence. In this world, many matters lie beyond our control." Su Chen departed from Li Qingyue's bamboo grove, casting a glance toward the depths where an aged figure had long since vanished. With hands clasped in respect and strands of hair cascading from his forehead, he reflected on his journey, partly to resolve the grievances of his first life, and partly to grant this cherished acquaintance a final farewell. Li Qingwei was nearing her end. 20 years prior, after the deaths of Jiangchen and Nangong Meng, she had ventured into the fray, determined to reclaim Nangong Meng's body, yet found herself ensnared in peril. It was only through the timely arrival of Yu Zhengde and his forces that she was spared. However, that fateful day left her with irreparable injuries. Su Chen sighed deeply. As old friends faded away like leaves in the wind, the grievances of youth lost their significance. The traces of his existence from his first life would ultimately be erased by the passage of time. 7 days later, the news of Li Qingyue's death spread. The Tianlan sect mourned for a brief moment before no one mentioned her again. Su Chun felt a sense of relief, his state of mind subtly shifting. The previously unyielding bottleneck of the spiritual sea realm began to show signs of change, hinting at an opportunity for him to break through. He decided to remain at the Tianlan sect, seizing this fleeting chance to see if he could advance to the spiritual sea realm. What was meant to be a stay of 6 months extended into a full year. Within this year, Su Chen emerged as the youngest spiritual sea realm martial artist in the kingdom of Tianfeng at the age of 18. In his past life, it took him 70 years to reach this stage. In this life, he accomplished it in merely 18 years, technically speaking, even less than 18. Yet, these details had become inconsequential. With his breakthrough into the spiritual sea realm, the path ahead was now one he would have to navigate on his own. Fortunately, in this lifetime, he had the legacy of one of the 10 strongest in the kingdom of Tianfeng, the esteemed ancestor of the Jinghai Marquis. There was no longer a need to endure the solitary struggles he faced in previous lives. After breaking through at the Tianlan sect, Su Chen paid his respects to Li Qingwei before departing, returning to the residence of the Jinghai Marquis. However, on his way back, unforeseen events unfolded. Su Chen fell into an ambush, confronted by a total of 15 spiritual sea realm experts, all cloaked and their faces obscured, exuding a chilling aura of menace. What audacity! Who are you to lay hands on the young Marquis? Do you not fear the wrath of the Jinghai Marquis, which could endanger your kin? The steward shielded Su Chen, while a group of spiritual sea realm guards stood in front of him, protecting him yet watching the dark-clad figures with trepidation. They were outnumbered, with 15 against their 8. A stark disparity in power. Since we have come to assassinate the young Marquis, we certainly have no fear, one of the cloaked figures sneered, but was abruptly interrupted by the leader of the black-clad men. Enough talk. Seize the young Marquis at once, lest the situation changes. In an instant, all the cloaked figures sprang into action. The steward confronted 4 of the spiritual sea realm foes, shouting to Su Chen, "Young Marquis, you must flee. I will hold them off." Without hesitation, Su Chen unleashed his spiritual sea realm energy, dispatching one of the assailants before racing toward the residence of the Jinghai Marquis without looking back. Damn it! How could he break through so swiftly? One of the black-clad men was taken aback. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen's guards and steward fought valiantly against the overwhelming numbers. "Young Marquis, forgive me, Feng Ding can no longer serve you. You must live on." A thunderous roar erupted, as if the earth itself were upheaving, shaking the surroundings. Su Chen sensed the commotion, understanding that the steward had sacrificed his life to buy him time. Without pausing, he charged toward the residence of the Jinghai Marquis. To perish in this life would be a fate he could not bear. In the distance, amidst the cataclysmic scene of earth and sky collapsing, 3 individuals emerged in a state of disarray. Of the 15 who had initially attacked Su Chen, only these 3 remained, ignoring their wounds. They hastily donned a layer of black cloaks to conceal their true identities. "Pursue. We must not allow him to return to the Jinghai Marquis' residence." The trio gritted their teeth, summoning every ounce of their latent potential as they raced after the fleeing Su Chen. They could not permit him to escape back to the Jinghai Marquis' estate. It was imperative. For this was their only opportunity to eliminate Su Chen. Chapter 18. Rebirth of the Vengeful Noble, Part 6. Su Chen was relentlessly pursued. After 4 grueling days and nights of evasion, he finally escaped back within the confines of the Jinghai Marquise. "Grandfather, save me. It is I, Fengchen." Suchen called out toward the Jinghai Marquise. In an instant, several formidable gazes turned in his direction from within the estate, all belonging to powerful spiritual realm experts. Suchen felt a surge of trepidation. The depth of the Jinghai Marquise's strength was indeed formidable. At that moment, an earth-shattering roar reverberated through the air. "What audacity! You dare to lay hands on Chenner. I will scour the heavens and the earth, and I shall ensure that you scoundrels pay the price." A colossal spiritual form manifested, its presence overshadowing the sky. The 3 pursuers, witnessing this, were filled with despair. "It's over. The old Marquis has emerged." In nearly an instant, their expressions hardened with resolution as they channeled their inner energy and chose to self-destruct, seemingly preferring death over allowing the Jinghai Marquis to uncover any trace of their presence. Tragically, 2 of them detonated simultaneously, the residual shockwave impacting the last one. Though he too perished, he did not die entirely. He was caught in the aftermath. The Jinghai Marquis, gripping the shattered jade token retrieved from the remnants of the explosion, bore an extremely grim expression. At this moment, upon seeing the Marquis, Suchen could no longer hold on. His energy depleted, he fell into unconsciousness and plummeted from the air. Fortunately, the Jinghai Marquis was quick-witted and caught him just in time. "Chenner, no matter who seeks to harm you, your grandfather will surely avenge you." The Marquis's gaze was icy. Had he not arrived at that critical moment, this promising descendant might have perished before him. For half a month, Suchen remained in a state of unconsciousness. As his mind replayed the harrowing scenes of being hunted for his life, he almost feared that the secret of his reincarnation had been exposed, leading to this attempt on his life. 15 spiritual realm experts. In his previous life, he had never encountered so many spiritual realm practitioners, even when besieged by armies. It seemed that his ostentatiousness in this life had incited wariness among various factions, fearing the emergence of a being more terrifying than the founding ancestor of the Tianfeng kingdom. Suchen could only contemplate this possibility. Yet he remained oblivious to the factions that wished for his demise. However, none of it mattered now. Those who hunted him were either dead or gravely injured. Suddenly, a thought struck him, his expression transforming into one of delight. He began to ponder how to enlist the Jinghai Marquis in his quest for revenge. Was this not a perfect opportunity? "Chenner has awakened." A concerned voice came from outside the door. It was none other than the Jinghai Marquis, who had vigilantly stood by Suchen's side to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from taking advantage of his unconscious state within the Marquise. Observing the aged yet towering figure, Suchen rose to pay his respects, only to be halted by the elder's grasp. With a sense of resignation, Suchen spoke. "I am profoundly grateful to you, grandfather, for saving my life. Had you not arrived in time, I fear I would have perished." Upon hearing this, the Duke of Jinghai's eyes flickered with a mix of rage and relief. "Rest assured, my dear Chen, as long as I am here, you are utterly safe within the Duke of Jinghai's residence. No one shall conspire against you here. I am already investigating the forces behind your pursuers, and irrespective of who they may be, I shall ensure they pay for their transgressions." Suchen inquired, "Grandfather, do we have any leads now?" The Duke's expression darkened as he shook his head. "No matter how thoroughly I investigate, every clue seems to be erased by an unseen hand. However, I did discover a spy token from the kingdom of Kanglin on one of the individuals." "Damn it!" Suchen cursed inwardly. Once again, the kingdom of Kanglin. It was hardly surprising that among those pursuing him were powerful figures from Kanglin, given the enmity between the kingdom of Kanglin and the kingdom of Tianfeng. Yet, it was evident that his pursuers were not solely from Kanglin. Regaining his composure, Suchen posited, "Grandfather, have you considered the possibility that someone is deliberately directing the clues towards the kingdom of Kanglin?" The Duke's gaze flickered, prompting him to respond. "Continue." Suchen pressed on. "Who do you believe I pose the greatest threat to if I were to grow stronger?" The Duke fixed his gaze on Suchen, who met it unflinchingly. After a moment of silence, the Duke finally spoke. "You must understand that this matter is of utmost gravity. For the Duke of Jinghai's household, certain revelations could spell disaster, even if merely conjectured." Suchen replied calmly, "I am well aware, yet the death of my protector, Grandfather Fengding, weighs heavily on my heart. He was family to me, and I cannot let this injustice go unavenged." The Duke refrained from chastising Suchen, instead responding coolly, "Do you possess any evidence?" Suchen shook his head. "I lack tangible evidence. But who else within the kingdom wields such power? Surely, you have your own suspicions, grandfather." I beseech you to take action on my behalf. Grandfather Feng Ding must not have died in vain. A smile suddenly broke across the Duke's face, filled with delight. Now this is the descendant of the Duke of Jinghai I take pride in. Fear not, my dear grandson. I shall seek justice for Feng Ding's death. Those fools outside, had they not shared my blood, I would have eliminated them long ago. A pitiful lot indeed. The Duke's eyes gleamed with affection for Su Chen. Recognizing him as his most cherished heir, not only gifted with extraordinary talent, but also possessing keen intellect and sharp insight. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback by the Duke's swift change in demeanor. Realizing that his grandfather had already surmised the deeper truths regarding the palace intrigues without needing his provocation, was the earlier exchange merely a test? The Duke smiled enigmatically. You are curious as to why I have yet to confront the true instigator behind these events, correct? Su Chen nodded in affirmation. The venerable ancestor's affection for him was not lost on him. The Duke of Jinghai scoffed. Even if I were to breach the depths of the palace demanding an explanation and locate the main lineage, it would amount to little more than the demise of a few inconsequential individuals. My grandson nearly met his end. It is far too simplistic to regard it as merely the loss of a handful of insignificant lives. I shall ensure that the one responsible pays a heavy price, so that he may understand the gravity of daring to harm my grandson. Su Chen, observing the Duke's imposing demeanor, inquired with curiosity. What course of action does the venerable ancestor intend to take? The Duke's gaze drifted thoughtfully. Naturally, it shall involve rivers of blood. To achieve such carnage, war is imperative. I intend to instigate a conflict between the kingdom of Tianfeng and the kingdom of Kanglan. Then, the Duke turned his gaze towards Su Chen with a smile. Grandson, choose a legion. Whichever one you favor shall serve as a gift from your ancestor. Su Chen's pupils dilated in sudden realization. Chapter 19. The Rebirth of an Archenemy as a Marquis, Part 7. The legion referred to by Marquis Jinghai undoubtedly represents the 4 great legions under the current king's command. To everyone's astonishment, Marquis Jinghai intends to bestow one of these legions upon Su Chen as a gift. The 4 great legions are the Xuanjia Army, the Xianyuan Army, the Xuanwu Army, and the Xianlin Army. Although 2 of these legions were lost in the previous life, the king swiftly restructured them within a short span of time. Notably, the commander of the Xuanwu Army is Yu Jingde. Without hesitation, Su Chen declared, Great-grandfather, I desire the Xuanwu Army. He had anticipated that Yu Jingde would need to pay a considerable price, requiring several decades at the very least. Yet, to his surprise, the opportunity arose so swiftly. Marquis Jinghai nodded. I shall ensure that Yu Jingde makes a grave miscalculation, and all you need to do, my grandson, is to seize his military authority with ease, placing my loyal subjects from the Marquis Jinghai's household within the Xuanwu Army. A few days later, Marquis Jinghai summoned a trusted guardian of the spirit realm to protect Su Chen while he ventured alone to the royal capital. The shocking news of the assassination attempt on the young Marquis from the Jinghai household spread like wildfire throughout the kingdom. Marquis Jinghai erupted in fury, causing widespread panic among the populace, who feared any association with the assassination incident. For half a month, the Jinghai household remained relatively quiet. Had they perhaps uncovered a lead? Shortly after Marquis Jinghai's arrival in the royal capital, a report emerged. The assassination of the young Marquis from the Jinghai household nearly deprived the Tianfeng kingdom of an unparalleled genius. Consequently, Commander Yu Jingde was ordered to lead the Xuanwu army in an expedition against the Kanglan kingdom. There was no discussion, no negotiation. Everything unfolded with astonishing abruptness. At the Xuanwu Marquis, Yu Jingde basked in the glory of his prior military achievements protecting the Tianfeng kingdom. He stood at the pinnacle of power, second only to the king, reveling in the fruits of his labor. After the birth of his son, and subsequently a grandson, he cradled the cherubic child with an overwhelming affection. Unable to restrain himself, he leaned in, only for the stubble on his face to provoke the baby into wailing. An elderly woman, bent with age, swiftly snatched the child away, scolding, "Look at you, old fool, you've frightened the baby." Despite the woman's reproach, Yu Jingde could only smile sheepishly. Suddenly, an urgent guard burst into the room, shattering the tender scene. The mirth faded from Yu Jingde's face, replaced by a grim aura that sent a chill through the air. "What is the matter?" he demanded. The guard, trembling, replied, "My lord, a grave matter has arisen. The king has commanded the marshal to lead the Xuanwu army against the Kanglan kingdom." A flicker of surprise crossed Yu Jingde's visage. As the esteemed commander of the 4 great legions, he knew the king would not employ him lightly. The guard continued, visibly anxious. "It is due to the assassination attempt on the young Marquis from the Jinghai household. This incited Marquis Jinghai's fury, prompting him to journey to the royal capital. Subsequently, the king acquiesced to Marquis Jinghai's demands, ordering the marshal to spare no effort in seeking justice for the young marquis. Yu Jingde's understanding deepened. He recalled the recent uproar surrounding the assassination attempt on the young marquis from the Jinghai household, a scandal that had captured the attention of the entire realm. He was curious about who possessed such audacity. To his surprise, it was the kingdom of Kanglan that had instigated the matter. No wonder it could rouse the king to mobilize forces against Kanglan. Although he too held the title of marquis, his status paled in comparison to that of Marquis Jinghai. His household lacked even a single spirit soul realm expert and had attained nobility solely through the merit of defeating the Kanglan army in a previous campaign. In contrast, Marquis Jinghai was one of the 10 strongest in the kingdom of Tianfeng, blessed with the esteemed Feng lineage, and held a revered position. Once the guards departed, the elderly woman finally spoke. What could the king possibly be thinking, engaging directly in war with Kanglan? Yu Jingde casually entertained an infant while responding. What do you understand? The young marquis of the Jinghai household is now hailed by the Feng clan as a genius comparable to the founding ancestor. He may very well break through to the transcendent realm and become a new ruler. The assassination of such a talent would not only incite the fury of the Jinghai household, but also provoke great ire among the old-timers of the Feng clan. Mobilizing troops against Kanglan is the most fitting course of action. The elderly woman still harbored some concerns. Why has the king chosen to send you? He must surely harbor some trepidation toward you. Yu Jingde waved his hand dismissively. You misunderstand. This is a sign of importance. The king clearly values me. My Xuanwu Marquis has no spirit soul realm experts, so what qualifications do I have to instill fear in the king? This time, I intend to take Tianlu with me into battle for training, preparing him for the future leadership of the Xuanwu Marquis. The elderly woman gazed at her companion, who had weathered 2 centuries of trials alongside her, and was about to speak when Yu Jingde interrupted. You are simply growing old, always lost in worry. Even if the king truly intended to act against me, how could I resist? My life is destined to serve the king, and even in death, I would do so willingly. Yu Jingde smiled lightly. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman refrained from further commentary, though a sense of unease still lingered in her heart. Soon, the Xuanwu army set forth, led by Commander Yu Jingde, with Su Chen overseeing the operation. Alongside them were several formidable experts of the Spirit Sea realm, including a silent elder clad in gray robes, whose indifferent gaze bore an overwhelming aura. A Spirit Soul realm expert. Su Chen encountered Yu Jingde, who was all smiles. Introducing his son, a young man named Yu Tianlu. Young Marquis, I have met you before, at the banquet of Prince 63. Su Chen nodded nonchalantly, appearing indifferent to it all. Such a cold demeanor, while rebuffing the two, also eased Yu Jingde's mind. It seemed that this young marquis was wholly consumed by thoughts of vengeance. If the old man could assist him in exacting retribution, it would undoubtedly forge a bond of favor that could sustain the Yu family for centuries to come. The Grand Army advanced resolutely toward the kingdom of Kanglan. Even as Yu Jingde had entirely eclipsed Su Chen's past military achievements to secure his title, yet he remained the commander of the Xuanwu army, having experienced countless battles and committed no significant blunders along his journey. The Kanglan kingdom, unprepared, was caught off guard. Su Chen silently observed this scene, contemplating the timing for the army's advance. To ensure that Yu Jingde's reputation was utterly tarnished, one must not act hastily. 2 months later, a piece of news nearly caused Yu Jingde to lose consciousness. His son, in a moment of carelessness, had fallen into the ambush of the Kanglan kingdom and was captured alive. This was his only son, born to him in his later years, upon whom he had lavished immense care and devotion. He yearned to rescue Yu Tianlu, but the conditions set forth by the Kanglan kingdom demanded that Yu Jingde withdraw his troops. Only then would they return Yu Tianlu unharmed to the Tianfeng kingdom. Otherwise, it would only result in a lifeless corpse. Chapter 20. Rebirth of an Enemy as a Marquis, Part 8. Gentle raindrops fell steadily, casting a somber veil over the atmosphere. Yet, Su Chen felt an unusual brightness in this gloomy weather. Yu Jingde gritted his teeth, his aged body sinking to the ground before Su Chen. Little Marquis, I beseech you, save Tianlu. He is the only child of this old man, and I cannot bear to witness his demise. Yu Jingde understood that the decision to retreat or not lay entirely in the hands of the young man before him. Su Chen's fingers tapped rhythmically upon the armrest, a sound that intertwined with the gentle patter of rain outside the tent. With each beat, Yu Jingde's heart echoed the rhythm of despair. A faint smile graced Su Chen's lips as he spoke lightly. I comprehend the feelings of the Xuanwu Marquis. A flicker of hope ignited in Yu Jingde's heart. Could it be that the little marquis was inclined to withdraw the troops? Yet, the subsequent words plunged Yu Zhengde into an abyss of despair. However, I am fully aware that war is not a trivial matter. Countless soldiers from the Tianfeng kingdom have already perished. If we retreat so easily, how can we justify the sacrifices of those who have fallen? Su Qin's voice remained calm. Could the fate of an entire war be swayed by the life and death of a single individual? Marquis Yu, please take your leave, he waved dismissively, compelling the kneeling elder to accept his fate. Without Su Qin's consent, should Yu Zhengde order a retreat, it would be tantamount to defying the royal decree. Everything he had would vanish overnight. With but a few words, Su Qin could brand Yu Zhengde a traitor to the Kanglan kingdom. Yu Zhengde raised his head, meeting the cold gaze of the young man mere inches away, and managed a bitter smile. Little Marquis, I understand. There was one question he dared not voice. He wished to inquire about who had instigated this conflict. Yet, the last shred of rationality quelled his thoughts. Yu Zhengde could not recall how he exited the tent. His mind was a tumult of confusion. The chilling raindrops struck his skin, and he felt as helpless as a wild beast, howling in despair amidst the downpour. He was like a pawn on a chessboard, manipulated at will. Inside the tent, Su Qin leisurely sipped tea, while the elder in gray robes behind him contemptuously remarked, "A force without a spirit realm presence is destined to be a dispensable piece. If the Feng clan grants him life, he is a marquis, second only to none. If the Feng clan decrees his death, he becomes a fish on the chopping block." Su Qin chuckled softly. This wretched world truly reflects the martial supremacy characteristic of a fantastical realm. The Kanglan kingdom, perceiving that the Tianfeng kingdom had no intention of retreating, brought Yu Tianlu to the forefront of the battlefield. "Father, save me. I do not wish to die." Yu Tianlu knelt upon a raised platform. Trembling as an executioner loomed nearby, a large blade poised threateningly against his neck. "Yu Zhengde, if you withdraw your troops, we shall return your precious son to you." Yu Zhengde's lips turned pale as tears streamed down his weathered face. "Tianlu, my child, it is not that I do not wish to save you, but rather that I am unable to and dare not attempt it." The excruciating pain pierced deeply, coursing through my heart. My throat tightened, and after a prolonged moment, I managed to rasp out a single word: kill. The advancing army cast a pall of dread over the commanders of the Kanglan kingdom. From the heights of the tower, the executioner received the order and swiftly severed Tianlu's head from his body. Witnessing this scene, Yu Zhengde stood in a daze, until the army finally repelled the forces of Kanglan. Only then did he sluggishly approach the lifeless form of Yu Tianlu, repeatedly placing his son's head atop the decapitated body. "Please accept my condolences, General Yu," Su Qin said, his tone devoid of emotion as he approached Yu Zhengde. The dazed Yu Zhengde lifted his gaze to meet Su Qin's impassive eyes, which seemed to gaze down upon him with an air of mockery. Su Qin, however, remained unfazed by the venomous glare directed at him. He knew that if Yu Zhengde could not contain his seething rage and acted against him, he could easily crush the general. Yet, Yu Zhengde held back, which left Su Qin feeling somewhat bored. Nonetheless, this game could continue for a while longer before reaching its inevitable conclusion. Once back in his tent, Yu Zhengde could no longer restrain himself, and a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. To witness his child perish before his very eyes, there was no greater tragedy than a parent burying their offspring. He longed for the swift conclusion of this war, to return to the Yu family. Alas, Su Qin was far from finished, and naturally would not allow Yu Zhengde to withdraw. He was relegated to the role of a hound, compelled to follow Su Qin's directives. A month later, Yu Zhengde received a mysterious letter from the Kanglan kingdom, bearing handwriting he recognized all too well. The king. The king sought to exploit this opportunity to eliminate the young Marquis Feng Qin. Yu Zhengde's eyes widened in realization. He would not mistake the author of this letter. It dawned on him that a talent like Su Qin posed a grave threat to any ruler. No sovereign could tolerate an uncontrollable power rising beneath their very nose. He resolved to collaborate with the Kanglan kingdom to set a trap and eradicate Su Qin. Without hesitation, Yu Zhengde agreed. He loathed the Kanglan kingdom, but his resentment towards Su Qin, who stood idly by, was far greater. Moreover, he found himself with no alternatives. Though he was unsure why the young Marquis insisted on attacking the Kanglan kingdom, he understood that continuing down this path, even a single misstep, could lead to his irrevocable downfall. He had a family, grandchildren. He could not perish on this battlefield. Indeed, the old Marquis's intuition proved correct. The king was relentless. The gray-robed elder following Su Qin let out a cold snort. Under his keen observation, every move made by Yu Zhengde was transparent. Meanwhile, Su Qin fell into contemplation. This stubborn king would not relent. He had encountered that rotund fool before. always meeting him with a smile. Masking the true nature of a smiling tiger, beneath the facade lurked a blade. In this life, he vowed never to allow that fat fool to thrive. Is it truly the case that the king is exceptionally foolish, or is it a matter of deliberate intent? Suchin found the situation rather enigmatic. If it were mere folly, that would be one thing. However, if it is indeed a calculated maneuver, Suchin would have to reevaluate his perception of the king. Yu Jingde remained blissfully unaware, blinded by hatred, and was willing to take a gamble at even the slightest opportunity. Ultimately, as the army advanced, Yu Jingde unintentionally reassigned the guards stationed beside Suchin. Under the cover of night, a figure appeared ethereally within the tent. This was a middle-aged man clad in dark robes, his white hair standing in disarray, exuding a formidable surge of elemental power. Merely by standing there, he seemed to cause the very essence of the world to tremble. Lord Zidian, it is indeed unexpected that the Kanglan Kingdom would send you here. Chapter 21. Rebirth of the Vengeful Enemy as a Marquis, Part 9, within the military tent. Suchin clasped his hands together, unfazed by the arrival of a formidable spirit realm expert. The elderly figure in a gray robe behind him recognized the silver-haired man and spoke his identity aloud. This revelation sent a tremor through the heart of Marquis Zidian. Realizing the gravity of his predicament, Marquis Zidian instinctively sought to retreat. However, the old man's gnarled hand gripped a long spear, unleashing a surge of spiritual power that transformed the night into day. The observing generals quickly comprehended the danger, shouting, "Protect the young Marquis." If the young Marquis were to perish here, those in proximity would undoubtedly share in the blame. It is you, the master of the stunning spear. How can you still be alive? One strike of the stunning spear had dazzled multiple eras and dominated neighboring kingdoms. 5 centuries had elapsed, during which many believed the master of the stunning spear was long deceased. Yet, he now stood vividly before Marquis Zidian, a being of the 5th level of the spirit realm. Marquis Zidian, merely at the 3rd level of the spirit realm, dared not engage and sought only to flee. However, how could the master of the stunning spear permit Marquis Zidian to escape before his eyes? Damn you, Yu Jingde. You've brought me to ruin as well. Is this what you call an ordinary spirit realm expert? A nondescript elder? Marquis Zidian cursed vehemently. The master of the stunning spear ranked among the top 10 strongest in the Kanglan Kingdom. His words echoed clearly among the gathered multitude, their expressions filled with horror. It seemed their commander Yu was plotting with the Kanglan Kingdom to harm the young Marquis. The very thought sent shivers down their spines, for something monumental was surely about to unfold. Within the tent, Yu Jingde reveled in the prospect that if Su Chun were to die, he could retreat his troops without consequence. Yet, Marquis Zidian's words shattered his delusions. Yu Jingde, incredulous, stepped out of the tent, witnessing the familiar gray-robed elder pursuing Marquis Zidian. His mind went blank. It was over. Soon, countless soldiers, generals, and guards surrounded Yu Jingde. Yu Jingde, how dare you conspire with the Kanglan Kingdom against the young Marquis? A sharp reprimand rang out, and the crowd parted to clear a path. Suchin approached leisurely, flanked by 2 guards glaring at Yu Jingde. Upon seeing Suchin, a thunderous shock reverberated in Yu Jingde's mind. His legs weakened as he collapsed to the ground. Suchin looked down upon him. Young Marquis, I swear, this isn't my doing. I did not conspire with the Kanglan Kingdom to harm you. This must be a scheme to sow discord from the Kanglan Kingdom. Yu Jingde continued to protest, desperately attempting to absolve himself of suspicion. Suchin coldly commanded, "Subdue him." The guards rushed forward. Yu Jingde attempted to resist, but was swiftly overpowered. The Xuanwu army was thus placed under Suchin's temporary command. The master of the stunning spear returned with the head of Marquis Zidian in hand. This reflection stirred within Suchin. Acknowledging the formidable presence of the gray-robed elder before him, who, apart from his grandfather, one of the 10 mightiest in the Tianfeng Kingdom, seemed to hold the most significant power. After assuming control of the Xuanwu army, Suchin swiftly reorganized its leadership, imprisoning all those associated with Yu Jingde and stripping them of their cultivation. Following a few symbolic skirmishes, he returned to the capital. Upon Suchin's return, news spread throughout the Tianfeng Kingdom. The commander of the Xuanwu army had conspired with the Kanglan Kingdom to assassinate the young lord of the Jinghai Marquis, the kingdom's brightest talent, nearly leading to his demise and the loss of 1 million soldiers. Ultimately, the young lord uncovered the plot, reversed the tide, and compelled the Kanglan Kingdom to sign a series of treaties, emerging victorious. The body of Nangong Meng, after decades, was returned to the Tianlan sect by Su Chun, granting her a final resting place among her kin. The king was elated and conferred upon Su Chun the title of Champion Marquis. The tale of a young marquis rose swiftly to become a cherished legend throughout the Tianfeng kingdom. From the heights of a tavern in the capital, Su Chun gazed down, reflecting on how, since that day, Yu Zhangde had fallen into the depths of betrayal, colluding with the Kanglan kingdom, only to meet an untimely end in prison. Below, the once esteemed Yu family had now been reduced to prisoners, one after another meeting their grim fate. Su Chun observed this spectacle with a quiet smile. Contemplating the cycle of fate, having built his fortunes on the erasure of his past achievements, only to face annihilation in this life. "Brother Fengchen, what are you gazing at?" inquired Feng Huayan, adorned in a pink gauzy gown, resting her chin on her hand while peering at Su Chun, pouting in disappointment. Rarely was she graced with his presence. Yet he seemed entranced by the view outside. Turning to her, Su Chun smiled softly and replied, "It is nothing, merely a scene that evokes memories of the past." He then gazed at Feng Huayan and gently stated, "Huayan, I shall marry you next year, if you will have me." At this declaration, her fair complexion visibly flushed. She leaned onto the white jade table, taking a moment before murmuring, "Brother Fengchen, please do not break your promise." Su Chun nodded, a smile gracing his features. "I assure you, I shall not." As night fell and Feng Huayan returned to the palace, Su Chun sighed softly, "What a foolish girl." However, with royal connections, the possibilities before her expanded immensely. A year passed, and Su Chen's cultivation barely reached the second layer of the spiritual sea. Now 20 years old, he fulfilled his promise and wed Feng Huayan. The Jinghai Marquisate was alive with festivity. The kingdom's most beautiful maiden had married, and the taverns ran dry of wine. Countless young gentlemen mourned her departure, yet the brilliance of the kingdom's foremost prodigy was undeniable. After marrying Feng Huayan, Su Chun officially assumed control of the Jinghai Marquisate. However, his brothers and even his ineffectual father appeared discontent, as Su Chun seized all authority for himself. On a journey past the city of North Wind, Su Chun vanished without a trace, only to reappear in a familiar place from his past. The area was shrouded in dust, and upon observing the hillside in the backyard, he spotted several gravestones. Some offerings of wine and tributes remained on the stones. Could this be for Li Ming? Su Chun pondered the memories of his childhood friend. Realizing that after all these years, he was perhaps the only one who still remembered the individual named Jiangchen, he refrained from disturbing the offerings. Instead bowing in succession to Zhang's father, Zhang's mother, Wang Bailu, and his own children. "Rest assured, I shall soon ensure that the Feng clan pays dearly." Su Chun murmured to himself. Following the traces left by his previous life, he located the site where the spirit communication technique was buried and unearthed it. This would be his weapon for vengeance. Chapter 22, Rebirth of the Vengeful as the Marquis, Part 10, within the Jinghai Marquisate. The Marquis of Jinghai stared in disbelief at the cultivation technique in his hands. His astonishment transformed into joy, which gradually morphed into gravity. "Chinner, this is a genuine royal-level cultivation technique, left behind by a powerful being known as the Spirit King. It must not be divulged, aside from you and me. No one else can know of its existence, or else our Jinghai Marquisate shall face utter calamity. In today's world, there are only two places possessing royal-level techniques. The first is the main branch of the Feng family, where only the reigning monarch is qualified to practice. The second is the Li family of Taiyuan, which holds the technique bequeathed by the legendary Li Shenhua. Unfortunately, none of the Li family members have comprehended it. Now, there exists another. If the main branch were to learn of this, having acquired a royal-level technique alongside the previous series of upheavals, it would undoubtedly provoke speculation. Su Chen's displayed aptitude is already sufficient to instill fear. Should he also possess a royal-level technique, the Marquis of Jinghai fears those old codgers might become utterly deranged. Su Chen nodded, fully aware of the implications. The Marquis gazed at the spirit technique, his eyes ablaze with fervor, yet burdened with trepidation. It is indeed a double-edged sword. However, within it lies the martial secrets he has sought all his life. Grandfather should enter seclusion. Perhaps he can discover an opportunity for further advancement within the spirit technique. Su Chen smiled. The Marquis felt a surge of emotion. Amidst the many disappointments of his lineage, he finally discerned a true dragon among them. As the Marquis commenced his seclusion, Su Chen's demeanor returned to calm. Handing over the spirit technique to the Marquis was a deliberate act on his part. After all, the Marquis represents his strongest combat force. Should he wish to confront the main branch, it hinges upon whether the Marquis can comprehend the spirit technique. If he can achieve further enlightenment, the likelihood of overcoming the main branch would increase. As for whether the Marquis would assist him against the main branch, Su Chen smiled faintly. This is assured. As humans, they are driven by desire. With power comes an amplification of those desires, and then action must be taken. To take a hypothetical step back, if the Feng family main branch were to learn of the spirit technique, they would not spare the Marquis. The moment Su Chen relinquished the spirit technique, both parties had already entered a deadly game. And I, still in need of an opportunity. Dear father, beloved brother, and esteemed monarch, I shall rely on you for this chance. Su Chen chuckled softly to himself, knowing these individuals would not forsake their ambitions to see him perish. Yet, he could not afford to linger much longer, if decades were to pass. His masquerade as a genius might soon unravel. His life ebbed too swiftly, leaving him to rely solely on concealed methods. 10 years later, under Su Chen's governance, the Qinghai Marquisate thrived in meticulous order. Since acquiring the spirit technique, the Marquis had entered seclusion, emerging only once to bestow upon Su Chen the complete version of the spirit technique before resuming his retreat. Feng Hui nestled quietly in Su Chen's embrace. Akin to a serene kitten, gently stroked as her silken hair flowed beneath his fingers. In Huayan, a voice tinged with a hint of mirth resonated in Feng Huayan's ears. Do you not wish for our child to become one of the most esteemed individuals in this nation? Feng Huayan shook his head gently, replying, I only desire for our family to live in peace and safety. Su Chen, with a trace of helplessness, responded, What if your father harbors trepidation towards me and seeks to take my life? Feng Huayan's eyes widened in disbelief as he fervently shook his head, insisting, That is impossible. How could my father wish to harm you? You are his champion. Su Chen chuckled softly, offering no reply. Days later, he took Feng Huayan, along with their child and a retinue of guards, away from the Qinghai Marquis residence. The blossoms of 100 Flowers Valley beckoned to Feng Huayan, and Su Chen graciously led her to behold their beauty. After Su Chen's departure, a shadow loomed over the Qinghai Marquis estate, casting a jealous gaze towards the path he had taken. The old man, cloaked in mystery, surely harbored a colossal secret. A mongrel dares to usurp my title. Let us see how you survive this web of destiny. The figure in the shadow sneered as he observed Su Chen's retreat. On the road to 100 Flowers Valley, Su Chen fell into an ambush. Nearly 20 formidable beings from the spiritual sea realm launched their assault, each possessing strength far surpassing those who had attempted to assassinate him years prior. Among them loomed a presence as deep and foreboding as an abyss, a being of the spirit soul realm, with a thunderous roar. The very fabric of the world seemed on the brink of collapse. Su Chen's guards were decimated, and he himself sustained grievous injuries while desperately shielding Feng Huayan and their child. Who are you? Why do you assault my husband? Feng Huayan cried out, horrified at Su Chen's condition. Recalling Su Chen's words, she lifted her gaze towards the figure of the spirit soul realm. Are you sent by my father? Her eyes, sharp as a serpent's, fixed upon the intruder as she positioned herself protectively in front of Su Chen. Princess, the spirit soul figure stammered, his voice trembling as the realization struck him. You must not utter that question. Feng Huayan's lips curled into a cold smile. Am I to witness my husband perish before my eyes, only to fall into a coma, allowing my child to inherit the Qinghai Marquisate in ignorance, while the estate is gradually consumed? Unbeknownst to her, Su Chen smiled. His objective had been achieved. A long spear descended from the heavens like a mountain, reducing the spiritual sea assailants to naught but dust in an instant. An elder clad in gray robes materialized, stepping through the void, exuding an unparalleled aura of oppression. Jinghong Spearmaster, is it truly you? The black-robed figure exclaimed in shock. Fortunately, the old Marquis, concerned for Chun'er's safety, dispatched me to follow discreetly. I never anticipated your madness would reach such heights, attempting time and again to end Chun'er's life, even going so far as to target his own flesh and blood. The Jinghong Spearmaster cast a cold glance at the shadow lurking behind the black-robed elder. The figure, under the gaze of the Jinghong Spearmaster, fled without so much as a glance back. However, the Jinghong Spearmaster merely raised a hand, and with a swift motion, a spear shadow swept through the air, piercing the fleeing figure clad in black. This scene rendered the onlookers breathless. The Jinghong Spearmaster had transcended once more. The command was clear, today, without fail. Feng Chen must perish. The black-cloaked individual exerted every ounce of strength to eliminate Su Chen. Alas, in the end, he was intercepted by the Jinghong Spearmaster. The entire army was obliterated. The ultimate victor was none other than Su Chen. Chapter 23. Rebirth of an Archenemy as a Marquis, Part 11. Returning to the Qinghai Marquis mansion, Su Chen lay gravely injured and unconscious. Feng Huayan remained steadfastly by his side. When Su Chen finally awoke, Feng Huayan gently spoke. Husband, I wish for our child to become the most esteemed person in this kingdom. She had resolutely chosen her husband and child. Su Qin's heart swelled with joy, for he sensed that the moment was ripening. The Marquis of Jing'ai also came to visit Su Qin, observing his precious disciple once again targeted for assassination. He pondered that had he not been vigilant, he might have been met with a lifeless body. By heavens, I shall lead my troops to the royal capital. My Jing'ai Marquis mansion has never endured such humiliation in its centuries-long history. The Marquis was incensed and immediately donned his battle armor, arming himself to rally his forces toward the royal capital. Su Qin quickly intervened. "Grandfather, we must not act impulsively." The Marquis had cultivated the spirit communication technique, achieving a breakthrough from the 7th to the 8th layer of spirit soul in a decade. Yet, the royal capital remained the core for a reason. It harbored formidable beings at the peak of the 9th layer. "Grandfather, it is imperative to remain composed. Should you storm into the royal capital recklessly, you risk being besieged." The Marquis chuckled softly. "I am merely displeased at the sight of my disciple being attacked. It does not imply I have lost all reason." He sought to reassure Su Qin. He then continued, "Chinner, what are your thoughts on this matter?" With a serious demeanor, Su Qin replied, "Grandfather, this incident has led me to ponder, will there not be a third, a fourth, or even a fifth assassination attempt? Must those of talent from the collateral lines always live in fear of such treachery? Why can this primary lineage not be us? Do nobility and power not have their rightful place?" The Marquis fell silent for a moment, and after a lengthy pause, his tone brimmed with unprecedented ambition. "You are correct. Chinner, if Feng Tianqing can assume the position of the primary lineage, why can't Feng Jinghai do the same? With the spirit communication technique, our lineage is no less than his, especially with a prodigy like you among us. Even those old-timers within the Feng clan will undoubtedly rally behind you." Su Qin nodded. "Grandfather, our immediate task is to fortify our defenses, amass resources, and bide our time. When you achieve a breakthrough to the semi-transcendence realm, that will mark the day our Jinghai lineage claims its rightful place as the primary lineage. With Feng Huayan and the Marquis of Jinghai as his trump cards." Su Qin felt a surge of confidence in his plans. Once the Marquis agreed with Su Qin's strategy, he retreated to seclusion. The affairs of the mansion were entrusted to Su Qin. Without delay, he summoned his siblings. A list materialized in his hands, and as he traversed each location, heads began to fall. Feng Zian had never witnessed a day so terrifying. The youth before him appeared as a cold specter, devoid of any compassion. Familiar heads rolled lifelessly to the ground as Su Qin approached Feng Zian, recalling how this individual once sought to lead him astray into trivial pursuits, neglecting his cultivation. Sensing the malevolent gaze of Su Qin, Feng Zian collapsed onto the ground, a yellowish liquid trickling around him. "Qin, I truly did not partake in the conspiracy against you. You must believe me," he stammered, trembling in fear of losing his head alongside his siblings. "I trust that Brother Zian lacks the audacity for such treachery." Su Qin nodded, then smiled softly. "However, Brother Zian, your mother did indeed pay handsomely for the assistance of assassins from the Spirit Sea realm on 2 occasions for this matter." Feng Zian's pupils constricted sharply, and soon after, his head met the ground. Moments later, Su Qin casually tore the list in his hand into shreds, scattering it across the floor. The list was merely a hastily concocted fabrication. Now, the direct bloodline of the Jinghai Marquis' household had dwindled to just him. Should he ascend to kingship, his lineage would be the sole royal line. Should he fail, the Feng clan would lose yet another branch. 20 years passed swiftly. Su Qin's cultivation reached the spirit soul realm. Feeling an unprecedented surge of power, he found himself in command of a radius spanning thousands of meters, capable of altering the very fabric of reality with a mere thought. He knew his efforts had not been in vain. Alas, the potential of this body had been entirely exhausted. Estimating his lifespan, Su Qin realized it was alarmingly brief. Were it not for the spiritual herbs he had relied upon over the years, his true state might have been exposed long ago. Even with his breakthrough into the spirit soul realm, he could expect to survive only another 5 or 6 years at most. During these 2 decades, the king's actions had grown increasingly oppressive, systematically diminishing the martial resources available to collateral branches while subjecting more of their members to persecution. The other Marquis households shared in this plight. Gazing at the jade slip in his hand, he inscribed 6 words: "Clear the court, stabilize the nation." He could no longer afford to wait for the Jinghai Marquis to make a breakthrough. If he lingered, he might not live to see whether the Marquis could advance even a step further. He needed to unite the other collateral branches and rise in rebellion. He would not only challenge the kingdom of Tianfeng, but also seek to dismantle its tyranny, paving the way for a reckoning in the next life. With Feng Huan stepping forward, the plan rapidly took shape. In an instant, the kingdom of Tianfeng was plunged into its most brutal internal strife in history. All 8 marquises rebelled simultaneously. No fewer than 20 spirit soul realm experts were embroiled in this conflict, including 7 of the kingdom's 10 strongest, whose whereabouts were as elusive as dragons. The rivers ran red with the blood of the fallen. Leading his army, Su Chun ascended with fervor. "Huan, how do you think the world will perceive me?" he asked, gripping Feng Huan's hand as he surveyed the chaos he had wrought. Feng Huan smiled gently. "If my husband emerges as a hero, he shall be regarded as the progenitor of a new era. Should he falter, Huan will follow him into the depths of the netherworld. Why then should we concern ourselves with the world's judgment?" Su Chun replied solemnly. "The victor is always revered, while the vanquished are scorned. This truth remains immutable through the ages." Feng Huan turned to drape a cloak over Su Chun's shoulders, speaking softly, in Huan's heart. "My husband shall forever be a king." Amidst this exchange, Su Chun felt a surge of inexplicable emotion. Embracing Feng Huan, he found solace in their bond. Whispering an apology within his heart, he realized that upon learning of the demise of the Jiang family during his childhood, there was no turning back. His actions were merely a means to acquire more points against fate, while simultaneously seeking retribution for his past life. The moment he chose to sacrifice his lifespan to hasten his cultivation, he was destined to tread a path of no return. He was neither a genius on par with the founding emperor nor a prodigy comparable to the legendary Li. He was merely a scoundrel, consuming his own lifespan in a quest for fame and fortune. Whether it was worthwhile, he did not know. The distinction between right and wrong was beyond his concern. He could only immerse himself in the game, wagering his very existence against the whims of destiny. Chapter 24. Rebirth of the Vengeful Noble, completed. The sound of the horn echoed like thunder, resonating throughout the royal capital and beyond. A million martial warriors stood poised at the city gates. The generals of the Tianfeng kingdom beheld this scene, their hearts swelling with despair. The strength of the 8 dukes was overwhelming. The hidden military forces at their disposal were surprisingly on par with the 4 great armies of the king. However, the 4 armies had now dwindled to 3, as the Xuanwu army had been effortlessly absorbed by Su Chun. Within the royal palace, a high-ranking official trembled beside the king of Tianfeng. "Your Majesty, I have just received word that Duke Jinghai, Duke Missouri Yuan, and Duke Shebing, the 8 dukes, have already arrived at the city gates, intending to." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the king. "They seek to slay me and usurp my throne, do they?" The king of Tianfeng scoffed. "I should have taken the risk to eliminate this brat when I had the chance in the capital. Were it not for those old geezers from the main lineage vouching for him, how could I have allowed this calamity to survive until now?" The official was drenched in cold sweat. The king continued, "Those from the main lineage wish to claim Feng Chun for themselves, aspiring to make him a figure akin to the founding ancestor, to protect the Feng clan. Little do they know, Feng Chun is a wolf in sheep's clothing, intent on overthrowing our main lineage, and even seeking my head. I initially planned to quietly rid myself of Feng Chun, yet time and again he has managed to escape death. However, if he thinks he can easily topple my main lineage, he is sorely mistaken." The king of Tianfeng's expression remained calm, showing no trace of fear in the face of the impending army. In that moment, he no longer concealed his cultivation, a half step into the realm of enlightenment. Amidst the grand army, Su Chun furrowed his brow. He sensed an unprecedented, terrifying energy within the royal capital. It was undoubtedly a peak 9th-level spirit realm expert. Indeed, the capital concealed ancient monsters. Nevertheless, he felt no fear. He slightly bowed his head to the elder beside him. "I will be counting on you next, grandfather." Duke Jinghai nodded. Subsequently, Duke Jinghai transformed into a towering giant, clad in golden armor, exuding an overwhelming and domineering presence. He unleashed a top-tier spiritual weapon recorded in the Lingong technique, striking forcefully at the formation. With a thunderous roar, an earth-shattering sound erupted, and the massive commotion caused countless runes to cascade like rain. Within the royal city, innumerable people burst into blood mist with a resounding thud. The vast city was shrouded in a layer of crimson. The once impenetrable formation now bore a gaping hole. This spectacle invigorated the coalition of the 8 dukes, while the citizens of the capital felt as if the sky itself had fallen. In the blink of an eye, the formation was shattered. Duke Jinghai was now perilously close to reaching the realm of enlightenment. At that moment, a golden figure emerged from the royal capital. "With your meager strength, do you truly believe you can replace me, usurp my authority, and bring chaos to the kingdom? Do you regard me as a feeble-minded ruler, incapable of defending myself?" The raspy voice resonated with authority, reverberating throughout the surroundings and shaking the very core of the allied forces. Su Chen's expression turned grave. The king had concealed his true prowess remarkably well, having reached the threshold of the Transcendence realm in silence. Fortunately, the Marquis of Jinghai was also at the same level. With a surge of killing intent, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth like an ocean, rippling for miles. Fengyu, regardless of how you conceal your strength. Today I shall demand an explanation for Qin. The Marquis of Jinghai bellowed as he charged toward the king of Tianfeng. The clash between two individuals at the threshold of the Transcendence realm was potent enough to obliterate the heavens and the earth. This was a force beyond the reach of ordinary spirit realm practitioners. The Transcendence realm was sufficient to establish a monarchy. The two men stood as sovereigns of the cosmos, even if merely at the threshold. Kill. Seizing the opportunity while the king of Tianfeng and the Marquis of Jinghai engaged in battle, Su Chun led his forces into the royal capital, with the Feng clan's main lineage dispatching their own powerful warriors. Feng Chun, should you choose to retreat, I can assure you that such occurrences shall never arise again, and no one will dare to act against you in secrecy. The elder of the Feng clan attempted to dissuade Su Chen. Su Chen merely scoffed. Rebellion was already afoot, and surrendering now would be tantamount to courting death. Countless experts joined the fray, with spirit realm practitioners falling like ants in droves. The spirit sea realm was merely a larger breed of ants. Only those of the spirit realm constituted the main battlefield. Su Chen directly engaged in combat with an elder of the Feng clan at the spirit realm level. It was his first encounter at this level of cultivation. The opponent was formidable, leaving Su Chen with no advantage. Ultimately, it was the master of the stunning swan spear who intervened, aiding Su Chen in vanquishing the Feng elder. In the skies, the battle between the king of Tianfeng and the Marquis of Jinghai raged on. Su Chen plunged into the ancestral grounds of the Feng clan, intent on exterminating the entire main lineage. Heads rolled, and blood flowed like a river. Not even the high-ranking officials of the court were spared by Su Chen. Stepping over the bones of the dignitaries, this battle shattered the very order of the kingdom of Tianfeng. The other lords speculated that Su Chen had gone mad. Yet, within their hearts, they reveled in delight, hoping Su Chen would eliminate everyone. Thus, even if Su Chen ascended as the head of the lineage and claimed the throne, he would be unable to exert control over them. The world was destined to descend into utter chaos. Only Su Chen understood that he had not lost his sanity. His vision was clouded with crimson. He could not find peace until those high-ranking officials perished. What the world would ultimately become was no longer a consideration for him. Just as Su Chen was on the verge of wiping out the Feng clan's main lineage, the heavens transformed. Dark clouds gathered ominously, casting a shadow over the land. A coffin soared from the depths of the Feng clan's lineage into the air. Subsequently, the coffin opened without warning, revealing an elderly man. The old man's complexion was as pale as parchment, his eye sockets deep set, eyes murky and dull, devoid of any color, as if the flame of life could extinguish at any moment. In that instant, the cacophony of battle fell silent. Only the frail sound of the old man's breathing remained. With hands as thin as twigs, he reached forward. Su Chen sensed an unprecedented wave of peril. With a resounding explosion, an ancient relic of the disintegrated into nothingness. The figure's finger flicked once more, and another formidable spirit realm expert erupted like a firework into oblivion. Su Chen felt a chill run down his spine as he realized he was now utterly alone. Everyone around him had perished, including the master of the stunning phoenix spear. The figure before him, Feng Tianxing, the ancestral patriarch of the Feng clan, had not yet met his demise. Su Chen was drenched in cold sweat, his heart filled with profound reluctance. He had been so close, merely a step away. A practitioner of the transcendent realm was supposed to live no more than 8 centuries. Yet, since the founding of the Tianfeng kingdom, nearly a millennium had passed. Had this old wretch truly lived for over 1,000 years? Before Su Chen could ponder further, the Jinghai Marquis, realizing the dire situation, abandoned the battle with the Tianfeng king and sought to flee with Su Chen. "Chener, you must escape." But before the Marquis could reach him, the gaunt elder stretched out his hand and gently squeezed. In an instant, the Marquis's form twisted grotesquely, and then he was obliterated. The Tianfeng king arrived too late, surveying the scene littered with corpses. His eyes blazing with fury, he glared at Su Chen. "You possess a merciless heart. I shall ensure that you suffer a fate worse than death." As his words echoed, Su Chen laboriously raised his arm, extending his middle finger defiantly. A tremendous roar resonated through the heavens, and ultimately, silence enveloped the world. Chapter 25. The Li Dynasty, Part 1. Upon returning to the realm of the reversal of fate, Su Chen gasped for breath, unable to suppress a curse. To his astonishment, the ancestor of the Feng clan still clung to life. What was most alarming was the possibility that this ancestor was a formidable force even within the realm of the profound. He had been so close, so achingly close, to toppling the Feng dynasty. Just a fraction away. A deep sense of resentment welled within Su Chen. Time passed. Though he could not discern how long, and Su Chen gradually regained his composure. In this life, although he had not succeeded in overthrowing the Heavenly Wind Kingdom, he had effectively eradicated its main lineage. The 8 feudal lords of the Feng clan, along with all their spiritual sea and spirit realm experts, had perished in that battle. The entire court, both civil and military, had been cleansed by his hand. The Heavenly Wind Kingdom was but a name, devoid of substance. Su Chen retrieved the Reversal of Fate book to assess the gains of this life. Upon turning to the 3rd page, he read, "In your 3rd life, you are the foremost genius of the Heavenly Wind Kingdom. The populace places great expectations upon you, and you do not disappoint. Even at the cost of burning your lifespan for the sake of vengeance, you choose to disrupt the world, compelling the Feng clan and their enemies to pay for their transgressions. You succeeded in vanquishing the general responsible for your family's annihilation, uniting with the other 7 lords to storm the royal capital, slaying the nobility and extinguishing the main lineage. Alas, you ultimately encountered the nearly extinguished spirit of the Feng clan's founder, and your efforts came to naught. You are a madman, a sovereign, a devil, a hero. Your deeds will be judged by posterity. Evaluation. Blue 2 stars reversal points. 200 reversal points. How many lives had Su Chen's actions claimed? The direct and indirect toll of his vengeance likely numbered in the double digits. The Feng dynasty itself had been rendered a mere shadow of its former self due to his endeavors. Had he successfully supplanted the Feng lineage, perhaps his evaluation would have ascended to a higher echelon. Su Chen's ambition stirred. The blue tier was tantalizing, with each star representing 100 reversal points. Regrettably, a barely breathing ancestor still stood in his way. This fantastical world was fraught with peril. Qualifications, 0. Comprehension, 0. Lineage, 0. Mental state, 15, with 200 reversal points at his disposal. Judicious allocation could potentially allow him to transcend into the profound realm and emerge as a true sovereign, rather than a mere ephemeral genius reliant on the burning of his lifespan. He allocated the majority of his points to qualifications, adding 90. For comprehension, he dedicated 70 points. Finally, he invested the remaining 40 points entirely into lineage. The 4th life commenced. As the first light of dawn broke, Su Chen opened his eyes to behold a tapestry of golden and silver threads, adorned with intricate and exquisite patterns. Evidently, his status in this life was hardly inferior to that of his previous existence. A sense of relief washed over him as he inspected his hands, finding them not the delicate appendages of an infant. In his recollections, he learned that in this life, he was named Li Chen, the 2nd son of the Li family of Tai Yuan, colloquially known as Li Heir. Su Chen's gaze became vacant as realization dawned upon him. The Tai Yuan Li family, wasn't it the very lineage left behind by the legendary figure of the Heavenly Wind Kingdom, Li Shenhua? Astonishing. Su Chen recalled that within the Li family, a particular cultivation method had been bequeathed by Li Shenhua. The founder of the Feng clan openly acknowledged that Li Shenhua was far more powerful than he himself. Even the prowess of the Feng clan's ancestors surpassed the boundaries of the Tongxin realm. One can only wonder what realm the extraordinarily gifted Li Shenhua must occupy. Su Chen was unaware. However, he was envious of the martial arts techniques left behind by Li Shenhua. In this lifetime, his memories awakened at the age of 13, and he achieved the 9th level of spirit gathering at that age. In his previous life, even burning his lifespan for cultivation had not yielded such results. He had transformed from a false genius into a true prodigy, suppressing the excitement within. Su Chen began to investigate the changes that had transpired in the Tianfeng kingdom since his death in the last life. Indeed, the changes were substantial. In his previous life, Su Chen had nearly eradicated the Feng clan, forcing its ancestor to revive at the cost of his final breath, although the old man's fate remained uncertain. The Li family speculated that he had likely perished. 30 years had elapsed since then. The Tianfeng kingdom had not fallen, yet it was merely a shadow of its former self. In his last life, the Tianfeng king sustained grave injuries during a battle with the Duke of Jinghai, and, in order to consolidate the Feng clan's position, was compelled to enter into a marriage alliance. Presently, the Tianfeng kingdom was effectively controlled by four major factions: the Li clan, spearheaded by the Tai Yuan Li family; the Kong clan, led by the Qinping Kong family; the Lingwu Hall, representing the sects; and finally, the Wanao Chamber of Commerce, heading the commercial factions. These four entities divided the territory amongst themselves, determining the fate of the Tianfeng kingdom. While Su Chun had not entirely obliterated the Feng clan in his previous life, he had nonetheless inflicted severe damage upon them, stripping them of their previous dominance and leaving them without allies to maintain control over the kingdom. A chaotic era was on the horizon. Young Master Li Chun, the clan elders request your presence at the Spirit Pattern Hall to select spirit patterns. A maid's voice broke through Su Chen's reverie. He slowly retracted his thoughts. The Li family of Tai Yuan possessed a far deeper foundation than the Duke of Jinghai's residence, having amassed countless high-quality spirit patterns over the years. Among them, it was said that there existed golden-quality spirit patterns left by Li Shunhua, although none had ever been acquired by the Li family. Even the purple-quality spirit patterns had not been obtained for several centuries. In his previous life, the best spirit pattern he had utilized was merely of blue quality. Upon arriving at the Spirit Pattern Hall, Su Chun encountered numerous young members of the Li clan, who parted to create a path upon his arrival. He was recognized as the foremost genius of the Li family in centuries. However, one individual regarded him with disdain, exuding arrogance. A young man clad in fine garments stood in Su Chun's way. Li Chun, no matter how exceptional you are, your father will not spare you a glance, Li Wenxuan declared, lifting his head with self-satisfaction, as if that alone could best Su Chun. Su Chun could hardly be bothered to respond. In this life, although he held the esteemed position of the second son of the Li family, his mother was merely the daughter of a minor sect's leader, lacking a formidable backing. Before his talents were revealed, he had been overlooked and often oppressed. It was only after his abilities came to light that his circumstances improved, earning him the favor of the clan elders. Yet, this very recognition had also incited the hostility of his brothers. After all, no one relishes the idea of being surpassed by someone they once deemed beneath them. One by one, the youths entered the Spirit Inscription Hall, each receiving their respective inscriptions. When Li Wenxuan stepped out, he was filled with immense joy. I have obtained the rare blue-grade spirit inscription, Thunder Gallop Steed. The crowd was envious. The Thunder Gallop Steed was indeed a rare inscription, capable not only of unleashing astonishing speed, but also of executing minor lightning strikes against others, making it exceptionally practical. With a sense of pride, Li Wenxuan approached Su Chun, declaring, "Once I break through to the 9th layer of spirit gathering, I will be able to absorb the inscription. Your lead in cultivation is merely temporary. I will soon catch up to you and surpass you." Su Chun could not help but chuckle at the audacity of a mere 2nd layer of spirit gathering daring to challenge him, a 9th layer practitioner. Not wishing to shatter Li Wenxuan's daydream, he brushed past him and entered the Spirit Inscription Hall. Chapter 26, The Li Dynasty, Part 2, Within the Spirit Pattern Hall. The legacy of the Li family is embodied in the spirit patterns derived from the slain beasts of generations past. The more exceptional one's innate talent, the greater the resonance one can evoke. With each resonance, the likelihood of acquiring precious spirit patterns increases. Su Chun closed his eyes, attentively sensing the surroundings. Dozens of blue glimmers flickered momentarily. He couldn't help but marvel at the profound heritage of the Li family. If he so desired, he could easily grasp exquisite blue-quality spirit patterns. Yet, in this lifetime, how could he settle for merely merging a single blue-quality spirit pattern, given his extraordinary talent? Su Chun remained unhurried, patiently seeking further. Before long, a wisp of purple light appeared before him. Su Chun was elated. This was a purple spirit pattern derived from a beast known as the Thousand-Armed Spider, a creature nearly extinct in the kingdom of Tianfeng. It was exceedingly rare, boasting numerous arms and the ability to expel threads as resilient as steel, laced with potent venom. Should he merge with it, he would transform into a superior version of Spider-Man. However, Su Chun refrained from immediately selecting the Thousand-Armed Spider, for he was reluctant to become a toxic entity. Maintaining his composure, it wasn't long before Su Chun encountered another purple-quality spirit pattern, the Lava Violent Ape. This beast was suffused with flowing magma, its fur ablaze with fiery essence, and it too was an extraordinarily rare creature, completely vanished from the kingdom of Tianfeng. Upon merging, one would not only gain immense strength, but also possess the ability to manipulate flames and resist their effects. Of course, there were shortcomings. Merging with the lava-violent ape could lead to a volatile temperament, yet this flaw seemed negligible in comparison to the benefits. Su Chun beheld several other purple-quality spirit patterns, all remarkably rare. It appeared that, with his aptitude, he would not be able to evoke the legendary golden-quality spirit patterns. A tinge of disappointment washed over him. But he quickly reminded himself that such tales were mere legends, their veracity still unproven. After careful consideration, he chose a spirit pattern from the Frost Blossom Ice Phoenix, a creature with ancient phoenix blood coursing through its veins. This beast was entirely snow-white, its feathers sculpted like ice crystals, said to cover all it touched with frost. And its breath could instantly freeze mountains and rivers. By absorbing this spirit pattern, one could wield unparalleled ice powers and summon the wings of the Ice Phoenix, enhancing flight speed, while the ancient phoenix lineage infused one with a rich vitality, promoting longevity. Having selected the Frost Blossom Ice Phoenix spirit pattern, Su Chun exited the spirit pattern hall. Outside, Li Wenxuan was ostentatiously flaunting his blue-quality spirit pattern, taking the opportunity to belittle Su Chun. Li Chen, what spirit pattern did you obtain? Hurry, let us see it. Li Wenxuan observed Su Chun with envy, secretly thinking that perhaps Su Chun's spirit pattern would pale in comparison to his own. Su Chun emerged from the hall with an air of calmness, which led Li Wenxuan to misinterpret his demeanor. The elder presiding over the spirit pattern hall also cast a curious glance at Su Chun. This was the individual heralded as the foremost talent of the Li family in a century. And even the elders were intrigued by the spirit pattern Su Chun had acquired within the hall. Su Chun spread his hands, a glimmer of purple light flickering, and soon a pristine white ice phoenix materialized. The temperature in the grand hall plummeted abruptly, and frost began to form shortly thereafter. Although several elders were prepared, they still gazed in astonishment, murmuring, "Our Li family truly possesses a purple-grade spiritual pattern." They had believed that the tale of their ancestor, Li Shenhua, leaving behind a purple-grade spiritual pattern upon departing from the kingdom of Tianfeng, was merely a legend. To their surprise, it was indeed a reality. Su Chun, meanwhile, contemplated that the spiritual pattern hall held not only the purple-grade patterns, but many others as well. Little did Li Shenhua anticipate that ever since the emergence of this prodigy, the Li clan had plummeted drastically. There had been no genius capable of resonating with the purple-grade spiritual patterns until Su Chun's arrival in this lifetime. Impossible. This cannot be, Li Wenxuan exclaimed, his mouth agape as he pointed at Su Chun, declaring loudly, "How could you possibly obtain a purple-grade spiritual pattern? My Li family possesses none." Su Chun furrowed his brow. One of the elders from the Li family interjected, "Third young master, cease your nonsense. This purple spiritual pattern was left by our esteemed ancestor." Li Wenxuan was relentless. "Then why does he have a purple-grade spiritual pattern while I do not? Surely, you old geezers are biased. Li Chun, that purple-grade spiritual pattern is mine. I command you to hand it over." His behavior was that of a petulant child, causing the expressions of the Li elders to darken considerably. Were it not for Li Wenxuan being the progeny of the family head with commendable talent, one of them would have slapped him long ago. Su Chun chuckled, finding amusement in Li Wenxuan's foolishness, a mocking smile gracing his face. Upon realizing that Su Chun would not yield the purple-grade spiritual pattern, Li Wenxuan's expression turned ferocious as he strode forward, intent on seizing it. Su Chun effortlessly grasped Li Wenxuan's wrist and squeezed gently. Pain immediately etched itself across Li Wenxuan's face. "Li Chun, release me." "Ah." Unable to endure the piercing screams, Su Chun flung Li Wenxuan away. The latter landed on the ground, wailing, "Li Chun, you bully me. I will tell father, and he will teach you a lesson." Su Chun remained unfazed. Just then, a robust middle-aged man entered the spiritual pattern hall, accompanied by several elders. Upon seeing the man's arrival, Su Chun calmly addressed him, "Father." Li Wenxuan, perceiving his supporter had arrived, immediately altered his demeanor, feigning innocence as he implored, "Father, I want the spiritual pattern in Brother Li Chen's possession. You must make him give it to me." As his words fell, the gazes of the Li elders turned sharply toward the middle-aged man. "Silence." The man struck Li Wenxuan across the face. Though he did not utilize any spiritual power, the force of the blow sent Li Wenxuan flying, blood trickling from his mouth, clutching his swollen face. He could not comprehend why his usually doting father would strike him today, and he sobbed in grievance. "Quickly take Wenxuan away. Is it necessary to stay here and embarrass ourselves?" The middle-aged man's tone was notably frigid, and the guard, realizing the gravity of the situation a moment too late, hastily escorted Li Wenxuan away. It appears that in this life, his father is no fool, possessing the discernment to distinguish right from wrong. Su Chun regarded the middle-aged man with newfound respect. If he were truly simple-minded, he could never have ascended to the position of head of the Li family. Su Chun displayed remarkable talent, and naturally, Li Jiangquan would not dismiss him as an inconsequential son. With a purple quality spiritual pattern, Chen'er, your talent is indeed impressive. The best our Li clan has seen in centuries. Henceforth, I shall arrange for a mentor for you, so that you may devote yourself to diligent cultivation within the clan. Li Jiangquan said, a smile illuminating his face as he kindly advised Su Chun. Chapter 27. The Li Dynasty, Part 3. Since the news of Su Chun acquiring a purple quality spirit pattern spread, doubts regarding his extraordinary talent have been dispelled. The apprehension surrounding Su Chun's prodigious abilities can be traced back to his previous life as Feng Chun. Following Feng Chen's demise, the revelation of his secret cultivation of the longevity burning technique tarnished his reputation, leading various factions to label him as a madman and serve as a cautionary tale. Consequently, Su Chen's status within the Li clan surged significantly, soon earning him the genuine title of the second young master. Many elders, recognizing the brilliance of this young man, chose to become his ardent supporters. With maternal prestige, Su Chun's mother also ascended in status within the Li clan, no longer subjected to bullying. In the blink of an eye, 5 years have passed, and Su Chun's cultivation has ascended to the third level of the spiritual sea realm, astonishing the numerous elders within the Li clan. Over 30 years ago, Feng Chen had wreaked havoc across the realm. Yet his rate of burning life essence paled in comparison to that of the Li clan's prodigy. This was the true essence of genius. It was only natural for Su Chun to express his desire to study the techniques left by the legendary ancestor, Li Shenhua. After considerable deliberation, the elders agreed to allow Su Chun to attempt the legendary cultivation method. Upon encountering the revered technique, the Emperor's apex surprising art, Su Chun was taken aback by its commanding name. The technique radiated an aura of grandeur, the golden lettering exuding an air of nobility. Su Chun immersed himself in study for 3 months, yet remained perplexed by the intricacies of the Emperor's apex surprising art. Frustrated, he cursed under his breath, questioning the rationale behind such an advanced technique being left without consideration for the understanding of future generations. Compared to this esteemed art, the royal-level technique, spirit communication art, seemed rudimentary. Despite his inability to comprehend it, Su Chun did not surrender. He informed the elders that he had indeed identified the name of the technique as the Emperor's apex surprising art. Upon hearing Su Chun utter the name, several elders exchanged astonished glances, subsequently overwhelmed with joy. After centuries, a second individual had finally called forth the name of this technique. The legendary ancestor had proclaimed that anyone capable of recognizing the name possessed the aptitude to cultivate the art. Truly, the second young master was the embodiment of the Li clan's fortune over the past few centuries. Another ruler was destined to arise from the Li lineage. The elders gathered around Su Chun, as if beholding a precious treasure. He mused internally about the years it might take to truly comprehend this technique, realizing he did not possess the luxury of time to linger on it. Thus, Su Chun resolved to practice the spirit communication art while masquerading it as the Emperor's apex surprising art, confident that no one in the Li family had ever witnessed the latter. After all, the spirit communication art was still a royal-level technique. In this lifetime, Su Chun opted not to burn his life essence for cultivation, as it was entirely unnecessary. 3 months later, news of Su Chun successfully grasping the Emperor's apex surprising art spread throughout the Li household like wildfire. Support for him flourished, and the position of heir within the Li clan increasingly gravitated towards Su Chun. The eldest son, Li Yuanfa, was incensed upon receiving the news. It was inconceivable that a child born of a mere servant could comprehend a technique that had eluded the Li family for centuries. This was undoubtedly a fabrication, a deception orchestrated by Li Chun to mislead the numerous elders within the clan. Li Yuanfa could not fathom his brother possessing such extraordinary talent. If this continued, his status would be perilously threatened. In the Li family, the future leader could only be him. Li Yuanfa sought out his father, Li Jiangquan. Rest assured, your brother will not contest the title of heir with you. This position is solely yours. Li Jiangquan reassured his son. Father, have you devised a strategy? Li Yuanfa inquired, suppressing the elation bubbling within him. Li Jiangquan chuckled lightly and continued, the Xian Yuan sacred sect will host a competition among the 100 nations. Those who prevail will earn the opportunity to train within the sacred sect. Your brother's talent is unparalleled in the Tianfeng kingdom, even among dynasties. He would be considered a genius, making entry into the Xian Yuan sacred sect far from impossible. The Xian Yuan sacred sect was a colossal entity that commanded hundreds of kingdoms and several dynasties. It was said to have been established by a sage, a legendary figure capable of altering the heavens with a single thought and reaching for the stars with ease, a true powerhouse with unparalleled dominion over the universe. Su Qin's potential hinted at transcending the ordinary. In the realm of the Xian Yuan sacred sect, even a king was not of great significance. Upon returning home, Li Yuanfa could no longer contain the smile that emerged on his face. He laughed aloud. After his brother entered the Xian Yuan sacred sect, he would no longer vie for the position of heir. How could a true dragon be trapped in shallow waters? Yet, a sudden thought struck Li Yuanfa. If his brother ascended to a higher echelon, the coveted title of heir would fall to him, like discarded refuse. He felt an inexplicable joy at this realization. No matter how splendid the world outside may be, it is rife with exceptional talents. No matter how high Li Chun's gifts, in a broader expanse, he is but an ordinary individual. Better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix, Li Yuanfa consoled himself. Meanwhile, Su Chun was engrossed in his cultivation. However, by chance, he encountered a familiar face, white-haired, yet still retaining the fervor of an old acquaintance. Li Ming, his companion from a previous life, still existed in this world, bringing Su Qin immense joy. Yet, he could not reveal his identity to Li Ming. Su Qin discreetly summoned his guards and began to investigate the events that had transpired in Li Ming's life over the past 2 centuries. Upon inquiry, he discovered that Li Ming had indeed been fortunate. After Su Chun's demise in his second life, Li Ming seemed to have been blessed, breaking through to the Spirit Sea realm in less than a decade, outshining numerous gifted siblings. The Li family, once a mere offshoot, rapidly flourished under Li Ming's leadership of Lingyun City. The true catalyst for Li Ming's rise was his earlier chaos within the Tianfeng kingdom, where he effectively eliminated the Feng family's main and branch lines. Seizing the opportunity, Li Ming established the Li Merchant Association, profiting immensely and transforming from an inconspicuous branch into one of the most affluent merchants within the Li conglomerate. Alas, with newfound wealth came the unwelcome attention of thieves. Li Ming's most cherished descendant was captured by the notorious 12 heavenly fiends, who demanded a ransom of 10 million gold coins for her release. Li Ming, unable to procure such an immense sum, sought assistance from the main lineage. Li Yuanfa, however, was content to leave Li Ming in suspense, desiring instead that Li Ming marry his most beloved great-granddaughter to him. Li Ming refused, and with his silence, none from the Li clan were willing to extend their aid. The 12 fiends were not to be trifled with. Su Chun stroked his chin, pondering the situation. Very well, let this father lend a hand to his wayward son. Su Chun smiled, never anticipating that he would inadvertently assist an old friend in this lifetime. He instructed an elder to bring Li Ming forth. Chapter 28, The Li Dynasty, Part 4. Li Ming was engulfed in confusion. The second son of the Li family sought an audience with him, yet he was unacquainted with this second son. His interactions had primarily been with the eldest son, Li Yuanfa. Upon discovering that his most beloved great-grandson had been abducted by the infamous 12 fiends, his first instinct was to seek assistance from this eldest son. However, to his dismay, Li Yuanfa unabashedly raised the stakes, demanding that his great-granddaughter marry him. Naturally, Li Ming refused. He could see through Li Yuanfa's ulterior motives. Should he acquiesce, all his hard-earned savings would inevitably fall into Li Yuanfa's grasp within a few short years. Moreover, he harbored a staggering secret that he absolutely could not disclose. Li Ming's rejection incited Li Yuanfa's wrath, who then ordered that the Li group refrain from offering any aid to Li Ming, thereby coercing him into submission. Despair settled upon Li Ming, as former acquaintances displayed no semblance of compassion. Among the 12 fiends were formidable beings of the spirit realm, an adversary far beyond Li Ming's capacity to confront. No one dared to challenge the 12 fiends. Just as he braced himself for the sorrow of outliving his own kin, an elder from the Li family approached him, stating that the second son wished to meet him. With trepidation, Li Ming followed the elder to the location where Su Qin was cultivating. He had long heard tales of the second son of the Li family, rumored to be a prodigy not seen in centuries. Upon meeting, the youth before him was indeed extraordinary, with a high nose and subtly upturned lips. Every gesture exuded an innate nobility and ethereal grace. Most strikingly, despite the boy being of a similar age to his great-grandson, Li Ming could not discern the depths of his cultivation. The legends surrounding the Li family were, indeed, well-founded. Li Ming's demeanor was fraught with anxiety. He feared that the second son would propose terms akin to those of Li Yuanfa. Observing Li Ming's tense expression, Su Chen smiled. I can assist you in dealing with the 12 fiends. Li Ming's countenance oscillated between joy and trepidation. Summoning his courage, he inquired, what is it that the second son requires of me? Su Chen chuckled softly, noting the palpable tension in Li Ming, and mused. Does this old fellow suspect I harbor ulterior motives towards his great-granddaughter? He certainly did not wish for this newfound friendship to evolve into a familial bond. That would be a most unsettling prospect. He imagined the possibility of Li Ming discovering this in the afterlife, leading to a second death from laughter. Clearing his throat, Su Chen continued, the 12 fiends are elusive and have committed numerous heinous acts, afflicting many factions who dare not voice their grievances. All I require is your cooperation to eliminate the 12 fiends. Nothing more. Li Ming could scarcely believe it. Is that all? The youth before him merely sought his collaboration? He had already braced himself for a harsh reprimand. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. What? Does Li Ming doubt my intentions? Upon realizing the situation, Li Ming suddenly comprehended that the individual before him was of a status far superior to that of Li Yuanfa within the Li group. It is no exaggeration to state that the second son could extinguish his life with greater ease than crushing an ant. Any fabricated accusation would elicit no defense on his behalf. Such a person, how could he harbor ulterior motives against him? It was evident that the second son sought to orchestrate a grand scheme involving the 12 great calamities. Li Ming began to speculate on Su Chen's true intentions. Unbeknownst to Li Ming, Su Chen, upon witnessing his fright and confusion, could not help but chuckle. This old fellow seemed to have led a life fraught with trepidation over the years, resulting in a timid disposition. After instructing the elders to escort Li Ming away, a genuine smile graced Su Chen's face. His assistance to Li Ming was not driven by substantial reasons. After all, upon reuniting with his adopted son, one ought to take some action. Once Li Ming departed, Su Chen made his way to the ancestral grounds of the Li family, a place where the true essence of the Li group was cultivated. Even the head of the Li family, Li Jiangquan, could not freely enter this sacred space. However, as Su Chen stepped inside, only a few indifferent gazes flickered briefly in his direction. Upon recognizing him, those eyes quickly averted. Indeed, the favored child of the Li family enjoyed certain privileges. Upon entering the ancestral grounds, the sound of light laughter reached Su Chen's ears. Young Chen, what brings you to our ancestral grounds to trouble us old folks? One by one, the formidable spirits of the Lingpa realm emerged, smiling as they regarded Su Chen. Noticing the growth in his cultivation, their faces illuminated with long-lost smiles. After respectfully greeting the elders, Su Chen cheerfully stated, it seems I cannot conceal anything from Grandpa Hongwan. To be frank, I have a matter I wish to entrust to you. One elder, clad with a large blade, jestingly scolded, just because I spoke first. You've set your sights on me. The other elders, witnessing this, shared a laugh and subsequently withdrew, leaving the task in the hands of Li Hongwan. The three ancestors of the Li family, possessing an impressive strength at the 8th level of Lingpa, were among the few in this era whose numbers could be counted on 2 hands. Su Chen chuckled. All right, what troublesome matter has this little fellow encountered? Li Hongwan inquired. Perplexed, could it be that the unfilial head, Li Jiangquan, is showing favoritism? Should we convene a meeting to depose him and directly appoint Young Chen as the head? Unbeknownst to Li Jiangquan, his position was precariously close to being lost. Su Chen recounted the situation regarding Li Ming, then expressed, I wish for Grandpa Hongwan to intervene and eliminate the 12 great calamities. Li Hongwan pondered for a moment. Had anyone else uttered such a request, he would have scolded them mercilessly. How absurd it was to expect him to act without charge. Yet, this request came from Su Chen. In that case, it was a different matter entirely. This was the future sovereign of the Li group. Li Hongwan, still curious, asked, does Chen'er have a specific plan? He found it hard to believe that his astute disciple had suddenly lost his wits, seeking to resolve others' troubles for free, especially calling upon a powerhouse like himself for assistance. Surely, this was akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Su Chen had long devised a strategy and spoke softly. The 12 great evils have wreaked havoc for far too long. Their notoriety is immense. If Grandfather Hongwan takes action to eliminate them, it will undoubtedly elevate the reputation of the Li family in the hearts of the people, fortifying the vessel of our clan as it sails forward. Moreover, Li Ming has exhibited unwavering loyalty to our Li group. Should we neglect this matter? it would undoubtedly dishearten the other branches of our family. I wish to set an example for the remaining branches of the Li family, demonstrating that as long as you are loyal and diligent, the main lineage of the Li family will always serve as the most steadfast support. Upon hearing Su Qin's resonant words, Li Hongwen was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into hearty laughter. Good, good, good. Truly, you are the Qilin child of the Li family. The more he looked at Su Qian, the more his delight grew. Another true dragon has emerged from the Li clan. Chapter 29, The Li Dynasty, Part 5. Under the persuasive influence of Su Qin, Li Hongwen consented to take action. Li Ming then commenced negotiations with the 12 great evildoers. Agreeing upon a meeting place, the 12 great evildoers brazenly proceeded to the rendezvous, believing that as long as they did not encounter a formidable opponent at the 7th level of the spirit realm or above, they could easily escape if they were outmatched. However, they were utterly unprepared for the fact that a member of the esteemed Li clan, one of the top 5 powers in the world, would personally intervene over what they deemed a trivial matter. Li Ming's great-grandson was rescued, leaving the 12 great evildoers in disbelief, their anguished roars echoing, Li Hongwen. How could you be here? It's impossible. In a swift and ruthless display, Li Hongwen beheaded all 12 evildoers, their heads neatly displayed in the wilderness. Accompanied by the proclamation, those who offend the Li clan shall be punished, no matter the distance. The news spread like wildfire, igniting a fervor among the populace. The 12 great evildoers had wreaked havoc across the Tianfeng kingdom for merely a few decades, yet the multitude of their heinous crimes was beyond enumeration. Now, they had met their demise at the hands of the Li family, leading to a significant surge in reputation for the Taiyuan Li clan. As anticipated by Su Qian, the principle of spending a fortune to gain a bone held true universally. The branches of the family, witnessing such a precedent, pledged even greater loyalty to the main lineage. In this whirlwind of events, Su Qian, the second son of the Li clan, found himself thrust into the limelight, drawing numerous powerful allies to his side. A delightful surprise indeed. Shortly after rescuing Li Ming's great-grandson, Li Ming sought out Su Qian once more to express his gratitude and arranged a banquet in his honor. Su Qian mused on the old man's unexpected courtesy and gladly accepted the invitation. At the banquet, a girl of merely 15 or 16 quietly observed Su Qian from behind Li Ming. After a few drinks, Li Ming revealed his true intentions, exclaiming, "Ah, Li Ming, can you truly face me in the underworld? I considered you a brother, yet you wish to act as my ancestor." Su Qian silently ridiculed him, decisively rejecting the unexpected proposal. The girl behind Li Ming's back flushed with disappointment, but Su Qian remained unmoved. "Little sister, if blame is to be placed, it rests solely on your great-grandfather." Li Ming felt a twinge of disappointment, believing this second son of the Li clan to be extraordinary, destined for greatness. Regrettably, it seemed the second son held no interest in his great-granddaughter, leaving Li Ming with a sense of unfulfilled expectation, and he never broached the subject again. As time passed, a significant announcement reverberated throughout the Tianfeng kingdom. The Xianyuan sacred sect was commencing a selection process across 100 nations, allowing those with exceptional talents to join. Su Qian received this news with profound astonishment. In his third life, amidst his quest for vengeance, he had begun to glimpse the vastness of this world through the texts left by the Feng family. He understood that the realm they inhabited was known as Dongwang. Su Qian surmised that this was not the entirety of the world's name, but rather the designation of the region where the Tianfeng kingdom lay, called Dongwang. Dongwang was governed by the sacred lands, which were once home to forces that birthed sacred realms. The sacred realm was the aspiration of countless martial artists throughout their lives. The Xianyuan sacred land was one such sacred land within Dongwang. The kingdom of Tianfeng is but an inconspicuous realm under the dominion of the Xianyuan Holy Land. Several esteemed elders gazed upon Su Qian, who blinked in response. "So, esteemed elders, do you wish for me to participate in the trials of the 100 nations to see if I might gain entry into the Xianyuan Holy Land?" The elders nodded in agreement. After some contemplation, Su Qian too nodded in assent, eager to explore the world beyond and witness the brilliance of true genius. The kingdom of Tianfeng posed no challenge for him. As Su Qian embarked on the journey to the trials of the 100 nations, Li Hongwen, acting as his protector, accompanied him. Upon learning of Su Qian's participation in this grand event, Li Yuanfa was overjoyed, unable to conceal his smile. "Ah, Qianer, you've finally set forth." In recent days, the elders had begun to regard him with increasingly peculiar gazes, while even his father gradually began to favor Su Qian. Li Yuanfa found himself living in the shadow of Su Qian, Yet he understood that this shadow would eventually dissipate. With Su Qin's departure, the skies seemed to clear, and Li Yuanfa felt a sense of relief enveloping him. Within the royal capital, those representing the kingdom of Tianfeng in the trials included not only Su Chun, but also Feng Junqi of the Feng clan, Wan Miao of the Wanbao Merchants Association, Kong Gaoyu of the Chengping Kong clan, and Song Wuk of the Lingwu Hall, among others. Together, they formed a formidable group of 10, each a paragon of talent from the kingdom. Were a genius ranking to be established, these 10 would undoubtedly occupy the top spots. However, Su Chun held little interest in his companions. None had reached the Spirit Sea realm, with the highest merely at the 7th level of spiritual patterns. While those under 20 years of age achieving the 7th level may indeed be considered prodigies, they paled in comparison to Su Chun, whose cultivation had ascended to the 4th level of the Spirit Sea. Though each faction fought for their own glory, their participation in the trials represented the final dignity of the kingdom of Tianfeng. The trials required travel to a place known as Xianling City, located far from the kingdom. Even with Spirit Soul Realm guides, the journey would take no less than 6 months, as the kingdom lacked any form of teleportation array. Thus, this expedition would consume half a year. During this time, Su Qin's cultivation advanced from the 4th to the 5th level of the Spirit Sea. Through various trials and tribulations, he encountered many wonders beyond imagination. The vastness of the world extended far beyond what he could perceive. Upon arriving at Xianling City, he found the city to be far grander than he had anticipated. The once unattainable Spirit Soul Realm practitioners were nearly ubiquitous here, and some exuded terrifying auras, true masters of the profound realm. Their descendants had also come to participate in assessments or broaden their horizons, with some peers of Su Qin's age having already broken into the Spirit Sea realm. "What are your thoughts, Qiner?" Li Hongwen inquired with a smile. Su Qin inhaled deeply and murmured, "The kingdom of Tianfeng is indeed exceedingly small." Li Hongwen nodded in agreement, sighing, "Indeed. The kingdom of Tianfeng is far too small. The realm of the 100 nations is but a corner of the eastern wasteland." The crowd eagerly awaited the commencement of the trial. Although the trial had yet to begin, Wan Bao sought out Su Chun. "Please, brotherly, save my sister." Wan Bao found Su Chun and immediately knelt down, striking his head forcefully against the ground, prompting a slight frown from Su Chun, who hurriedly assisted Wan Bao to his feet. Over the past 6 months, the siblings of the Wanbao Merchant Association had established a rapport with Su Qin, forming a tenuous friendship. Su Qin was well aware of Wanbao's temperament. For him to kneel in supplication signified that a grave situation had unfolded. Wanbao's face was etched with anger and anxiety. "Today, we encountered individuals from the Kanglin Kingdom and the Momen Kingdom on our journey. They insulted my sister, and in my fury, I confronted them. In order to protect me, my sister and grandfather Geng were captured by the people from the Kanglin and Momen Kingdoms. They demand that our Tianfeng Kingdom engage in a battle of geniuses with them." Chapter 30, The Li Dynasty, Part 6. The Genius Battle is a venue established within Xianling City. A single contract, stipulating life and death, is in effect. It is evident that both the Kanglin Kingdom and the Momen Kingdom have come prepared. They intend to eliminate the younger generation of the Tianfeng Kingdom before the commencement of the 100 Kingdoms trial. The Kanglin and Momen Kingdoms harbor enmity towards the Tianfeng Kingdom. Perhaps their true target is me. Su Qin's gaze turned icy. He was uncertain about the confidence that the Kanglin and Momen Kingdoms possessed. Nonetheless, Su Chun decided to honor the appointment. While he may not be the most talented participant in the upcoming 100 Kingdoms trial, he believed he was invincible amongst these two lesser nations. Su Qin's direct attendance brought immense delight to the prodigies of both the Kanglin and Momen Kingdoms. They pointed towards a young man clad in coarse linen, whose appearance was utterly unremarkable, standing alone. "If you can kill him, we will fulfill our promises." Was this a call for outside assistance? Su Qin mused that these two nations had grown audacious enough to scheme against him. The young man in linen regarded Su Qin with a serious expression. "I will kill you." His tone was devoid of emotion, as if stating a mere fact. The sharp sword energy pierced Su Chun's skin, drawing blood. How intriguing. A long-buried fighting spirit surged within Su Chun as he ascended the genius platform alongside the young man in linen, signing the life and death contract, thus commencing the genius battle. This spectacle drew prodigies from numerous nations, as the 100 Kingdoms trial was on the verge of beginning. Every individual with even a modicum of strength wished to conceal their trump cards, rather than lay them bare for all to see. They regarded each other as rivals. When someone revealed their capabilities, it piqued their interest. On the genius platform, Su Qin observed the young man composedly. I am curious. Why does a genius like you allow yourself to be swayed by the incompetent? Su Chen posed his question openly. This young man was at the third level of the spiritual sea realm, and his sharp sword aura seemed to imply a comprehension of sword intent. He was a genius not inferior to Su Chen. The prodigies from the Kanglin and Momen kingdoms turned pale upon hearing Su Chen bluntly label them as incompetent. In their respective realms, they were considered prodigious talents. The young man fell silent, his expression serious and resolute. I need a great deal of gold. If they are willing to offer me gold, I will assist them. Su Chen was taken aback. He perceived a fervent determination in the young man's eyes. Tentatively, Su Chen inquired, how much gold did they offer you? Perhaps in the young man's eyes, Su Chen had already been marked for death. For he did not hasten to strike. As if fulfilling Su Chen's final wish, he replied, 1 million gold coins. 1 million gold coins? That is a substantial sum. If merely eliminating a fifth-level spiritual sea realm warrior could yield 1 million gold coins, many would eagerly vie for the opportunity. However, Su Chen smiled. 1 million gold coins? I shall offer you 10 times that amount. If you take their heads, I can provide you with 10 million gold coins. When Su Chen spoke of them, he naturally referred to the prodigies of the Kanglin and Momen kingdoms. As the words fell, the countenance of the two prodigies turned pale with fright. They were acutely aware of the terror that the young man in the linen robe could embody. Fortunately, he ultimately declined. My father taught me the importance of principles. The young man's gaze was resolute, seemingly unwilling to engage in further banter with Su Chen, perhaps fearing that Su Chen's demands might sway his decision. He took action against Su Chen. Mastering the essence of the sword is a mark of genius. Yet, is Su Chen not a genius in his own right? Confronted by the dazzling sword strike that approached him, Su Chen placed one hand behind his back while the other delicately formed a sword with his fingers. This was the esteemed technique of the Li family, the Lingxi sword finger. The clash of the two sword energies erupted, sending countless shadows scattering. A more terrifying aura erupted upon the celestial prodigy platform, but the onlookers outside were unable to discern the precise spectacle within. Only the young man in the linen robe was aware of the horrifying scene unfolding at the center of the platform. Su Chen stood with his hands clasped before him, his black hair swirling, his eyes devoid of emotion. The temperature of the world plummeted abruptly, and snowflakes danced in the air. The young man in the linen robe felt an intense chill, not merely physical, but an excruciating cold that pierced his heart. The pristine, crystalline snowflakes that fell before him appeared to him as blood, of vivid crimson. Beneath the icy landscape lay mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He had witnessed scenes of famine stretching across miles, with countless bodies strewn about, yet the spectacle before him was far more horrific. The young man gritted his teeth. He could not relinquish hope. He still had reasons to survive. Channeling all his strength, he thrust forth a sword. In response, an ice spear materialized in Su Chen's hand. Swiftly dancing with lethal intent, it was the essence of the spear. With a single thrust, accompanied by a terrifying roar, the clash reverberated through the celestial prodigy platform once more. The battle soon reached its conclusion. Amidst the swirling dust, the young man in the linen robe knelt on the ground, an ice spear aimed directly at his throat. Had Su Chen wished, he could have easily extinguished the young man's life. As Su Chen withdrew the ice spear, the young man, bewildered, questioned, "Why have you spared me?" In his understanding, he had failed, and failure warranted death. Su Chen replied calmly, "Because I believe you should not perish here." The young man was momentarily stunned. Then he smiled. "I am Lin Wu." Su Chen nodded. "Li Chun." As Lin Wu watched Su Chen depart, he called out loudly, "I owe you a life. Should you ever require it, this life is yours to claim." Su Chen smiled, having achieved his aim. He recognized Lin Wu as a man of principles, perhaps one who might yield unexpected rewards in the future. The prodigies of the Kanglin kingdom and the Momen kingdom were taken aback. Su Chen had not only survived, but had also triumphed over such a formidable opponent. They were fully aware of Lin Wu's strength. With grim expressions, they surrendered Wan Miaoyu. The atmosphere was fraught with tension. Wan Miaoyu and her brother, Wan Yuanbao, expressed their profound gratitude to Su Chen. The tumult soon subsided. Chapter 31. The Li Dynasty, Part 7. The Trials of the 100 Nations commence. In the very heart of Xianling City lies a grand and expansive square, entirely constructed from white jade. The square is filled with young men and women, thousands in number, yet not a single sound escapes their lips. They gaze reverently ahead, their eyes filled with anticipation. The site of the trials of the 100 Nations is a hidden realm, rich with opportunities and teeming with demonic beasts. Points are awarded for seizing opportunities and for vanquishing these creatures. Only those who accumulate the highest scores may be accepted into the sacred land of Xianyuan. It is a straightforward yet brutal process. Suddenly, a beam of light illuminates the white jade square, piercing through the heavens and the earth. As the light fades, all the participants vanish without a trace. When Suchin opens his eyes once more, he finds himself in an unfamiliar environment, standing atop a dark mountain and gazing into the distance. This hidden realm is vast, resembling a miniature universe. Suchin murmurs, "Is this the power of those who transcend the Xian realm? Truly terrifying, beyond human comprehension." He begins his search for opportunities. The Xianling Secret Realm. A method employed by the sacred land of Xianyuan to recruit disciples is generous in its offerings, filled with rare treasures that are difficult to find in the outside world. Obtaining these treasures constitutes an opportunity, regardless of whether one is accepted into the sacred land. This is why, in addition to the 100 nations, numerous other factions also participate in the trials. Before long, Suchin encounters a demonic beast, an enormous serpent. Its scales as dark as night, coiling on the mountainside, blending seamlessly with its surroundings. Its two crimson eyes fixate on Suchin. It is a creature of considerable strength, comparable to those at the 6th or 7th level of the Spirit Sea. Surprised, Suchin feels a surge of battle intent. It is said that where exotic beasts dwell, there is a high likelihood of extraordinary treasures. Treasures pique his interest greatly. Just as Suchin contemplates this, the formidable serpent lashes its several-meter-long body, its tough scales scraping against the rocky mountainside, leaving deep gouges in its wake. The serpent lunges, aiming to swallow the insignificant human whole. The gale howls like blades. Suchin unfurls a pair of icy wings from his back, evading the serpent's strike. The serpent's head collides violently with a nearby hillside, shattering upon impact. What tremendous strength! Truly a creature of the extraordinary. Suchin is astounded and swiftly retrieves the high-quality spirit spear gifted to him by Li Hongwan, an exquisite weapon that had been Li's personal armament. Ordinary weapons would prove ineffective against the serpent's armored scales, but a high-quality spirit tool would surely suffice. With precision, Suchin thrusts the spear into the serpent's abdomen, piercing through its tough scales. Blood gushes forth like a fountain, and in agony, the serpent descends into a frenzy, thrashing its colossal tail and obliterating hills into fragments. Seizing the moment, Suchin unleashes a flurry of spear strikes, transforming one thrust into 100 spear shadows that pierce the serpent's body relentlessly. As the serpent retaliates, Suchin evades, waiting for another opportunity to counterattack. After an hour of this relentless tug-of-war, the serpent's life force wanes, its blood drained, leaving it motionless. Suchin meticulously strips away the spirit patterns and inner core from the serpent's carcass. This is a rare species, which, if sold, could fetch no less than 1,000,000 gold coins. After vanquishing the black armored scaled serpent, Suchin returned to the original location to search for the so-called treasure. To his delight, he indeed found it. On the towering mountain where the black armored scaled serpent resided, there lay a fist-sized black armored crystal essence, valued at 1,000,000 gold coins. Suchin felt elated, and his points surged to 300. This place was truly a treasure trove. In the next life, he would certainly return to explore further. Suchin resolved to meticulously manage this location in this life. If he could not obtain the treasures now, he would come back for them in the next life. In the ensuing period, Suchin began to meander through the secret realm. Along the way, he encountered several other competitors, most of whom were rather unfriendly. Consequently, Suchin was compelled to retaliate, seizing their treasures. He also stumbled upon some immature treasures, which he chose not to take, but instead concealed their whereabouts and marked them discreetly, planning to retrieve them in the next life. As he wandered, Suchin sensed a stir in the air. A treasure was emerging. His eyes sparkled with excitement. In the distance, a golden light floated in the sky. It was a stone tablet, adorned with a multitude of intricate runes. Suchin observed streams of light rushing toward the stone tablet. Among them was a young prodigy, roughly Suchin's age, yet possessing a cultivation level of the 6th layer of the Spirit Sea, one tier above Suchin. The young prodigy bore no animosity towards Suchin. After introducing himself as Ao Jin, he began to elucidate the secrets of the stone tablet. It turned out that the stone tablet was named the Xianyuan Ancient Tablet, said to contain numerous legacies of techniques and divine abilities acquired from battles in the Xianyuan sacred grounds. By seizing a Dao platform, one could connect to the Xianyuan Ancient Tablet and comprehend its mysteries. It was rumored that someone had once grasped a legacy of royal rank or higher within the Xian Yuan ancient tablet. Su Chun was utterly astonished upon hearing this. As their conversation continued, they approached the vicinity of the Xian Yuan ancient tablet, which was already teeming with people. Beneath the tablet, there were 108 lotus-like Dao platforms, all of which had been claimed, seemingly devoid of any vacancies. Ao Jin dashed toward one of the Dao platforms, tossing a remark to Su Chun that Dao platforms were seized, and only those with strength could retain them. Observing Ao Jin engage in a fierce struggle with an adversary for the Dao platform, Su Chun wasted no time in targeting a seemingly weaker genius of the third layer of the Spirit Sea, swiftly making his move to seize the platform. I am a descendant of the Thunderstorm King. Do you dare to snatch my Dao platform? The young man recognized Su Chun as the prodigy who had triumphed over his opponent in the genius battle, and knowing he was outmatched, resorted to threats. Su Chun merely scoffed, defeated him in a matter of moments, and sent him tumbling from the Dao platform. After all, who here did not possess an illustrious lineage? If one was weak, they ought to gracefully withdraw. Su Chun did not take the young man's threats to heart as he occupied the Dao platform, awaiting the opening of the Xian Yuan ancient tablet. Soon, he spotted a familiar face, Lin Wu, who had arrived and challenged a prodigy guarding a Dao platform, emerging victorious. Alongside him were geniuses from the Kanglin Kingdom and the Mo Man Kingdom. Upon encountering Su Chun, those individuals hastily fled, terrified that their speed would render them vulnerable to his lethal prowess. In response, Su Chun could not help but harbor a cold smile within. Can one outrun the first day of the lunar month and evade the 15th? He had presumed that the prodigies from these two nations would be too intimidated to participate. To his surprise, they exhibited a modicum of courage. Should they cross paths again, he would seize the opportunity to eliminate them. In swift succession, the ownership of the 108 platforms was established. Among the 108 gifted individuals, the one who captured Su Chun's utmost attention was a gentle young man clad in white. Remarkably, he possessed the cultivation of the 9th layer of the Spirit Sea. This was utterly astonishing. It is noteworthy that Su Chun, having undergone a recultivation, had only attained the 5th layer of the Spirit Sea at present. Chapter 32, The Li Dynasty, 8. As Su Chun's consciousness ascended with the emergence of the Dao Tai, it entered the ancient Xian Yuan stele. In the pitch-black expanse, countless runes floated, each imbued with esoteric mysteries. Su Chun and his companions were required to comprehend these runes. The more runes one could grasp, the more potent the inheritance received. Immersed in the process of deciphering the runes, Su Chun pondered, have I reached my limit with 73 runes? His expression settled into tranquility. In this life, without extraordinary fortune, his innate talent could only allow him to attain the Xianjing realm at best. The 73 runes had granted him a fragment of the inheritance from a formidable Xianjing expert known as the Winter King. I knew the Xian Yuan Holy Land wouldn't be so benevolent. Su Chun's countenance darkened. The inheritance he received was merely a fraction. Fortunately, it was the legacy of the Winter King's martial art known as the Heavenly Sealing Absolute Art, a rare technique of half-step king level that resonated with Su Chun's innate runes. Observing his points, which had increased by 500, Su Chun noted that 3/4 of the Dao Tai remained. A quarter of the participants, like him, still remained. Lin Wu was notably among that 3/4. It seems this favor is not in vain. Su Chun smiled, harboring no feelings of jealousy. Time after time, he would eventually stand above these geniuses. Lin Wu was a principled individual, masquerading as this era's successor in the next life would prove invaluable. Departing, Su Chun sought other opportunities. Half a month later, he unexpectedly encountered a genius from the Kanglin Kingdom. Upon seeing Su Chun, their faces turned pale, and they immediately attempted to flee. But how could Su Chun allow their escape? All the geniuses of the Kanglin Kingdom met their demise at his hands. However, he did glean a piece of information from one of them, a lead on an inheritance belonging to a being above the Xianjing realm. Determined to investigate, Su Chun approached a deep cave that concealed a magnificent underground palace, shrouded in protective formations that rendered it inaccessible. This left him feeling regretful. As he could not seize the opportunity within, he resolved to return in the next life. Su Chun meticulously concealed the palace. Soon, the trials of the 100 kingdoms reached their conclusion, with many perishing and royal treasures emerging, inciting fierce battles among numerous prodigies. Su Chun chose not to participate, believing this would prevent his entry into the Xian Yuan Holy Land. Though he yearned for the Xian Yuan Holy Land, he understood that, given his qualifications, He would merely be an ordinary disciple, spending centuries in cultivation before becoming an outer elder. Perhaps to die unnoticed in some corner or be used as cannon fodder by other prodigies from esteemed Holy Lands. Such individuals were plentiful within the Xian Yuan Holy Land. None would remember him, and he would obtain little in terms of reversal points. However, in the Tianfeng Kingdom, the situation would be different. Ascending to become a king within the Xianjing realm would elevate him to the status of an esteemed ancestor. Furthermore, he had numerous opportunities from the Li family to strategize. The final results were soon to be revealed. The top 50 individuals are permitted to enter the Xian Yuan Sacred Land. Su Chun, however, ranks 57th in points and is thus unable to gain entry. Was I mistaken? A profound disappointment flickered in Ao Jin's eyes. He believed that Su Chen's prowess would easily allow him access to the sacred land, prompting his desire to befriend him. It now appeared he was mistaken. This individual would ultimately fade into obscurity. The mere difference of 7 ranks rendered them inhabitants of disparate worlds. Su Chen remained oblivious to Ao Jin's thoughts, his attention drawn instead to the list featuring Lin Wu, who had successfully entered the Xian Yuan Sacred Land. He also became acquainted with the name of the prodigy at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea, Lang Chao Tian, a rather flamboyant moniker. Su Chen chose to disregard it. Li Hongwen experienced a twinge of disappointment at Su Chen's failure to enter the Sacred Land, for he fell short by just 7 ranks. Unbeknownst to him, this was all a deliberate decision on Su Chen's part. Lin Wu approached Su Chun, asserting that he believed Su Chun was more deserving of the opportunity to enter the Sacred Land and wished to relinquish his spot to him. Su Chun repeatedly waved his hands, insisting, "This is your fortune, Brother Lin. You should pursue your cultivation in the Sacred Land." He had reluctantly forsaken his own chance to enter. Lin Wu, undeterred, grasped Su Chen's hand, declaring, "Brotherly, from now on, you shall be my elder brother. Whatever requests you have, I, Lin Wu, will fulfill them to the best of my abilities." A fleeting hint of guilt crossed Lin Wu's gaze. He feared that his earlier confrontation with Su Chun had exposed the latter's strength, leading to his exclusion from the Sacred Land. With a bond solidified through an oath, the two became sworn brothers. Lin Wu then departed, accompanied by the elders to the Xian Yuan Sacred Land. While Su Chun and his companions began their return to the Tianfeng Kingdom, they had set out as a company of 10, yet returned with only 5. The other 5 having perished within the mystic realm of the Xianling. The losses were neither insignificant nor extensive, yet they paled in comparison to those suffered by the Kanglin and Momen kingdoms. The prodigies of Kanglin had been entirely vanquished by Su Chun, and none from Momen emerged unscathed. Half a year later, Su Chun and his companions returned to the Tianfeng Kingdom. At the Taiyuanli clan, Li Yuanfa had begun to revitalize himself and had accomplished numerous tasks that garnered the respect of many clan elders since Su Chen's departure. However, this newfound momentum was soon shattered. "What? My brother has returned?" Li Yuanfa's expression fluctuated as he listened to the report from his trusted elder, finally managing a strained smile after a lengthy pause. Surely this is a jest? He had anticipated that once Su Chun entered the Xian Yuan Sacred Land, he would ascend to the position of clan leader. Yet, with the news of Su Chen's return to the Tianfeng Kingdom, everything changed. The elders who had once supported him fell into silence, driving Li Yuanfa into a frenzy of jealousy. Simultaneously, a flicker of hope remained. However, when Su Chun stood before him, all remnants of that hope vanished, replaced by a gaze filled with resentment directed at Su Chun. Su Chun merely offered a faint smile, entirely disregarding Li Yuanfa's resentment. The position of the head of the Li family was destined to be his. Upon learning that Su Chun was merely 7 ranks away from entering the Xian Yuan Sacred Land, many elders of the clan felt a tinge of disappointment. Had Su Chun successfully entered the Xian Yuan Sacred Land, the Li family would have been able to establish a firm foothold there. The 100 Nations trial boasted a plethora of talents, and a ranking of 57 was indeed remarkable. Understanding this, the Li clan elders, though lamenting Su Chen's failure to gain entry into the Xian Yuan Sacred Land, began to regard him with heightened importance. Li Yuanfa was once again cast into obscurity. After a while, the president of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce personally visited, seeking to arrange a marriage between Wan Miaojiao and Su Chun, thereby uniting the two families. Such alliances often grow familiar with repetition. Su Chun did not oppose this union, for the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce was immensely wealthy. Gaining their support would undoubtedly allow him to seize the very lifeblood of the Tianfeng Kingdom. Chapter 33. The Li Dynasty. 9. Time swiftly passes, and Su Chun, now 23 years of age, has achieved a remarkable breakthrough to the ninth layer of the Spirit Sea, setting his sights on transcending to the Spirit Soul realm. This year marks the decline of the Tianfeng Kingdom's fortunes, and it is also the year of chaos throughout the realm. The ambitions of the Taiyuan Li family, cultivated over centuries, reveal their fangs at this moment. In this world, what the Feng family has accomplished, how can the Li family not achieve as well? The elders of the Li clan are stirred with fervor. The Tianfeng Kingdom fractures into countless factions engaged in a brutal melee, as numerous heroes emerge amidst the turmoil. Under Su Qian's suppression, Li Yuanfa becomes increasingly diligent, leading a legion to conquer several cities, achieving commendable military exploits. Yet, in comparison to Su Qian, the disparity is immense. In his previous life, Su Qian nearly obliterated the Tianfeng Kingdom, and within 2 months, he seized control of an entire prefecture with his generals and powerful allies. Li Jiangquan reflects with sentiment, "I possess a Qilin child, the future of the Li family." Meanwhile, Li Yuanfa's hatred towards Su Qian intensifies. Even his own father begins to favor Su Qian. It may not be long before this ostensible heir of the Li family is replaced. Li Yuanfa is filled with resentment. If only I had Li Qian's troops and the support of his formidable warriors, I would undoubtedly surpass him. Unwilling to accept this fate, Li Yuanfa yearns for a contest of prowess with Su Qian. Alas, he is not a peerless general. In his haste for achievement, he becomes reckless, falling into an ambush that results in significant casualties. This leads to profound disappointment within the Li clan. Ultimately, Su Qian steps in to resolve the mess, earning the admiration of the Li family even more. Within the estate, Li Yuanfa kneels before the door of Li Jiangquan's chamber. "Father, I am the heir. I am the rightful heir of the Li family. I beseech you to grant me another chance." Inside, Li Jiangquan's heart aches. This is his most cherished child, upon whom he has bestowed the greatest care and attention. If circumstances permitted, Li Jiangquan would undoubtedly choose to pass the position of family head to Li Yuanfa rather than to Su Qian. Unfortunately, this is a realm of fantasy. Even as the patriarch, he finds himself constrained. The elders of the Li clan are unwilling to allow Li Yuanfa to squander resources further, even refusing to grant him a single opportunity. Disheartened, Li Yuanfa departs, fully aware of his father's decision. "The title of heir to the Li family is mine. It must be mine." Li Yuanfa descends into madness. At Su Qian's celebratory banquet, numerous powerful figures gather, engaging in jovial conversation. One Mieter sits beside Su Qian, observing the scene. Perhaps in a few years, the world will bear the surname Li. Just as everyone dreams of the future, a message is delivered to Su Qian, causing his countenance to change dramatically. The banquet falls into an immediate silence. The Tianfeng king has directly ordered the forces of the Kanglin kingdom to march aggressively into the territory of the Tianfeng kingdom. Clearly, this is a plan of mutual destruction. The Kanglin army is perilously close to the Li clan stronghold. Su Qian must return to thwart the advance of the Kanglin kingdom. While Su Qian is detained, Li Yuanfa is released, along with his third brother, Li Wenxuan. Continue the assault on the kingdom of Tianfeng. It is indeed the formidable alliance of the Li clan and the Wanbao Commerce Association that stands as the most powerful and affluent force within Tianfeng. Only through such a partnership could they achieve this level of dominance. Su Qian has clashed with the Kanglin kingdom numerous times, fully aware that these adversaries are merely fierce in their words. When struck hard, they flee faster than anyone else. This battle marks 2 years since Su Qian, at the age of 25, transcended into the spirit realm, a feat that astounds the world. Moreover, he commanded the 500,000 troops of the Qinyuan army, defeating the millions of soldiers from the Kanglin kingdom. Despite Li Yuanfa's numerous accomplishments, he remains overshadowed by Su Qian, struggling to breathe under the weight of his presence. As long as Su Qian exists, Li Yuanfa will never see the light of day. Shortly after Su Qian's victory over the Kanglin kingdom, Li Yuanfa suffered a defeat, much to Su Qian's internal lamentation. Indeed, Li Yuanfa possesses talent, yet his entire army was annihilated, with his entire foundation in ruins. All thanks to the incompetence of his younger brother, Li Wenxuan. From a young age, Su Qian had perceived Li Wenxuan's lack of acumen, foreseeing him as a liability. Now, his predictions have proven true. Indulging in revelry, seeking glory recklessly, and heeding slanderous words have led to Li Yuanfa's downfall. Left with no choice, Su Qian must clean up the mess. A year later, Su Qian returns to the royal capital, filled with myriad emotions. After millennia of prosperity, The kingdom of Tianfeng has ultimately met its demise at his hands, a result of 2 lifetimes of effort. The king of Tianfeng is a formidable figure, standing at the threshold of the transcendent realm, as is the venerable ancestor of the Li clan. Witnessing the flourishing of the Li clan, the old man feels a sense of fulfillment as he departs from this world. In the midst of the battlefield, the ancestor of the Li clan rises from his coffin, offering a benevolent smile to Su Chen. His voice resonates through the ranks, echoing within the royal capital. The king of Tianfeng's voice retorts from within the capital. If that is the case, why does your Li clan rebel against me? Why betray the Feng clan? Your Feng clan has lost its prestige in this realm. If you allow the Feng clan to continue its chaos, the legacy of my ancestor, Li Shenhua, and the ancestral Feng Tianqing will be obliterated by your hands. Thus, this world rightfully belongs to my Li clan. King of Tianfeng, should you surrender and open the city, I, in the name of the Li clan, will vow to spare a trace of your bloodline out of respect for the ties between our ancestors. The ancestor of the Li clan attempts to persuade the king of Tianfeng to yield. The king of Tianfeng scoffs. Old fool, your words are but hollow grandeur. Is it not true that your Li clan has long harbored covetous eyes, waiting for the demise of my ancestor? It is your Li clan's negligence, stemming from the old ties, that has led to this calamity for my Feng clan. Today, even if it costs me my life, I shall fight you to the bitter end. Even if my Feng clan faces total annihilation, I will take a piece of flesh from your Li clan. A torrent of hatred surges within the king of Tianfeng. Were it not for the chaos of the 8 Marquis, which decimated the strong of the Feng lineage, how could they have fallen into such despair? Had it not been for the chaos of the 8 lords, how could the grand ancestor have been forced out, allowing these individuals to discern the Wind family's final trump card? Had the grand ancestor not been so benevolent, recalling old affections, the Li family would have long faced total annihilation. How then could such a calamity have arisen? If given another century, might he not glimpse the mysteries of the profound realm? Could the Wind family not extend their legacy for another millennium? What King Tianfeng fails to realize is that the true architect of this turmoil is once again assailing the royal capital. From a distance, he observes with indifference the last struggles of this forlorn sovereign. The dynasty of Tianfeng roars with righteous fury. How could the sons of the Wind family ever descend to the status of a conquered slave? Waves of survivors from the Wind family's great upheaval surge forth from the barrier. We are willing to fight to the death for our king. King Tianfeng lets out a hearty laugh as he and the grand ancestor of the Li family ascend into the sky. Su Chen, with a cold demeanor, raises his arm and declares, "Kill. Leave not a single one alive." Chapter 34. The Li Dynasty, Part 10. As the 2 armies clashed, the ground was littered with corpses. The kingdom of Tianfeng faced a catastrophic defeat. No matter how fiercely they fought, the twilight of their dynasty could not withstand the relentless tide of historical change. Since the demise of the kingdom's founding ancestor, its fate had been sealed. Shortly after Su Chen led his forces into the royal capital, a mournful wail echoed through the skies above the city. Heaven's mandate does not await me. It is the will of fate. Wind dust, I loathe you. My kingdom of Tianfeng has perished at your hands. The legacy of the Feng family has been obliterated because of you. Su Chen raised his head, silently reflecting, hatred, yes, that is fitting. The more you despise, the more joy I derive from it. A millennium-old dynasty had crumbled at his hands, yet a new era would rise from his grasp. From all directions, countless gazes converged. In the end, had that old fool from the Li family triumphed? Alas, the Li family had seized the fortune first. Even if that ancient specter of the Li family emerged victorious, the cost would be substantial. A semi-royal being is not easily vanquished. The true chaos of the realm was about to unfold. Within the royal capital, Su Chen observed the return of the esteemed ancestor of the Li family, feeling a twinge of concern. Despite the Li ancestor's successful slaying of the Tianfeng king in battle, the situation remained dire. One of his hands had been severed, his life ebbing away like a parched river. Li Hongwen hurriedly brought forth a coffin of dark crimson hue, into which the Li ancestor lay down. As Li Hongwen gazed at the bloodstained steps, a wave of emotions surged within him. Who could have predicted that the legendary founders of the Tianfeng kingdom, my Li family's ancestors, would ultimately bring about its downfall? A faint smile graced Su Chen's lips as he remarked, "Perhaps this is a fitting conclusion." Li Hongwen laughed heartily. What a splendid conclusion it is. Su Chen seemed to ponder something, then curiously inquired, "Grandfather Hongwen, do you know the whereabouts of our family's progenitor, the esteemed ancestor Li Shenhua? Is he still alive?" Li Hongwen reflected for a moment before responding slowly. This is a closely guarded secret of the Li family, but given your status, it would not hurt to share some of these mysteries with you. Su Qin's expression turned serious, and he listened intently. When the esteemed ancestor Li Shanhua departed from the kingdom of Tianfeng, he had already attained the realm of Dongxiu, a level beyond comprehension, revered as the emperor. He left behind words that he would venture beyond the eastern wilderness, transcending the Tianxin domain, to explore the realms beyond, in pursuit of supremacy. Su Qin's heart trembled. Could it be that he is a reincarnation of a great power? The title of emperor, regardless of the fantasy realm, signifies the pinnacle of existence. Born of a humble kingdom, Li Shanhua aspired to step beyond Tianxian, treading upon the heads of countless prodigies. Su Qin continued to ask, has grandfather Hongwen encountered any traces of ancestor Shanhua in the eastern wilderness? His curiosity piqued, but Li Hongwen shook his head in response. The mythical ancestor has proclaimed that he traverses the world under a pseudonym to prevent misfortune from befalling future generations. I, of the Li clan, remain oblivious to the whereabouts of our legendary forebear, yet I am certain he still lives. A fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossed Li Hongwen's eyes as he pondered the immense strength the Li clan could attain if the mythical ancestor were present. Su Qin listened intently, his heart swelling with joy upon learning that Li Shanhua was still alive. Such a formidable being, if utilized wisely, could serve as an unparalleled ally. Perhaps in a future incarnation, he would cross paths with Li Shanhua. Soon, the Li clan commenced a grand migration. With the fall of the Tianfeng kingdom, the Li clan, now the new sovereign of the region, declared their dominion as the Yuan Tian dynasty after much deliberation among the clan elders. The ruler was Li Jiangquan, Su Qin's adoptive father in this life. Not long after the establishment of the Yuan Tian dynasty, several other significant factions also declared their sovereignty, refusing to relinquish their ambitions of competing with the Li clan. Among them were the Great Wu, supported by the Lingwu Temple to the east, and the Tianqing dynasty founded by the Kong clan to the north, both of which were formidable powers. Upon the establishment of the dynasty, Li Jiangquan tasked Li Yuanfa with leading an army against the Lingwu Temple. It appeared that my benevolent father was still unwilling to give up. Su Qin narrowed his eyes, perceiving that Li Jiangquan intended to foster Li Yuanfa as a rival. However, he was resolute that the throne of this life was his to claim. Before Su Qin's arrival, Li Yuanfa had been the primary heir to the Li clan, demonstrating considerable capability and soon achieving a series of victories. Upon hearing these reports, Su Qin merely smiled calmly, choosing not to intervene. As he immersed himself in rigorous cultivation, the years of warfare had slightly hindered his progress. In the 30th year, Su Qin's cultivation reached the 3rd level of the spiritual soul realm, earning him recognition as a formidable force within the Li clan, even surpassing the abilities of several elders who had lived for centuries. That year, Li Yuanfa encountered an extraordinary talent from the Lingwu Temple, facing repeated setbacks. Under mounting pressure, Li Jiangquan had no choice but to once again send Su Qin to lead an army against the Great Wu. Su Qin marched eastward with the troops, conquering cities and vanquishing foes with unwavering success. Brother Song, how have you fared? Su Qin greeted the familiar face with a gentle smile. The extraordinary talent from the Lingwu Temple, who had repeatedly bested Li Yuanfa, was none other than Song Wuqiao, who had accompanied Su Qin to Xianling City for the recruitment of disciples at the Xian Yuan sacred ground. Song Wuqiao chuckled wryly after defeating Li Yuanfa. An ominous premonition struck me, and it appears that this foreboding stems from you, Brother Li. Today, however, our reunion may not allow for reminiscing. The mighty river surged forth, with the soldiers of the Yuan Tian dynasty and the Great Wu dynasty facing each other across the water. 1,000,000 martial warriors stood united, their every movement influencing the very heavens, manifesting as shifting clouds, torrential rains, swirling snow, and moments of clear blue skies. Su Qin laughed heartily. Fear not, Brother Song. Once I have vanquished the Great Wu and captured you, we shall have ample opportunity to catch up. Song Wuqiao's expression turned grave, fully aware of the formidable nature of the man before him. A grand battle loomed, engulfing both banks, with nearly 20 powerful beings of the spiritual soul realm preparing for combat. In the Great Wu dynasty, a formidable master of the spirit realm, undaunted by death, sought to eliminate Su Qin. Only by vanquishing Su Qin could the scales of victory in this war tip in favor of the Great Wu dynasty. Confronted by his adversary, Su Qin let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Come forth, let this commander stretch his muscles." The might of hundreds of thousands of troops converged upon Suchin, causing his cultivation to rise steadily, swiftly reaching the 7th level of the spirit realm. As the elite warriors of the Great Wu dynasty surrounded him, Suchin effortlessly dispatched 2 lesser spirit realm fighters with mere punches and slaps. Observing this scene, Song Wuqing felt a bitter pang in his heart. Indeed, Suchin was far too monstrous. Song Wuqing understood that the fearlessness of the Great Wu dynasty's spirit realm warriors was merely creating an opportunity for him, a chance to strike down Suchin in one decisive blow. Witnessing the demise of his former mentors before his very eyes, he gazed upon the figure that resembled both a deity and a demon. In that moment, Song Wuqing reminded himself to remain calm. A crescent moon bow materialized in his grasp as he drew back the string, and a delicate blood arrow, infused with the essence of martial arts, gradually took form. With the arrow released, the heavens trembled. Chapter 35, The Li Dynasty, Part 11. Suchin sensed a terrifying aura locking onto him, leaving him with no avenue for retreat or evasion. This was a force capable of extinguishing his life. It was likely the trump card of the Spirit Martial Hall, the Execution Arrow, a legendary weapon said to have the power to slay a genuine transcendent realm monarch. Suchin recalled the accounts regarding the Spirit Martial Hall, which he had previously dismissed as mere legend. It appeared he had been mistaken. The Spirit Martial Hall indeed possessed formidable secrets that allowed it to stake a claim over a third of the realm. However, if the Spirit Martial Hall had its trump cards, what of the Li clan? The Imperial Battle Armor. A golden aura enveloped the heavens, manifesting a sacred and resplendent golden armor that adorned Suchin. This was the legacy of the Li clan, crafted by their mythical ancestor, meant to protect future generations. It was through this very armor that the founder of the Li clan had triumphed over the King of the Wind. Clad in the Imperial Battle Armor, Suchin had never felt more sublime, as if a single punch could shatter the heavens, his heart swelling with a delusion of slaying deities. The collision between the Execution Arrow and the Imperial Battle Armor caused tremors that rippled across thousands of miles, emitting a dazzling white light. Even those of the spirit realm could not perceive the spectacle within. Yet, this clash of trump cards concluded with Suchin emerging victorious. The armor on his chest shattered into fragments, his body drenched in blood, yet he smiled radiantly under the sun. In this battle, he had ultimately prevailed. The trump card of the Great Martial Dynasty had failed to claim his life. Realizing the tide had turned, Song Wuqing discarded his bow and arrow, choosing to submit. Even if the Spirit Martial Hall harbored further intentions to resist, it would be to no avail. The Great Martial Dynasty had fallen. Following the demise of the Tianfeng Dynasty, another dynasty had perished at the hands of Suchin, while the Tianfeng Dynasty had the assistance of the Li clan's founder. The Great Martial Dynasty had been dismantled solely through Suchin's own might. Upon his return to court, Suchin was bestowed the title of Champion Marquis, becoming the Grand Marshal of the Tianyuan Dynasty, with no further titles to grant. It would not be long before the elders of the Li clan chose to depose Li Jiangquan and support a younger ruler. However, Li Jiangquan had governed the Li clan for many years and was now a sovereign in his own right. He would not easily tolerate being replaced, even if that successor were his own son. Amidst the swirling currents of court intrigue, Suchin was a guest at the home of Li Ming. Li Ming, aged yet undeterred, still wished to marry his great-granddaughter to Suchin, only to be met with rejection. Perhaps I have truly grown old, he mused. Petals fell like snow, landing on the garments of the two. Li Ming felt a pang of nostalgia. Over 2 centuries ago, he too had been vigorous, surrounded by companions walking alongside him. Now, all his old friends had departed, and he sensed his own time was running short. Listening to Li Ming reminisce about the past, Suchin quietly vowed, "Fear not, old friend. As long as I draw breath, your lineage will continue to prosper, thanks to the several bottles of third-grade elixirs you gifted me in the past. However, I truly cannot acquiesce to your desire to wed your great-granddaughter to me." He did not wish for his dear friend to become a mere patriarch. In the corner, a graceful woman played the guzheng, her heart heavy with sorrow. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a decade had passed. The Tianyuan dynasty had swept across the seas, once again achieving unification. Suchin's cultivation had reached the 5th level of the spirit soul. Yet his progress and training had become increasingly sluggish. Over the past 10 years, Suchin had never ceased his study of the emperor's astonishing scripture left by Li Shenhua. But ultimately, he had gained nothing. The requirements of this technique were far too demanding in terms of comprehension. Suchin's aptitude in this lifetime had barely allowed him a glimpse of the name of the technique. "Father, oh father, please do not turn against me." Su Chen sighed softly. His father's recent clandestine maneuvers had become more frequent. As the ruler of a nation, he held not only authority over countless subjects but also the fortune of the state, which could accelerate cultivation. Li Jiangquan was reluctant to abdicate prematurely. Within the palace, Li Jiangquan summoned Li Yuanfa. Yuanfa, do you wish to become the crown prince? Li Yuanfa's eyes widened in astonishment, a surge of indescribable excitement flooding his heart. Could it be that father has not given up on me? Since his defeat against Song Wuqiu, everyone had lost faith in Li Yuanfa, deeming him unworthy of the position. He had spent his days in the residence, despondent. Now, Li Jiangquan's renewed attitude rekindled hope within him. With a kind smile, Li Jiangquan said, "Among my many offspring, you are the one I cherish and have the highest hopes for. The title of crown prince should rightfully belong to you." Li Yuanfa, filled with exhilaration, exclaimed, "Is what you say true, father? Do I truly still have a chance to become the crown prince? Will the old guards of the Li clan permit you to do so? They all support Brother Chen." Li Jiangquan's gaze turned cold. As a sovereign, how dare those old fools attempt to sway my decisions? The foundation of a nation cannot be so easily undermined by mere words. Li Yuanfa nodded in agreement, indignantly stating, "As the ruler, your word should be law. The elders of the Li clan are far too audacious in their attempts to control the succession of the throne." However, he questioned, "But father, how can you establish me as the crown prince?" Despite his disdain for the elder council, Li Yuanfa acknowledged their overwhelming power. Not only was he unable to contend with them, but even his father, Li Jiangquan, appeared to be a mere puppet. A smile crept across Li Jiangquan's face, chilling Li Yuanfa to the bone. If he were my only heir, would they still have a choice? Li Yuanfa was taken aback. He had never perceived his father as so unfamiliar. Within those eyes shimmered madness and desire. Yet, this fleeting coldness was swiftly replaced by a fervent yearning for power. If Brother Chen were to be eliminated, then the crown prince's position would indeed be mine. Li Yuanfa's gaze grew intense. With Li Jiangquan's backing, the likelihood of removing Su Chen appeared substantial. After Li Yuanfa departed, Li Jiangquan gazed indifferently at his son's retreating figure. A tiger does not consume its own cubs. However, Li Jiangquan is not a tiger. He is a king, a monarch who has emerged from the countless heirs of the Li family. Is he not also ambitious and proud, willing to eliminate any stepping stone, even if that stone is his own child? With Li Jiangquan's support, Li Yuanfa makes a triumphant return, quickly gaining strength within the court. Various factions, fearing the rise of an unparalleled ruler in the Tianyuan dynasty, intervened in the grand affairs of Tianyuan. The capital, Tiandu, has dimmed somewhat. Su Chen scoffs with disdain. It is merely a desperate struggle for survival. Chapter 36, The Li Dynasty, Part 12, From the Heights of the Tower. The entire capital unfolded before Su Chen's eyes. A full 60 years had elapsed since the founding of the Tianyuan dynasty. Su Chen had ascended to the 7th level of the spirit realm. Aside from Li Hongwan and the gravely injured ancestor of the Li family lying in a coffin, Su Chen's prowess ranked among the strongest in the Tianyuan kingdom. "Oh, father, your ambitions are insatiable," Su Chen murmured to himself. 3 months prior, his mother in this life had passed away. Just 2 days earlier, the elder council's attempt to impeach Li Jiangquan had failed. Li Jiangquan harbored no desire to be a puppet emperor. The capital was now rife with unfamiliar auras of those at the spirit realm. Su Chen regarded Li Jiangquan with newfound respect. He was a formidable individual, and Su Chen admired such tenacity. Li Jiangquan was not unkind to Su Chen in this life. Given the chance, Su Chen would not mind offering him a chance for a peaceful retirement. Alas, Li Jiangquan was unwilling to yield. Even if the one vying for his position was his own child, Su Chen felt no inclination to linger any longer. As dusk descended, shadows gathered around him, each radiating the formidable presence of the spirit realm. "Kill. Leave no one alive," Su Chen commanded coldly. If Li Jiangquan could not make a decision, then Su Chen would assist him in making one. Within Li Yuanfa's residence, buoyed by the support of the Shadow God cult, Li Yuanfa was currently in a position of great power. "Your Highness, it seems the champion Marquis is taking action." The high priest of the Shadow God cult spoke gravely to Li Yuanfa. "At long last, my brother has moved. I have prepared for this day for 50 years. Li Yuanfa's heart surged with excitement, feeling as though the vast landscape of power was within his grasp. The Shadow God cult boasted 2 late-stage spirit realm experts as guardians, instilling Li Yuanfa with immense confidence. Outside the residence, Li Hongwan squinted his eyes, ready to take decisive action. In another part of the palace, Su Chun had confronted Li Wenxuan, personally placing the severed head of Zhao Guogong, a supporter of Li Wenxuan, before him. The sight sent Li Wenxuan collapsing to the ground in terror, retreating repeatedly. Su Chun, you cannot kill me. Su Chun remained unmoved. Brother, I am your own flesh and blood. You cannot take my life. Li Wenxuan wept in fear, tears streaming down his face as he attempted to rush forward and cling to Su Chun, seeking to awaken their fraternal bond. However, after much contemplation, Su Chun could find no reason to spare this so-called brother. Su Chun gently patted Li Wenxuan's head, a benevolent smile gracing his face. Fear not, third brother. I shall ensure your departure is not too painful. How could he be so compassionate? Su Chun led Li Wenxuan's severed head to the next location. Soon, within the entire palace, Su Chun remained the sole survivor of Li Jiangquan's lineage. In the main hall, a middle-aged man cloaked in black sat serenely, surrounded by ominous presences that regarded him with trepidation. Upon Su Chun's arrival, the man finally opened his eyes and smiled. Is it over? Su Chun nodded slightly. It is concluded. The middle-aged man in the black robe was none other than Lin Wu, whom he had not seen for a long time. Li Jiangquan, seated upon the throne, gazed at Su Chun as he laid the severed heads of his siblings before him. Even he could not help but feel a chilling dread in his heart at that moment. He laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Excellent, excellent. Truly worthy of being my child. To have a progeny like you fills my life with no regrets and immense honor. I hope that the Tianyuan dynasty can reach unprecedented heights under your stewardship." The victor claims the throne, and Li Jiangquan recognized that his time had come to an end. Su Chun successfully claimed the throne of the Tianyuan dynasty from Li Jiangquan. Empowered by the nation's fortune, Su Chun felt his cultivation speed multiply several times over. After presiding over the national ceremony, Su Chun engaged in a lively discussion with Lin Wu to learn more about the legends of the Eastern Wilderness. The realm we inhabit is known as the Tianshan Domain, which is divided into 5 major factions: Eastern Wilderness, Northern Desert, Southern Barbarians, Western Regions, and Zhongzhou. Zhongzhou stands as the sacred land for all martial practitioners, home to countless holy sites and having birthed superlative imperial lineages. Although the vitality of the Eastern Wilderness is somewhat inferior, it too houses several saintly traditions and remnants of once mighty imperial lineages, with the Xian Yuan Holy Land being one among them. Besides this, there are at least 10 other traditions akin to the Xian Yuan Holy Land thriving in the Eastern Wilderness, with prodigies emerging in droves, innumerable as fish crossing a river. Su Chun reflected, the expanse of this realm is indeed vast. The Tianyuan dynasty, within this world, is not much more than mere dust. Su Chun and Lin Wu celebrated with wine. Beyond gaining insights about this vast domain from Lin Wu, they also shared their experiences since departing from Xianling City. Lin Wu recounted how, after joining the Xian Yuan Holy Land, he caught the attention of an elder of the Dongxu realm, who took him as a disciple. The Dongxu realm is on par with the rulers of empires. Swiftly, 70 years passed, and Lin Wu's cultivation reached the 8th level of Lingpa, surpassing Su Chun by 1 level. Now dispatched by his sect for training, he served as one of the inspectors for the 100 Nations, a position richly endowed with privileges. The Tianyuan dynasty was among these 100 nations. A seemingly casual decision had yielded such remarkable rewards. Even Su Chun was taken aback. In the 100th year of Su Chun's governance, the Tianyuan dynasty flourished remarkably. By the 143rd year, Su Chun appeared at the residence of Duke Li. Li Ming lay on his bed, having dismissed all attendants. Your Majesty, I may no longer serve you, to share tea and discuss the Tao, to drink and hunt with you, he lamented. Li Ming was nearing death, having lived over 300 years, a life approaching its end. Your Majesty, I have one final request. I implore you to grant it. Su Chun, curious, wondered if the old man had discerned something. Li Ming gasped, Your Majesty, my great-granddaughter harbors deep affection for you and has remained unmarried for many years. Perhaps you could consider marrying her? Su Chun's expression darkened. My dear minister, this matter shall not be entertained. Li Ming chuckled weakly, his breath becoming increasingly shallow. A once familiar figure faded once more from his sight. Su Chun found himself immersed in a myriad of memories, reminiscent of his youthful days filled with vigor and flamboyance, each scene unfolding in his mind like a fleeting panorama. In that lifetime, he was known as Jiangchen, merely the son of an ordinary city lord, while Li Ming was just the son of a commonplace family head. That old rascal, even on the brink of death, sought to take advantage of me. Su Chun chuckled softly at the thought. This time, He candidly articulated his feelings. However, Li Ming offered no further reply. The traces of Jiang Chun had vanished entirely from this world. Su Chan felt a profound realization dawning upon him. His cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the spirit-soul realm, just a step away from transcending into the profound realm. With determination, Su Chan entered seclusion, aspiring to seize the opportunity to break through to the profound realm. Chapter 37. The Li Dynasty. 13. Su Chan secluded himself to break through to the transcendence realm. The surrounding dynasties could no longer remain at ease. A formidable being at the transcendence level, with a lifespan of 8 centuries, posed a significant threat. Su Chan, however, was merely 150 years old. Should he ascend to kingship, their nights would be fraught with anxiety. Would a young king remain obediently confined to one territory? Not every dynasty possessed a guardian at the transcendence level. Only the mightiest dynasties could boast such power. After much deliberation, they resolved to bribe the inspector of the Xianyuan Holy Land, seeking assistance from another inspector to obstruct Lin Wu. Initially, the inspector was reluctant. However, as over 10 dynasties joined the fray, the price offered became too enticing to refuse. The other inspector, Wang Ziyuan, agreed to aid the coalition in thwarting Lin Wu. Before the inspection hall, Wang Ziyuan smiled as he caressed the storage ring in his hand. With these resources, he would be free from worries about cultivation for the coming decades. The following day, chaos erupted among the 13 dynasties. Upon receiving the news, Lin Wu was engulfed in fury. He was acutely aware that Su Chan was at a critical juncture in his seclusion, and any disturbance could lead to dire consequences. Just as Lin Wu prepared to support the Tianyuan dynasty, Wang Ziyuan positioned himself before him. Junior brother Lin, as an inspector, you must fulfill your duties and refrain from exploiting your authority for personal gain, he admonished. Lin Wu's expression darkened. Wang Ziyuan wielded a transcendence level of 3, while Lin Wu had only attained the first level. Wang, should anything befall brotherly, I shall ensure your demise. Lin Wu silently vowed. Both were inspectors. Yet with Wang Ziyuan blocking his path, Lin Wu found himself unable to proceed to the Tianyuan dynasty. Within the Tianyuan dynasty, the combined forces of the 13 dynasties loomed ominously, despite the numerous talents that had emerged in recent years. The Tianyuan dynasty could not withstand the united front of its adversaries. They fought to the death. Corpses littered the land, and blood stained the rivers. Countless soldiers of the Tianyuan dynasty perished, stalling the advance of the coalition. This battle claimed many lives, depleting numerous sects and scattering their legacies into the annals of history. Many families rallied for one final stand, marking the last page of their lineage. Others, in despair, chose to surrender rather than resist. The Great Xia was on the brink of collapse. Many familiar faces perished in this conflict. It seems this old body must also sacrifice for the nation, Li Hongwen mused. The foundation of the Li family was nearing depletion. Only he and the ancestor within the coffin remained at the spirit realm level. As the coffin opened, the ancestor, clad in imperial battle armor, remained silent, his aura steadily rising. This battle would be his final stand. 2 old bones seek to halt our mighty army? The coalition laughed heartily, as spirit realm powerhouses rose like stars in the night sky. 2 old bones. Then allow me to join. A golden light enveloped the area as Li Jiangquan appeared. After leaving the throne, he traveled through various nations, and his cultivation had reached the 7th level of the spirit realm. Upon learning that Su Chan was in seclusion to break through to the transcendence realm and of the coalition's invasion of the Tianyuan dynasty, he returned without a moment's hesitation. No matter what, I am still a member of the Li family. Li Jiangquan cast a glance towards the capital, a smile of contentment gracing his face. How foolish. An army encroaches, bolstered by the presence of the Li family's great ancestor, a formidable figure at the threshold of transcendence. With Li Hongwen, a master of the 8th layer of spirit, and Li Jiangquan himself, a 7th layer spirit master, support flows in from all directions. Song Wuk, accompanied by the elite of the Spirit Oblivion Hall, chooses to gamble everything. Inside the royal palace, 5 years have elapsed since Su Chan entered seclusion to break through to the transcendence realm. Fragments of memory flicker in his mind, akin to fleeting visions. This spirit communication technique is undoubtedly not a legacy of a transcendence master. Su Chan's expression darkens. He senses the memories taking root within him. Like a tender sprout drawing upon his vitality, perhaps one day, this sprout will flourish, overshadowing his own memories. At that juncture, will he remain Su Chan? Or will he become the Spirit King? Such a method is truly horrifying. if individuals continue to cultivate the spirit communication technique to the transcendence realm. Could the spirit king not live countless lives through such means, achieving a perverse form of immortality? Suchen estimates that the spread of these memories in his mind will take at least 300 years to completely supplant him. 300 years is quite sufficient. With unyielding resolve, he can no longer suppress the aura within him. A colossal ice phoenix, hundreds of feet in height, manifests above the capital, unleashing a hailstorm upon the city. The land trembles as a transcendence master emerges. In less than half an hour, Suchen arrives at the battlefield, where a scene of devastation unfolds. The great ancestor of the Li family has fallen, and Li Hongwen dons the imperial armor, standing alone against 7 late-stage spirit masters. Li Jiangquan, on the brink of collapse, feels Su Chun's arrival, whose radiant presence eclipses all others present, akin to a blazing deity. He smiles contentedly, closing his eyes. His life has been overshadowed by Su Chun's brilliance. As the head of the Li clan, he finds himself perpetually eclipsed by Su Chun. Jealousy courses through him for this flesh and blood kin. Li Jiangquan has fought his way through generations of Li family prodigies to become the patriarch. He is no puppet. Yet, the blood of the Li family flows through his veins. Seeing Su Chun arrive, Song Wuk breathes a sigh of relief. He knows that in this gamble, the spirit martial hall has emerged victorious. I have arrived. Su Chun gazes impassively at the powerful figures from various nations. Together, they number 68 spirit realm masters. Despite having just broken through to the transcendence realm, his cultivation remains unsteady. They all understand the consequences of attracting the attention of the inspectors. The spirit realm masters launch their attacks upon Su Chun in unison. The heavens and earth are engulfed in a brilliance of divine powers, white and red intertwining. A massive halo materializes behind Su Chun, resembling a deity, from which he draws a long spear that splits into 1,000, overwhelming everything. The power of transcendence transcends humanity. With a single strike, fewer than 10 spirit realm masters remain standing. The remaining coalition of nations was utterly astounded. Indeed, the formidable beings of the transcendental realm were beyond their capacity to defeat. As they sought to flee, how could Su Chun possibly acquiesce so easily? Tens of millions perished in the Tianyuan dynasty. Su Chun successfully transcended to the transcendental realm, leaving the nations in shock. Half a month after his breakthrough, Lin Wu managed to escape and arrived at the Tianyuan dynasty to seek out Su Chun. From Lin Wu, Su Chun learned that he had not wished to come earlier, but was constrained by others. Su Chun merely smiled, saying little more, which left Lin Wu feeling quite guilty. Having transcended to the transcendental realm, Su Chun did not seek immediate vengeance, for the aftermath of the great battle had claimed countless lives in the Kaiyuan dynasty. Instead, he established the Kaiyuan Martial Academy, attracting talent and fostering martial prowess among the populace. Through the trials of war, over 100 powerful beings of the spirit realm had perished, their souls remaining in the Tianyuan kingdom, giving rise to numerous prodigies. Chapter 38, The Li Dynasty Final. In the 2nd century of the Tianyuan dynasty, an era of extraordinary talents emerged. Over the span of 50 years, the 13 nations that once besieged the Tianyuan dynasty sought to appease Su Chun's wrath with various resources. However, Su Chun regarded their overtures with disdain. After 5 decades of recuperation and strengthening, he unhesitatingly launched an offensive against the neighboring Kanglan kingdom, intent on reckoning with past grievances. Upon hearing the news of the impending invasion, King Songlin of the Kanglan kingdom trembled in fear. Lacking a formidable expert to defend his realm, he lamented his earlier decisions. Had he known the ferocity of the Tianyuan dynasty, he would have spared no effort in supporting the Tianfeng kingdom, ensuring its survival at all costs. Alas, his regrets bore no fruit. Within 6 months, the Tianyuan army laid siege to the city, effortlessly shattering the seemingly impregnable defensive enchantments. The Kanglan kingdom met its demise. The fall of the Kanglan kingdom instilled a sense of peril among surrounding nations, as they recognized the precariousness of their own positions. After this battle, Li Hongwen sensed that his time was drawing near and bid farewell to Su Chun, embarking on a quest beyond the 100 nations in search of a breakthrough opportunity. Yet, this journey marked the last anyone heard of Li Hongwen. In the wake of his departure, Su Chun refrained from stirring trouble with other kingdoms, focusing instead on consolidating his own power. By the 3rd century, Su Chun's cultivation reached the 3rd tier of the Tongxian realm, establishing him as a formidable force within this domain. However, he chose not to pursue further advancement. He realized that the more he cultivated, the more rapidly the memories of the Spirit King proliferated within him. Should he ascend to the fourth tier, it might herald the moment when the Spirit King would completely supplant him. I aspire to sweep through the realms. Yet I find myself ensnared by the machinations of a deceased figure. It is indeed disheartening, Su Chen murmured to himself. Following the annihilation of the Kanglin kingdom, he recognized the necessity of halting his pursuits and began nurturing his own faction in preparation for the future. That year, a royal secret realm emerged near the Tianwu dynasty, which Su Chen promptly claimed as his own. He left behind a token within, granting anyone who possessed it the right to present 3 unconditional demands to the Li family of the Tianwu dynasty. Even a claim to the throne would have to be honored. Upon the revelation of this news, the entire nation erupted in excitement, elevating the allure of the royal secret realm to unprecedented heights, drawing countless young talents to explore its mysteries. Ultimately, however, their efforts proved futile. Su Chen had tampered with the token. Apart from himself, no one could truly access its power. This was his preparation for the next life, establishing 3 conditions that the Tianwu dynasty could fulfill. Regarding the techniques left behind by the Divine Li, he found himself incapable of comprehending them in this life. Would the next not offer a chance? It was also in this year that Su Chen made a pivotal decision. The Tianwu Martial Academy would begin recruiting talented commoners. Those with exceptional gifts would have the opportunity to enter the academy through rigorous selection. Governors who discovered such commoner talents would be generously rewarded, and any commoner genius admitted to the academy would be exempt from exorbitant tuition fees, which would be subsidized by the royal family. Su Chen's actions incited widespread opposition among the noble families of the Tianyuan dynasty, as entry to the Tianyuan martial house had traditionally been reserved for royal elites and the offspring of esteemed families. However, these dissenting voices were swiftly quelled when Su Chen eliminated several of the most vocal opponents, serving as a cautionary example. In the year 320, Su Chen's great-grandson was born, possessing the fabled ice spirit martial body. On the day of his birth, extraordinary phenomena occurred. Icy winds swept through the air, and lakes froze over. Su Chen held him in the highest regard, bestowing upon him the name Li Xianbing. Li Xianbing's cultivation journey was equally remarkable, progressing at an impressive pace, and it was merely a matter of time before he entered the realm of Tongxian, or perhaps even glimpsed beyond it. At the age of 18, Li Xianbing participated in the assessments of the Xianyuan sacred land, successfully becoming a disciple of an ancient powerhouse within. Following his acceptance, the standing of the Tianyuan dynasty among the various nations soared. By the year 350, another prodigy emerged from the Li family, Li Xianyuan. Although he lacked the royal potential of Li Xianbing, his composed demeanor earned him Su Chen's favor, as he was groomed to be the successor. Meanwhile, the commoners of the Tianyuan dynasty saw the rise of a representative figure, Ji Chongping, whose extraordinary talent enabled him to break through to the Spirit Sea realm at merely 20 years of age. Li Xianyuan and Ji Chongping were hailed as the twin dragons of the dynasty. In the year 400, the aged Su Chen abdicated, passing the throne to his grandson, Li Pingyan, the father of Li Xianyuan. Su Chen then departed from the Tianyuan dynasty to seek opportunities for further breakthroughs. The dynasty was well equipped with Lin Wu and Li Xianbing above, and Li Xianyuan and Ji Chongping below. With 50 years remaining, Su Chen yearned to explore the vastness of the eastern wilderness. The eastern wilderness was immense, far exceeding Su Chen's imagination. Lin Wu's descriptions represented merely a fragment of its expanse. Countless talents thrived beyond Su Chen's expectations, including those born to wield the laws of thunder, invincible prodigies, and fearsome beasts capable of annihilating entire kingdoms in their youth. In 50 years, Su Chen could only traverse a small portion. Feeling the Spirit King in his mind poised to completely supplant him, Su Chen silently returned to the Tianyuan dynasty on the day of his impending demise. He stored all his possessions in a secluded realm, establishing seals to ensure their safety. In an instant, gentle spiritual rain began to fall in the 10-mile vicinity outside this hidden sanctuary. No one knew that in a remote mountain forest, a powerful figure of the Tongxian realm had attained eternal rest. Upon returning to the reversal of fate space, Su Chen eagerly opened the book of reversal to examine the fruits of this life. The 4th page revealed, in your 4th life, you are the prodigy of the Taiyuan Li family, who places great hopes upon you. You gained fame in your youth, shining brightly while overshadowing contemporaneous talents. You participated in the trials of the Xianyuan sacred land, where you could have entered but chose to forego it. preferring to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix, a decision that was not without wisdom. You led a grand army to vanquish the kingdom of Tianfeng, bringing peace to the four seas and achieving unparalleled glory. With a single battle, you altered the course of destiny. Your father envied your innate talent, while your brothers resented your extraordinary abilities. After 50 years of meticulous planning, you swept away those with treacherous intentions among your siblings, consolidating power and ascending to the throne. Once crowned, you devoted yourself to governance, establishing peace throughout the realm, which incited the envy of others. In a time of national crisis, you successfully transcended to the realm of profound enlightenment, turning the tide against overwhelming odds. Your life has been a tapestry of brilliance, though you inadvertently became entangled in an ancient scheme laid out over millennia. In choosing to forsake your accumulated powers, you resolved to share the same fate, thus crafting the remarkable saga of a true king. Evaluation: Azure 6 stars, reversal points, 600. Chapter 39. The Son-in-Law Who Changed Destiny, Part 1. In a single breath, he amassed 600 points of reverse destiny. Su Chen surmised that had he not met an untimely demise, his evaluation in this life might have soared even higher, effortlessly attaining a blue 7 or 8-star status. The spirit communication technique was no longer a path he would tread. Resolutely, Su Chen decided that he would abandon this troublesome practice. Without the spirit communication technique, Su Chen set his sights on the Emperor's astonishing scripture left behind by Li Shenhua. In his previous life, after the elders of the academy perished in battle, Su Chen erased all traces of the scripture, concealing it in a secret corner known only to him. With the token from the king's secret realm in hand, he would gain entry to the Li family's library, thus seizing the opportunity to acquire the Emperor's astonishing scripture. Understanding was paramount. Hence, Su Chen directly allocated 500 points to comprehension. The remaining 90 points of reverse destiny were invested in talent, while the final 10 points went towards his lineage. In this life, he was determined to pursue the Emperor's astonishing scripture with unwavering resolve. The advantages afforded by a high-quality technique were simply monumental, akin to wielding an extraordinary advantage. Without hesitation, Su Chen embarked on his next life. The Great Yin Dynasty. The Xia family was merely a small clan within the Great Yin Dynasty. Its strongest member was but a practitioner of the Spirit Sea realm. Among them was a gem named Xia Yingyue, who not only possessed exceptional talent, but was also breathtakingly beautiful, captivating the hearts of all the young men in Qinghe City with a mere glance or smile. However, Xia Yingyue was betrothed to a man named Mu Chun. The Mu family and the Xia family had enjoyed a long-standing friendship, with the heads of both families being sworn brothers, having arranged a marriage between their children. Unfortunately, 18 years prior, the Mu family was ravaged by a beast tide, leaving only a blind old servant who brought a baby to the Xia family. That infant was Mu Chun, who in this life was none other than Su Chen. As Su Chen shook his head, the scenes of the past 18 years began to crystallize in his mind. At 18, he awakened the memories of his previous life. Had I truly become a child groom? Images of his childhood flooded his consciousness, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. The Xia family exhibited considerable loyalty even after the downfall of the Mu family. They honored their promise to wed Xia Yingyue to him. Xia Yingyue had refrained from concocting any dramatic tales of breaking off the engagement. Growing up alongside him, she had consistently defended Su Chen, diligently preserving his dignity. Regrettably, Su Chen found himself in a predicament. Though the Xia family treated him well, Mu Chun's actions were utterly reprehensible. He harbored animosity towards the Xia family, believing them responsible for the old servant's blindness, claiming they had seized the treasures left for him by the Mu family. Time and again, he squandered the resources of the Xia family, indulging in debauchery and turning Xia Yingyue into a laughingstock among the elite. Contemplating the misdeeds of his former self, Su Chen felt an overwhelming urge to end his own life, to restart anew. Yet, the investments made in this life were far too substantial. Fortunately, he still resided within the bounds of the eastern wilderness. Abandoning the thought of self-harm, Su Chen acknowledged that the Great Yin Dynasty was one of the 10 dynasties governed by the Xian Yuan sacred land, not far from the Tian Yuan dynasty, reachable through several teleportation arrays. However, in this life, he couldn't afford such luxury. He needed to amass wealth, which left Su Chen in a state of vexation. Outside, a cacophony of noise erupted. Father, why doesn't this ingrate simply eliminate him? He has consumed the resources of the Xia family, sullied its reputation, and tarnished my sister's honor, compelling her to marry this wretched being. Father, permit me to enter and strike him down. I pledge to grant him a swift and painless departure for the sake of both our families. I understand your reluctance to sever the last thread of the Mu lineage. But does this fool truly merit your protection? Su Qin's expression twitched. Such a tempestuous voice could only belong to his impetuous younger uncle, Xia Qinfeng, the brother of Xiao Yingwei. Xia Qinfeng had long harbored the desire to slay him. Silence. Mu Qin is your half-brother. Should you utter such words again, do not blame me for invoking the family's code of conduct. The middle-aged man's deep reprimand left Xia Qinfeng visibly aggrieved. He kicked open Su Qin's door and retorted with biting sarcasm. Young Master Mu truly excels. A mere waste from the Fong family has rendered him gravely injured. Were I in young Master Mu's position, I might choose never to awaken again. The middle-aged man's face darkened with anger. Qinfeng, you shall not speak to Qin in such a manner. Xia Qinfeng, feeling wronged, stormed out in a huff. The middle-aged man turned to Su Qin with concern. Nephew Mu Qin, is your health improving? If you still feel unwell, I shall summon Master Yuan to examine you. Master Yuan was the foremost alchemist in Qinghe City, and his services commanded a steep price. The man's concern was genuine. Su Qin rose to stretch and smiled. Thank you, Uncle Xia, for your concern. I am feeling much better. Once reassured of Su Qin's well-being, the middle-aged man finally relaxed. Do not take Qinfeng's words to heart. I shall certainly reprimand him upon my return. Observing the remorseful expression on the middle-aged man's face, Su Qin shook his head earnestly. Uncle Xia, there is no need to punish Qinfeng. He speaks the truth. I have committed many errors over the years and caused disappointment to you, Yingwei and Qinfeng. Rest assured, I will devote myself to my training and restore the Mu family's honor. The middle-aged man, with his graying temples, appeared struck by lightning, trembling with excitement, repeatedly exclaiming, Good, good, good. After departing Su Qin's room, he suddenly erupted into laughter, tears streaming down his face. Brother Mu, do you see? Qin has grown. I always believed that your child could not possibly be a wastrel. For 18 years, witnessing the last bloodline of the Mu family harboring resentment towards the Xia family and transforming into a veritable scoundrel, how could he not recognize the error in this? Yet, I have faith that this is not the true nature of the Mu lineage. I believe that one day, Su Qin will awaken. That day has finally arrived. After the Xia father and son departed, Su Qin began to rummage through the memories within his mind. The Xia family's martial arts were of little renown, lacking even spiritual grade techniques. However, every technique in his memory surpassed the spiritual grade. The cultivation of the spirit communication technique can no longer be pursued. Instead, I shall temporarily transition to a spiritual grade technique. Soon, a premier spiritual grade method called the Heavenly Gang Thunder Control Technique emerged in Su Qin's mind. This technique, crafted by a semi-king level expert, possesses formidable power, ranking among the finest in both lethality and speed within the realm of spiritual techniques. With the enhancement of 500 understanding, Su Qin successfully mastered the Heavenly Gang Thunder Control Technique in less than half a day. Delicate strands of milky white lightning danced like ethereal dragons across every inch of his skin. His cultivation soared from the 9th level of spirit awakening to the 1st level of spirit gathering. Such a pace of advancement is nothing short of astonishing. For Su Qin, it merely entailed retracing the path of his previous cultivation journey. Chapter 40. The Unfortunate Son-in-Law, Part 2. 3 days later, Su Qin emerged from his seclusion. Xia Yingwei, who had been cultivating at the Shuiyun sect, returned to her family. Xia Yingwei was exceptionally beautiful, truly deserving of the title of the flower of Qinghe City. Dressed in a flowing moon-white robe, her dark hair cascaded like ink, and her ethereal demeanor resembled that of a celestial being, evoking a sense of admiration at first glance, a feeling akin to first love. It was indeed a pity that such a fiancé lingered in the brothels. Su Qin couldn't help but chastise Mu Qin for it. Xia Yingwei's return to her family was motivated by her desire to marry Su Qin, a remarkable woman marrying a man who could barely compete with the inept. Su Qin felt as though he had been handed a protagonist's script. Yet, a nagging doubt lingered in his mind. Something felt amiss. Suddenly, Su Qin's expression darkened. Damn it, there lies the flaw. The one who defeated him was also a good-for-nothing. The son of the Fong family's patriarch, a genius from a decade ago, who lost all his cultivation overnight. Just 3 days ago, this young master had triumphed over him, rising to prominence while everyone assumed he was merely concealing his abilities. But Su Qin knew better. This was no concealment. This was a classic case of the elderly master trope. not his own reincarnated narrative. He suddenly found Xia Yingwe less appealing. According to the script, he had offended the protagonist, and Xia Yingwe, after multiple encounters with this protagonist, would develop a profound affection for him. Upon learning that she had a fiancé, a man who had wronged the protagonist, the latter would effortlessly eliminate him, even with the memories of a powerful being from his past life. Su Chun was certain he could not outmaneuver those ancient beings who had existed for countless years. He harbored a deep-seated fear of these old monsters, having once been dispatched by a mere technique from them. No, he absolutely could not endure such humiliation. Xia Yingwe looked at the dazed Su Chun, her heart perplexed. Could it be that Mu Chun was dissatisfied with her commitment to marry after attending to the sect's affairs? Xia Yingwe's return was not solely to fulfill her promise of marriage to Su Chun, but also to undertake the mission of recruiting disciples for the sect. Su Chun felt an immense weight upon his shoulders. The following day, Su Chun quietly departed from the Xiao residence and made his way to the local auction house. The previous night, he had stayed up late penning a profound cultivation technique. Auctioning it for tens of thousands of gold coins would pose no issue. With a suspected child of destiny looming over him, Su Chun felt an overwhelming pressure. A single misstep could cost him his wife. As Su Chun exited the auction house, he unexpectedly collided with two figures clad in black robes. They exchanged a glance, each perceiving a hint of familiarity in the other's eyes. Fong Bubi pondered within his mind, "Master, why does this black-robed individual seem so familiar?" He felt as if he had encountered this person before. Su Chun, too, sensed a faint familiarity emanating from the black-robed figure opposite him. Could it be mere coincidence? Su Chun's expression turned peculiar. He was 100% certain that this was the young master from the Fong family, rumored to be the child of destiny. Indeed, secrets lay beneath the surface. Su Chun discreetly made his exit. Although Fong Bubi was curious about the identity of the fellow black-robed individual, he chose not to pursue him. He had far more pressing matters to attend to. Upon leaving the auction house, Su Chun was resolute in his belief that the young master of the Fong family was likely a person of great fortune. A fleeting thought of eliminating him crossed Su Chun's mind, yet it was swiftly dismissed. The likelihood of his own demise seemed far greater, as he could not discern the depths of Fong Bubi's cultivation. Either Fong Bubi's prowess was vastly superior to his own, or he possessed techniques or treasures capable of masking his aura, or perhaps he had formidable allies from his past life aiding him in concealing his presence. Su Chun dared not take that gamble. Thus, the only viable course was to cultivate a friendship with him. With a flicker of his gaze, Su Chun, an ancient being who had lived for centuries, recognized that he was no Na'vi youth. He was acutely aware that in this world, no enmity was insurmountable. Moreover, his conflicts with Fong Bubi had merely been verbal skirmishes. Ultimately, he had suffered some losses, which hardly amounted to a life-and-death feud. Upon returning to the Xia family, Su Chun encountered Xia Chenfeng. Seeing Su Chun return from outside, Xia Chenfeng scoffed. "Ah, where has our esteemed young master Mu been gallivanting this time? Only my father would believe in the ruse of a wayward son. I know that a dog can never change its habit of eating excrement." Su Chun cast a dispassionate glance at him, understanding that Xia Chenfeng's entrenched perceptions would not be altered easily. Infuriated by Su Chun's indifference, Xia Chenfeng became even more convinced that Su Chun had wronged Xia Yingwe, and in a fit of rage, he declared, "Mu Chun, today I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson on behalf of my father and sister. You must realize that you are nothing but a worthless fool, unworthy of my father's efforts, and undeserving of my sister's hand." Xia Chenfeng clenched his fist, unleashing the Xia family's ultimate technique, the five-fingers-piercing fist. With his cultivation at the fifth layer of spirit gathering, a single strike could leave Su Chun gravely injured, if not dead. However, just as the punch was about to connect, Su Chun deftly withdrew, allowing the force to pass harmlessly by him. It was merely a stroke of luck to evade once. Could he truly escape a second time? Xia Chenfeng, doubting Su Chun's capabilities, transformed his punch into a palm strike, channeling his energy downwards. Yet, Su Chun was swifter still. One hand became a blur, seizing Xia Chenfeng's arm and employing the Tian Gang sealing vessel technique. In an instant, Xia Chenfeng felt a tingling numbness in his arm, rendering him powerless. Realizing something was amiss, Xia Chenfeng hastily retreated, but his arm hung limply at his side. In astonishment, he exclaimed, "What have you done to my arm?" Looking at Xia Chenfeng's exaggerated reaction, Su Chun replied coolly, "I merely sealed the spiritual vein in your arm. It will gradually recover in a few hours." Hearing that his arm was not permanently harmed, Xia Chenfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief, regarding Su Chun with a mix of awe and bewilderment. He now clearly sensed that this young man, who seemed to be nothing but a burden to the Xia family, was perhaps a little different than he had perceived before. Once Su Chen departed, Xia Chenfeng regained his composure. Even if you have bested me, you are still unworthy of my sister. Although Xia Chenfeng was oblivious to the reasons behind Su Chen's sudden surge in strength, which allowed him to effortlessly defeat him and alter his perception, he still refused to acknowledge that Su Chen could ever be his brother-in-law. Su Chen's victory over Xia Chenfeng stirred considerable commotion within the Xia family. Xia Chenfeng was recognized as the foremost talent in the Xia family, second only to Xia Yingwei, who was training at Shuiyun sect. Yet he was easily vanquished by Su Chen, a fact that was utterly astonishing. For Su Chen, defeating Xia Chenfeng was hardly a source of pride. After all, he was an ancient being who had reincarnated and cultivated for centuries. If he could not handle a mere youth, then perhaps he should abandon his pursuits altogether. Excluding the chosen one of destiny, who was merely a figurehead. A week later, Su Chen's martial arts technique was auctioned off for 80,000 gold coins. With this initial capital, he was confident that he could elevate his cultivation to the peak of spirit gathering within half a month. Chapter 41. The Son-in-Law Who Changes Fate, Part 3. Half a month later, Su Chen's cultivation reached the pinnacle of spirit gathering. To break through to the spirit pattern realm, one requires spirit patterns, which can only be found on beasts of the spirit pattern realm and above. Upon exiting seclusion, Su Chen was approached by Xia Yingwei, who had heard of his victory over her brother. Although Xia Chenfeng possessed only average strength, he was undeniably a prodigy in the relatively small locale of Qinghe City. Mu Chun, I hope you will participate in the upcoming Qinghe Grand Competition. With your capabilities, achieving an admirable rank should be well within your grasp. Xia Yingwei expressed to Su Chen. Given Su Chen's remarkable talent, it was evident that with dedicated effort in his cultivation, his future was boundless. As his fiancée, Xia Yingwei naturally wished for Su Chen to excel and thrive. Su Chen was no stranger to such competitions and readily agreed. Even without deep contemplation, he understood that unforeseen circumstances were likely to arise during this grand contest. For a child of destiny, serendipity often accompanies opportunity. Even if this opportunity was not intended for him, he was eager to seize it. Upon learning of Su Chen's participation, Xia Chenfeng was taken aback, while Uncle Xia felt elated. Over the years, he had regarded Su Chen as his own child, even placing him above Xia Chenfeng in status. 3 days later, the Qinghe Grand Competition commenced. This so-called grand contest involved hunting beasts in a demonic forest outside Qinghe City. The one who killed the most formidable beasts would secure a higher rank, provided they survived to the end. The prominent families of Qinghe City had long since driven away all the spirit pattern realm beasts from the area, leaving only lesser beasts of the spirit awakening and spirit gathering realms. Once again, Su Chen encountered Feng Bubi, who also recognized him. Feng Bubi distinctly remembered how, merely a month prior, he had reprimanded Su Chen for his inappropriate intentions towards Hong Fei. His master had just communicated telepathically, advising him to be cautious of this defeated foe. Could it be that he, like me, possesses an extraordinary chance? Noticing Feng Bubi's unwavering gaze, Su Chen discreetly concealed himself behind the younger members of the Xia family. It was not that he feared Feng Bubi discovering his secrets. Rather, he felt it inappropriate for a grown man to be scrutinized so closely by another. Qinghe City was neither too large nor too small, hosting 3 competing factions: the Shuiyun sect represented by Xia Yingwei, the martial house of the Great Yin dynasty, and a force known as the Fire House. As the contest began, Su Chen followed the younger generation of the Xia family into the forest. How intriguing that I have attracted attention so swiftly, Su Chen mused with a smile. Some were coveting the secrets he harbored, suspecting he had stumbled upon a fortuitous opportunity. Su Chen had anticipated this, yet he was surprised by the blatant nature of their scrutiny. Affectedly feigning ignorance, he sought a more secluded spot. Do not hide any longer. Come out together. Su Chen called lightly to those lurking behind him. A rustling sound emerged from behind, as figures emerged from the lush grasses and towering trees, some even leaping down from the branches above. A total of 12 individuals confronted Su Chen. Mu Chun, you truly possess fortune. Quickly relinquish it, and perhaps we might spare your life. Su Chen, perplexed, responded, Fortune? What fortune? I merely stumbled upon a fruit and consumed it. The crowd exchanged glances. A fruit? Could it be the legendary spirit fruit capable of cleansing one's marrow? Su Chen shrugged, indicating his ignorance. Upon learning that Su Chen's fortune was merely a spirit fruit that had already been consumed, the crowd's disappointment was palpable. He must die. He cannot be allowed to live. Mu Chun, you can only blame this world for the fact that some treasures are beyond your reach. The group remained relentless in their pursuit to eliminate Su Chun. Faced with their lethal intentions, Su Chun maintained an air of calm. A spear materialized in his hand, and as he wielded it, it danced like a tempest, effortlessly piercing the skulls of the first few attackers. Blood splattered across Su Chen's visage, enhancing his otherworldly beauty. Why seek death? Su Chen sighed. Finding no pleasure in tormenting these lesser beings, one must eradicate the root of the problem. Su Chen's overwhelming power left the remaining adversaries momentarily stunned, an indescribable dread creeping into their hearts. Yet, it was too late. Within moments, only one of the 12 remained. Recognizing him as an acquaintance, Su Chen chose not to strike him down immediately. He approached the youth, who was now crumpled on the ground, and thrust his spear downward, causing the young man's legs to betray him, releasing a foul odor into the air. Just a little more, Su Chen remarked disdainfully, kneeling beside him. The youth gulped nervously, trembling with fear. Mu Chun, you cannot kill me. I will answer your questions. The youth nodded vigorously. Observing his compliance, Su Chen inquired, why must you seek my demise? Who instructed you? The young man, bewildered, shook his head repeatedly. No one instructed me. It was my own greed for your fortune. Su Chen raised his spear, pointing it forward before bringing it down suddenly. The sharp tip caused the youth to curl in terror, cold sweat pouring down as he felt the frigidness of the spearhead and the sticky blood. It's so cold, he thought, shivering. With a pained expression, he pleaded, Mu Chin, you are being too ruthless. Surely our past friendship warrants mercy? Su Chen internally scoffed. The youth was the youngest son of the city lord, a notorious wastrel who often encouraged him to sever ties with the Xia family and annul his engagement to Xia Yingwei. Su Chen lifted the spear, aiming with intent. Ready to strike. Mu Chun, I will speak. I will tell you everything. As Su Chen prepared to act decisively, the youth, thinking of his younger brother, blurted out, it's my elder brother. He desires Xia Yingwei and does not want her to marry you. He seeks to eliminate you during this trial. Su Chen nodded thoughtfully. I see. With that, he plunged the spear downwards. The youth's eyes reflected disbelief as his head was pierced, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Su Chen wiped the long spear with a piece of white cloth, reflecting, it seems I must acquire a spiritual weapon. The need to clean a mundane weapon after taking a life is indeed a cumbersome task. After meticulously collecting all the belongings from the youth, Su Chen's gaze flickered as he turned to leave. The stench of blood would soon attract the beasts, which would devour the corpses of these individuals. In a concealed corner, a spectral figure hovered above Fong Bubi, observing the direction in which Su Chen had departed, murmuring, so it is. This lad possesses a modicum of fortune. After being defeated by you, he managed to discover the legendary spiritual fruit. Fong Bubi emerged from the thicket, questioning, Master, do you truly believe his words? The elder replied, I harbor doubts, yet this world is never short of fortuitous souls. Little Bubi, it would be prudent for you to pray that our paths do not cross in this competition. The old man's eyes glinted with amusement. Fong Bubi, exuding confidence, declared, Master, even if I were to encounter him, it is he who would inevitably face defeat. Chapter 42, The Fateful Son-in-Law, Part 4. 3 days later, as Su Chen anticipated, no good fortune ever accompanies a child of destiny. The once tranquil mountains were suddenly beset by a violent uprising of demonic beasts. Upon encountering the scions of the Xia family, who were under siege by these creatures, Su Chen felt compelled to assist. Master Mu Chun, that is a spirit-patterned realm beast. Xiaorou expressed her uncertainty. Although Mu Chun had transformed remarkably since their last encounter and had even triumphed over Xia family's foremost talent. Xia Chenfeng, prejudices are burdensome mountains within the heart, Su Chen remarked, exasperated. Hurry, lead the way. If we tarry, we shall only gather corpses. Under Su Chen's insistence, Xiaorou guided him to aid Xia Chenfeng. The Xia family suffered grievously. Their adversary was a recently ascended spirit-patterned realm beast, the Gale Demon Wolf, accompanied by a score of minions. The Xia disciples stood no chance, regardless of the numerous trump cards Xia Chenfeng possessed. The cunning Wolf King leisurely depleted the Xia family's strength, and soon, once their reserves were exhausted, the disciples would become mere prey for the ravenous pack. Damn it! How could there be a spirit-patterned Wolf King here? Xia Chenfeng lamented bitterly. He had yet to witness his sister's wedding, nor had he earned his father's approval. The thought of dying left him anguished. Would Su Chen then take advantage of his sister? Xia Chenfeng was unwilling to perish, yet reality seemed indifferent to his desires. Hidden within the underbrush, the venerable Fong Bubi was astonished. This is indeed a mutated wolf king. It appears there is something of great value nearby, perhaps a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Little Bubi, you are truly fortunate. As Fong Bubi observed Xia Chenfeng being worn down by the wolf king, he contemplated whether to intervene and save him. As the son of the current patriarch of the Xia family, rescuing Xia Chenfeng from the wolf king could forge a powerful alliance between the Fong and Xia families, given the esteemed reputation of the Xia patriarch. Just as Fong Bubi sought an opportunity, a figure charged into the fray, wielding a silver spear and dispatching several demon wolves with ease. It was none other than Su Chen. Seeing Su Chen surrounded by the pack, Xia Chenfeng shouted anxiously, "Mu Chen, I do not require your assistance. You must leave at once. That is a spirit-patterned wolf king. No matter how formidable you are, you cannot contend with it." Su Chen smiled nonchalantly. "Do not flatter yourself. I have come solely to hunt this wolf king and seize its spirit pattern. Get out of my way. Do not hinder my pursuit of the wolf king." Xia Chenfeng's face flushed with indignation. Though he could not match Su Chen's strength, he was no weakling. He had trained diligently and had attained the 6th level of spirit gathering. However, it did not take long for him to notice something amiss. The pack that had tormented them for so long was effortlessly vanquished by Su Chen, leaving only the predatory wolf king in its wake. The wolf king awaited Su Chen to expose a flaw, yet Su Chen's reactions were astoundingly swift. He dispatched the pack without leaving a single opening. The wolf king, filled with trepidation, beheld the slaughter of his subordinates by Su Chen, rendering him a commander stripped of his minions. Anger surged within the wolf king, aware that his formidable strength far surpassed that of this mere human. Without hesitation, he resolved to act decisively. The Gale demon wolf bore a green emblem that shimmered as it moved with remarkable swiftness, leaving behind only a trail of emerald light. Summer Morning Wind felt his heart leap to his throat and exclaimed, "Beware, behind you." In an instant, the wolf king materialized behind Su Chen, his claws sharper than blades. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen pivoted the spear he wielded, its tip glowing with a radiant white light as he thrust it towards the approaching wolf king. Though lacking a powerful spiritual body, Su Chen possessed an abundance of combat experience, whether against humans or beasts. The sharp spear lunged towards the wolf king's abdomen as it leaped into the air. The wolf king, fierce and resolute, disregarded his injuries, intent on exterminating Su Chen. Seeking mutual destruction? A disdainful smile curled at the corners of Su Chen's lips. The heavenly gang vitality surged forth, manifesting as a protective barrier. When the wolf king struck with a mighty paw, the barrier creaked ominously, on the verge of shattering. Yet, Su Chen reacted swiftly, executing a sliding maneuver to evade the wolf king's razor-sharp claws, and swiftly thrusting the spear multiple times. With a series of defeated howls, the wolf king collapsed to the ground. Had the wolf king of the spiritual pattern realm truly perished so easily? The members of the Xia family stood in astonishment, the scene before them akin to a vivid illusion. Su Chen stripped the Gale demon wolf of its spiritual pattern, which, though of little interest to him, could fetch several tens of thousands of gold coins. Summer Morning Wind gaped, struggling to articulate his thoughts, but found himself at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, he finally managed to utter 2 words. "Thank you." Su Chen secured the spiritual pattern and addressed the Xia family. "You should leave the mountains. A beast tide is likely to erupt here." "And you?" inquired Summer Morning Wind. Su Chen cast him a sidelong glance. "I intend to delve deeper into the mountains." He had discerned the possibility of treasures nearby, and he would not relinquish such an opportunity. The Xia family exchanged glances, all eyes turning to Summer Morning Wind. Although he was uncertain of Su Chen's motives for venturing into the depths of the mountains, he recognized that he could not impede him. "Take care," Summer Morning Wind urged as he led the surviving members of the Xia family back. Meanwhile, Su Chen advanced deeper into the mountains, accompanied by Fong Bubi. He too was determined to seize the opportunities that the Qinghe Mountains had to offer. As the beasts of the Qinghe Mountains roiled in chaos, the more powerful creatures fled in a single direction, thus guiding Su Chen effortlessly to the location of the treasure. However, the challenge of obtaining it lay before him. A multitude of spiritual pattern realm beasts lurked on the outskirts, alongside 3 or 4 beasts of the spiritual sea realm. Even with immense capability, it would be unfeasible for him to claim the treasure beneath the watchful eyes of several spiritual sea beasts. Eureka! An idea sparked within Su Chen, and he turned to address the unseen presence trailing him. "You have followed me all this way. It would be rather impolite not to reveal yourself." Silence enveloped the air. A mere facade. Fong Bubi, startled by Su Chen's sudden address, wondered, has he discovered our presence? Fong Bazai inquired of the old man with his thoughts. He is deceiving you. Maintain your composure. Su Chen observed that no one emerged from the shadows, and continued, my brother, I am aware that you have been trailing me. You must have surmised that treasures have emerged within the mountains. Shall we join forces to procure these riches and distribute them according to our contributions? As his words settled, a masked man leaped down from a towering tree moments later. Ahem, your powers of observation are truly remarkable, my friend. I am in awe. Both Fong Bazai and the old man were perplexed, unable to fathom how their movements had been detected by Su Chen. Su Chen's expression remained unperturbed, as if he had anticipated this very moment. Good heavens, he has indeed been following me all along. Su Chen felt a mix of exasperation and relief at his accurate deduction. Had he not remained vigilant, his impending actions might have resulted in a futile struggle, akin to drawing water with a basket. Chapter 43, The Unforeseen Fate of the Son-in-Law, Part 5. The two quickly reached a consensus. Su Chen would divert the attention of the beasts, while Fong Bubi stealthily sought the treasures. A thunderous roar erupted as Su Chen created a tremendous commotion, startling the beasts, which then pursued him. Seizing the opportunity, Fong Bubi slipped into the heart of the beast tide, concealed by the old man's presence. The beasts of the spirit sea realm were oblivious to Fong Bubi's presence. Before long, he navigated past numerous beasts and arrived at the entrance of a cave. Inside the cave stood a tree adorned with several fruits, and he also discovered an egg of an unknown species. He carefully concealed the egg and plucked the fruits before making his escape. Roar! Su Chen heard the enraged cries of the beasts and realized that Fong Bubi had succeeded. In a state of disarray, Su Chen fled, and Fong Bubi soon caught up, urgently stating, the beasts here are going wild. We must flee. Without a moment's hesitation, they both raced towards Qinghe City. The Qinghe Mountains stirred violently, unleashing a horde of beasts determined to hunt down and devour any intruders. Within Qinghe City, Xia Chenfeng stood before Xia Hongkai, his head bowed in shame. Chenfeng, why did you not stop him? Xia Hongkai fumed. The heart of the Qinghe Mountains is not a place for those of the gathering spirit realm. Even the strong of the spirit pattern realm dare not venture deep within. One must see the living or the dead. Resolutely, Xia Hongkai decided to search for Su Chen. Despite the elders of the Xia family urging him to reconsider, he coldly replied, he is my brother's child. How can I bear to watch my brother's only bloodline vanish from the world? Meanwhile, at the Fong family estate, the head of the Fong family, Fong Zhan, grew anxious as Fong Bubi failed to return. Bubi cannot be dead. He shall not perish. Fong Zhan, alongside Xia Hongkai, set forth towards the Qinghe Mountains, determined to find both Su Chen and Fong Bubi. Observing their departure, the elders of both families gritted their teeth and followed suit. As the sun set, three figures emerged at the mountain's entrance. Among them was Xia Yinghua. Su Chen had not anticipated that, as everyone else chose to retreat. She would bravely charge into the beast tide to rescue him. Had it not been for Su Chen's timely arrival, Xia Yinghua might have perished. Behind the trio, a formidable horde of beasts surged forth. The strong warriors of the Fong and Xia families, witnessing this, felt both astonished and relieved. They rejoiced at the survival of the three, yet were bewildered by the reckless actions that had drawn such a multitude of beasts upon them. First, we must rescue them. The warriors of both families reached a silent consensus, launching themselves forward to obstruct the beast tide and buy the trio some precious time to breathe. Without hesitation, Su Chen swiftly carried Xia Yinghua to safety behind the others. Fong Bubi soon followed, his mask having fallen away to reveal a youthful visage, from which he breathed heavily. For the sake of a few treasures, their lives had nearly been forfeited. Fortunately, each possessed their own skills, allowing them to escape. Su Chen and Fong Bubi exchanged a knowing smile, a testament to their deepening bond forged in peril. If Fong Bubi wished to ensnare Su Chen, he might have succeeded in leading him to his demise within the mountains. Conversely, if Su Chen intended to confront Fong Bubi, he would at least compel the elder within him into a slumber. Yet, neither took such actions. Do not forget my possessions, Su Chen gasped, directing his words toward Fong Bubi. He had nearly lost his life, all for the sake of a mere treasure. Xia Yinghua gazed at the two in suspicion, pondering what treasures they had acquired that incited such fury among the beasts of the depths. Fong Bubi replied, Brother Mu, I discovered 3 essence fruits and a peculiar egg in the depths. What do you require? He spoke without reservation, revealing his gains. Su Chen, astonished, exclaimed, Essence fruits. No wonder these beasts are relentlessly pursuing us. The essence fruit blooms once every 300 years, bears fruit after another 300, and matures thereafter, significantly enhancing the likelihood of breaking through to the spirit realm. They are exceedingly rare celestial treasures, each worth no less than several tens of thousands of gold coins, and are often priceless. As for the strange egg obtained by Fang Bubi, Su Chen surmised it to be an egg of a beast with a unique bloodline. Should it hatch, it would serve as a guardian spirit beast, albeit one that demands substantial resources. As Su Chen was not a child of fortune, he doubted his capacity to nurture and protect such a creature, opting instead for 2 essence fruits. These fruits, besides aiding in the breakthrough to the spirit realm, also greatly benefited those below the spirit sea. He entrusted 1 essence fruit to Xia Yingwei, retaining the other for himself. Fang Bubi kept 1 essence fruit along with the unidentified beast's egg, feeling a sense of relief and developing a favorable impression of Su Chen. After all, his mentor had mentioned that the peculiar egg bore an extraordinary lineage, surpassing the combined worth of the 3 essence fruits. Soon, with the joint efforts of the Xia and Fang families, the beast tide was temporarily repelled, and they returned to their respective clans. Su Chen's standing within the Xia family rose significantly. Upon returning, he commenced his endeavor to break through to the spirit pattern realm. However, the Xia family possessed a meager supply of spirit patterns, limited to those of white and azure quality. Su Chen dismissed these inferior patterns, opting instead to devise his own strategies while awaiting the right opportunity. The most pressing matter for the Xia family remained the union of Su Chen and Xia Yingwei. After performing the marriage rites and entering the bridal chamber, Xia Yingwei coyly implored, "Please cherish me, dear husband." Intrigued, Su Chen inquired, "Why did you choose to adhere to your family's wishes and marry me?" Xia Yingwei leaned closer, her porcelain-like visage radiating beauty, bashfully responding, "Do you still remember our first encounter?" Su Chen pondered, recalling fragmented scenes from that fateful night, a night marked by snow and wind. The blind elder of the Mu family had cradled him at the doorstep of the Xia family. He had witnessed Xia Hongkai and Xia Yingyue's arrival. It seemed there was nothing particularly extraordinary about it. Xia Yingyue blinked and smiled, saying, "At that time, my husband's gaze was filled with confusion, much like a wounded creature, solitary in the frigid wilderness, evoking a desire to nurture." Su Chen replied, "What a remarkable father-in-law." Later on, as my husband grew increasingly handsome, my affection for him naturally deepened, and I consented to this union. Xia Yingwei fixed her gaze upon Su Chen's face, her eyes sparkling with admiration. With a swift motion, Su Chen turned, and the two harmonized beautifully. They remained inseparable for a fortnight, before finally parting ways. "Husband, do you truly not wish to return with me to Shuiyun sect for cultivation? With your exceptional talent, you would undoubtedly receive the sect's support." Su Chen looked at the enchanting beauty before him and shook his head. "My path does not lie within the great Yin dynasty. I may soon venture beyond its borders to explore the wider world." Xia Yingwei felt a twinge of disappointment, yet her faith in Su Chen remained unwavering. "Wait for me to make a name for myself, and I shall come to find you." Su Chen's spirit soared with optimism. Chapter 44, The Fated Son-in-Law, Part 6. Xia Yingwei returned to the Shuiyun sect to continue her cultivation, accompanied by Xia Chanfeng and several talented individuals from Qinghe City. Fang Bubi, on the other hand, chose not to join any sect. Under Su Chen's subtle influence, the two forged a brotherly bond, declaring themselves as brothers through shared experiences. Fang Bubi inquired, "Brother Mu, are you planning to leave the Dian Empire?" Su Chen nodded. "I must depart from the Dian Empire to attend to a matter before joining the Xian Yuan Holy Land. In this lifetime." Su Chen's ambitions extended beyond merely inheriting the legacy left by Li Shenhua. He aspired to enter the Xian Yuan Holy Land. This sacred place was a dream destination for all martial arts prodigies. If presented with the choice between a captivating beauty and the opportunity to enter the martial arts sanctum, no warrior would hesitate for the allure of beauty. After all, even the most exquisite visage would ultimately decay into mere bones after centuries. Upon hearing Su Chen's aspirations, Fang Bubi felt a surge of yearning. Naturally, he too desired to join the Holy Land, yet he carried a profound secret that destined him to walk alone. "The journey through the martial world is long. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate," Su Chen said, brushing the dust off his clothes as he bid farewell to Fang Bubi. He was set to leave Qinghe City and the Dian Empire in search of the remnants of his past life. "Brother Mu, until we meet again," Fang Bubi replied earnestly. Once Su Chen departed, the elderly figure within Fang Bubi manifested, gazing at Su Chen's retreating silhouette with admiration. "In such a humble place as Qinghe City, there exists such a remarkable individual," he remarked, his tone infused with respect. The world is filled with countless heroes, all aspiring for greatness, striving to navigate the tumultuous waters of life. With their parting today, the next encounter remains uncertain. Su Chen returned to the Xia family to bid farewell to Xia Hongkai. Children inevitably grow and depart from the protective wings of their guardians, akin to birds soaring towards a broader horizon. A myriad of emotions welled up within Xia Hongkai's heart as Xia Yingyue, Xia Chenfeng, and Su Chen all left Qinghe City. In the early morning, facing the dawn, Xia Hongkai watched as Su Chen's figure faded into the morning light. Once he regained his composure, he returned to Su Chen's room and discovered items neatly arranged on the table. Picking them up, he noticed an inscription of dignified elegance, Tiangang Yulasian Ju. Xia Hongkai was profoundly captivated and could not help but open it. He subsequently became immersed in its teachings until the evening had grown late. This technique surpassed his comprehension. Should it be disclosed, the Xia family would undoubtedly face annihilation overnight. Chen Heir, Xia Hongkai murmured as he concealed the scriptures, "Thank you. It is a debt my Xia family owes you." In the blink of an eye, Su Chen had been away from the Dian Empire for over half a year. During this time, he restrained his cultivation, deliberately avoiding any breakthroughs. Having experienced the formidable benefits bestowed by the purple-quality spiritual patterns, he preferred to invest additional time in his training rather than substituting with inferior quality patterns. At long last, after this extended period, he had gathered enough funds to journey to the Tianyuan dynasty. Without hesitation, he set forth towards his destination. After spending nearly half a year in his endeavors, he finally returned to the Tianyuan dynasty, arriving at the place where he had once passed away in his previous life. A century and 30 years had elapsed since his demise. In the interim, Li Xianbing of the Xianyuan sacred land had ascended to the realm of kings. While Li Xianyuan had harnessed the nation's fortune to achieve a breakthrough of his own, this brought Su Chen a sense of solace. The remaining nations that had not perished in the past had been unified into 13 dynasties through the relentless efforts of Li Xianbing and Li Xianyuan, propelling the Tianyuan dynasty to its zenith. Listening to the storyteller's animated narration of the dawn of a new dynasty, one could not help but attribute all of this to the remarkable vision of Emperor Taizong. Had he not led the charge in overthrowing the reign of the Tianfeng dynasty, one could only imagine the continued suffering from the ravages of war, left as mere dust in a chaotic era, unable to witness such a prosperous scene. While the common folk lamented that Emperor Taizong had forced his father to slay his brother to seize the throne, time has vindicated him, distinguishing merit from fault. Regrettably, Emperor Taizong's current whereabouts remain a mystery. Had he been present, one can only ponder the heights of strength the Tianyuan dynasty could have attained. The brilliance of a single lineage producing 3 kings is indeed resplendent. A bitter smile crossed Su Chen's lips. Such scenes may never again grace their eyes. For their Emperor Taizong had perished, his life extinguished in the mountains not far from the city, having succumbed while cultivating a technique, nearly falling victim to possession. Departing the city, Su Chen ventured alone into the mountains, guided by the echoes of his memories until he stood before a precipice. He leapt into the abyss. And as he intertwined his seals, a flash of silver light vanished with him, his figure disappearing altogether. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a scene reminiscent of a peach orchard. Beneath a towering tree sat a figure clad in tattered white robes, a skeletal form meditating at its base. It was the first time Su Chen had encountered the corpse of his former self, stirring a myriad of emotions within him. He retrieved the belongings from his past life, remnants of his legacy for this new existence. Among them was a violet-quality spiritual pattern, a carefully selected treasure, an electric flame dragon pattern, ablaze with blue lightning and possessing formidable destructive power. To capture this juvenile electric flame dragon, he had dedicated 30 years in the treacherous realm of electric flames. Exhausting every ounce of effort, Su Chen refined the electric flame dragon pattern, and in his wake, the visage of the dragon emerged. The creature, resembling a dragon with a body enveloped in blue flames and adorned with curved horns crackling with electricity, hovered in the air, its sword-like tail shimmering with arcs of lightning, exuding an aura of terrifying majesty. Indeed, it was powerful. Coupled with the Tiangang Yulasian Ju, its might could rival some royal techniques. Filled with joy, Su Chen acknowledged that this electric flame dragon was truly extraordinary, capable of matching the strength of a Void Realm practitioner once matured. After 3 months, he emerged from his seclusion, achieving a breakthrough to the 6th level of the spiritual pattern realm. With the secret realm on the brink of collapse, he laid his previous self to rest and departed. After another half year, Su Chen elevated his cultivation to the 1st level of the spiritual sea realm. subsequently making his way to Dongwu City to partake in the Dongwu Secret Realm, the Eastern Martial Secret Realm. A majestic dominion left behind by Su Chen in his previous life, possesses the power to summon the entire Li clan's tokens. Centuries have elapsed, and the tokens have transformed into mere legends, with countless prodigies returning in despondence. Nevertheless, the tales surrounding the Eastern Martial Secret Realm have perpetually circulated. Every 3 years, it beckons innumerable talents, each arriving with fervent aspirations. Prominent factions also seize the opportunity to test their fortunes. The Tianyuan dynasty welcomes this phenomenon. For the matter of the tokens has become a myth. Seizing this occasion allows them to reap substantial profits, thereby augmenting the treasury with considerable revenue. What is not to embrace? Su Chen hastened to the Eastern Martial Secret Realm, where an assembly of the most gifted individuals from various factions had already convened, including prodigies who had achieved the spiritual sea realm at a tender age. Su Chen joined these exceptional talents in their entry into the Eastern Martial Secret Realm. Meanwhile, in the royal capital of the Tianyuan dynasty, Li Xianyuan suddenly cast his gaze towards the ancestral temple. A radiant beam pierced the heavens. Li Xuanyuan's eyes widened in astonishment as he murmured, "The token left by our forefather has emerged. The legend has come to fruition." Chapter 45, The Son-in-Law Who Changed His Fate, Part 7. Within the secret realm of Dongwu, a resplendent golden token appeared in Su Chen's hand. This token was none other than the legendary Tong Wang Ling, which granted its bearer the unconditional ability to summon the Li clan to fulfill 3 requests. How formidable is the strength of the Heavenly Source dynasty today? Outside the Dongwu secret realm, a grand thoroughfare extended towards Dongwu City, which trembled in reverence as its inhabitants bowed their heads. For the one approaching was none other than the reigning monarch of the Heavenly Source dynasty, King Yuan, Li Xianyuan. What could possibly stir such a king? The crowd was astonished, yet soon, a perceptive individual connected the dots, horrified at the thought. Could it be? The fabled Tong Wang Ling had manifested? The matter that could invoke the presence of the Yuan king was undoubtedly of great significance. When the Dongwu secret realm reopened and numerous prodigies emerged, the crowd's speculations were confirmed. Li Xianyuan approached Su Chen, a smile breaking through his imposing demeanor. "Young one, it is you who has acquired the Tong Wang Ling left by the Tai Zone?" Encountering Li Xianyuan again and being addressed as young one left Su Chen feeling somewhat disconcerted. He vaguely recalled the time when the small Xianyuan trailed behind him, calling him great-grandfather. Gradually growing up, he had now transformed into a regal monarch. Truly, he was a worthy descendant. Su Chen quickly adjusted his mindset, responding with neither subservience nor arrogance. "I have the honor to meet the Yuan king. Is this token the Tong Wang Ling you speak of?" A glimmer of golden starlight flickered in Su Chen's hand. Li Xianyuan sensed a faint familiarity emanating from it, though he could not pinpoint its origin. Perhaps it was the aura of the token in Su Chen's grasp, reminiscent of his great-grandfather. There was no mistake. Within Dongwu City, countless gazes fixated fervently on the golden token in Su Chen's hand, brimming with jealousy, greed, and envy. Everyone knew this young man had struck gold. Li Xianyuan scanned the token, confirming its authenticity before nodding. Indeed, it is the Tong Wang Ling bestowed by the esteemed Taizong. With this token, you may command my Li clan to assist you in realizing 3 wishes. Even if you desire to ascend as the monarch of the Heavenly Source dynasty, we would comply. Li Xianyuan's expression was solemn. This declaration incited intense envy among the many factions within Dongwu City. The throne, that coveted seat which haunted the dreams of countless souls, was now within reach. Yet Su Chen pondered internally. Should he choose to become the king of the Heavenly Source dynasty, he would likely meet his demise within a decade. He was well aware of the disposition of his descendants. While not inherently flawed, such traits were essential for the Li clan to thrive. Moreover, he had no desire to reign. In his past life, he had grown weary of such power. In this life, he yearned solely to pursue martial arts and live for himself. Su Chen earnestly declared, "I have no desire to become the ruler of the Tianyuan dynasty, nor do I covet the throne. My foremost wish is to gain access to the Li family's library and peruse the martial arts contained within." Li Xianyuan, slightly taken aback, remarked, "This individual seems to possess a resolute heart for martial arts, much like my elder brother." The elder brother, of course, refers to Li Xianbing. Li Xianyuan responded, "There is no issue, as long as you vow not to divulge the Li family's techniques to outsiders." Su Chen nodded affirmatively. "That is a given." Once Su Chen completed his martial oath, Li Xianyuan continued, "The Li family can fulfill your first wish. What is your second wish?" Su Chen shook his head. "I have yet to contemplate it. Once I do, I shall present my request. Li Xianyuan replied, very well. The Li family still owes you 2 wishes. Li Xianyuan escorted Su Chun back to the royal capital, leading him to the library. Within the Tianyuan dynasty, an inconspicuous youth had acquired the legendary royal command, enabling him to unconditionally request 3 wishes from the Li family. Even the aspiration to ascend as the ruler of the Tianyuan dynasty would be granted without hesitation. The tale of an ordinary individual seizing an opportunity to defy fate has been an enduring theme throughout history. Consequently, the news of Su Chen's acquisition of the royal command swiftly traversed vast distances. Upon learning that Su Chen's first wish was merely to enter the Li family's library, countless individuals sighed, deeming it a tremendous waste. Had they been in his position, they would have sought to become the ruler of the Tianyuan dynasty, where power, beauty, and resources for cultivation were readily available. The royal command had fallen into the hands of a fool. What a squandered opportunity. Unbeknownst to Su Chen, word of his royal command had already spread throughout the Tianyuan dynasty. At that moment, he was engrossed in studying the emperor's astonishing scripture, a truly esteemed technique that transcended both king-level and emperor-level martial arts. Su Chen's comprehension in this life reached an impressive 500 points. Yet, even so, grasping the emperor's astonishing scripture proved to be exceedingly challenging. The scripture consists of 9 levels, and Su Chen was only able to comprehend up to the 6th level. What kind of prodigy was the legendary Li Shenhua, who created such a technique? Su Chen held deep admiration for this ancestor of the Li family. He took the emperor's astonishing scripture with him, dedicating 2 years to its study. His cultivation soared, reaching the 7th level of the Spirit Sea realm at the age of 21, a pace far swifter than in his previous life. Upon leaving the library, Su Chen sought out Li Xianyuan to present his second request, a place in the disciple examination of the Xianyuan sacred land. Li Xianyuan was astonished. This request posed no challenge for the Tianyuan dynasty. Should Su Chen gain entry into the Xianyuan sacred land through the Tianyuan dynasty's quota, it would yield substantial benefits for the dynasty. Li Xianyuan readily agreed. Su Chen then accompanied the Tianyuan dynasty to Xianling City to participate in the disciple examination. To his surprise, the elder responsible for the examination was none other than his good brother from his previous life, Lin Wu. Nearly 600 years old, Lin Wu appeared aged, his hair completely white. However, the passage of time has imbued him with a commanding presence. The once humble martial artist, tirelessly earning gold coins day and night, has transformed into an esteemed elder revered by countless nations. Upon encountering Su Chen, Lin Wu greeted him with a warm smile and remarked, "Indeed, if you successfully pass the assessment, you may seek me out." The news of the ancient decree left by Lin Wu's old friend from the Tianyuan dynasty being obtained by someone had certainly reached his ears. His old friend had vanished without a trace, perhaps never to be seen again. Lin Wu regarded Su Chen as the successor of his long-lost companion. Should Su Chen succeed in the evaluation and gain entry into the Xianyuan sacred land, Lin Wu would not hesitate to assist him in finding a powerful ally. Such is the advantage of possessing connections. Many prodigies gazed at Su Chen, who had garnered the praise of the sacred land's envoy, each harboring their own thoughts. The unanimous consensus was clear. This young man possesses boundless potential. It is imperative to befriend him and, under no circumstances, to offend him. Once he joins the Xianyuan sacred land, he is destined to soar to great heights. Chapter 46, The Fate-Altering Son-in-Law, Part 8. The Trial of the 100 Nations. This was not the first time Su Chen participated. In his previous life, he took part in the trial of the 100 Nations and discovered some yet immature treasures within the secret realm. He carefully concealed these treasures, waiting for the next opportunity to retrieve them in the future. 5 centuries have swiftly elapsed. Su Chen was uncertain how many treasures still remained. The passage of 500 years, with its frost and snow, had obliterated even the marks he once left behind, rendering them non-existent. As he followed the threads of his memory, Su Chen realized that the secret realm no longer resembled his recollections. The markers he had inscribed had become futile, and he could no longer locate them, which left him somewhat disheartened. Thus, he sought other opportunities. Fortunately, fortune smiled upon him. He soon encountered a formidable beast and easily vanquished it, obtaining a millennium-old herb. Wandering further, he seized several fortuitous encounters. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed through the heavens and earth, heralding the appearance of an ancient steel. Su Chen lifted his gaze, his heart brimming with curiosity about how many legacy runes he could comprehend in this life and the magnitude of the inheritance he might acquire. The numerous prodigies within the secret realm flocked towards the Xianyuan ancient steel, striving to seize the Dao platform. Upon seeing Su Chun, they recognized him as a favored genius of the Xianyuan sacred land, and none dared to provoke him. Su Chun effortlessly claimed a Dao platform without any contention. The young prodigies, upon encountering him, chose silence and wisely departed to contend for other platforms. As the radiance of the Dao platform blossomed, Su Chen's consciousness swiftly melded into it. Golden, resplendent runes cascaded through the space like raindrops. Those mysterious and arcane symbols, to Su Chen's perception, were as clear as palmistry. Laid bare before him, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, more and more prodigies awakened. The brilliance emanating from Su Chun grew increasingly radiant. The onlookers marveled. Indeed, a genius esteemed by the elders of the sacred land. They were curious to see just how many runes Su Chun would ultimately grasp. Gradually, only Su Chun remained. A month later, a beam of light ascended. 531 runes. Was this truly the extent of my capabilities? Su Chun comprehended the legacy he had attained in his mind. It was the inheritance of a Void Realm powerhouse. The Void Realm transcends the Xianjing realm, earning the revered title of Emperor. In the Xianyuan sacred land, an individual of the Void Realm is regarded as an absolute powerhouse. The inheritance Su Chun had acquired consisted solely of low-grade imperial martial techniques. Even the most inferior imperial techniques are still imperial in nature. Outside the secret realm, a stir ensued. Lin Wu recalled that, several centuries prior, the most gifted talent with potential for imperial ascension, Lang Tide, had only comprehended 480 runes. After entering the Xianyuan sacred land, he had now reached the pinnacle of the Xianjing realm, mere steps away from breaking into the Void Realm. Now, Su Chun had grasped over 530 runes, demonstrating an undeniable brilliance of comprehension. The outcome was as Lin Wu had anticipated. Su Chun secured the first place and entered the Xianyuan sacred land. In the East Wilderness, there existed a total of 12 sacred lands of monumental significance. The Xianyuan sacred land ranks 9th, a realm that stands proudly above the myriad beings of the world. Its vastness is merely the tip of the iceberg, far exceeding the expanse of the Tianyuan dynasty. Rare treasures and extraordinary beasts abound, while undulating mountains are bathed in ethereal light. Under the guidance of Lin Wu, Su Chun became a disciple of a formidable figure known as the Jinyu Emperor. This emperor, an elderly man with a goat beard and an air of lethargy, exuded a strength that Su Chun could keenly sense. Disciple Mu Chun pays respects to master. Su Chun addressed the goat-bearded elder with utmost reverence. The elder's gaze suddenly ignited with sharp brilliance as he regarded Su Chun, declaring, "I had no intention of taking on a disciple. But this Lin Wu lad insists that you are exceptional and might bring me unexpected joy. Thus, I shall accept you as my disciple and impart all my teachings. Do not let me down. I shall exhaust every effort and live up to your expectations, Master," Su Chun affirmed, nodding earnestly. The master and disciple resided on Jinyu Peak, a grand domain teeming with servants. Remarkably, Su Chun found himself the sole disciple, an unexpected fortune that allowed him to access the entire lineage's resources without competition. A tremendous opportunity indeed. The following day, Su Chun commenced his training under the Jinyu Emperor, who generously shared his knowledge. The technique he practiced, known as the Jinyu Sutra, was a supreme royal-grade art. Su Chun also learned that the Jinyu Emperor was a peak 9th-level master of the Dongshu realm, which only heightened Su Chun's excitement. With such a powerful ally, his path to cultivation seemed boundless. 3 years swiftly passed. During this time, Su Chun devoted himself to his studies on Jinyu Peak and under the Jinyu Emperor's guidance. He gained profound insights into the realms of cultivation. His progress soared, and he advanced to the 3rd level of the spiritual soul realm, achieving a high-quality spiritual soul capable of effortlessly overcoming 3 versions of his former self. Throughout these 3 years, Su Chun also uncovered aspects of the goat-bearded elder's past, learning of a long-standing enemy that had prevented the Jinyu Emperor from accepting disciples. Consumed by thoughts of revenge, the elder had no inclination to take on students until now, as his lifespan approached its end and he had yet to break through to the Nirvana realm. With vengeance seemingly unattainable, the desire to accept a disciple arose, especially since the Jinyu Emperor was a close friend of Lin Wu, who regarded Su Chun as a successor to an old friend. Thus, Su Chun found himself under the tutelage of a peak Dongshu realm master, still the only disciple. Over these 3 years, the Jinyu Emperor was greatly pleased with Su Chun's aptitude. Perhaps, in the future, Su Chun would break through to the Dongshu realm and inherit his master's legacy. Jinyu Peak would not fade into obscurity within the annals of the Xianyuan sacred land. "Master, I am a disciple hailing from the great Yin Empire. It has been 4 long years since I departed from my homeland, and I yearn to return and see my family once more. I humbly beseech you to grant me this request, for achieving success and renown naturally calls for a triumphant return. Su Chen has firmly established himself within the sacred land of Xianyuan, and his thoughts inevitably drift to Uncle Xia and the Xia siblings. He wonders how they are faring now. Additionally, there is his sworn brother, Feng Bubi, who is suspected to be a person of great fortune. The prison sovereign nodded in acknowledgement. Since it is a homecoming, it is only fitting. Let the two, Xiao and Kuan, accompany you back to the great Yin Empire. Xiao and Kuan are both followers of the prison sovereign and servants of the prison peak, possessing strength at the profound realm. In the outside world, they would be considered figures of royal stature. Thus, Su Chen embarked on his journey back to the great Yin Empire. Chapter 47. The Reformed Son-in-Law, Part 9. The Great Yin Dynasty is one of the subordinate dynasties of the Xianyuan sacred land, ruled by powerful beings of the Dongxi realm. Recently, the Great Yin Dynasty uncovered an ancient relic, believed to be the remnants of a powerful figure who had perished there. This figure had established a barrier, allowing only those below the Tongxian realm to enter. Consequently, various factions within the Great Yin Dynasty dispatched their elite members, accompanied by disciples, to seek fortune within the relic. The Xia siblings followed the leader of the Shuiyun sect to broaden their horizons. After Su Chen departed from the Great Yin Dynasty, the Xia siblings dedicated themselves to their training within the Shuiyun sect, making remarkable progress and emerging as some of the sect's most talented individuals. Presently, Xia Yingwei has transcended to the 9th level of the Lingwen realm, while Xia Qinfeng has reached the 3rd level, albeit with slightly less prowess. However, as more prodigies from the Great Yin Dynasty gathered, the Xia siblings found themselves lost in a sea of faces, becoming just another ordinary presence among many. Like the Shuiyun sect, they were merely a commonplace grain of sand within the vastness of the Great Yin Dynasty. Wang Shuang, the flamboyantly dressed son of the Lord of Qinghe City, cast a burning gaze upon Xia Yingwei. He was a prodigy who had joined the Shuiyun sect. Wang Shuang had long been enamored by Xia Yingyue's beauty, even going so far as to orchestrate for his own younger brother to befriend her useless fiancé, hoping to find an opportunity to eliminate him and thwart Xia Yingyue's impending marriage. Only then would he have a chance to win her heart. However, he never anticipated that his ineffectual brother would meet his demise amidst a beast tide, allowing Su Chen to escape a calamity. Wang Shuang intended to take matters into his own hands, only to learn that Su Chen had already departed from Qinghe City, whereabouts unknown. Perhaps he was unaware of his own peril, destined to become carrion for vultures in some desolate wilderness. This spared Wang Shuang the trouble of direct involvement, as he feared that such actions might leave a negative impression on Yingwei. As he contemplated, his desire for Xia Yingwei only intensified. After her marriage, she exuded a different allure, more captivating than before. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted, shaking the ground and disrupting Wang Shuang's thoughts. He gazed in astonishment towards the distance, where 9 formidable prodigies had encircled a young man. Wang Shuang recognized each of them. After all, few were unfamiliar with these top 50 prodigies of the Great Yin Dynasty. The sight of them banding together against a single individual was both shocking and unprecedented. Xia Yingwei's beautiful eyes flickered as she recognized the targeted youth. It was her husband's sworn brother, Feng Bubi, armed with a silver spear. Feng Bubi radiated an overwhelming presence, standing resolutely against the 9 prodigies, showing no signs of weakness. In an astonishing turn of events, he began to dominate the battlefield, swiftly defeating 3 of the 9. The remaining 6, witnessing this, had no choice but to retreat momentarily. Yet, Feng Bubi had no intention of letting them escape easily. Feng Bubi, you are courting death. A pair of colossal hands clasped together, enveloping Feng Bubi within. The towering spirit manifestation revealed a young man clad in purple robes, his eyes gleaming with a violet hue. The second ranked on the Great Yin Dynasty's talents list, the purple robe marquis, personally intervened. The young man was doomed. It was said that Feng Bubi had slain the marquis's younger brother, inciting the marquis's wrath and prompting a hunt. Unexpectedly, not only did Feng Bubi survive the pursuit, but within a mere year, he established a formidable reputation, defeating 9 top talents in broad daylight. The purple robe marquis would surely not allow such a terrifying prodigy to live. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out will inevitably be felled by the wind. It was a pity that such a genius failed to temper his ambitions. Opposing the marquis would surely lead to his demise. Faced with the imposing figure of the purple robe youth, Feng Bubi's eyes burned with animosity upon encountering an adversary. The cultivation level displayed by the purple robe youth was at the spirit manifestation first level, while Fong Bubi's prowess was merely at the 9th level of the spirit sea. This battle should have been without suspense. However, Fong Bubi, employing some unknown means, forcibly elevated his cultivation to the spirit manifestation first level. The purple robe youth, filled with rage and humiliation, no longer concealed his strength, unleashing a power comparable to the spirit manifestation third level. This was troubling. The youth was hiding his true capabilities. Fong Bubi, taken aback to find someone as cunning as himself, began to falter and prepared to retreat. The purple robe marquis was furious. Fong Bubi had compelled him to reveal his true strength, and he must eliminate Fong Bubi. At that moment, the clouds in the sky parted, revealing a magnificent carriage that emerged between them. Flanking the carriage were 2 tall figures, impeccably dressed, exuding an aura both divine and demonic, as if they were 2 unyielding pillars of stability, causing the surrounding air to freeze, leaving everyone too afraid to breathe audibly. They were king-level experts of the profound realm, undoubtedly king-level experts. The numerous prominent factions of the Great Yin dynasty were astounded. The profound realm boasted elite powerhouses capable of dominion over territories. These 2 profound realm experts appeared to be mere guards. Seated within the opulent carriage was a remarkably young man, his long hair cascading beside him, exuding a tranquil aura akin to a vast ocean. Undisturbed by even the slightest ripple, a mastery over vital energy that was utterly astonishing. Wang Shuang looked up at the young man, feeling an uncanny familiarity, as if he had seen him before, yet his mind could not conjure the identity of this figure. Wang Shuang failed to notice the exhilaration of the Xia siblings, who, upon seeing that silhouette, were overwhelmed with emotion. Xia Qinfeng's eyes widened as he murmured, "This guy, it really is him." More than 4 years had passed without a word from Su Chun. Xia Yue's beautiful eyes sparkled with clarity. "I knew he would be fine. He has returned." For years, a span neither long nor short, was but a fleeting moment in the life of an exceptionally gifted martial artist. Yet, for those dear to him, the reflection cast by 4 years could occupy half of a prolonged timeline. Su Chen beheld the siblings of the Xia family and offered a faint smile. He then turned his attention to Fong Bubi, who was the target of scrutiny, and murmured, "Brother, it has been quite a while." Fong Bubi's expression brightened with surprise. "Mugo?" he inquired. Su Chen nodded and gestured towards the young man in purple, indicating Fong Bubi. "This person, I have guaranteed your safety. Do you have any objections?" The young man in purple's countenance shifted, his voice low and somber. "You seem to hold me in rather low regard, thinking a mere phrase can compel my retreat. Would that not invite ridicule from the world?" Su Chen replied, "Are you feeling discontent?" Observing that Su Chen regarded him with indifference, the young man in purple seethed with anger and struck without hesitation. Su Chen remarked, "Your courage is commendable," which only served to infuriate the young man further. Chapter 48, The Destiny-Altering Son-in-Law, Part 10. Su Chen extended a single finger, commanding the mountains and rivers beneath its influence. The heavens and earth became prisoners to his will. Even the violet-clad youth, despite exhausting all measures, appeared utterly futile beneath his solitary digit, dimmed and devoid of hope. "Cease. My young master is the progeny of the Eastern King." An elder, filled with indignation, made a bid to rescue the violet-clad youth. "The Eastern King? What does that signify?" Su Chen's retort was scathing. "My young master is a direct disciple of the imperial royal family of the Xianyuan sacred land. Not only is the Eastern King inconsequential, but even the sovereign of the Great Yin Empire must bow in reverence before my young master." Upon hearing the words of the guards surrounding Su Chen, the elder was stricken with terror, only to be subdued alongside the youth. Su Chen waved his hand, sparing their lives. 3 years hence, let my sworn brother resolve this enmity with his own hands." The violet-clad youth struggled to rise, but upon hearing this declaration, fury overwhelmed him, and he promptly lost consciousness. The violet marquis, Su Chen, desires Fong Bubi to personally conclude this matter. He shall serve as his whetstone. Fong Bubi displayed a look of gratitude, while the crowd erupted in astonishment. The enigmatic youth was, astonishingly, a direct disciple of a sovereign from the Xianyuan sacred land. Xia Yingwei recalled Su Chen's previous words, "When I achieve greatness, I shall return." The identity of a sacred land disciple, a true heir of a sovereign, shone as brilliantly as the sun, leaving her feeling diminished in comparison. Su Chen approached Xia Yingwei step by step, and in the gaze of the onlookers, he softly uttered, "I have returned." Xia Yingwei was overcome with joy, tears streaming down her face. Brother-in-law, and I too. I have missed you." Xia Qinfeng exclaimed, brimming with excitement. His brother-in-law was a disciple of the sacred land, a true heir of a sovereign. Su Chen paid Xia Chenfeng no heed. The members of the Shuiyun sect were left speechless upon witnessing Su Chen's familiarity with Xiao Yingwe. The sect leader, in a bid to curry favor, wore a smile that seemed almost sycophantic. Wang Shuang glared at the sight of his goddess nestled beside another, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. His fists clenched tightly, his gums grinding, producing a creaking sound that betrayed his agitation. This successfully drew Su Chen's attention. Su Chen pondered briefly, a familiar name surfacing in his mind. Wang Shuang, the son of the city lord of Qinghe City. Like Xiao Yingwe, he had entered the Shuiyun sect. For years prior, he had attempted to slay Su Chen but had failed. Facing Wang Shuang's animosity, Su Chen cast a fleeting glance, merely a glance. In that moment, Wang Shuang was jolted into clarity, his fiery gaze transformed into one of sheer terror, as if he had witnessed the most horrifying scene imaginable. Subsequently, he descended into madness. The Shuiyun sect dared not express anger or voice dissent. The secret realm opened, an enigmatic domain left behind by a fallen sovereign piqued Su Chen's interest immensely. His power, though merely average within the Xianyuan sacred land, rendered him invincible among the younger generation of the Great Yin Empire. Even against formidable foes at the 9th level of the spirit realm, Su Chen possessed the means to vanquish them. Entering the secret realm, he found himself in a landscape replete with mountains and rivers, resembling a miniature world. Here, even life had emerged, giving rise to unique races endowed with extraordinary abilities. Su Chen's yearning for the realm beyond the transcendence deepened. After death, the power within him transformed into a mystical realm, with his blood flowing like rivers, his teeth, bones, and marrow forming various precious veins, and his skin and hair evolving into towering trees, all nurturing new life forms. Such immense power surpassed imagination. The beings born within this secret domain, faced with invasion, found themselves powerless to resist. Their cultivation methods were merely outdated bloodline legacies, thin and feeble compared to the crystallization of countless individuals' wisdom over the years in the outside world. Witnessing a race being plundered and extinguished, Su Chen remained unmoved. He discovered remnants of the past emperor's essence on the priest, acquiring a legacy known as the Xin Yong Sword Classic, classified as low-grade imperial. He even found several fist-sized low-grade spirit crystals, which brought him immense joy. Others in the secret realm also reaped considerable rewards, particularly Fang Bubi. The old man, having exhausted his soul, fell into slumber. But Fang Bubi fortuitously discovered a star spirit grass to heal his soul. Perhaps, in a century's time, this secret realm would collapse with the passage of time. A thought that brought relief to some. Outside the secret realm, the emperor of the Dian dynasty did not make an appearance. Instead, the ever-respectful Huang Gonggong emerged. With a flattering smile, he addressed Su Chen. "Your Majesty has heard of your arrival and has prepared a banquet. Might you have the time to attend?" Even the emperor must tread carefully in the presence of a disciple of the sacred land, adopting a humble demeanor. Su Chen understood that this deference primarily stemmed from the formidable Jinyu emperor standing behind him, a powerful figure at the 9th level of the Void Realm. Merely a step away from the Nirvana Realm, the foundation of the Dian dynasty could barely support a strength of the 3rd or 4th level of the Void Realm. Nodding, Su Chen replied, "Please inform the emperor that I will attend the gathering." The ruler of the Dian dynasty sought to befriend him, and naturally, Su Chen would not decline. Huang Gonggong, having received Su Chen's message, departed with great satisfaction. Su Chen needed to arrange matters concerning the Xia family. Upon returning, he noted significant changes within the family. Xia Hongkai had diligently practiced the techniques left by Su Chen, achieving breakthroughs in solitude and becoming the strongest in Qinghe City, a half-step into the spirit soul realm. The Xia family had ascended to the position of the foremost family in Qinghe City. "Chen is back," Xia Hongkai exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Su Chen again, tears glistening in his eyes. Xia Chenfeng felt puzzled. After all, he was the biological son. Yet, it was evident that the elder Xia had seemingly overlooked his own flesh and blood. Upon meeting Xia Hongkai once more, Su Chen respectfully bowed. In this life, although his biological father had perished early in the beast tide, he was not without a father. Xia Hongkai was indeed his father in this incarnation. Reflecting on this, Su Chen realized that even he could not achieve such a feat, treating an outsider as one's own child, unwaveringly for over a decade. When Xia Hongkai learned of Su Chen's enrollment in the Xianyuan sacred land, he felt immeasurable joy. Meanwhile, the ruler of the Dian dynasty, upon discovering Su Chen's background, awaited his arrival in the imperial capital, where news soon arrived. 20 years ago, The demon king who incited the tide of monsters was besieged by the forces of the great Yin dynasty. Su Chun understood in his heart that this demon king was the very culprit behind his parents' demise in this lifetime. Now, he had finally been vanquished. Countless individuals, who had lost everything due to the outbreak of the demon tide, learned of this news and wept tears of joy. Within the great Yin imperial palace, Su Chun was surrounded by adoring admirers, akin to the moon encircled by stars. The powerful elite gathered around him, yet Su Chun remained exceedingly calm. He had grown accustomed to such scenes. However, in the eyes of those nobles, he was a prodigy from the sacred land, unfazed by flattery or disdain. Indeed, a disciple of the sacred land possessed a distinct demeanor. To get to the point, a dignified smile broke through the stern countenance of the Yin emperor as he introduced his daughter. "This is my little girl, Yin Qiming, who has long admired heroes, especially talents like you from the sacred land." The exquisitely beautiful young woman spoke in a soft, delicate manner. "I have admired you for a long time, and wish to follow you and remain by your side." Su Chun: "Nonsense. Am I that kind of person?" Chapter 49. The Son-in-Law Who Defies Fate, Part 11. In the face of the allure of beauty from the sovereign of the Dayan dynasty, Su Chun resolutely declined. Perhaps in his first and second lifetimes, the charm of beauty held some allure, but as his experiences multiplied, these superficial temptations no longer stirred his interest. The allure of fleeting beauty had faded. He preferred souls with depth and intrigue. After stabilizing the Xia family's affairs, Su Chun returned to the Xianyuan sacred land with the Xia siblings. He devoted himself to cultivation, and time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had elapsed. Su Chun's cultivation reached the 7th level of the spirit realm, making remarkable progress. However, he remained humble. For even a mere disciple from the Xianyuan sacred land would be considered a genius in the outside world. Among them, some sequential disciples had already achieved the rank of king before the age of 20. The decennial Tao Asking Conference was on the horizon, a grand event in the eastern wilderness, attracting countless prodigies. "My disciple, you may accompany the senior brothers of the sacred land to participate in the trials and witness a broader horizon," called the Jinyu Emperor, summoning Su Chun. The conference would feature many core disciples of the sacred land, and Su Chun felt an innate yearning. He had yet to engage with those top-tier talents from the sacred land. He wished to meet the champions of the world. On the ship of the sacred land, young men and women stood, radiating an aura of at least the spirit realm. Among them were prodigies whose prowess Su Chun could not fathom, far surpassing his past self. This revelation left him in awe of the Jinyu Emperor's aspirations. The sky was indeed vast beyond imagination. Having been a disciple of the Xianyuan sacred land for 8 years, Su Chun had primarily followed the Jinyu Emperor in his training. Although he knew there were many powerful prodigies within the sacred land, he had yet to encounter them. On board the ship, Su Chun spotted a familiar face, Li Xianbing, the pride of his former life. Having become a disciple of a Nirvana realm elder in the Xianyuan sacred land, Su Chun could not discern the depth of his cultivation. But he knew that Li Xianbing was not far from breaking through to the void realm. Li Xianbing noticed Su Chun and smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. Su Chun joined the crowd as they arrived at Tao Asking City, a gathering place for countless prodigies. These remarkable individuals hailed from the 12 sacred lands, or various ancient clans, representing the pinnacle of power beneath the sacred land. The assembly of such prodigies created a dazzling spectacle akin to a constellation of stars shining brightly. The Xianyuan sacred land ranked 9th among the 12, while the eastern wilderness held the 4th position among the 5. What kind of splendor would the legendary martial arts sanctuary, the Central Continent, with its imperial lineage, bring? The Tao Asking Conference was a contest for the younger generation of martial artists in the eastern wilderness. Where there is competition, there are also grievances. The Xianyuan sacred land and the Qingyu sacred land were long-standing rivals, with animosities spanning both the older and younger generations. One ranked 9th, the other 8th. Neither was willing to concede. Su Chun, however, did not encounter any disciples from the Qingyu sacred land. His opponent was a prodigy from the ancient Tianshui Qing clan, and Su Chun narrowly claimed victory. A disciple from the prestigious 3rd-ranked sacred land of Zhongjian, Zhongmuji, has emerged victorious over Su Chun, marking the latter's first defeat against an opponent of equal caliber. With an air of nonchalance, the young man, whose long hair cascades like ink, stands aloof, his deep-set eyes emanating an icy demeanor that repels all who dare approach. He sheaths his ancient sword into its scabbard and departs, seemingly unfazed by the encounter, as though it were merely a trivial affair. Su Chun finds himself momentarily lost in thought. apart from his first life. The memories accumulated over countless lifetimes have bestowed upon him unparalleled strength, allowing him to easily overpower peers of his realm, which has fostered a profound sense of solitude in his invincibility. You were defeated by him, and it is no injustice, a voice interjects. It is Li Xianbing, who offers consolation. The young man possesses a unique martial physique, far superior to the average spiritual body, though it does not rival the divine or sacred physiques. It remains a formidable attribute. Having departed from the Tian Yuan dynasty to join the Xian Yuan sacred land, Li Xianbing has also experienced moments of uncertainty. The world is replete with prodigies, and in their company, he feels strikingly ordinary. Su Chen swiftly recalibrates his mindset, grappling with a sense of disappointment and melancholy. The martial experiences amassed over centuries have been effortlessly overshadowed by innate talent. The Tao Inquiry Conference continues unabated. Su Chen observes a disciple named Jiang Cheng from the Xian Yuan sacred land, ranked 13th, engaged in a fierce battle with a young woman from the Qingyu sacred land, lasting 300 exchanges. Their prowess, even among the Transcendence realm, is commendable, epitomizing true youthful kings. Ultimately, both warriors exhaust their abilities, resulting in mutual injury and a stalemate. The highest-ranked disciple of the Xian Yuan sacred land, Shen Wuxin, occupies the third position. At under 30, he has attained the 9th level of the Transcendence realm, securing 7th place in the Tao Inquiry Conference. After witnessing such outstanding talents, Su Chen's resolve to train intensifies, leading him to engage more deeply with the Xian Yuan sacred land and accumulate contributions. In a decade, he reaches the 9th level of spiritual refinement, a mere step away from transcendence. At the age of 37, Su Chen encounters a bottleneck in his cultivation. Despite having previously broken through the transcendence realm in his past life, achieving another breakthrough proves to be an arduous endeavor. Consequently, he resolves to leave the Xian Yuan sacred land in search of opportunities. During his quest, he encounters Fang Bubi, whose cultivation level remains inscrutable to Su Chen, but is presumed to have entered the transcendence realm. Brother Mu, you are on the verge of entering the transcendence realm, are you not? Fang Bubi remarks, perceptively noting Su Chen's current state. He adds, I know of a place that may assist you in comprehending the mysteries of the transcendence realm and achieving that breakthrough. Su Chen is taken aback. Such a precious opportunity from Fang Bubi is unexpected. Fang Bubi leads Su Chen to a site of inheritance, a location where an unknown powerful figure has left behind a legacy. Here, Su Chen engages in profound understanding while Fang Bubi practices outside. After 5 years, Su Chen finally senses the threshold of the transcendence realm and swiftly surpasses it. I have finally broken through the transcendence realm, he exclaims with joy. Achieving the transcendence realm in his 40s is commendable within the sacred lands, marking him as a true genius. Fang Bubi, witnessing Su Chen's breakthrough, smiles and congratulates him. Congratulations, Brother Mu, on your successful entry into the transcendence realm. However, Su Chen feels a pang of melancholy as he remains unable to discern the depths of Fang Bubi's cultivation. Dear brother, what are your plans moving forward? Su Chen inquired. Fang Bubi, resolute in his decision to remain a lone wolf, replied, I shall not join any faction. I intend to journey to Zhangzhou. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. With a bittersweet smile, Su Chen clasped his hands and said, Then I wish you great success and renown in Zhangzhou. Fang Bubi raised a jug of wine, and together they indulged in hearty revelry. By the break of dawn, he staggered away, embarking on the path to Zhangzhou. Su Chen watched as Fang Bubi faded into the distance. Perhaps this parting would give rise to yet another legend in Zhangzhou. Upon returning to the Xian Yuan sacred land, Su Chen was met with unsettling news. Lin Wu had failed in his attempt to break through to the Dongshu realm and lay grievously injured, teetering on the brink of death. When Su Chen went to visit Lin Wu, he found him in a dire state, but was greeted with immense joy upon their reunion. Chapter 50. The changed fate of the son-in-law, complete. Lin Wu has succumbed to his injuries. The damage was simply too severe. In just 3 months, he could no longer endure. Fortunately, he departed this world with a smile upon his lips. Su Chen was aware of Lin Wu's background. His life, though fraught with tribulations, could indeed be deemed illustrious, a journey not made in vain. After pouring a jug of wine upon Lin Wu's grave, Su Chen took his leave. Life is perpetually unpredictable. Death and life had long ceased to hold any fear for him. Thus, 8 years slipped away. Now 50 years of age, Su Chen heard his brother-in-law's yearning voice. I wish to return to my family. Xiao Chenfeng mused, brushing his head. The cultivation in the Xian Yuan Holy Land was indeed remarkable. Su Chun had provided him with unimaginable conditions for training, yet he still yearned to return to his kin. He felt that such a holy place was not meant for him. Each individual harbors their own aspirations, and Su Chun respected Xia Qinfeng's decision. That year, Xia Qinfeng returned to the great Yin dynasty. In the 70th year, the Jinyu Emperor summoned Su Chun and entrusted him with a medallion. Disciple, your comprehension is extraordinary. Over the years, you have grasped my teachings far ahead of the anticipated 30 years. Thus, I am unburdened. This is the Jinyu token, the emblem of Jinyu Peak. Should I not return, you shall become the Peak Master. Gather disciples widely and ensure that Jinyu Peak does not fade into obscurity. If I do not return, regardless of the hand that claims my life, do not seek vengeance on my behalf. Su Chun accepted the Jinyu token, becoming the new master of the peak. The Jinyu Emperor subsequently vanished without a trace, never to be heard from again. In the 100th year, the Jinyu Emperor met his end, slain by an enemy. His remains lost to the void. Su Chun erected a monument in his honor. Old fellow, the legacy you left behind shall surely be carried forward with great pride. He vowed before the Jinyu Emperor's gravestone. Without the protection of the Jinyu Emperor, Su Chun was compelled to confront the myriad responsibilities of a peak master. However, the role of a peak master was far from simple. In the 3rd year following the Jinyu Emperor's demise, vast territories belonging to Jinyu Peak were divided among rival powers, and the forces that once offered tribute ceased their allegiance. The situation grew dire. Su Chun's cultivation had barely reached the 3rd level of Tongxian. In the 200th year, Xia Hongcai's lifespan reached its conclusion. Su Chun made a special return to the Xia family to bid farewell to Xia Hongcai. Grasping Su Chen's hand, Xia Hongcai smiled contentedly. Chainer, I can finally reach the 9 springs and tell your father that his child shall be his lifelong pride. With that, Xia Hongcai departed in peace. Su Chun no longer harbored the desire to return to the Xian Yuan Holy Land. With the passing of the Jinyu Emperor, he was left alone at Jinyu Peak, a solitary pillar holding up the weight of the peak. He became the envoy of the Holy Land. In the 300th year, Su Chen's cultivation broke through to the 5th level of Tongxian, surpassing his previous life. A significant event transpired within the Holy Land. An esteemed ancestor of the Xian Yuan Holy Land emerged, intent on waging war against the fearsome burial soul Forbidden Zone. The entirety of the Holy Land mobilized, and Su Chen was no exception. The Forbidden Zone concealed a multitude of fearsome beings, as well as countless opportunities awaiting discovery. As Su Chen advanced into the sacred land, he plunged into the Forbidden Zone, reaping abundant rewards. However, as he delved deeper, the pressure from the sacred land intensified, and even he faced numerous life-threatening perils. He realized that further descent was perilous, as it could summon great horrors. With a resolute heart, he decided to retreat, and the sacred land did not hinder him, albeit with a sense of regret. True to Su Chen's forewarnings, as he ventured further into the Xian Yuan sacred land, he inadvertently provoked an ancient entity within the soul burial Forbidden Zone, leading to catastrophic losses in a single day. Even several venerable saints from the Xian Yuan sacred land fell in battle within the soul burial Forbidden Zone. The last remaining saint, perceiving the dire situation, sought to preserve the embers of the Xian Yuan sacred land, but ultimately fell victim to a siege by numerous saints, perishing within the soul burial Forbidden Zone. The elite forces of the sacred land met their demise, leaving it a mere shadow of its former glory. Su Chun could only smile wryly, reflecting on how a prestigious doctrine that had overseen the mortal realm for millennia could meet such a dramatic downfall. In his brief 300 years of existence, he had witnessed the rise and fall of the sacred land. Following the death of the saints, the Xian Yuan sacred land faltered, besieged by powerful factions seeking to seize its legacy and precious treasures. By the 4th century, the Xian Yuan sacred land vanished from the annals of history, reduced to numerous smaller sections. In this period, Su Chun founded the Zhanyu sect, welcoming many disciples, and his cultivation reached the 6th level of the profound realm. By the 5th century, dark demonic forces appeared in the East Wilderness, seemingly from other domains. Unfortunately, Su Chun encountered one such demon, who, despite being at the 3rd level of the profound realm, proved exceedingly difficult to slay. Ultimately, he discovered its fatal flaw and succeeded in vanquishing it. In the 6th century, the Dayan dynasty faced an invasion by demonic entities. Su Chun, alongside the Zhanyu sect, offered assistance, though the situation was dire. Xia Qinfeng lost his life in this battle. An aged warrior, he chose to sacrifice himself to buy time for his kin. Su Chun laid Xia Qinfeng's body alongside that of Xia Hongcai. By the 8th century, the demons temporarily retreated, and Su Chen heard of the renowned Fang Bubi, who held a significant position in the central state. However, his own lifespan was drawing to a close. He returned to the tomb of the Zhen Yu emperor, lamenting, "Old fellow, I have failed to preserve the Jin Yu peak you left behind, nor have I avenged you. I have broken my promise. And even the Xian Yuan sacred land has perished." In a daze, Su Chen heard numerous voices calling out to him, yet he could no longer open his eyes. He departed from this world, having fulfilled his natural course. And then he returned. Su Chen opened his eyes, finding himself back in the reversal space. In this life, he had met his end, narrowly escaping the fate of vanishing alongside the Xian Yuan sacred land. In the 5th life, he was a son-in-law whose family was annihilated by a beast tide, living under the roof of another. Yet fortune smiled upon him, as he was taken in by his father's good brother, who cherished him more than his own children. In his youth, he was rebellious, but upon reaching adulthood, he became steady, adeptly resolving crises. His cultivation advanced rapidly, shining brightly as he became a disciple of a venerable elder within the Xian Yuan sacred land. In the preceding 70 years, you navigated your path with ease. However, upon the passing of your esteemed master, you found yourself bereft of your greatest support within the sacred grounds. The elders and disciples of the sanctum began to ostracize you, leading to your expulsion from the sacred domain. With great caution, following the fall of the sanctum, you established a formidable faction known as the Jinyu sect, which gained remarkable renown. You nurtured several prodigious talents, achieving a modest fame before ultimately reaching the end of your mortal journey. Evaluation: Azure 8 stars, reversal points 800. Chapter 51, The Talented Swordmaster, Part 1. Regrettably, Su Chen felt a twinge of sorrow. Had it not been for the destruction of the sacred land, he might have had the opportunity to glimpse the threshold of the Void Realm. The relentless assault on the Forbidden Zone by the revered elders of the sacred land led to the annihilation of their elite forces, culminating in the demise of even the most esteemed among them. Though he narrowly escaped this calamity, he found himself stripped of power, reduced to a wandering cultivator. Thus, he established the Jinyu sect to carry on the legacy of the Jinyu emperor. Lacking resources for cultivation, Su Chen's progress became painfully sluggish, ultimately stagnating at the 8th level of the profound realm, where he met his end. Fortunately, during the preceding century, with the Jinyu emperor's support, Su Chen enjoyed a period of brilliance. Qualifications: 0, Insight, 0, Ancestry, 0, State of Mind. 50. Su Chen had accumulated 800 points of reversal destiny. Qualifications: 350. Insight 350, Ancestry 100. Having made the necessary arrangements, he promptly began his next life. Upon opening his eyes, Su Chen found himself staring in astonishment at his small, tender hands. To his surprise, he had awakened his memories at such an early stage in this life. Momentarily dazed, he soon erupted in joy. The earlier one awakens their memories, the better. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed an array of precious items. In this life, his lineage would surely be remarkable. Surrounding him were many people, among whom stood a striking couple. The man, never parted from his sword, was clad in a flowing green robe and gently cradled Su Chen in his arms, his gaze filled with tenderness. This was a kind-hearted swordsman. He placed Su Chen before the woman, who was exceedingly beautiful, appearing to be in her early 20s. She reached out softly to touch Su Chen, her eyelashes fluttering. Tears streamed down her face as she exclaimed, "This is our child." The man replied, "From now on, he shall be known as Shin Chen, the heir of the Yujin manor." Su Chen's eyelids grew heavy, and he suddenly felt an overwhelming drowsiness. Gradually, he drifted back to sleep. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Su Chen gradually familiarized himself with his current environment. He was not in the eastern desolation, nor in the central continent, but rather in the south. The southern barbarians, the weakest of the 5 great realms. The eastern desolation, albeit the second weakest, boasted 12 sacred lands and several declining powerful factions. In contrast, the southern barbarians could count their sacred lands on one hand. In this life, Su Chen was born in the Yujin manor, which focused solely on the art of the sword and was guarded by powerful practitioners, thus qualifying as a significant force. Su Chen felt a sense of nostalgia for the sword path. Apart from his first life where he trained in swordplay for its elegance, he had not practiced it since. Exceptional sword bone. Truly worthy of being my grandson. Su Chen was filled with astonishment. The master of Yujin manor was his grandfather, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard that prickled Su Chen's small face painfully. After a moment, Shun Lianxin sighed with a wry smile, saying, "Father, please spare Chen'er. Your beard is making his face all red." Upon realizing the state of Su Chen's face, Shun Tianyi burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, indeed. Such endurance at such a tender age. He is a promising candidate for swordsmanship. Just now, I was merely testing Chen'er's perseverance. Mastering the sword requires not only talent, but also a resilient spirit, steadfast against the tempests of 1,000 years, unwavering as a rock. While other children might have succumbed to tears, Chen'er remained composed. Shun Tianyi's eyes gleamed with brilliance. "Chen'er, extraordinary. Su Chen, what the heck? Utter nonsense." Gazing at that smiling face, Su Chen clenched his small fists. If only he were a bit older. He would have relished the thought of landing a punch on that face. Shun Lianxin looked on, half convinced. Su Chen observed his father's foolish demeanor and shook his head inwardly. In contrast, this grandfather possessed both strength and subtlety. Shun Tianyi rummaged through his belongings, producing a crystal-clear small sword that radiated with a spectrum of colors. Su Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. With his previous life's knowledge, he instantly recognized this rare artifact, a congenital sword embryo. Even among the prodigies of the sacred lands, few possess such a treasure. "Good grandson, do you like this?" Shun Tianyi waved the congenital sword embryo in front of Su Chen. Su Chen nodded repeatedly. In light of this sword, I shall forgive you, he thought. The congenital sword embryo was something his master in his past life, the emperor of the prison realm, had never acquired. Shun Tianyi smiled, seemingly triumphant. "If you are willing to follow your grandfather in the path of the sword, then this congenital sword embryo shall be yours." Su Chen's eyes sparkled. "Really? I am willing to follow grandfather in sword training." "Chen'er." Shun Lianxin swiftly lifted Su Chen and placed him behind himself. Facing Shun Tianyi with a grave tone, "Chen'er is still young and spoke without intent. I implore you to spare him. He absolutely cannot train with you." Shun Tianyi's smile faded, his gaze turning icy as he replied coolly, "Shun Lianxin, you dare to defy me?" Su Chen watched as Shun Tianyi's demeanor shifted dramatically. Feeling a wave of frustration, it seemed the atmosphere had transformed from paternal affection to an impending conflict. Shun Lianxin, fearful of Shun Tianyi, summoned his courage. For the first time, he unsheathed his Qingfeng sword, which glimmered with a gentle light, yet it was effortlessly grasped by Shun Tianyi. The Qingfeng sword let out a mournful cry before being discarded carelessly. Shun Lianxin was seized by Shun Tianyi. The disparity in their cultivation levels was insurmountable. Observing this, Su Chen sensed that his grandfather intended to harm his father and quickly interjected, "Grandfather, I beseech you to spare my father. I am willing to follow you in sword training." Upon hearing this, Shun Tianyi released Shun Lianxin, laughing heartily. "Now, that is my grandson. Shun Lianxin, you are truly inferior to a child." Shun Lianxin's face turned ashen. He opened his mouth as if to speak but fell silent. Su Chen perceived that his father in this life was a gentle soul, while this grandfather was domineering, permitting no insubordination, not even from his own offspring. Su Chen willingly chose to learn the sword from Shun Tianyi, who in turn gifted the congenital sword embryo to him. The two departed from the sword master manor. Su Chen finally comprehended why Shun Lianxin sought to impede Shun Tianyi from taking him under his tutelage. After all, he was merely a 3-year-old child. Su Chen felt utterly exasperated. Within the molten sword furnace, the searing sword intent seemed poised to pierce him through a myriad of wounds. Gritting his teeth, Su Chen inwardly cursed. 3 days later, upon witnessing Su Chen barely clinging to life, Shun Tianyi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he boisterously declared, "Good grandson, I truly did not misjudge you. You are indeed a natural prodigy of the sword path." Su Chen could only think. He was on the brink of death. Could he not be given even a morsel of medicine? Was this truly his grandfather? One might mistake him for a foe if unaware of their relationship. Thus, Su Chen continued to follow this unreliable elder in his pursuit of swordsmanship. All manner of torturous trials were inflicted upon Su Chen, rendering him inexpressibly tormented. Yet, inexplicably, he found joy in the process, for he was astonished to discover that his aptitude for cultivation, in tandem with the old man's merciless trials, was actually on the rise. Chapter 52, The Swordsmanship Prodigy, Part 2. A decade later, Su Chen is 13 years old. Over these 10 years, he has come to understand why Shun Tianyi finds delight in tormenting him. Indeed, to devise the sword cultivation body technique requires a remarkable talent, and Su Chen cannot help but scoff. Were it not for his countless lifetimes of experience that have rendered his martial spirit unyielding, he might have succumbed to the pressure and perished. The sword cultivation body technique boasts a mortality rate of 99. 999999999. Thus it is no wonder that Shun Lianxin is reluctant to allow him to train under Shen Tianyi. This path is akin to a journey from which there is no return. Surrounding Su Chun is a delicate veil of sword energy. And with a mere flick of his wrist, he can unleash countless sword chi. This embodies the sword cultivation body, a form of acquired martial physique. Excellent. Truly worthy of being my grandson. Shen Tianyi's gaze seems to devour Su Chun whole, as he breaks into a hearty laugh. At the tender age of 13, Su Chun has reached the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea realm, earning the title of the most gifted individual in the annals of the sword cultivation manor. My dear grandson. To become a true sword cultivator, one must not only endure rigorous training, but also conquer formidable adversaries. Every individual shall serve as your testing stone. Su Chun, another challenge? Shen Tianyi takes Su Chun to various powerful factions, where he challenges the younger generation. Soon, a previously unseen figure graces the Southern Barbarian Young Talents ranking, the Sword Prince. Shen Chun, a genius of the spirit soul realm at the age of 14, he rivals even the true disciples of the sacred lands. With the enhancement of the sword cultivation body, Su Chun can effortlessly wield the world's finest swords, his combat prowess far exceeding that of ordinary martial prodigies. For years swiftly pass. At 18, Su Chun's reputation soars. Numerous factions in the southern barbarian region are aware that the sword cultivation manor has birthed an extraordinary genius. He stands ranked 63rd on the Young Talents list. During these 4 years, Su Chun ascends to the 5th level of the Spirit Soul realm. Upon returning to the sword cultivation manor, he is embraced by Shun Lianxin and Shui Rou, who weep tears of joy. However, they are accompanied by a child of 6 or 7, whose features bear a resemblance to Su Chun. This is your younger brother, Shen Ping'an, Shen Lianxin says, stroking the boy's head with a hint of embarrassment. Both had believed Su Chun to be dead. Yet, Su Chun is unfazed by the existence of a younger brother. He crouches to meet Shen Ping'an's fearful gaze, pinching the boy's cheek and smiling. Little Ping'an, I am your brother, Shen Chun. Shen Ping'an blinks his wide eyes, gradually warming up, and timidly responds, brother. Su Chun, with a beaming smile, ruffles Shen Ping'an's hair. From now on, if anyone dares to bully you, your brother shall wield his sword and protect you. Shen Ping'an gazes up at Su Chun with wide eyes. In that moment, he feels an overwhelming sense of familiarity with the young man before him. Seeing the harmonious bond between the brothers, Shen Lianxin and Shui Rou finally breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, standing nearby, Shen Tianyi observes this scene with disdain. Not destined for greatness. This is Shen Tianyi's assessment of Shen Ping'an, a child too feeble, unfit for the path of swordsmanship, far inferior to Su Chun, who possesses the sword mastery physique. Su Chun began to dedicate himself to profound cultivation within the sword master villa, occasionally teasing Shen Ping'an, who harbored no interest in the sword. Disenchanted with sword practice, Shen Ping'an was entrusted with alternative methods of cultivation by Su Chun. With a smile, Su Chun remarked, the paths of the world are countless. It is not solely the sword path that prevails. If you have no desire to practice the sword, allow me to take the sword in hand while you pursue what you love and tread your preferred path. Shen Ping'an nodded earnestly, unaware of the myriad paths available. He simply understood that as long as he was spared from sword practice, he was content. At the age of 20, a significant event transpired in the southern barbarians, the emergence of the Tianshu tomb. Su Chun's eyes sparkled with intrigue, as he had heard of the tomb's illustrious reputation while in the eastern wilderness. This was the final resting place of a formidable powerhouse, accessible only with a key predominantly held by top-tier forces. However, a few keys were scattered across the southern barbarians. Naturally, the Swordmaster Villa lacked the qualifications to possess one, compelling Su Chun to leverage the villa's influence to seek out the key. The Tianshu tomb not only harbored the legacy of the great powerhouse, but also contained numerous treasures that even the sacred lands coveted. A current of ambition surged. After 2 months of diligent inquiries, Su Chun finally uncovered the whereabouts of a key, located within a realm of the demon race, gathering the talents of both humans and demons. It was he, the sword master of the human race, Shen Chun. Demon race prodigies beheld a white-clad youth, who glided through the air, his sword energy rending the skies as if parting the heavens, causing the clouds to split asunder. Streams of sword light danced around the youth, and a mere glance instilled profound trepidation among the demon talents. Su Chun raised an eyebrow, surprised that even the demon prodigies were aware of his renown. With Shingozi's arrival, it was evident that the Tianshu key would undoubtedly fall into his hands. As Su Chun made his entrance, human prodigies sighed in resignation. His rank had surged to 54th on the prodigy leaderboard. In this era, with the true disciples of sacred lands and heirs of ancient clans absent, Su Chen stood as the foremost prodigy. Those true disciples and ancient heirs possessed keys and thus refrained from competing for these scattered treasures. The 53rd ranked sword master of the human race must surely be a delectable prize. A young demon with piercing green eyes extended his tongue, licking his lips. His forked tongue, dark as night, resembled a serpent flicking its forked tongue, coldly fixating on Su Chen. Indeed, the three-headed serpent little demon king speaks true. The flesh of human prodigies is most tender. I have long been parched with hunger and yearned to devour the young master. A maiden clad in a pale blue gown hovered in the air, adorned with feather-like patterns that emanated elegance and mystery, trailing delicate strands of light behind her. Both demons were renowned prodigies among their kin, intent on uniting to feast upon Su Chen. Su Chen shook his head. That won't do. My flesh is quite tough. So you cannot eat me. His expression was earnest, for he spoke only the unvarnished truth. Ha ha. Does the young master of the sword fear? Fear not, for I shall be gentle, savoring your essence bite by bite. The maiden in her flowing gown gazes tenderly. Then, she transforms into a magnificent azure phoenix, opening her maw wide, intent on devouring Su Chen. Beside her, the three-headed serpent bellows in rage. Wait for me, you glutton. How dare you seek to feast alone? All three heads simultaneously unleash their cavernous maws, spewing forth flames, hail, and thunder. Su Chen, with a resigned touch to his nose, muses, does he truly appear so feeble? He unsheaths his sword with determination. The cosmic phenomena converge upon the sword's tip. With this strike, the malevolent spirits are subdued. The overwhelming sword aura eclipses the sun itself. Everyone feels as though countless sharp blades have grazed their bodies, accompanied by two anguished cries. Astonishingly, two prodigies of the demon clan perish beneath this singular stroke. It is recorded, the young master of the sword slays two formidable demon clan prodigies with one sword, earning renown across the southern lands of 3,000 nations. Chapter 53, The Swordsmanship Prodigy, Part 3. Su Chen successfully acquired the key to enter the heavenly void tomb, having vanquished two prominent figures from the demon clans, thereby enhancing his reputation. The cycle of predation between demons and humans is an undeniable natural order. Thus, Su Chen's triumph over the demon champions brings honor to the human race and deserves commendation. Within the sword control manor, Su Chen caressed the Jiachen sword, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. In this lifetime, he had cultivated the sword control body, a feat with an infinitesimal success rate. Across the entire southern region, he had emerged as the swordsmanship prodigy in the eyes of countless individuals. Contemplating the disparity between himself and the esteemed disciples of the sacred grounds, Su Chen's eagerness intensified. The path of the sword has always demanded relentless courage. Only through continuous trials can one truly be worthy of greatness. 3 months later, Su Chen departed from the sword control manor, making his way to Heavenly Void Mountain. Upon his arrival, he found a multitude of prodigies gathered, their auras intertwining like ethereal mists. They exhibited a range of dignified presences, from the imposing to the exquisitely graceful, each radiating a fierce combat spirit. Every individual deemed worthy to enter the heavenly void tomb was undeniably formidable. Suddenly, Su Chen instinctively raised his gaze. A powerful roar reverberated, instilling an innate sense of fear within him. Gripping the Jiachen sword tightly at his waist, he witnessed 9 crimson serpentine dragons tearing through the void, drawing a magnificent chariot. Intricate and opulent runes adorned the chariot, while banners heralded the call of the ancient era. The feathered transformation sacred ground, one of the venerable sanctuaries of the southern region. Seated within the chariot was a youth clad in feathered robes, strikingly handsome and exuding an extraordinary demeanor. His eyes were closed, yet he emanated an overwhelming aura of authority that compelled admiration and submission. To Su Chen's astonishment, he found himself devoid of any inclination to engage in conflict. His sword trembled in fear. He knew he could not contend against such a formidable opponent. Much like a mere mortal before an emperor, one must not dare to defy. Ranked second on the prodigy list, a disciple of the feathered transformation sacred ground, possessing a divine soul and sacred body, was Gu Yin. The sheer magnitude of his power was staggering. Was this the caliber of an unparalleled prodigy? Su Chen felt the overwhelming strength of the sacred body. In his previous life, he had witnessed the clashes between the disciples of the sacred grounds, yet he had been too weak, too poorly endowed to grasp the full extent of their might. The feathered transformation sacred ground held immense prestige, with dragons pulling chariots, truly remarkable. The sky darkened ominously, as if a colossal form obscured the heavens above. A massive head, hundreds of meters tall, emerged from the clouds, its golden pupils shining brilliantly. The scales were as dark as ink, reminiscent of ancient celestial gold, shimmering with a black luster. The Void Dragon Emperor, it was he. It appeared that the Azure Dragon lineage had birthed an extraordinary successor. Su Chun overheard a nearby elder from an ancient clan, filled with astonishment. The Azure Dragon clan was said to have once produced a true emperor, though now they had fallen into decline. Even so, they remained a force not to be underestimated. A colossal figure, stretching for miles, transformed into a middle-aged man clad in black as a radiant light engulfed him. Yet his resplendent golden eyes remained unchanged. The nine-headed crimson dragon quivered in fear at the sight of the sky-rending dragon emperor. Such a wretched creature was unworthy of the noble blood of my dragon lineage. The sky-rending dragon emperor raised his hand, intending to strike down the nine-headed red dragon. "Dare you?" An enraged voice echoed from the direction of the sacred feathered land. An old man, his hair as white as frost, and his frail figure rivaling the heavens, engaged in combat with the sky-rending dragon emperor. The residual shockwaves shattered mountains and rivers for thousands of miles. The clash of powers at the Void Realm was simply terrifying. At that moment, a hearty voice broke through the tension. What a commotion! A mudfish and an old man fighting to the death here. Are they attempting to sink Tianshu Mountain? A middle-aged man emerged from the void, accompanied by a strikingly handsome youth, who observed the scene with a nonchalant smile. Seemingly dismissive of the sky-rending dragon emperor and the formidable beings of the sacred feathered land. This man was a master of the sword. Su Chun felt an overwhelming pressure. As if a blazing sun hovered above him, the middle-aged man exuded an aura of dread. The gazes of the sky-rending dragon emperor and the powerful figures from the sacred feathered land were filled with apprehension as they regarded the middle-aged man. With mutual disdain, both parties ceased their confrontation. The middle-aged man lamented, "What a splendid performance," abruptly interrupted. It was the sword demon of the sacred swordland. He had indeed arrived, and it seemed that the youth beside him was the sword demoness disciple. A madman, a disciple of a madman was surely a lunatic. And one must keep their distance from that madman. Su Chun absorbed the consensus of those around him regarding the middle-aged man. All were labeled as madmen. He took note of the youth beside the middle-aged man. Shortly after, the last of the three major powers, the Yuanyang Sacred Land, also arrived. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tianshu Mountain suddenly trembled with a force that shook the heavens and earth, unleashing a torrent of light that coalesced into a towering bronze portal. The grand bronze portal was adorned with intricate totems, which, upon the emergence of a mysterious power, morphed into a vast wilderness, filled with powerful beings soaring through the air and various exotic beasts, seemingly capturing a moment from a bygone era. Su Chun felt a gentle warmth enveloping him. As he explored the source, he discovered it was the key to the Tianshu tomb, radiant with the hues of dawn. The bronze portal seemed to resonate with this key, emitting a beam of light that enveloped Su Chun and drew him inside. Simultaneously, not only Su Chun but all those possessing the Tianshu tomb key were swept away by a stream of light into the bronze portal. The world within the bronze portal surpassed any secret realm Su Chun had previously encountered. In the sky, both a diminutive sun and moon emerged. Su Chun squinted as he found himself in a dense jungle, facing a lake brimming with spiritual energy, shrouded in a veil of mist, concealing an ominous threat. However, at the heart of the lake lies an island, adorned with lush green vines that ascend gracefully. The tendrils of these vines exhibit peculiar patterns, as if animated, exhaling and inhaling the mist that hovers above the lake's surface. To Su Chun's astonishment, a fruit, reminiscent of jade, hangs from the vines, brimming with vibrant life force. Su Chun murmured to himself, "A treasure, yet lurking within it is a perilous threat." The treasures within the tomb of Tianshu are plentiful, but so too are the dangers. There have even been disciples from sacred lineages who perished within. Su Chun felt the weight of caution upon him. It is a member of the human race. Su Chun turned to see a towering figure of the tiger-headed demon clan, brimming with joy, casting a covetous gaze upon him. Su Chun felt a surge of exhilaration. "You are the one." The tiger-headed demon, oblivious to Su Chun's murmurs, suddenly felt a sword suspended above his head, its sharp brilliance carving a small yet significant opening in his skull. The joy on the tiger-headed demon's face instantly froze. Chapter 54, The Swordsmanship Prodigy, Part 4, Dear Sir. Let us converse amiably, meow. With a sudden thud, the young prodigy of the tiger-headed demon clan found himself kneeling before Su Chen, hoping that this gesture might persuade Su Chen to spare him. What manner of creature is this, tiger or cat? Su Chen pondered, feeling a sense of peculiarity. The tigers of the southern region were indeed strange. He raised his hand towards the center of the lake, gesturing towards the fruit hanging from the vines. Retrieve that fruit for me, and I shall grant you your life. Su Chen was not one to risk himself in perilous situations. The little tiger that had come to him was perfectly suited for the task. Upon realizing the danger lurking within the waters, the tiger-headed prodigy wore a grimace. Sir, can I possibly refuse? Faced with the choice of imminent death or a slim chance of survival, he felt the metaphorical sword hovering over him plunge deeper. Without a moment's hesitation, the tiger-headed prodigy plunged into the lake. As he stepped into the water, Su Chen observed a massive shadow rising from beneath the surface, a ferocious blood shadow fish, its strength fearsome, intent on devouring the young demon. Startled, the tiger-headed prodigy cried out, "Meow! My lord, save me!" In an instant, a blade of sword energy sliced through the air, striking the blood shadow fish, which recoiled in pain and sank into the depths, releasing bubbles that quickly stained the water crimson. The tiger-headed prodigy, filled with relief, reached the island and attempted to pluck the fruit. However, upon touching the green vines, he froze, his gaze vacant as if ensnared by an unseen force. Su Chen squinted, observing the scene unfold. Indeed, something is amiss. These vines possess the ability to control one's mind. Should one recklessly approach, they could easily fall victim. He resolved to avoid contact with the peculiar vines. Once he comprehended the situation, Su Chen approached cautiously and plucked the vibrant green fruit. The vines wilted rapidly before his eyes, becoming desiccated. Gradually, the tiger-headed prodigy regained his senses, filled with trepidation. He knelt before Su Chen, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for saving my life, my lord. I have no means to repay you and would willingly serve as your steed." Su Chen chuckled softly. "You are quite astute." Just moments before, he had contemplated striking down the demon, and now the young one knelt in submission. "Very well, I am in need of a capable mount, and I shall spare your life." With that, Su Chen sheathed his sword. The prodigy transformed into a majestic spirit tiger, several meters in size, adorned with a pair of wings, showcasing a noble lineage. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, mounting the spirit tiger as they set forth towards their next destination. Within the Tianshu tomb, a gathering of prodigies illuminated the space, each one a paragon of brilliance. Some wielded their blades with unmatched prowess, while others left their mark upon the mountains with a mere palm. There were those who inscribed their names in history, destined for reverence in future generations. Some shone as brightly as the sun, while others radiated with the clarity of the moon. Amidst this assembly, Su Chen rode his spirit tiger, traversing the secret realm, amidst the elite of both humans and demons. At the age of 20, Su Chen had attained the 9th level of the spirit realm. "Shinshin, I hear the Tianshu Hall is set to open soon. Will you not join us in the revelry?" A youth wielding a long spear addressed Su Chen. His name was Yin Chong, a genius ranked 48th among the prodigies of the southern region. Su Chen encountered him, and the two engaged in a fierce battle, each recognizing the other's prowess. With a spark of curiosity, Su Chen inquired, "Brother Yin, would you care to elaborate on the Tianshu Hall?" Yin Chong chuckled softly and replied, "Within the Tianshu Hall lies the true treasures. This Tianshu tomb, as spoken of by the powerful within our clan, is the resting place of a sage. The Tianshu Hall is where that sage chose his successors. While the items outside possess their merit, they pale in comparison to the relics found within the Tianshu Hall. It is akin to the difference between mere refuse and gold. Those prodigies from the sacred lands come solely for the legacies contained within the Tianshu Hall." Su Chen felt a surge of excitement. He had contemplated the extraordinary nature of the Tianshu tomb, but had never heard it described in such exalted terms. It was indeed a place of a sage's inheritance. In his previous life, as a disciple of a sacred land, he understood well the reverence associated with such beings. Ascending to the realm of the extraordinary was no trifling matter. Each entity that achieved such a state was the most illustrious figure of their era. Su Chen and Yin Chong journeyed together, riding on the back of a tiger-haired beast towards the Tianshu Hall. The hall was a congregation of numerous geniuses, disciples of the sacred lands, true inheritors of the sects, and scions of ancient families, alongside formidable prodigies from the demon races. However, Su Chen's arrival did attract some attention. The human race displayed considerable audacity, daring to enslave the talents of his kind. Su Chen recognized the demon race prodigy, a member of the Flame Lion tribe, whose strength rivaled the top 20 of the human prodigy rankings. With golden fur ablaze like flames capable of incinerating the heavens, the lion's gaze was laden with a chilling murderous intent. Yet, what of it? Suchen remained calm, unperturbed by the looming threat. Seeking death, the Flame Lion prodigy roared, furious, as he struck out to crush the one who dared to defy him. How could a mere lion demon act so recklessly against the human race, as if thinking there were none left among them? At that moment, a youth clad in feathered robes, seated in the void, made his move. The might of his divine soul manifested powerfully. With a single strike, he pinned the formidable lion demon to the ground, gravely injuring it. This incited profound trepidation among the demon race. The feathered youth lowered his gaze towards Suchen, asking, "Do you wish to become my follower?" He sought to recruit Suchen. Suchen shook his head, declining politely. "Thank you, my lord. But I am accustomed to my solitary ways." Guyan felt a tinge of disappointment, but refrained from further comments. It was merely a whim. He found Suchen agreeable and wished to offer him an opportunity. After several days, as the Tinshu Hall opened, Suchen entered alongside the crowd. Though unfamiliar with the hall, Yinchang's family possessed some records about it. As they traversed together, they discovered numerous treasures, including several royal herbs. Among them, Suchen even witnessed the emergence of an imperial herb. Regrettably, it was a battlefield he could not interfere in. Driven by curiosity, Suchen eventually stumbled upon a site of inheritance. As he and Yinchong were about to enter, they heard a voice declare, "I shall take the inheritance here." Suchen and Yinchong turned to see a young man clad in black, with a sword sheath slung over his back. He appeared somewhat familiar. They quickly recalled that he was the disciple of the sword demon from the heavenly sword sacred land. Chao Tianming's gaze swept over the two of them, and he said coolly, "Leave or perish." Yinchong felt a chill run down his spine and tugged at Suchen, urging him to depart. However, he soon realized that he could not budge Suchen. In a hushed voice, he warned, "Brother Shun, this fellow is a disciple of the sword demon, a madman. Even together, we might meet our demise at his hands." Yet, Suchen remained unfazed, his hand resting upon the Jochin sword at his waist. Yinchong, sensing Suchen's intent, exclaimed in exasperation, "Are you seeking death?" Chapter 55, The Swordsmanship Prodigy, Part 5, Shinshun of the Sword Mastery Manor, I beseech your guidance. Suchen's gaze was as piercing as a mountain peak, his entire being resembling a sharpened sword suspended between heaven and earth. Upon hearing this, Yinchong cursed in anger and swiftly retreated into the distance. With but a single glance, he was convinced he was no match for the disciple of the sword demon. This was an individual to be feared. Suchen was not oblivious to this reality. His hand gripping the hilt trembled. A swordsman forges ahead, unyielding and resolute. Indeed, he was a true swordsman. Chao Tianming was somewhat taken aback. Suchen had the audacity to strike at him. Nevertheless, he resolved to show mercy and unleashed a single strike. With that solitary sword stroke, the light of the blade surged forth as Suchen's swordsmanship erupted, condensing myriad sword energies into a single formidable blow. The resulting shockwave was terrifying. Suchen's garments were torn asunder, and the Jiachen sword in his grasp bore fine cracks. With a gasp, he expelled fragments of his internal organs along with a torrent of blood. Staring blankly at the sword in his hand, he only regained his senses when Chao Tianming brushed past him, entering the inner chamber. Behind him lay a deep chasm, the defensive array obliterated by that singular strike. This is truly a monster. Suchen swallowed the taste of blood. Aware that his insides had been ravaged by the sword energy, that strike had nearly ended him. He comprehended that he still had a long journey ahead to match such a being. "Brother Shen, you have actually survived." Yinchong returned, visibly excited to see Suchen still alive, stepping forward. With a thunderous roar, a gleaming spear shot through the air with lightning speed, aimed directly at Suchen's head. Suchen gathered his sword intent with one hand, deflecting the unstoppable assault toward his shoulder. He gritted his teeth against the pain and used the momentum to retreat swiftly. Seeing that his attack had not dispatched Suchen, Yinchang's expression shifted abruptly, his concern morphing into a cold, serpentine gaze. "Brother Shen, I did not expect you to be so wary of me." Yinchong was confident that his previous strike had not faltered. The only possibility was that Suchen had never placed his trust in him. Suchen grimaced, blood staining his lips. "Brother Yin, we have only known each other for a few days. I cannot entrust my life to you." Yinchong smiled coldly. "Even if you evade once, how many times can a wounded you escape? Do not resist." Surrender the sword techniques of the sword mastery manner to me. Perhaps, out of our brief acquaintance, I might grant you a swift death, sparing you from torment. A radiant smile spread across Su Chen's face. He hurled the Jiechin sword from his grasp, transforming it into a dazzling arc of 9-colored light. Are you mad? You intend to self-destruct your life-bound weapon? Yin Chong swore vehemently. The destruction of the life-bound weapon would leave Su Chen either dead or severely injured. Yet, Su Chen cared not. Survival was paramount. The self-detonation of his life-bound weapon would impede Yin Chong. Su Chen mounted the back of Hu Mao. Let us depart from the Tiansu Hall. Hu Mao hesitated briefly but ultimately obeyed Su Chen's command, exiting the Tiansu Hall to find a concealed location, awaiting Su Chen. Within the Tiansu Hall, the air was filled with Yin Chong's furious and frantic curses. However, soon there was another stir of confrontation. The wounded Yin Chong was also targeted by other prodigies. Su Chen swallowed a king's medicine in one gulp, disregarding any waste. His injuries were too severe. The disciple of the sword demon was undoubtedly a top-tier genius in the sword arts. Surviving a direct strike was already a stroke of luck. Yet he found himself ambushed by Yin Chong again, exacerbating his wounds. A fierce glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Self-destructing his innate sword artifact would ensure Yin Chong's suffering. If Yin Chong were to survive, Su Chen would undoubtedly exact his revenge. Half a month later, although Su Chen still bore internal injuries, he appeared outwardly unscathed. He glanced at the tiger-haired creature waiting outside the cave and said calmly, "You saved my life. I shall not treat you unjustly. From now on, you shall be the guardian spirit beast of my sword control mountain manor, revered and honored by my lineage for generations." The tiger-haired creature felt perplexed. Isn't this akin to being a servant for generations? Why not release me from the master-servant contract? Though it remained unspoken. It followed Su Chen, dejected and seemingly resigned. Inside the Tianshu Palace, he refrained from making a move against Su Chen, and now the opportunity had vanished. Even if he had slain Su Chen within the palace, his own survival would have been impossible. It seemed to be fate. As Su Chen recuperated, he began to search for traces of Yin Chong. Had Yin Chong perished? Su Chen was somewhat surprised that the genius from the Yin family had no means of self-preservation and met his end so carelessly. It appeared that the self-destructive strike had attracted many ruthless individuals who had joined forces to eliminate Yin Chong. When a person dies, their light extinguishes. Su Chen no longer needed to seek revenge on Yin Chong. The Tianshu tomb reopened once more, with many prodigies meeting their demise within. It was a tomb destined to entomb numerous corpses. Su Chen's luck was relatively favorable, yielding considerable gains. He was not far from a breakthrough into the Transcendence realm. Upon returning to the Sword Control Mountain Manor, Su Chen entered seclusion. Over a year later, he emerged, having advanced to the Transcendence realm at the age of 22. The entire Sword Control Mountain Manor rejoiced immensely, celebrating the ascent of their young master to the Transcendence realm, an accomplishment that heralded the rise of another formidable sovereign. Just as Su Chen's reputation peaked, a piece of gossip swiftly circulated. It was reported that Su Chen had engaged in combat with a disciple of the sword demon of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, and had been effortlessly defeated by a single strike. Such a genius was no match for the sword demon's disciple. Su Chen crumpled the report, contemplating various notions. It was evident that someone had deliberately spread this information to bolster the reputation of that young sword demon, or perhaps to sow discord between him and the young sword demon. Such a ploy was rather clumsy. For a hot-headed genius, it served as the perfect open stratagem. Yet, Su Chen was no naive fledgling, easily swayed. However, there was one thing Su Chen had not anticipated. Shen Tianyi had come to confront him, his expression dark. "Chenner, did you truly fall to that young sword demon?" Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Being defeated by the young sword demon was not a matter of shame. Shen Tianyi's face flushed with indignation. "Impossible. The sword body of my Yujian Mountain Villa is the pinnacle of swordsmanship. If you have attained the sword body, you ought to be the foremost genius in the realm of swordplay. No one could possibly surpass you." Observing Shen Tianyi, who was spiraling into madness, Su Chen felt a twinge of sorrow, a mere frog at the bottom of a well. What significance does the sword body hold? In this world, there exist countless formidable physiques. Before departing, Shen Tianyi cast a profound glance at Su Chen, seemingly resolved to some unspoken determination. A sense of vigilance welled up within Su Chen. Could this old man be plotting something reckless again? He had always harbored suspicions about this grandfather. With this thought, a chill coursed through Su Chen, his gaze as cold as frost. Should Shen Tianyi harbor any intentions toward him, he would undoubtedly strike first. Chapter 56. The Swordsmanship Prodigy, Part 6. Ever since learning of Su Qian's defeat at the hands of the sword demon disciple from the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, Shen Tianyi had undergone a transformation. He seemed unable to accept that the legendary physique of the Yujian mountain manor could be easily vanquished. Chinner, you have truly disappointed me. Shen Tianyi's gaze was frigid. He staggered into the ancestral hall of Yujian mountain manor and unearthed a black iron box, as if having made a momentous decision before departing the hall with the box in hand. Months later, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning, and torrential rain poured down. Shen Yanqin felt an unsettling premonition, as if something significant were about to transpire. He glanced at his wife, and then at Chen Pingyan, who was reading quietly in the pavilion. Both appeared unharmed. Shen Yanqin recalled that he had not seen Shen Tianyi for quite some time. After a moment's thought, he informed his family of his intention to step out and left for Shen Tianyi's residence. Upon arrival, he found the manor desolate and empty, the air tinged with a faint metallic scent. Shen Yanqin hastily pushed open the door and discovered the black box in the center of the room. As he picked it up and examined it, the inscriptions within sent a chill through him. Bloodline sword forging method. This is bad. Chinner is in danger. As the rain drummed incessantly and the wind howled, a young man clad in white stood resolutely within a 3-foot radius, commanding his own realm. Su Qian's eyes were devoid of emotion as he wielded a 3-foot green peak. Countless discarded swords lay strewn across the desolate mountain, a scene of utter desolation. Ahead, a towering cauldron bubbled with molten crimson magma. He witnessed Shen Tianyi pouring a sword cultivator, whose limbs had been severed, into the cauldron, utilizing this fierce warrior to forge a razor-sharp sword. The blade shimmered like snow, suffused with an ethereal aura. Good grandson, what do you think of this sword? Shen Tianyi tossed the newly forged sword to Su Qian. Su Qian caught it. The sword was as delicate as a cicada's wing, brimming with formidable energy. Indeed. It is a fine sword, Shen Tianyi smiled. If you best me, grandfather shall forge for you the finest sword of Yujian Mountain Manor. Should you lose, the defeated shall not be worthy of possessing the Yujian physique. Su Qian lowered his gaze, his expression profound. Is this old man truly so shaken by my defeat to the sword demon disciple? He found himself at a loss for words, contemplating the fragility of the old man's mindset. If he possesses the ability, let him confront the sword demon from the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. Shen Tianyi moved, and the swords scattered across the desolate mountain began to hum in resonance. Thousands of abandoned swords, once cloaked in dust and rust, shed their tarnish and gleamed with a cold light, akin to a river of steel. Shen Tianyi sought to strip Su Qian of his Yujian physique. But Su Qian was not one to remain passive. Grandfather, it is time for a change in leadership at Yujian Mountain Manor. Su Qian too had set his sights on the position of Manor Master. A confrontation between the 1st and 4th levels of the Transcendence Realm was ostensibly destined for inevitable defeat. Suddenly, a golden energy surged within Su Qian, exuding a divine and solemn aura, transforming into an ethereal true dragon. It coiled from his feet to his waist, and then to his head, its resplendent golden eyes rendering it impossible to gaze upon directly, while golden aura swirled around him. The Imperial Extreme Astonishing Scripture. In his previous life, he had comprehended it, but had not devoted much effort to its cultivation. With the legacy of the Prison Emperor, the significance of cultivating the Imperial Extreme Astonishing Scripture was diminished, and it could even provoke the disdain of the Prison Emperor. In this life, he had secretly practiced this technique all along. Even during his confrontations with Yan Chong, he had refrained from revealing it. Shen Tianyi was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, filled with immense satisfaction. My dear grandson, how cunning you are. His gaze turned avaricious. Once Pandora's box was opened, only insatiable greed remained. Su Qian's eyes remained calm as he raised his sword toward the heavens. The cataclysmic dust technique, the cessation of conflict. The cataclysmic dust sword technique was an insight Su Qian had gained after battling the little sword demon. Although it was currently only a single strike, it encompassed all his martial paths thus far. Thousands of wild swords seemed to be frozen in time, dissipating invisibly from the sword's tip to the hilt like drifting sand. Shen Tianyi bent down to look, realizing he only had half of his body suspended in the void, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. I have lost. Several centuries of cultivation had succumbed to his own grandson, leaving Shen Tianyi with a sense of unwillingness. His body plummeted into the treasure cauldron, swiftly submerged by the seething magma. The late-arriving Shen Lianxin witnessed this scene, her face obscured by rain, uncertain whether it was rainwater or tears. Fateful entanglement. Fateful entanglement. Shen Lianxin trembled all over. Her child had slain her father. What manner of fate was this? This was grandfather's own choice. Suchin approached Shen Lianqin's side. She raised her head to behold his countenance, icy as frost, devoid of any emotion. In him, she saw the shadow of Shintiani, more ruthless and heartless than Shintiani himself. Was this person still her child, her own flesh and blood? Shen Lianqin let out a bitter laugh and departed from the sword-controlling manor. Suchin remained unaware of her whereabouts. Following Shen Tiani's demise, Suchin realized his ambition of becoming the master of the sword-controlling manor. Within the manor, apart from the deceased Shintiani, the departed Shen Lianqin, and the trio of Suchin, there were 3 individuals at the profound realm, along with a steward and 2 guards, all at the same level. The sword guards of the sword-controlling manor were exceptionally elite. With Suchin's renown, many prodigies of the sword came seeking to join the manor. A year later, Suchin gazed upon the treasure cauldron before him, as the magma within gradually receded, revealing a divine sword, entirely black and shrouded in a layer of dark, ghostly flames. This sword was forged from Shen Tiani's martial prowess, inherently possessing sentience, usable only by those of the Shun bloodline. Suchin grasped the divine sword, and the black flames spread along his arm to his neck, the dark veins resembling tiny serpents, yet he felt not the slightest pang of pain. With a glimmer in his eyes, Suchin praised, "A splendid sword. Henceforth, you shall be named Guichin. Dust returns to dust, soil returns to soil." Suchin departed from the desolate mountains, bearing the Guichin sword. In the blink of an eye, a decade had elapsed. Since Shen Lianqin's departure from the Yujian manor, there had been no word from him. During these years, Suchin devoted himself to his cultivation, advancing from the 1st to the 3rd level of the Tongxian realm. Such rapid progress over 10 years, spanning 2 levels, was indeed remarkable, and a future breakthrough to the Dongsu realm seemed almost assured. "Brother, you have emerged from seclusion?" Shen Pinyin hurried over. Over the course of a decade, Shen Pinyin had matured into a young man of striking presence and had become Suchin's right-hand ally. Suchin nodded and inquired, "During my 2 years of retreat, have any significant events transpired?" Shen Pinyin replied with a wry smile, "Brother, the tasks you entrusted to me have borne fruit. Both the Qingwu dynasty and the Changlu dynasty are willing to submit to our Yujian manor, becoming our affiliated forces. However, the Yun Yuan dynasty is being meddled with by the Fei Xing sect, which continually instigates chaos. Even Elder Shen Kai has been injured, and the leader of the Fei Xing sect has declared that the Yun Yuan dynasty is under his protection. Even if you were to come personally, brother, it would be a perilous endeavor." Chapter 57, The Swordsmanship Prodigy, Part 7, Fei Xing Gate. Suchin discovered information about this sect in his mind. Fei Xing Gate emerged only in the past millennium, currently basking in its glory. The sect's founder, King Fei Xing, is a formidable figure of the 6th level of the Transcendence realm, surpassing even Shintiani by 1 level. They have set their sights on the territory of the Yunyan dynasty. Since they have chosen to oppose my Yujin Mountain Manor, I shall grant them their wish and personally visit Fei Xing Gate to see whether that old fellow's Fei Xing is truly formidable or if the sword in my hand is sharper. Suchin's tone was chilling. In this life, he possessed talent, and naturally, he harbored ambition. He aspired to transform Yujin Mountain Manor into a colossal entity. Anyone who obstructed him would soon discover the sharpness of his blade. "Pingon, you shall remain at the manor to take care of mother," Suchin instructed Shen Pingon, before departing with the elite of Yujin Mountain Manor, heading straight for the Yunyan dynasty. 1 month later, over the skies of the Yunyan dynasty, formidable sword cultivators appeared. Suchin effortlessly breached the barrier of the Yunyan dynasty. His long black hair danced wildly, standing above the dynasty like a deity or a demon. "I am Shinshun of Yujin Mountain Manor." The patriarch of the Yunyan dynasty felt a sudden constriction in his pupils upon hearing this name. Shinshun, the master of Yujin Mountain Manor. The patriarch trembled. He was merely a half-step into the Transcendence realm, and before Suchin, he felt no different than an insect. Suchin approached the royal palace, flanked by dozens of powerful sword cultivators, entering as if it were an unguarded realm, with no one daring to impede his passage. Within the hall, the ministers prostrated themselves on the ground, uncertain whether they were paying homage to the figure on the dragon throne or to Suchin. Silence enveloped the room, with not a single head raised. The young man seated on the dragon throne felt as though a colossal hand was gripping his throat, rendering him unable to breathe. Beads of sweat cascaded down his cheeks. The master of Yujin Mountain Manor. How could he have come in person? Yinhua could not fathom why such a prominent figure would personally visit the Yunyan dynasty. A few months prior, he had chosen Fei Xing Gate, eliminating rivals to secure his position all while contemplating the revival of the Yunyan dynasty. Su Qin's arrival shattered his illusions. Such grand sects seldom engaged in direct confrontation. Leaders of such stature rarely descended into the fray. Yet, Su Qin had done just that, bringing along the elite of Yujian Mountain Manor directly to the Yunyan dynasty. Su Qin spoke coolly, "Get down." A flicker of anger crossed the young monarch's face but was quickly suppressed. He lowered his head and respectfully vacated the throne. Su Qin took his seat upon the throne, pondering. He is a patient individual. If he survives, he might become a pivotal figure in the revival of the Yunyan dynasty. Too bad he encountered me. In his heart, Su Qin had already pronounced the death sentence upon this ambitious youth who sought to reshape the Yunyan dynasty. "Tell me the location of Feishan Gate," Su Qin demanded. "My lord, though we are a subordinate force of Feishan Gate, our allegiance is recent, and we lack knowledge of its precise location," Yunhua replied, mustering the courage to speak. As the cloudiness obscured the location of the Flying Star Gate, Su Qin felt a twinge of disappointment. Acquiring intelligence about the gate's whereabouts would likely require a considerable amount of resources. Suddenly, Yunhua felt an icy chill. Was he intending to kill me? Sensing Su Qin's murderous intent, Yunhua's mind raced, and just before Su Qin could strike, he exclaimed loudly, "My lord, the ancestor can contact the envoy of the Flying Star Gate." Su Qin relinquished his murderous intent, and Yunhua gasped for breath, having narrowly escaped death. From this day forth, the Yunyan dynasty shall submit to my Yujian Mountain Manor. Do you have any objections? Yunhua dared not voice dissent. However, from below, an elder clad in purple robes leaped forth. "Your Majesty, you cannot agree to this. My Yunyan dynasty has stood for 1,300 years without such an occurrence. A subject cannot serve two masters. How can a ruler serve two?" Su Qin regarded him coolly and waved his hand. A swordsman promptly acted, severing the elder's head, bloodstaining the grand hall. This manor's master is a benevolent individual, most fond of fulfilling such desires. Is there anyone else with unwavering loyalty who wishes to speak? Su Qin smiled. Silence enveloped the assembly. Under Yunhua's guidance, Su Qin swiftly located the ancestor of the Yunyan dynasty. At that moment, the ancestor was also awaiting Su Qin's arrival, aware that the master of Yujian Mountain Manor had made an appearance. "If I reveal the location of the Flying Star Gate to you, will you pardon the transgressions of the Yun clan?" The ancestor of the Yun clan asked nervously. With a smile playing on his lips, Su Qin replied, "Rest assured, as long as you obediently disclose the location of the Flying Star Gate, this manor's master shall not trouble your Yun clan." With Su Qin's assurance, the Yun clan's ancestor finally relaxed and revealed the location. Having obtained the information, Su Qin indeed refrained from acting against the Yun clan, and all seemed to be well. The Yun clan's ancestors silently prayed that the Flying Star Gate and Yujian Mountain Manor would suffer mutual destruction. Su Qin arrived at the site of the Flying Star Gate. Shin Qun of Yujian Mountain Manor, invited by the former lord, came to pay a visit. The numerous disciples of the Flying Star Gate, noticing a middle-aged man accompanied by a throng of swordsmen, could discern that the visitor bore ill intentions. "The master of Yujian Mountain Manor?" chuckled the elder. "I never expected you to truly have the audacity to come here." An aged figure with white hair emerged from behind the mountain of the Flying Star Gate, his robes billowing in the wind. Su Qin stood with his hands clasped behind his back. "Old senior, I wonder if Shin can emerge unscathed from your Flying Star Gate. Having refrained from action for many years, I too am curious whether your flying star is truly unyielding or if my sword is sharper." The elder smiled with a facade of friendliness. "In my years traversing the martial world, I have yet to encounter someone like you, youthful and unafraid due to ignorance." Su Qin replied coolly, "The Yangtze River's waves push against the previous waves. Be careful not to be crushed against the shore, old senior." The elder's anger flared, and an aura surged forth like shooting stars. Su Qin, with the dust-returning sword in hand, unleashed a series of sword techniques. Kill, leave none alive. At Su Qin's command, the formidable warriors of Yujian Mountain Manor surged forth, charging towards the Flying Star Gate. Kings against kings, generals against generals, soldiers against soldiers. This battle would rend the heavens and shatter the earth. Su Qin had to concede that the Star King was indeed a formidable adversary. The Star Technique, versatile in both offense and defense, when combined with the sword art of the Yujian Manor, could potentially elevate the manor's prowess to unprecedented heights. However, victory was his. Su Qin sought to swiftly conclude the battle by enticing the Star King to shift from defense to offense. Delivering a close-range strike with the Cease Hostilities technique from the Robbery Dust series. Experience proved invaluable. The Star King was exceedingly cautious. Alas, Su Chun, having accumulated numerous lifetimes of wisdom, surpassed him in both age and patience. With the demise of the Star King, the fate of the Star Sect was sealed in ruin. Regrettably, an old foe managed to escape with some of the sect's descendants. Pursue them relentlessly, and spare no expense in eradicating the Star Sect completely. Su Chun commanded coldly. If the roots are not severed, the spring breeze may yet bring forth new growth. Chapter 58, The Swordsmanship Prodigy, Part 8. The news of the annihilation of the Flying Star Sect swiftly spread, instilling fear among various sections. The master of the Sword Master Villa employed ruthlessly fierce methods. Those who align with him prosper, while those who oppose him perish. He already exhibited the demeanor of a dominant ruler. Having obliterated the Flying Star Sect, Su Chun returned triumphantly. Brother, you have returned? Upon seeing Su Chun, Shen Pingyan finally felt a sense of relief. United in purpose, brothers can achieve extraordinary feats. Su Chun held his blood-related younger brother in high regard. The Yun Yuan dynasty had already consented to submit to my Sword Master Villa, and the Flying Star Sect behind them had been eradicated. Shen Pingyan was astounded. Had his brother truly grown this formidable? Under the radiance of Su Chen's glory, Shen Pingyan felt rather mediocre. At the age of 20, having reached the spirit realm, his future advancement to the profound realm seemed assured. Yet, in the presence of his brother, he found it difficult to hold his head high. Su Chen instructed. There are remnants of the Flying Star Sect that have managed to escape. Organize a team and spare no effort in searching for any trace of these remnants. Regardless of age or gender, they must be eradicated to prevent any potential retaliation against our Sword Master Villa. Shen Pingyan nodded earnestly. Su Chen continued. As for the Yun Yuan dynasty, seek an opportunity to install someone obedient from the Yun family as collateral branches into a position of power. Shen Pingyan committed Su Chen's orders to memory, akin to a sword poised to execute commands. Having arranged everything, Su Chun began to utilize the resources of the Flying Star Sect and the three great dynasties to cultivate the Sword Guards. His ambitions extended beyond this. To annex such vast powers would undoubtedly provoke trepidation among those ruling forces under the dominion of Void Realm Emperors. It seemed imperative to visit the sacred land of the Heavenly Sword. In this world, it was simply a matter of larger fish consuming smaller ones. Having a powerful ally was crucial. Without one, he would eventually find himself on the dinner table. Su Chen was acutely aware of this reality. Within the sacred land of the Heavenly Sword, a young man clad in black was cultivating amidst a graveyard filled with sword intent. An elder hurriedly approached, whispering news to the youth. A flicker of surprise crossed Chao Tianming's eyes. The master of the Sword Master Villa, Shen Chen? He wishes to see me? Chao Tianming had a vague recollection of Shen Chen. Over a decade ago, he had endured a sword strike from him in the Tianshu tomb and had survived. Among the talents of the sacred land, few could face a sword and live to tell the tale. Very well, I shall meet him, Chao Tianming mused, intrigued to discover the reason behind the visit of this master of the Sword Master Villa. Under the guidance of the elder, Su Chen encountered Chao Tianming. The young man in black sat in a pavilion atop the sword peak, surrounded by blossoms and trees that seemed to embody the essence of swords. His sword was even more powerful, more refined. Su Chen realized he could no longer fathom Chao Tianming's understanding of swordsmanship. Su Chen was astounded within. Was this truly the legendary genius of the sword body level? How enviable! Su Chen prided himself on having achieved the exceedingly rare sword master body. With a talent level of at least 1,000, bolstered by accumulations from several lifetimes. Yet now, he could scarcely catch a glimpse of Chao Tianming's shadow. In every lifetime, he too must savor such exhilarating moments. Has Master Shen summoned me for something? Chao Tianming inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Su Chen. His deep, piercing gaze seemed capable of unraveling Su Chen's innermost thoughts. Indeed, the heirs of the sacred lands are never ordinary. Even in the realm of the Sword Dao, where cunning is at its least, the successors are far from naive. Su Chen nodded and candidly confessed, to be truthful, I wish to collaborate with the Sword Master. Chao Tianming, with a semblance of mirth, replied, Are you seeking my reputation? To deter those coveting your power from acting rashly? Having had his intentions unveiled, Su Chen did not shy away and acknowledged with a nod. Chao Tianming, a newly ascended sword master from the Heavenly Sword's sacred land, possessed a shallow foundation. This was Su Chen's target. I am willing to allocate 30% of the annual income from the Sword Master Villa as compensation, Su Chen proposed. Chao Tianming pondered for a moment before responding. 30% is insufficient. Su Chen's heart sank. Yet, Chao Tianming's radiant smile returned. That may be true for others, But for you, Su Chen, I see great potential in your sword Dao. Elated, Su Chen asked, does this mean you agree? Chao Tianming nodded affirmatively. With the backing of Chao Tianming, a disciple of the sword demon, Su Chen had effectively secured a protective talisman. The two engaged in swordplay for half a day before Su Chen rose to take his leave. Master Shun, your journey in the sword Dao has only just begun. Do not allow it to drown in worldly distractions, Chao Tianming advised as Su Chen departed. Pausing, Su Chen smiled and replied, thank you for your concern, Swordmaster. I assure you, my sword Dao will not wane. Once Su Chen had exited, Chao Tianming sighed softly. This individual, his sword Dao lacked purity. How could one who is not wholeheartedly devoted to the sword ascend to its pinnacle? One can only hope for his timely enlightenment. Upon returning to the Swordmaster Villa, news of its formidable backing spread swiftly, instilling trepidation among various factions. They coveted the legendary sword-forging techniques attributed to the villa. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. Su Chen's cultivation had become increasingly profound, reaching the 6th level of the profound realm. The foundation of the Swordmaster Villa had also grown robust enough to rival those esteemed royal powers. In this life, with an abundance of cultivation resources, even ascending to the status of an emperor seems within reach. The success rate of the Swordmaster body, a mere 1 in 10 million, was not something Su Chen wished to squander. He was determined to carve out a legendary existence. As Su Chen perused the reports from recent years, he noted that the young king of the Yun Yuan dynasty had long since passed into oblivion. Shen Pingyan had found an obedient side branch of the Yun family to support as the new king, ensuring that the Yun Yuan dynasty still bore the Yun surname. Observing Shen Pingyan, who appeared troubled, Su Chen casually inquired, Pingyan, do you harbor any concerns? With his thoughts exposed, Shen Pingyan, flustered, stammered, and abruptly fled, prompting a hearty laugh from Su Chen. Ah, Pingyan has found someone special. I wonder which lady has captured the heart of the second master of the Swordmaster Villa. Su Chen discerned the telltale signs of an impending romantic entanglement. Su Chen, filled with curiosity, sought information from Mother Shen. Your brother has developed feelings for a princess of the Songming dynasty, she revealed. Su Chen pondered, a mere princess? If he likes her, he should simply marry her. My Yujian Mountain Manor possesses boundless potential. Any intelligent dynasty would eagerly court such a formidable ally. Mother Shen sighed. That princess has made 2 demands that Pingyan cannot acquiesce to. Intrigued, Su Chen inquired, what are these demands? As long as they are not excessive, my Yujian Mountain Manor will comply. Shen Pingyan, being his younger brother and a capable aide, was a matter of great concern for Su Chen, especially regarding such a significant life decision. In a hushed tone, Mother Shen expressed her indignation. They wish for you to relinquish the position of Manor Master of Yujian Mountain Manor, and only then will they agree to bestow the princess upon Pingyan as a bride, with the entire manor serving as her dowry. Upon hearing this, Su Chen was instantly incensed. Chapter 59, The Swordsmanship Prodigy, Part 9. How audacious to think one could simply claim ownership of the Yujian Manor. To use it as a bargaining chip is utterly preposterous. Su Chen finally comprehended why Shen Pingyan fled upon having his intentions laid bare. It was perhaps due to his inability to confront Su Chen. Pingyan likely harbored feelings for that woman. The allure of a beautiful woman is futile against someone as seasoned as he, who has experienced lifetimes. Yet, Shen Pingyan remained a sword in Su Chen's grasp, untouched by the venom of love. Even the most indifferent souls fall victim to the intoxicating poison of love at their first encounter, finding no antidote. The following day, Su Chen summoned Shen Pingyan to his side. Pingyan, do you truly desire the princess of the Songming dynasty? Shen Pingyan, head bowed, replied, Elder brother, I have feelings for her. Su Chen nodded, signaling his understanding. Since you cherish her, I shall naturally assist you. Shen Pingyan's expression brightened, only to shift to concern. Elder brother, I cannot take your position as lord of the manor, nor can I use Yujian Manor as a dowry. Su Chen retorted. You are quite bold in your aspirations. Shen Pingyan's expression turned awkward as he listened intently for Su Chen's plan. Su Chen spoke coolly. To win the affection of a lofty princess is quite simple. One merely needs to annihilate the Songming dynasty. Once it falls, stripped of her identity and status, she would have little choice but to submit. Shen Pingyan perceived a ruthless edge to his elder brother's words. Unperturbed, Su Chen understood the character of the daughters of such dynasties. Treating them as mere playthings is one matter, but marrying them with honor would inevitably lead to Shen Pingyan's demise. That very day, Su Chen journeyed to the rivaling Jing dynasty. The two dynasties had been embroiled in enmity for over 2 millennia, each yearning to consume the other. Upon learning of the Yujin Manor Lord's visit, the Emperor of Jing was greatly pleased. What brings the esteemed Lord of Yujin Manor to our Jing dynasty? He pondered Su Qin's intentions. Su Qin spoke candidly. I wish to discuss a grand strategy with your majesty. The emperor's demeanor turned serious, and he promptly dismissed all attendants. I am aware of the long-standing animosity between the Jing and Songming dynasties, and Yujin Manor stands ready to lend its strength to your majesty. The emperor was elated but soon found himself perplexed. Such a fortuitous opportunity seemed too good to be true for the Jing dynasty. Everyone knew the power Yujin Manor commanded, bolstered by the heavenly sword's sacred ground. Even disregarding that, under the leadership of this legendary lord, Yujin Manor was undoubtedly among the most formidable forces beneath the imperial level, with no fewer than a dozen experts in the transcendence realm within its ranks. The strength of its lord was unfathomable, and his ascension to the throne seemed inevitable. With a gentle sigh, Su Chun conveyed a mixture of truth and embellishment regarding Shun Pingin's situation to the emperor. Upon hearing this, the emperor's expression turned furious, slamming his palm on the table. This is outrageous. The Songming dynasty has gone too far. Our Jing dynasty still boasts numerous unmarried princesses, all of exquisite beauty. If your brother has a preference, even as a concubine, it would be their honor. And thus, the emperor's stance was made clear. However, Su Qin declined to pursue this offer on Shun Pingin's behalf. He was acutely aware of Shun Pingin's character. Given the current status of the Sword Emperor Manor, what manner of woman could Shun Pingin not obtain? If he were to pursue merely beauty and form? The Emperor of Jing expressed a sense of regret, then suggested, since you and I have formed a bond, let us become sworn brothers of different surnames, supporting one another. Su Qin contemplated this for a moment. It seemed harmless enough. Their brotherhood would symbolize the formal alliance between the Sword Emperor Manor and the Great Jing Dynasty. Within a month, the Great Jing Dynasty launched a surprise attack on the Songming Dynasty, catching them utterly off guard. Upon returning to the Sword Emperor Manor, Shun Pingin, feeling a twinge of conscience, sought out Su Qin. Pingin, you must understand that for the sake of the Sword Emperor Manor, you cannot show mercy. Rest assured, my brother will ensure that your beloved is returned to you unscathed, Su Qin replied, his words laced with an ambiguous smile. Shun Pingin felt an indescribable sense of unease. But he chose to place his trust in his own elder brother, who had his best interests at heart. Su Qin convened the sword guards of the Sword Emperor Manor. For the past 30 to 40 years, he had imparted the secret technique of blood burning from the spirit communication art to the sword guards. Each of those selected was a prodigy, and through the sacrifice of their lifespans, their cultivation soared. Even the least among them had reached high-tier spirit resonance, with many having entered the profound realms. It was high time for this sword to taste blood. Su Qin's gaze was devoid of warmth. If it did not see blood soon, it would grow dull. He had anticipated seeking an opportunity, yet astonishingly, the Songming dynasty had delivered themselves right to his doorstep. Upon annihilating the Songming dynasty, a vast territory would yield even more sword seeds. Su Qin commanded the combined forces of 3 nations, numbering in the millions, leading the sword guards of the Sword Emperor Manor like a razor-sharp blade, piercing into the heart of the Songming dynasty. Within the Songming dynasty, the Song Emperor wore a grim expression. A war had raged for 2 decades, inflicting heavy casualties on the Songming dynasty. Your Majesty, it is dire. General Wang has been defeated at the Songming River by Shen Qin and is now missing. Upon hearing this, the Song Emperor was consumed by fury, his breath faltering, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Impossible. Wang Feng is our undefeated war god. How could he suffer such a defeat? The court fell into a chilling silence. If the situation were not so grave, they would not wish to burden their emperor with the news of General Wang's defeat. The Song Emperor's expression hardened. If they are to push me this far, then let them not blame me for igniting a war among the royals. Over the course of 20 years, Su Qin had amassed great wealth and renown. The name of the sword guards struck fear into the hearts of the Songming dynasty. Even their war god, the embodiment of invincibility, had fallen before him. His cultivation had progressed from the 6th to the 7th level of the profound realm. Many talented individuals had been sent by Su Qin to bolster the ranks of the sword guards. Seated upon the throne, his eyes gleamed with a frenzied ambition. Streams of golden energy enveloped him, and a resplendent golden dragon's silhouette coiled around him, gradually solidifying. After defeating Wang Feng, he refrained from immediate action, waiting for the opportune moment. The royal war was on the verge of commencing. The title of emperor is bestowed upon those who attain the level of Void Realm. In the Songming dynasty, there exists but a single elder whose cultivation has reached the Void Realm. The commencement of the imperial battle will undoubtedly necessitate departure from the imperial capital, which embodies the very essence of the dynasty's fortune. The emperor's astonishing scripture possesses the power to refine this imperial fortune, assimilating it for personal gain. To obliterate the Songming dynasty for the sake of a singular breath would be a monumental folly. Su Chen is no fool, even if it concerns his own younger brother. What he seeks is merely an excuse, no matter how feeble it may appear. Even the great Jing dynasty finds it difficult to ascertain Su Chen's true intentions. The Dragon Vein, the entirety of the dynasty's fortune. Su Chen aims to harness this imperial fortune to cultivate the 7th level of the emperor's astonishing scripture, thereby achieving the status of an emperor. Chapter 60, The Swordsmanship Prodigy, Part 10, as anticipated by Su Chen, under the relentless pressure of the great Jing dynasty. The ancestral figure of the Songming dynasty emerged to challenge the elder of the great Jing. The two eminent figures clashed in the Void Realm. While the Sword Mountain Manor remained unnoticed and inactive, 13 sword guards were lost, and Su Chen had vanished from sight. With his 13 sword guards, Su Chen launched a surprise attack on the Songming dynasty. Little did the Song Emperor anticipate such audacity from Su Chen. With the Guichen sword in hand, he cleaved through 18 kings, leaving all 13 sword guards dead. Su Chen, mounted on his tiger companion, faced the renowned Song Emperor. Although the Song Emperor was not of the Void Realm, he barely wielded the power of the 9th layer of the Profound Realm, bolstered by the fortune of his dynasty. Shun Shun of the Sword Mountain Manor. The Song Emperor's expression darkened. He had heard of Shun Chen's reputation as a swordsmanship prodigy, a rising star destined for greatness. Yet, a feeling of dread enveloped him. If he underestimated the man before him, it could lead to his demise. Lord Shun, what grievance do I, the Songming dynasty, hold against you? The Song Emperor spoke in a grave tone. After a moment's reflection, Su Chen replied softly, "It is thanks to your daughter, your majesty. She desires the foundation of the Sword Mountain Manor and my life. Unfortunately, I cannot relinquish my foundation, nor my life." The Song Emperor was momentarily taken aback, but his countenance darkened further as realizations dawned upon him. This is a misunderstanding. Without hesitation, Su Chen drew his sword. The distinction between misunderstanding and reality had become irrelevant. The Guichen sword was intrinsically linked to Su Chen's bloodline, its sword energy surging forth, while the tiger companion aided him, leaving the Song Emperor in dire straits. Seizing the moment, Su Chen executed a decisive strike, cleaving the Song Emperor in twain at the waist. Such a being found it difficult to perish, however. As the royal palace was besieged, numerous Profound Realm experts rushed to support. Su Chen, unwilling to linger, seized the still-breathing Song Emperor. "Tiger Fur, hold him captive at the palace gates. Not a step shall you take until I return." Tiger Fur's heart raced. He had achieved a remarkable feat, boldly detaining a ruler of the human race. Without further ado, Su Chen took his position upon the throne of the world, channeling the imperial scriptures to devour the fortune of the Songming dynasty like a ravenous wolf. Calamity struck across the Songming dynasty. The seas receded, leaving desolation for miles. Beneath a blazing sun, snow fell, freezing the ground in layers. Countless spiritual beings abruptly lost their vitality, crumbling into oblivion. The Songming dynasty's elder, engaged in battle with the great Jing dynasty's elder, suddenly cried out, "Thief! Dare you steal the national fortune of the Songming dynasty?" The piercing shout jolted Su Chen awake. He wasted no time, promptly retreating with Tiger Fur from the imperial capital. 2 to 3 dozen Profound Realm experts surrounded Su Chen. But as he held the Song Emperor hostage, they could only watch helplessly as Su Chen made his escape. Without uttering a word, Su Chen risked everything to return to the Sword Mountain Manor, disregarding his sword guards and the million-strong army. "If I ascend to the throne, you shall have died with purpose." Perceiving the theft of national fortune, the ancestral elder of the Songming dynasty, despite sustaining grievous injuries, returned to the imperial capital only to witness the Song Emperor in a state of near death, consumed by rage. National fortune is the very foundation of a dynasty. When it falters, all matters suffer. Now, with less than a quarter of its fortune remaining, the dynasty faces an imminent demise. Even if the Songming dynasty were to perish, retribution against the traitor is imperative. The elder of the Songming dynasty harbored a deep-seated hatred. A venerable master of the Void Realm unleashed a massacre, incinerating 1,000,000 troops and claiming the lives of countless sword guards. Severely wounded and drained of vitality, the elder was ensnared by the dying dynasty, surrounded and slaughtered in the Songming River domain. Thus, a once great dynasty met its downfall. The Emperor of Jing gazed upon a striking woman. Ah, the enchanting Shinshin of the sword-controlling manner. What a virtuous brother. He laughed in fury. He never anticipated that Su Chun could endure so much. His aim being the national fortune of the Songming dynasty. He had been outmaneuvered, reduced to a mere pawn, receiving only a fragment of the national fortune. The Emperor swiftly severed the woman's head with a single stroke, instructing his subordinates to place it in a brocade box and deliver it to the sword-controlling manor. Within the manor, Su Chun returned and immediately entered seclusion. He needed to swiftly assimilate the vast national fortune. Shen Pingyan awaited his beloved, but instead received a brocade box containing her severed head, plunging him into despair. Little Pingyan, are you truly willing to defy your brother for a woman? Hu Mao interposed. Perplexed by the complexities of human emotions. Exhausted, Shen Pingyan resolved to leave the sword-controlling manor, sensing that his brother had transformed into a different person. Driven by the pursuit of power and cultivation, even plotting against him. The 100 sword guards were mere pawns, easily discarded without a second thought. Such cold-bloodedness. Hu Mao allowed Shen Pingyan to depart. He was the master's brother and could not be harmed directly. Su Chun remained in seclusion until 50 years later, emerging with a presence that could darken the heavens. An aura of sovereignty surged forth like a tidal wave, akin to the rising sun. All believed that the seemingly decayed sword-controlling manor had produced a master of the void realm. Upon his emergence, Su Chun found only Hu Mao waiting for him. The manor was reduced to a mere handful of cats, with the strongest among them only at the spirit realm. Master, you have finally emerged. Hu Mao exclaimed, tears brimming. 50 years have passed. Su Chun replied calmly, what has transpired in the manor during my absence? The degeneration of the sword-controlling manor was unfathomable. Hu Mao recounted the events of the years gone by. He revealed that since Su Chun entered seclusion, the dying dynasty had beheaded the Songming princess and delivered her head to the sword-controlling manor, causing Shen Pingyan to lose heart and abandon everything, leaving the manor leaderless. The Qingwu dynasty, the Changle dynasty, and the Yuyin dynasty, the three prominent vassal dynasties, observed the declining foundation of the Swordmaster Villa. With the whereabouts of its two masters unknown, they brazenly eliminated the villa's emissaries and sought refuge elsewhere. In a mere span of 50 years, they orchestrated the downfall of the Swordmaster Villa, stripping it of its territory and resources. The furious Hu Mao clenched his teeth, seething. Were it not for my concern that someone might disturb our master during his seclusion, I would have devoured all these traitors long ago. Upon comprehending the events that had transpired over the years, Su Chun found himself devoid of excessive anger. He summoned the remaining loyalists of the Swordmaster Villa, carefully selecting individuals to form the 18 sword guards, bestowing upon them the sacred blood-fire secret technique. Su Chun then paid a visit to his mother in this lifetime. The once graceful and gentle woman now bore the weight of age, her hair as white as snow. Upon seeing Su Chun, a smile graced her face. Chun'er, you have come. Su Chun remained silent. Shui Ro had relinquished her cultivation, becoming an ordinary mortal. Chapter 61, The Swordsmanship Prodigy, Part 11, 10 days later. Su Chun interred his biological mother from this life. The passing of loved ones and the departure of old friends had become a familiar norm for him, spanning countless lifetimes. He found it challenging to stir the same emotions he had experienced in his previous 3 lives. The fallen blossoms and the flowing waters drifted eastward. How many grand ambitions had been lost in idle conversations. Nonetheless, Su Chun rebuilt the sword-controlling manor and assembled the sword guards. To avoid squandering the promising start of this life and to accumulate more reversal points, he aimed to leave a more profound mark on this world. Within less than a decade, news of the sword-controlling manor's resurgence spread across the surrounding 100 nations. The royal families of the 3 kingdoms that had betrayed the manor were utterly annihilated, leaving no remnants behind, all replaced by the envoys of the sword-controlling manor. However, this was merely the beginning. After taking control of the 3 kingdoms, Su Chun engaged in relentless military campaigns, aggressively invading other dynasties to exploit their resources for nurturing the sword guards. At the sacred land of heavenly swords, Su Chun encountered Chao Tianming once more. After a century of separation, he found the prowess of this swordsman far more formidable than he had anticipated. Upon seeing Su Chun, Chao Tianming, aware of Su Chun's successful breakthrough to the Void Realm, regarded him with increased esteem. I had not heard from you for 60 years, and even the sword-controlling manor had fallen into decline. I thought you were dead. Shinshin, you truly have surprised me, he remarked. In the sacred land, a figure at the Void Realm was considered to be of elder status. Su Chun smiled and replied, you flatter me, Swordmaster. I merely stumbled upon a fortunate breakthrough. Hardly comparable to your caliber, I suspect you have already transcended to that level. Qiao Tianming nodded. I recently ventured to the central continent and happened upon some fortuitous opportunities. Su Chen felt a pang of envy. After all, he was a prodigy of the divine physique. He prided himself on his rapid cultivation, having ascended to the void realm in just over a century. Yet Qiao Tianming had reached the nirvana realm, with prospects of achieving sainthood. Qiao Tianming inquired, "You sought me out this time for a purpose?" Su Chen was not surprised that Qiao Tianming had discerned his intentions. He was a man who never approached without a significant reason. "I wish to request a royal decree from the Swordmaster." Qiao Tianming appeared slightly taken aback. "You aim to establish a dynasty?" "The founding of a dynasty requires the approval of the sacred land." Su Chen nodded. "The cultivation of the supreme imperial scripture necessitates national fortune. I will seek the saints' guidance on this matter." Qiao Tianming agreed. "As you establish your dynasty, do not neglect your own swordsmanship." With a serious expression, he seemed to impart a solemn reminder. With Qiao Tianming as his backing, the royal decree was swiftly delivered into Su Chen's hands. Having obtained the royal decree, Su Chen was now qualified to establish a dynasty. Founding a dynasty was not unfamiliar to him. He decided to name it the Sword-Controlling Dynasty, thus honoring the legacy of the ancestors of the sword-controlling manner. With the name solidified, a formidable dynasty emerged in this realm. Naturally, Su Chen assumed the role of the sovereign, wielding dominion over the world. Upon learning of the establishment of the sword-controlling dynasty by the sword-controlling manner, the great powers surrounding them exhibited a range of reactions. Some offered congratulations, others expressed disdain, and some were filled with trepidation. The expression of Emperor Jing was particularly grim. Once deceived by Su Chen, he lost a significant portion of his national fortune. Even after conquering the Songming dynasty, the remnants of the ensuing chaos remained unresolved for over 50 years. With incessant rebellions draining the resources and manpower of the great Jing dynasty, his resentment towards his sworn brother was palpable. Establishing a dynasty. Is it truly that simple? The world's resources are finite. The emergence of another dynasty, especially one so close, would undoubtedly impact the great Jing dynasty. Soon, he devised a strategy. In the Yujian dynasty, Su Chen observed the memorials on his table with an impassive expression. The Scale Crocodile clan, the Spirit Shark clan, and the Ice Turtle clan demanded annual tributes to the Yujian dynasty, threatening military action should he refuse. Su Chen scoffed. "Am I truly as soft as a ripe persimmon?" Each clan boasted 10 million warriors and 1,000 prodigies. They were not afraid of overextending themselves. Though cold-blooded, he was still human. Behind the three clans stood powerful demon entities, yet he too had the heavenly sword sacred land at his back. With the blood ignition secret method, the time required to cultivate sword guardians was significantly reduced, even if their lifespans were tragically short. For Su Chen, a continuous supply of such swords sufficed. Refusing to pay tribute to the three clans in exchange for stability incited their wrath. The newly established sovereign dared disregard the rules. Did he truly believe that the backing of the heavenly sword's sacred land rendered him invincible? Thus, they decided to retaliate. A bloodbath would ensue, with the head of the Yujian dynasty's ruler displayed on the city walls of the imperial capital, serving as a stark warning to those who dared defy the commands of the three clans. The three clans unanimously resolved to unite against the Yujian dynasty. This was the dynasty's first calamity. Founded on the principles of the sword, countless sword practitioners willingly charged into battle. This conflict stretched over 33 years, claiming innumerable lives and witnessing the relentless turnover of sword guardians. Ultimately, the three clans found themselves overwhelmed and sought peace. Yet Su Chen was not satisfied. He charged into the Scale Crocodile clan alone, slaying the profound realm demon King Jiu Tu and severely wounding a void realm demon emperor. He managed to retreat unscathed, leaving the world in awe of his prowess. The terror of the sword guardian body left everyone astonished, and the name of Emperor Shun reverberated across 100 nations. Upon returning to the imperial city, this battle had significantly weakened the Yujian dynasty, prompting a period of recuperation. Su Chen began selecting gifted women from various regions to become concubines and nurture future generations. He had encountered countless rare beauties and celestial maidens in his time. During this period, Su Chen also attempted to cultivate the sword guardian body, but the success rate was nearly non-existent. After a century of planning, no one had succeeded. In the 300th year, Su Chen encountered a familiar figure, Shen Lianxin, his father in this lifetime. However, Shen Lianxin appeared aged and frail, with little time left. Su Chen gazed at him calmly. His mother had long since passed, leading him to forsake his cultivation and abandon the will to live. Shun Lianxin's lips trembled as he finally spoke. Take me to see her. Su Chun led Shun Lianxin to the ruins of the Yujian Manor, where grass flourished and orioles sang. Shun Lianxin knelt, unable to rise. As Su Chun descended the mountain, the sky unexpectedly began to drizzle, gradually intensifying into a refreshing downpour. Over the past 2 centuries, the experiences and tribulations of Shun Lianxin held no fascination for Su Chen, just as he did not impede Shun Lianxin's departure. In this lifetime, I appear somewhat callous. I wonder how future generations will perceive me. Su Chen squinted, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. In the 360th year, through Su Chen's relentless efforts, a prodigious talent with a martial physique finally emerged, the Tiangang broken sword body. Su Chen named him Shen Yinjian. Shen Yinjian did not disappoint Su Chen's expectations, displaying a demeanor reminiscent of his own in years past. At a tender age, he cultivated to the profound realm and single-handedly vanquished 3 talented members of the demon race. However, this prowess also incited the ire of other factions, leading to a coalition of powerful beings from various races who sought to eliminate him. Chapter 62, The Swordsmanship Prodigy, complete, in the Imperial Sword Dynasty. Su Chen was in seclusion when suddenly the talisman at his waist radiated a crimson light. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Peril threatened Jian'er, summoning the Guai Chen sword. The very fabric of space shattered before him like a mirror. Within the palace, a tumultuous aura swept across the land. Upon his arrival, Su Chen's countenance darkened considerably. Shun Yinjian had not perished, but his powers had been utterly extinguished. Grandfather. Shun Yinjian was frail, his Tiangang broken sword body vanished, rendering him akin to a mere shell of a man. Enraged, Su Chen returned with Shun Yinjian to the Imperial Sword Dynasty and commenced a thorough investigation to uncover the audacious perpetrator responsible for Shun Yinjian's plight. The loss of Shun Yinjian was undoubtedly a colossal blow to the Imperial Sword Dynasty. After fruitless inquiries, Su Chen's suspicions turned towards the Great Jing Dynasty. Previously, he had orchestrated a scheme against them, leaving the Jing Emperor harboring resentment. In the Great Jing Dynasty, the Emperor erupted in fury. Shen Chen, you madman! How dare you accuse me of sending someone to incapacitate the Crown Prince of the Imperial Sword Dynasty? Since Su Chen's emergence from the Lin Crocodile clan, he had been evading this harbinger of doom, not wishing to provoke him. Seeking clarity, the Jing Emperor arranged a meeting with Shen Chen. The 2 sworn brothers reunited after 3 centuries. Brother, I assure you, this matter was not my doing. The Jing Emperor pleaded for explanation. Su Chen, however, sneered, Brother, do you still regard me as such? The Lin Crocodile clan, the Spirit Shark clan, and the Ice Turtle clan have conspired under your instigation, resulting in the deaths of countless citizens of the Imperial Sword Dynasty. A heavy wave of dread washed over the Jing Emperor as he realized Su Chen had unraveled the truth. Today, we are no longer brothers. Our bond is severed, Su Chen declared, waving his hand dismissively. A profound terror surged within the Jing Emperor, and as he turned to flee, Su Chen struck him down with a single sword, his blood staining the air. All guards of the Great Jing Dynasty fell victim to the sword's wrath. Seizing the moment of chaos within the Great Jing Dynasty, Su Chen dispatched troops across the border. Before long, a figure astride a celestial crane appeared at the palace of the Imperial Sword Dynasty. The forces behind the Great Jing Dynasty had mobilized. Emperor Shen, your actions have gone too far. Su Chen retaliated, I need no counsel in my affairs. His actions were undeniably tyrannical. However, with the backing of Chao Tianming, most factions chose to turn a blind eye to his excesses. Ultimately, Su Chen claimed half of the national fortune of the Great Jing Dynasty before withdrawing his forces. With Shun Yinjian unable to cultivate, Su Chen was left with no choice but to seek out a new heir. Yet, for centuries passed without the emergence of a new innate martial body within the Imperial Sword Dynasty. In a pastoral setting, a frail, stooped old farmer opened a wooden door and beheld his grandson cradled in the arms of a middle-aged man. Indeed, it's been a long time. Shen Pinyin gazed at the familiar visage, now imbued with greater authority and depth than he remembered. I never imagined you would find me again. Shen Pinyin lamented with a bitter smile. Su Chen smiled gently at the little one in his arms, inquiring, would you like to accompany your granduncle to indulge in the splendors of life? However, Shen Pinyin's expression darkened instantly. Brother, he is but a child, still so young. The smile on Su Chen's face faded. You should be aware of what it signifies to possess a congenital sword body. Shen Pinyin positioned himself firmly before Su Chen. No matter what, I shall not allow you to take this child away. With an impassive countenance, Su Chen effortlessly subdued Shen Pinyin to the ground with a mere slap, rendering him immobile. This matter was beyond Shen Pingin's control. Shen Pingin coughed painfully, fragments of his internal organs mingling with the blood that escaped his lips. He recalled their first encounter, remembering the young man's distant words. In the future, should anyone dare to bully you, your brother shall wield his sword to vanquish them. Yet now, the only one who had bullied him was you. Desperately, Shen Pingin burned away the last remnants of his lifespan in a futile attempt to break free from Su Chen's grip. Su Chen departed with the child, naming him Shen Dayuan. He had already granted Shen Pingin several centuries of tranquility. A decade later, a new swordsmanship prodigy emerged in the realm. Shen Dayuan entered the heavenly sword sacred land. In that very year, a significant event transpired. The beings of the western region waged war against the southern region. In pursuit of a grand era, the western region sought to shatter the southern region and seize its fortunes, for they preferred to target the vulnerable. An ancient entity in the west aspired to ascend to the great sage, yet the region's vitality and fortune were insufficient to support such a breakthrough. This battle was not merely a contest, it was a gamble. However, what Su Chen did not anticipate was that during this conflict, Chao Tianming would actually be slain by an ancient monstrosity from the western region. Su Chen witnessed that cataclysmic battle, where two beings nearing sagehood clashed, causing the heavens to shatter and the earth to quake. Despite Chao Tianming exhausting his swordsmanship, he could not prevail. A powerful figure from the heavenly sword sacred land intervened, yet was thwarted by a mighty foe from the west. It became evident that even divine beings were not immune to death. A wave of sorrow surged within Su Chen, who realized that this world was not lacking in talent. Fate and time intertwined. Though he survived the battle by a stroke of luck, he bore grievous wounds. The western region gained no advantage. The entity striving to become a great sage had its opportunity abruptly interrupted. At the age of 1,000, Su Chen had attained the 6th level of the Void Realm. Following the conflict with the western region, the southern region, already in decline, sank further into desolation. As if entering an age of diminished magic, where sages were scarce. Even the once prominent talents had faded, leaving no one to carry the banner. In this rare era, where sages were absent and rebirth was seldom seen, Su Chen inexplicably found himself transformed into a figure of immense stature. The Sword Sovereign dynasty had become one of the few great powers. The grief in Su Chen's heart vanished. The age of decline had its merits. His first act was to absorb the great Jing dynasty, and over the next 2 centuries, he successively consumed 3 more dynasties, elevating his cultivation to the 9th level of the Void Realm. Su Chen entered seclusion to break through to the Nirvana realm, with only 300 years of lifespan remaining. He was prepared to stake everything on this endeavor. Yet, despite his efforts, there was no progress. With his hair turned white, Su Chen's eyes brimmed with reluctance as he discovered that the laws of the southern region had become incomplete. To restore himself would require 2 or 3 centuries. He found himself unable to transcend to the Nirvana realm. How I despised this. After painstakingly reaching the threshold of Nirvana, just as I was on the verge of ascension, you tell me that the heavens have closed their doors, denying me the chance to break through? Su Chen encountered Shen Daoyuan, and a sudden thought surged within him. If he were to eradicate the entire Shen bloodline, would there be a chance for him to ascend to Nirvana? Shen Daoyuan stood before Su Chen, sword in hand, ready to confront him. Great uncle, allow me to escort you on your final journey, Su Chen said with a smile. Do you wish to avenge your grandfather? Shen Daoyuan struck at Su Chen. His swordsmanship, purer and more refined than Su Chen's, evoked the shadow of Chao Tianming. The two engaged in a fierce battle that lasted 3 days and nights. Weakened by age and the failed breakthrough, Su Chen was ultimately defeated. Plunging into the furnace before Shen Daoyuan, I shall forge a sword for you, he declared. I hope your swordsmanship does not mirror my own. 1,500 years later, Su Chen met his demise. Chapter 63, Rebirth as the Great Villain, Part 1. Once again, Su Chen found himself within the realm of fate defiance. His heart a tempest of emotions. In the final moments of his life, he was unable to transcend further, ultimately choosing to fulfill Shen Dayuan's destiny. In this new life, with the guidance of Shintiani, he endured myriad hardships in the early stages but ultimately forged the postnatal sword body, equipping him with the qualifications to contend with the prodigies of the sacred grounds. In the 6th life, he was born into the sword master manor, endowed with exceptional talent and having successfully cultivated the sword body, an achievement with a success rate of less than 1 in a billion. Thus began his journey to rival the most extraordinary figures. Among his peers, his swordsmanship was unparalleled, and he navigated through challenges with remarkable ease. However, upon encountering the true depth of the sacred grounds, his pride in his swordsmanship was shattered with a mere strike, casting doubt upon his abilities. His grandfather, disappointed in him, was defeated, and he seamlessly took over the sword master manor. Focusing on elevating his realm and acquiring greater strength, he began to manipulate the fortunes of the dynasty. After numerous trials, he successfully established an empire. His existence incited countless wars, resulting in the demise of countless beings, with many branding him a tyrant. Unfazed, he easily suppressed dissent with the aid of his sword guards. During the Southwest region's war, he distinguished himself, his fame spreading beyond the southern region to the western region. Following the conflict, the southern region languished, and he emerged as one of the world's few formidable powers, a hound of the sacred grounds. Subduing the talents of the southern region and ruthlessly extracting resources to facilitate his final breakthrough, he ultimately failed and perished. His illustrious life leaving behind a legend in the southern region, drawing countless admirers. Evaluation: Blue Star Rating 5, Reversal Points 5,000. Su Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. The 5,000 reversal points left him dizzy, an undeniably substantial figure. Qualifications: 0, Understanding 0, Family background 0, Mental state 150. With such an abundance of reversal points, he was determined to live a life of excitement. Qualifications: 2,000 Understanding 2,000 Family background 1,000. Su Chen brimmed with ambition as he turned to the next page, ready for reincarnation. Upon opening his eyes, Su Chen meticulously organized the memories flooding his mind. He discovered that in this life, he was born in the northern region, the most powerful domain aside from the central region. In this incarnation, he was the most cherished descendant of an elder from a declining sacred clan in the northern region. His ancestor, a revered being in the Nirvana realm, had once graced the family. With an impassive expression, Su Chen adjusted his garments. The family he belonged to was known as the Ancient Clan. Once, they had produced a saint, but after the saint's demise, no second had emerged. All that remained was a sacred artifact, suppressing the lesser beings and perpetuating the glory of the sacred clan. In this life, he was named Gu Chun, one of the 5 prodigies of the Ancient Clan. Possessing the Qian Yuan body, he had broken through to the spirit realm at the tender age of 18. Just as Su Chen was preparing to venture forth, a young woman burst into his residence and knelt before him. Lin Wei had met Lord Gu Chen. The young woman possessed a captivating beauty, delicate and enchanting, bending slightly, as if evoking a sense of pity that easily stirred a man's instinct to protect. Such a paragon of beauty, even Su Chen in his past life, surrounded by countless beauties, would find few to rival her. Have you come to seek me for something of great importance? Though the woman was undeniably exquisite, Su Chen's composure, honed over several lifetimes, remained intact, only feeling a sense of admiration for her fortunate beginnings. Lin Yue respectfully inquired, "My lord, Lin Zhan has departed from the Qing Xian martial house. Should we send someone to eliminate him?" Su Chen paused, finding the name vaguely familiar. Reflecting on it, he recalled Lin Yue's background. She was the daughter of an elder from a minor family in the Qing Xian Empire, while Lin Zhan was the son of the family as patriarch. They had grown up together. During one of his journeys to the Qing Xian Empire, Gu Chen encountered Lin Yue and, recognizing her considerable talent, took her as a maid. There was also an element of attraction involved. This was undoubtedly fortuitous for Lin Yue, akin to a pie falling from the heavens, prompting her to swiftly abandon Lin Zhan for the embrace of Gu Chen. The Lin family unanimously supported this decision, except for Lin Zhan, whose dissent bore little weight. After Gu Chen provided the Lin family with resources for cultivation, he took Lin Yue away, leaving Lin Zhan to simmer in impotent rage. Since Lin Yue's departure, Lin Zhan had seemingly gained extraordinary abilities, managing to enter the largest martial house in the Qing Xian Empire, vocally seeking revenge against Gu Chen. Witnessing Lin Zhan's relentless pursuit, Lin Yue feared misunderstandings might arise and sought repeatedly to eliminate him, yet her efforts were in vain, only intensifying Lin Zhan's hatred towards Gu Chen, whom he blamed for all his misfortunes. This situation had grown intolerable for Gu Chen, who yearned for an opportunity to rid himself of this fool. Su Chen's expression grew peculiar. Why did this feel so reminiscent of a fated son of destiny? How had he once again become a villain? He could not help but curse under his breath. Lin Yue trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes lifting to meet his gaze. Her cheeks flushed as she sweetly asked, "My lord, do you require my company tonight?" Su Chen replied, "There truly isn't a single normal person in the Lin family. There is no need for your company tonight. You may withdraw." He had already grasped the situation regarding Lin Zhan. Lin Yue felt a pang of disappointment. How could a mere peasant like Lin Zhan ever compare to Lord Gu Chen? He was utterly unaware of his own limitations. Once Lord Guqin made his move, any possibility of reversal would vanish. Lin Yueo had lost patience with Lin Zhan. Surely, she could not be expected to forego a better life. Moreover, she had extended ample kindness to Lin Zhan. Yet he not only failed to appreciate it, but also tarnished Lord Guqin's reputation. After Lin Yueo departed from the residence, Su Chen rubbed his temples, a headache brewing. Lin Zhan was unlike Fang Bubi. With Fang Bubi, it was merely a dispute of words, easily resolved by turning foes into friends. However, Lin Zhan's obstinacy and lack of insight are evident. Even he cannot conceive a means to dissuade Lin Zhan from his quest for vengeance. For those who possess lofty ambitions and an unyielding spirit, the theft of a childhood sweetheart leaves only a path of mutual destruction. Su Chen, naturally, has no desire to meet his demise, having invested a substantial 5,000 reversal points in this lifetime. The hatred that cannot be resolved compels Su Chen to take action rather than remain passive. Thus, he resolves to kill. With an icy gaze, Su Chen, having lived 6 lifetimes and having once stood on the threshold of the Nirvana realm, possesses combat experience that far surpasses that of a mere novice. He aims to eliminate Lin Zhan and seize the opportunities that lie within his grasp, for there may yet be a glimmer of hope for attaining sanctity in this life. With this thought, Su Chen no longer hesitates and rises to meet his grandfather in this incarnation, the third elder of the ancient clan, Gui Xian. Chapter 64, Rebirth as the Great Villain, Part 2. The third elder of the ancient clan wielded immense power over the clan's punishments, a force so formidable that many sought to avoid it. Yet before Su Chen, he appeared merely as a benevolent grandfather, presenting an array of Su Chen's favorite delicacies. "Oh, Chinner, you have arrived." Ancient Ishian expressed his satisfaction with Su Chen, noting how closely the boy resembled him in character. After the tragic demise of Su Chen's parents during their exploration of a secret realm, he had indulged every whim of his grandson, even plucking stars from the heavens if that was what Su Chen desired. Su Chen casually picked up a piece of pastry and praised, "Grandfather's 7-colored immortal bean cake is truly delightful." The smile on Ancient Ishian's face broadened, his eyes filled with affection, as Su Chen devoured the treats with abandon. A warm sensation spread through his abdomen. Each confection was crafted from rare and exquisite ingredients, undeniably delicious. However, he did not forget the matter at hand. He turned to Ancient Ishian and said, "Grandfather, I wish to enlist your aid against someone." Su Chen had no intention of allowing Lin Zhan to gradually ascend to the status of a formidable adversary. He directly called upon Ancient Ishian, a revered figure at the Nirvana stage. While it might draw laughter for a Nirvana expert to deal with a mere fledgling below the spirit realm, it was Su Chen who spoke. Ancient Ishian's expression turned serious. "Chinner, whom have you provoked?" Su Chen recounted the events involving Lin Zhan, then stated, "Grandfather, I seek the opportunities that lie within him. For a junior from a small clan to achieve such prowess in merely 2 years is no simple feat. He may possess great fortune or be backed by an ancient powerhouse. Regardless of the truth, your cooperation is essential for absolute certainty." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Ancient Ishian's gaze flickered thoughtfully before he nodded. "Very well, I shall grant you a talisman. Should you shatter it, I will arrive on the battlefield to ensure everything goes flawlessly." He handed Su Chen an orange talisman imbued with his essence. With Ancient Ishian's backing, Su Chen felt a surge of confidence in eliminating Lin Zhan. He also borrowed an elite member from the ancient clan to set an intricate trap, ensuring no chance of failure against Lin Zhan. Soon, an opportunity presented itself. Lin Zhan had appeared within the Spirit Fox clan. A cold glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. This was his first confrontation with a favored child of destiny, and he could not afford to falter. Within the Spirit Fox clan, Lin Zhan gazed tenderly at the fox girl tending to his wounds. He felt a deep gratitude. Had it not been for her intervention, he might have perished in the treacherous Songlong Sea. "Lin Yuer, Gu Chun, I, Lin Zhan, shall not rest until we are at odds for eternity." Lin Zhan's heart seethed with resentment. Pursued by the ancient clan, he had fled the Qingxian martial house to avoid implicating them, plunging into the perilous Songlong Sea in pursuit of an opportunity. Though he had fortuitously claimed a treasure amid fierce combat with enemies, he bore grievous injuries. The young maiden of the Spirit Fox clan extinguished the vibrant green light in her hands, wiping the sweat from her brow. She turned to Lin Zhan and advised, "Brother Lin Zhan, your injuries are nearly healed. You merely need to rest quietly." Lin Zhan nodded in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Miss Huan, for your timely rescue. I shall repay this life-saving grace 100-fold in the future." During his recuperation within the Spirit Fox clan, Lin Zhan aided Huan in vanquishing the ruffians who had troubled her clan, as well as defeating the elite of a rival clan. thereby preserving the Spirit Fox clan's esteemed position among the 13 families of Songlong Island. The bond between Lin Zhan and Huan deepened with each passing day. However, on this particular day, a formidable figure arrived within the Fox clan. Lin Zhan recognized a familiar face, clenching his jaw tightly. Guchen, Lin Yuer. A throng of guards from the ancient clan surrounded the Spirit Fox clan, stirring the attention of the clan's leader. Clan leader Fox, if you surrender Lin Zhan, I will not only absolve your clan of the grave sin of harboring a fugitive from the ancient clan, but I shall also bestow upon you the Breaking Void Pill to aid in your ascension to the Void Realm, Su Chen boasted, convinced that his offer was generous. Impossible. Lin Zhan is a benefactor to my Spirit Fox clan. If you desire his life, you must first step over my corpse, the clan leader declared with unwavering resolve. The elders echoed his sentiment, proclaiming, Lin Zhan is our savior. Betraying him would make us no better than beasts. Su Chen mused to himself that they were indeed a pack of beasts. Yet, the Spirit Fox clan's firm hold on their status among the 13 families of Songlong posed a challenge for him. His expression grew increasingly grim. Does clan leader truly wish to become our enemy? Slaughtering the Spirit Fox clan would surely offend Songlong Palace, leading to punishment upon my return to the ancient clan. And it could even implicate Gui Xian. However, Su Chen could not afford to wait. He feared the day when the Child of Destiny might emerge to eliminate him. If he does not perish, I cannot find peace. He thought darkly. At all costs, he must eliminate Lin Zhan within the Spirit Fox clan. The clan leader raised his hand, coldly stating, escort the young master of the ancient clan away. Su Chen replied softly, what is the purpose of sacrificing an entire clan to protect one who is not even one of your own? Kill. With Su Chen's command, the guards of the ancient clan surged forth, launching an assault on the Spirit Fox clan. Protect our benefactor as he departs. Figures emerged within the Spirit Fox clan, engaging in fierce combat with the elders of the ancient clan. Guchen, I want you dead. Lin Zhan watched in anguish as numerous members of the Spirit Fox clan fell beneath the blades, his eyes instantly turning red as he sought to confront Su Chen. Su Chen noted Lin Zhan's presence. Though not particularly striking in appearance, Lin Zhan exuded an indomitable spirit. Eliminate him at all costs. Su Chen harbored no intentions of facing Lin Zhan directly. He commanded his guards to dispatch him immediately, ensuring no future troubles. Just as the guards were about to strike Lin Zhan down, the clan leader erupted into action, defeating his opponent and positioning himself to shield Lin Zhan from harm. Benefactor, flee quickly. Take Huan with you and leave the Spirit Fox clan. Su Chen seethed inwardly. It is truly vexing to kill you. He crushed the talisman in his hand, and the world suddenly dimmed. A diagram of the 8 trigrams emerged in the skies above the Spirit Fox clan, obscuring the sun and moon. An imposing elder appeared, his colossal frame reminiscent of a towering pillar. He was the venerable Yi Xian, the leader of the ancient clans. The heavens over the Songlong Sea dimmed. A transcendent figure in the Nirvana realm materialized. Without uttering a word, Gui Xian cast a cold gaze upon Lin Zhan, for it was this youth Chino had foretold he must perish. With a murderous intent, he advanced directly toward Lin Zhan, a being of the Nirvana realm, intent on extinguishing a mere spirit realm novice. Just as Gui Xian was on the verge of obliterating everything, a colossal hand emerged from the mists, halting his advance. A 9-headed black serpent coiled gracefully around the elder, a manifestation of the Nirvana realm swirling about them. With a flourish of his sleeve, he proclaimed boldly, Gui Xian, this little one is under the protection of Songlong Palace. Should you wish to take his life, your spiritual form is insufficient. Summon your true self. Upon witnessing the arrival of the Songlong Palace's master, Su Chen could not help but marvel at the formidable aura of the Son of Destiny. However, a resonant voice echoed across the miles, since when did Songlong Palace presume to meddle in the affairs of my ancient clan? Chapter 65, Rebirth as the Great Villain, Part 3. In the distance, a pair of colossal hands tore through the fabric of space. Within the profound void, 2 figures emerged. One, an elderly man with flowing white hair, bore a sword upon his back, emanating an imposing aura without a hint of anger. The other appeared as a middle-aged man, his hands folded within his sleeves, his squinted eyes revealing a chilling glint that sent shivers down the spine. Upon witnessing their arrival, the smile on Songlong's face instantly stiffened. The ancient clan's 3rd elder, Gui Xian, and the 5th elder, Gu Ho, both revered beings at the Nirvana realm, had appeared together. Su Chen was filled with elation. He had not anticipated that his grandfather in this life would be so formidable, even bringing forth another revered figure from the Nirvana realm. Gu Ho. The fifth elder of the ancient clan and a trusted confidant of Gui Xian, had been nurtured under his guidance. The audacity of Songlong Palace to obstruct the ancient clan's actions was truly astounding. Those whom the ancient clan sought to eliminate would find no refuge under Songlong Palace's protection. With a cold snort, Gui Xian unleashed a wave of white frost that spread rapidly across the sea surface. Guho narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on Songlong's venerable figure. Akin to a venomous serpent poised to strike. The surrounding phenomena of nirvana erupted. At Gui Xian's command, they would not hesitate to besiege Songlong's venerable presence. Songlong's heart sank under the intense scrutiny of the two nirvana beings, yet he did not retreat an inch. I have stated before. I will protect the young friend Lin Zhan. Your ancient clan cannot annihilate the spirit fox tribe, nor can you harm Lin Zhan, unless you tread over my corpse. Simultaneously, the void shattered like a mirror. A terrifying force swept through the Songlong Sea, turning the world upside down. To clear the obstacles for his grandson, Gui Xian was willing to obliterate all life within the Songlong Sea. Su Chen could not comprehend how Lin Zhan possessed such allure, compelling one powerful figure after another to willingly lay down their lives for him. Nevertheless, this did not deter Su Chen's resolve to eliminate him. Lin Zhan's eyes burned with fury as he beheld Su Chen, witnessing one protector after another fall before him, including the woman who had once saved him. In a fit of madness, he roared, Gu Chen, Lin Yuer, as long as I, Lin Zhan, draw breath, I shall repay you 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. Su Chen's murderous intent was palpable. Lin Zhan, all of this is of your own making. I have granted you chance after chance. Had you not chosen to oppose me, they would not have perished. These heart-wrenching words ignited Lin Zhan's wrath, causing him to cough up blood violently. The leader of the spirit fox tribe roared in fury, igniting all he had, charging at Su Chen. He was met with countless attacks, leaving him bloodied and battered, yet he pressed on, determined to reach Su Chen. In a desperate moment, a colossal hand intervened, halting the death blow, none other than Guho. Gui Xian obstructed Songlong's venerable figure, allowing Guho to act. Uncle Gu. Spare the words, strike him down immediately. Su Chen urged Guho, anxious that any delay might invite unforeseen complications. Guho nodded, raising his hand with a sweeping motion, rendering the entire Spirit Fox Mountain diminutive before him. The formidable warriors of the Spirit Fox tribe were instantaneously crushed, and some ancient clan guards who had not retreated in time were caught in the ensuing chaos. It appeared that the entire Spirit Fox Mountain would be utterly annihilated under this singular strike. Lin Zhan was directly rendered unconscious from the impact. This scene was undoubtedly one of assured victory. Yet, just as Lin Zhan was on the verge of vanishing alongside the Spirit Fox Mountain, a radiant burst of 7-colored light suddenly erupted from his chest. Following this, a cube-shaped object materialized, shattering in midair, transforming into a celestial beam that pierced both heaven and earth, carrying Lin Zhan's body far beyond the confines of the realm. Ancient Ho reached out, intending to intervene. But upon contact with the beam, his hand aged in an instant, followed by decay. The overwhelming aura of rock caused Ancient Ho's expression to shift dramatically, compelling him to draw a knife and sever his withered arm, helplessly watching as Lin Zhan's form retreated into the vastness of the cosmos, heading towards an unknown destination. Witnessing Lin Zhan's escape nearly drove Su Chen to the brink of despair. This was absurd. Such a cheat in power was utterly unfair. He had summoned the highest combat prowess, poised to eliminate Lin Zhan, who might have even resigned to his fate, only for an invincible force to erupt from within him, whisking him away. Where could Su Chen seek justice for this? His heart bled with frustration, and Ancient Ho's countenance was equally grim. In a low voice, he remarked, "A holy artifact. This fellow actually harbors a self-reviving holy artifact within him. However, possessing such a treasure, especially for one of merely spirit realm cultivation, was akin to a child flaunting gold at a night market. Fear not, nephew, leaving the northern domain for the cosmic expanse. He will likely be besieged by the great clans of the starry skies within mere months, and the holy artifact will be seized." Su Chen forced a bitter smile. If it were truly that simple to kill him, Lin Zhan would not have escaped. The rate of growth of the destined child was indeed despairing. After a moment, Gui Xian, bearing 3 severed heads, felt a chill in his heart upon realizing that Lin Zhan had ultimately evaded capture. 2 Nirvana Realm Masters had acted, with half of the ancient clan's strength deployed, yet such a formidable display had allowed a mere spirit realm warrior to flee. "The Songlong Palace dares to oppose my ancient clan, sheltering a wanted criminal. We shall first eradicate the Songlong Palace, making it clear to the world that although my clan may be in decline, we are not to be trifled with." Gui Xian's gaze was icy, in his view. Had it not been for the interference of the Songlong Palace, how could a mere spirit realm cultivator have escaped? Under Gu Yixin's leadership, the Songlong Palace and its 13 affiliated races were annihilated within a month, leaving a contingent of ancient clan warriors to occupy the Songlong Sea. Gu Yixin returned to his clan with the others. Su Chen, frustrated at not being able to eliminate Lin Zhan, threw himself into relentless cultivation. He did not wish to encounter Lin Zhan again, only to be used as a pawn. Their enmity was one of life and death, leaving no room for coexistence. Su Chen harbored a premonition that Lin Zhan would not perish in the cosmic expanse. One day, he would return to the northern domain. Not long after, Su Chen received further news. His grandfather Gu Yixin was being impeached by the Elder Council. Mobilizing a significant portion of the ancient clan's guards had incited the clan leader's wariness. All for personal gain. Had Su Chen successfully eliminated Lin Zhan, the rewards would undoubtedly have compensated for the losses incurred. However, the failure to vanquish Lin Zhan, coupled with his escape, has led to widespread ridicule. Regardless of whether Lin Zhan possessed a fully restored sacred artifact, the ancient clan's efforts appear laughable. Having allowed a mere spirit realm practitioner to flee, it is likely that the 10,000 Demons Sacred Hall will begin to exert pressure within their ranks. Considering that the Songlong Sea region is ostensibly under their jurisdiction, Su Chen adjusted his attire and promptly soared towards the Elders' Hall. Chapter 66, Rebirth as the Great Villain, Part 4. In the Elder Hall of the Ancient Clan, there were 12 powerful elders, each a revered figure in the Nirvana realm. The existence of the ancient clan relied upon them, sustaining the glory of the sacred clan. Gu Yixin, with his eyes closed, was under the scrutinizing gazes of the 10 elders and the current clan leader, Gu Tsong, apart from Gu Ho. Some gazes were filled with anger, others calm, and some even gleeful. Gu Yixin had wielded the power of punishment for centuries, exercising extreme caution, leaving not a single flaw exposed. Yet now, such a situation had arisen. Gu Yixin, are you aware of your crimes? You have brought such a formidable enemy upon our ancient clan. Gu Yixin did not even flinch, remaining oblivious to their accusations, which incited the ire of several elders above. Just then, a voice emanated from outside. Gu Chen seeks an audience. The elders began to murmur amongst themselves. Gu Chen, the grandson of the third elder, a young prodigy with some renown in the clan, what brings him here? Humph, this turmoil is all due to Gu Chen. Were it not for him, our clan would not have offended a genius possessing a sacred artifact. Let him enter. Su Chen pushed open the grand door and entered the elder hall under Gu Ho's guidance. Observing the assembly of elders, he could not help but think, indeed, even a withered camel is larger than a horse. Though the ancient clan had fallen, it still boasted 12 powerful Nirvana realm experts and retained a sacred artifact, instilling fear in the petty. Gu Chen, are you aware of your transgressions? This incident originated from you, resulting in heavy casualties among our clan members and incurring the wrath of numerous factions, leading to endless troubles. Su Chen lowered his head and replied. The clansman Gu Chen acknowledges his error. This matter arose solely from my actions and has nothing to do with my grandfather. One elder chuckled lightly. How filial. Su Chen remained silent before raising his head, stating, however, I have discovered something from Lin Zhan and wish to present it to the clan. Gu Yixin opened his eyes, and the assembly turned their attention towards Su Chen. After a moment, the tall figure in the center spoke softly. What is it? Su Chen produced an ancient jade tablet, which was swiftly seized by a large hand. The 10 elders encircled the clan leader, all intrigued by the information contained within the jade tablet. The sword-forging body technique? This actually records the method for cultivating the acquired martial body? One elder spoke with astonishment. The martial body is classified into innate and acquired. The innate manifests naturally, while the acquired can be cultivated later. Innate martial bodies are rare, and acquired martial bodies are even rarer. The techniques that allow one to transcend into martial prowess are invariably top-tier methods. Not even during the clan's peak did they possess such techniques. How could this be possible? Another elder expressed disbelief. How can we ascertain the authenticity of such a technique? Where did you acquire it? Gu Song inquired solemnly. Su Chen maintained a tranquil demeanor as he slowly spoke. This is a secret technique belonging to Lin Zhan, one of his hidden mysteries. Whether the clan leader believes it or not can be ascertained with a simple investigation. Gu Song glanced at the other elders within the clan, who all nodded in agreement before he continued. If this artifact proves to be genuine, you will be hailed as a benefactor of the Gu clan, and this matter shall be laid to rest. They all understood that if one could master the ability to transform ordinary individuals into exceptional talents with unique physiques, such a technique would render the Gu clan extraordinarily powerful, perhaps even restoring the glory of their ancestral sacred lineage. Gu Yixian exchanged a glance with Su Chun as they both exited the elder's chamber. After a moment, Gu Yixian finally inquired, "Chen, is the technique you presented truly authentic?" Su Chun nodded affirmatively. The item was indeed genuine, without question. In his previous life, Su Chun had personally mastered it and even refined it further. However, since attaining the sword mastery physique in his last life, no one else had succeeded in doing so thereafter. The success rate was appallingly low. As for Lin Zhan, he perfectly embodied all the characteristics of someone who could suddenly attain a special physique and subsequently achieve fame. Thus, Su Chun was not concerned that the Gu clan would trace matters back to the southern region. As Su Chun had anticipated, a month later, the technique was confirmed to be authentic, and Gu Yixian continued to wield the authority over punishment, as if nothing unusual had transpired. Su Chun resumed his role as the young master of the Gu clan. Time flew by, and a year had passed. Su Chun opened his eyes to hear Lin Yuer's voice resonating outside the cave. "My lord, the grand competition for the younger generation of the Gu clan begins in a week." Su Chun recalled that the Gu clan periodically hosted competitions for their younger generation, where prodigies would participate. Based on their prowess, rankings within the clan were established. The higher the rank, the more abundant the resources received. And Su Chun currently held the 4th position, neither too high nor too low. This time, he was determined to secure the first rank within the Gu clan. A resolute conviction filled Su Chun. The pressure weighed heavily upon him. While Lin Zhan had managed to escape to the outer realms, the Gu clan still fared relatively well in the northern region. However, beyond this realm, amidst the myriad races of the outer cosmos, they would not even qualify to dine at the table's edge. Perhaps only a sage could traverse the vastness of the outer heavens without obstruction. In order to avoid being merely a pawn for Lin Zhan's ambitions, Su Chun devoted himself to relentless training, preparing for the next encounter where he would devise a way to eliminate Lin Zhan. Soon, the day of the Gu clan's grand competition for the younger generation arrived. Su Chun encountered other talents of the clan, 3 men and 1 woman, all possessing special physiques. As Su Chun assessed them, they too scrutinized him. To the other so-called prodigies of the Gu clan, none were worthy of mention. Only the 5 of them were true rivals. Su Chun exerted no effort, not even breaking a sweat, as he effortlessly subdued the others. Before long, he faced one of the remaining 4, Gu Ziong, who was endowed with the physique of thunder tribulation, a muscular man enveloped in crackling lightning with his hair standing on end. "Gu Qin, you might as well concede." Gu Ziong boasted arrogantly, being older, more accomplished, and possessing a deeper foundation than Su Chun. Su Chin's expression shifted. "Apologies, but you have stolen my lines." Gu Ziong made his move. As he did, the heavens erupted with a cacophony of thunder, conjuring the image of a thunder rock. With wings unfurled and a mighty sweep of its arm, it charged directly at Su Chun. "Gu Qin, perhaps in a few years, you might earn the right to face me, but not now." Su Chun remained speechless as the particles of yin and yang surged forth, his Qianyuan form materializing as he merely clenched his fist and unleashed a single punch. The thunder rock was obliterated by the force of his blow. The energy did not cease there, but continued onward, striking Gu Ziong and sending him crashing from the sky to the ground, creating a deep crater in the specially crafted battle platform. Su Chun landed beside Gu Ziong, who struggled to speak. "What kind of martial technique is this?" Su Chun replied nonchalantly, "Just an ordinary punch." Gu Ziong let out a hearty laugh. "What a splendid name." He then promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. This left Su Chun in deep contemplation. Indeed, it was truly just an ordinary punch. Chapter 67. Rebirth as the Great Villain 5 with a single punch. Su Chun defeated Gu Ziong, unleashing a tempest within the Gu clan. Gu Ziong, ranked 3rd, was vanquished with such ease. The elders of the clan exchanged bewildered glances. What had just transpired? It appeared to be an ordinary punch, yet it seemed to harbor something far more profound. The essence of martial intent? Unthinkable, even with martial intent. It should not have been sufficient to easily overpower Gu Ziong, whose physique, refined through the thunder tribulation, rivaled that of an ordinary transcendent realm warrior. The power of heaven and earth was that of the transcendent realm. It seemed that Gu Chun had likely broken through into that realm. A transcendent at the tender age of 15, comparable to the true disciples of the sacred lands. Indeed, he was worthy of being the grandson of the 3rd elder. It had been ages since the clan had witnessed such a prodigy. Given time, perhaps the Council of 12 Elders would welcome yet another member. A smile crept onto the stern face of Gu Yixian. This lad had managed to conceal his prowess even from me. In merely 1 year, Suchin ascended from the 7th layer of the spirit realm to the transcendent realm. Achieving this feat at such a young age, undoubtedly a true young sovereign, with the potential to break through to the nirvana realm in the future, and even a slim chance of touching the threshold of the sacred ones. The revelation of Suchin's cultivation level struck a heavy blow to many of the Gu clan's young elites. I challenge you, Gu Qin, Gu Yuan. The foremost talent of the Gu clan stood before Suchin, his cultivation at half a step into the transcendent realm. Suchin replied, "You must realize that challenging me leaves you with no hope of victory. This world is not devoid of prodigies capable of overcoming great realms in combat. However, Gu Yuan is not one of those prodigies. The path of martial arts is one of relentless forward momentum. Until the universe is determined, how can one retreat?" Gu Yuan proclaimed, his fighting spirit palpable as he launched himself at Suchin, with a heart purely devoted to martial arts. Suchin saw within Gu Yuan a reflection of his former self. Once, he too had possessed such a singular passion for the martial path. "Very well," Suchin responded, his fingers forming a sword-like shape. The air resonated with the hum of weaponry, brilliance dazzling the eyes of onlookers. What terrifying martial techniques! Truly deserving of a young sovereign who has broken through to the transcendent realm at such a young age, praised the elders of the Gu clan. Even for a family as illustrious as the Gu clan, it was no easy feat to produce a Nirvana realm warrior, with centuries sometimes passing without a young sovereign emerging. Though the Nirvana realm grants a lifespan of 3,000 years, it too has its end. Ultimately, someone must carry the torch to ensure a lineage does not fade. Within the Gu clan, Suchin was undoubtedly a fresh infusion of Nirvana blood, and his displayed talents warranted the clan's utmost attention. Having been defeated, Gu Yuan gazed at Suchin, a bitter pang in his heart. From that moment forth, the title of the clan's foremost young genius no longer belonged to him, but to the youth before him. Following this battle, Suchin became the core seed of the Gu clan, delving into the ancestral grounds for cultivation. Rarely seen in the outside world. 15 years later, while immersed in his training, Suchin received a message. In the vast expanse of the extraterrestrial sky, an ancient ruin has emerged, drawing the attention of numerous powerful factions from various realms, including the Tianxin domain. In the northern domain, where Suchin resides, a multitude of forces have flocked to partake in the excitement. As a premier power beneath the sacred grounds, the ancient clan naturally seizes the opportunity to join the fray. Accompanied by an elder of the ancient clan, Suchin embarks on the journey into the extraterrestrial cosmos, harboring a premonition that he might encounter Lin Zhan during this expedition. The location of the ruins lies within a particular star domain of the extraterrestrial sky, revealing a colossal fragment of the ancient nation's ice mountain, stretching endlessly. Surrounding it are numerous celestial bodies, teeming with various factions. As Suchin follows the ancient clan, he finds his horizons broadened. This marks his inaugural venture beyond the Tianxin domain into the vast unknown. The beings of the extraterrestrial realm are countless and diverse, each exhibiting unique forms and characteristics. However, only those factions deemed worthy to enter the extraterrestrial domain possess immense power, with at least one Nirvana realm venerable overseeing their expedition. Even those from the sacred grounds have dispatched venerable relics, brandishing sacred artifacts, casting dazzling luminescence across the starry void. Suchin searched diligently but failed to locate Lin Zhan. Though he comprehended the difficulty, the multitude of extraterrestrial beings renders the pursuit akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Nevertheless, he believes that if he cannot find Lin Zhan, then Lin Zhan will ultimately seek him out, for their fates are inexorably intertwined, destined for confrontation. Once the spatial stability is established, a decree materializes in the sky. Only martial artists below the Dongshu realm are permitted entry into the ruins, and the use of weapons above the imperial grade is strictly prohibited. Confounded, Suchin, upon the elder's elucidation, begins to grasp the rationale. The fragility of this space necessitates such restrictions. Should all factions flood in indiscriminately, a catastrophic holy war could erupt, leading to the shattering of the space-time continuum, casting all into the void of the unknown, rendering their efforts futile. Suchin muses about the wisdom of these ancient clans. Realizing the absence of any Dongshu realm members from his own lineage was likely anticipated. Alongside Suchin, several prodigies of the 9th level of the Tongshin realm have also arrived from the ancient clan, individuals who were once paragons of their era. Some perhaps not as gifted as Suchin but nonetheless formidable, surpassing even those from the ancient plane. Together, they delve into the ancient nation's ruins. Within, the remnants of a once mighty and ancient kingdom can still be discerned, hinting at a sacred dynasty in the cosmos that unfortunately succumbed to peril, vanishing into the annals of time. Shortly after entering, Suchin encounters the extraterrestrial prodigies who have begun to hunt the inhabitants of the Tianxin domain. One such prodigy, with azure skin, devoid of hair, and covered in scales, resembles humanity in all respects. Tianxin domain's people? Are you familiar with the ancient clan of the northern domain? The blue-skinned being licked the blood from the blade's edge, their deep azure gaze reminiscent of the unfathomable depths of the ocean, fixating on the many prodigies of the ancient clan as though they were mere prey. A prodigy from the ancient clan, also at the 9th level of the Tongxian realm, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Ancient clan? We are indeed the members of the northern domain's ancient clan. Are you searching for us?" Upon hearing this, the blue-skinned extraterrestrial's expression brightened with delight. "Ha ha ha, so you are indeed the ancient clan of the celestial northern domain. Your presence here is effortless. You are the sworn enemies of our esteemed leader, who has already offered a generous bounty for your capture. I shall sever your heads to claim the reward bestowed by our revered leader." Chapter 68, Rebirth as the Great Villain, Part 6, Respectable One. Suchin furrowed his brow, an ominous premonition stirring within him. The respectable one he spoke of couldn't possibly be Linzhan, could it? A prodigy of the ancient clan, known as Gulan. Observe the arrogant demeanor of the azure-skinned being and sneered. You dare to boast? Such audacity. Your skin would serve well for a pair of tiptoes. Without hesitation, he launched an attack against the azure-skinned entity, determined to eliminate this audacious extraterrestrial creature. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, realms coexisted, and myriad races flourished. The Tianxian realm had produced several emperors, a fact that endowed its beings with a sense of superiority as they traversed the outer domains. To have an unknown azure-skinned being regard them as prey was intolerable and warranted a severe reckoning. Gulan made his move, while the other prodigies of the ancient clan observed with calmness, confident that this azure-skinned being was no match for Gulan, whose cultivation had reached the 7th level of the profound understanding, placing him among the elite in a clan of countless prodigies. The azure-skinned being, incensed by Gulan's words, felt the scales at the corner of its mouth quiver, its entire body shifting in hue. In an astonishing display, it vanished from sight, allowing Gulan's attack to pass through and obliterate a mountain behind him. Gone? Suchin gazed at the suddenly invisible azure-skinned creature, recalling the admonitions given by Gui Xin before his departure. Chinner, in the outer realms, countless beings exist, each race possessing unique talents and supernatural abilities. Never underestimate even the weakest among them, lest you pay a heavy price. Now witnessing the azure-skinned being's extraordinary capabilities, Suchin finally comprehended the significance of Gui Xin's warning. Such unprecedented methods were indeed exceedingly enigmatic. Gulan, seeing the empty space around him, arrogantly declared, "You think you can challenge my ancient clan? If you have the ability, show yourself." A rat that dares not reveal its face is hardly formidable. A cold laugh echoed from the heavens. "Rest assured, I shall sever your head, just as I promised." Gulan's eyes gleamed as he directed his attacks toward the source of the voice, but they merely traversed through empty air. No one was present. He attempted several more times, yet met with failure, which began to irritate him. Within the ancient clan, their leader, Gu Tiangang, coldly remarked, "Gulan, conclude this swiftly. Do not linger here too long." Upon hearing this, Gulan wasted no time. He bit his finger, allowing a droplet of blood to fall onto a jade pendant, from which a ripple emanated beneath his feet, unleashing a formidable aura of destruction that spread outward. At that very moment, a dagger pierced through Gulan's chest, transforming into a long blade that penetrated completely. It was at this instant that Suchin intervened, unleashing his sword from his waist. The blade shimmered and split into shadows, slicing toward the azure-skinned being. Realizing the peril, the azure-skinned creature abandoned its dagger, attempting to employ its previous tactics once more. However, Suchin was resolute in denying it further opportunities. Like a full moon descending from the heavens, he executed a decisive strike, cleaving the azure-skinned being in two. The prodigies of the ancient clan gasped in astonishment. This was the clan's premier technique, the moon-devouring sword art. Approaching the severed azure-skinned being, Suchin inquired coolly, "Who are you, and where is Linzhan?" The azure-skinned being, dragging its near-lifeless form, declared, "I have reported your whereabouts to the esteemed one. There is no escape for you." Suchin's expression remained impassive as he swiftly severed the head of the azure-skinned creature. Gulan, witnessing the demise of the azure-skinned being, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. I was almost done for." The other proud descendants of the ancient clan arrived, and Gu Tiangang, regarding Suchin with discontent, remarked, "Gu Qin, this is Gulan's battlefield. Why do you interfere?" Suchin cast a sidelong glance at him. "Should I merely stand by and watch Gulan perish? Gu Tiangang retorted, "The blood of my ancient clan flows with the essence of saints. How noble it is. We should not resort to underhanded tactics, ambushing the unprepared or engaging in overwhelming numbers." Su Chen regarded him as a pompous fool. "So, you would use Gulan as bait?" He swiftly stripped Gu Tiangang of his facade, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. "Enough. The crisis has yet to be averted." Another young prodigy of the ancient clan interjected, alleviating the tense atmosphere. In the subsequent days, Su Chen encountered numerous opportunities within the ancient relics of the clan, advancing his cultivation significantly. However, he did not neglect to gather intelligence regarding Lin Zhan. At last, fortune favored the diligent. Su Chen gleaned information about Lin Zhan from the lips of an otherworldly being. Lin Zhan had taken a renowned quasi-saint from beyond as his master and established a formidable force known as the War God Hall, attracting a multitude of extraordinary talents from other realms, thus gaining considerable renown among the younger generation beyond. Lin Zhan, accompanied by members of the War God Hall, had also arrived at the ancient relics. Fortunately, this esteemed one is not truly a revered figure, Su Chen mused. No matter how fortunate the child of destiny may be, it is improbable for him to ascend from the spirit realm to the nirvana realm within a mere span of 10 to 20 years. The leap is far too vast. While he continued to seek opportunities, Su Chen persistently probed for further news about Lin Zhan. One day, a cascade of 7-colored radiance filled the air, an endless ocean of Tao rhythms coalescing into a magnificent flower. It was the sacred herb. The legendary elixir had emerged. The young prodigies went wild with excitement. The ancient clan to which Su Chen belonged was no exception. With the sacred herb, perhaps a new saint could arise within the clan, restoring the glory of our ancient lineage. Gu Tiangang laughed heartily, his entire being alight with enthusiasm. This sacred herb must belong to our ancient clan. Su Chen gazed upward, observing countless prodigies soaring toward the location of the sacred herb, a throng so dense it resembled a constellation of stars, all rushing toward the flame like moths. Even in his mind, a terrifying thought surfaced. He yearned to possess the sacred herb for himself. Ah, the sacred herb, a treasure coveted by the sacred lands. Once, the ancestor of the Xianyuan sacred land ventured into the soul burial forbidden zone, willing to sacrifice the entire Xianyuan sacred land to acquire such a treasure. Now, it boldly materialized before him. In this place, there were no saints, no powerful beings of the Nirvana realm, nor even a single presence of the Dongshu realm. However, amidst the throng, Su Chen spotted a familiar figure that jolted him back to reality. Lin Zhan. Madness surged within him. The sacred herb could wait, but first, the child of destiny must be eliminated. Su Chen steeled his resolve, recognizing that he was surrounded by countless prodigies, many of whom were on par with his own abilities, and even included the likes of the Holy Land's elite. Should he participate in the competition, it was highly probable that he would merely serve as a backdrop, or worse, act as a stepping stone for Lin Zhan. Instead, he resolved to keep a watchful eye on Lin Zhan, as long as he prevented him from acquiring the sacred medicine. It mattered little who else obtained it. His own fortunes would remain intact. He had not forgotten that the individual who accepted Lin Zhan as a disciple was a quasi-saint. Should Lin Zhan succeed in obtaining the sacred medicine, a quasi-saint would ascend to become a true saint, heralding the doom of the entire ancient clan, and leaving Su Chen devoid of any opportunity for resurgence. Chapter 69. Rebirth as the Great Villain, Part 7. Countless prodigies clashed in a terrifying melee, sending shivers down the spine. Talented individuals who had not emerged for a century were obliterated into dust, their profound abilities melding into the essence of the sacred herb, rendering it even more enchanting. Such battles were horrifically brutal, and witnessing this scene left Su Chen with lingering trepidation. The conflict among the prodigies from the southwestern regions appeared trivial in comparison. In the grand scheme of eternity, lives were as inconsequential as ants. One general's triumph could lead to the desolation of ages. Su Chen watched as the ancient genius Gu Tiangang was annihilated by a powerful passerby with a single blow, while other renowned figures from the ancient clans were besieged and slaughtered by several regional champions, meeting a fate worse than death. The ancient clan's talents were rendered no different from mere debris on the roadside amidst this great war. The splendor of the sacred clan truly seemed the most worthless of treasures. Ancient Lan, trailing behind Su Chen, felt profound sorrow. He had not followed Gu Tiangang, but instead remained at Su Chen's side. Observing the collapse of Gu Lan's resolve, Su Chen had no time to offer consolation, for he noticed Lin Zhan was drawing near to the location of the sacred herb. With a single step, Su Chen traversed the void. But as a foreign genius attempted to intervene, he was swiftly repelled by Su Chen's blade. However, This only attracted more adversaries. Just as Su Chen prepared to eliminate these foes to intercept Lin Zhan, Gulan appeared before him, pallid and ashen, declaring, "I owe you a life. Allow me to hold them off, thus we shall remain even." Without further words, Su Chen simply replied, "Take care." He then withdrew from the fray, advancing towards Lin Zhan. Before long, the air was filled with searing heat, and the cacophony of thunderous clashes became a familiar backdrop in this arena of carnage. Without hesitation, Su Chen unleashed a strike towards Lin Zhan. With the sacred herb in his grasp, he could undoubtedly grant his master a new lease on life. Perhaps even ascend to true sanctity. Lin Zhan yearned for this outcome, utilizing the treasures of the Lanling clan to conceal his presence. Should he seize the sacred herb and elevate his master to holiness, he could recklessly plunge into the Tianxin domain to exact vengeance upon the ancient clan. The hatred of yesteryears haunted him day and night, never allowing him a moment's respite. Yet, a blade of light shattered Lin Zhan's reverie, turning his aspirations into mere illusions. He blocked the sudden onslaught of sword light only to find a longed-for figure standing before him, a sword barring his path. Lin Zhan's eyes blazed crimson as he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Gu Chun, it is you." Su Chen met his murderous gaze with indifference, stating, "Lin Zhan, you cannot possess the sacred herb. Then I shall kill you and take the herb." Upon encountering his nemesis, Lin Zhan was consumed by rage. Vanquishing Su Chen took precedence over obtaining the herb. War goddess art. With a fierce shout, Lin Zhan no longer concealed his intent. An overwhelming aura erupted from him as he brandished a silver war spear, resembling a god of battle reborn. Charging towards Su Chen with the power of the sixth realm of the profound path, his combat prowess nearly reaching the pinnacle of the sixth realm. Su Chen swung his sword, the brilliance of the blade slicing through the shadows, his aura no longer concealed, erupting forth. The profound realm of the nine heavens. The moon-shattering sword technique summoned a full moon behind Su Chen, sending ripples through the sword path and drawing the attention of numerous prodigies. Who is this? Such mastery of the sword path is astonishing, remarkable. While not on par with the divine body-level prodigies, he is undoubtedly at the pinnacle just below them. Is that the Lord of the War God Palace? Damn it, he has stealthily arrived here, seeking to seize the sacred herb while we are unprepared. Lin Zhan of the War God Palace, you have finally shown yourself. Today marks your demise. In an instant, those with grievances against Lin Zhan joined the fray, initiating a siege against him. Su Chen battled Lin Zhan for several dozen exchanges, and despite the suppression of their realms, he had to concede that the Child of Destiny was indeed formidable. Thankfully, Lin Zhan had numerous enemies, alleviating some of the pressure on Su Chen. Ancient dust. Today I must kill you. Lin Zhan, like a rabid dog, disregarded everything and lunged at Su Chen. Lin Zhan sought to slay Su Chen. But Su Chen was equally intent on ending Lin Zhan's life. He could not believe that with so many talents joining forces, they could not eliminate a single Lin Zhan. The war god technique is truly tenacious. Su Chen cursed inwardly, trading blows with Lin Zhan, feeling as though Lin Zhan, despite his diminishing vitality, seemed to possess an uncanny ability to surge back to life at critical moments. Had it not been for his extensive experience across countless lives, he would have perished numerous times already. Allies fueled by hatred for Lin Zhan shifted in and out, wave after wave. Just as Lin Zhan was on the brink of exhaustion, the talents from the War God Palace broke through the encirclement. "Lord, we will hold the enemies at bay. You must flee quickly." The prodigies from various clans stood resolutely before Lin Zhan, unflinching in the face of death. Lin Zhan, dragging his battered body, watched as the talents he had gathered fell one after another before him, tears of blood streaming from his eyes, heart-wrenching. "Ancient dust, I will ensure your death." Su Chen, bearing his own grievous wounds, faced wave after wave of War God Palace prodigies without mercy, each one falling to his hand as he pressed closer to Lin Zhan, knowing he must eliminate him. Otherwise, who could fathom to what heights Lin Zhan would ascend next? As one prodigy after another realized they were no match for Su Chen, some chose to self-destruct, buying Lin Zhan precious moments to escape. "Lin Zhan, you coward! You abandoned the Spirit Fox clan to flee alone. And now you would forsake the War God Palace you built with your own hands, leaving behind those who would sacrifice their lives for you?" Su Chen attempted to provoke Lin Zhan with words, forcing him towards death. Lin Zhan clenched his fists, held tightly by a woman beside him. The remaining members of the War God Palace screamed, "Quickly, take the Lord away. Do not let our brothers die in vain." The woman chanted incantations, and a black fissure appeared in the space before them, ready to whisk Lin Zhan away. Su Chen, in a panic, gathered the last remnants of his energy and channeled it into his sword. With a single sword strike, the tumultuous discord came to a halt. Everything around seemed to slow down dramatically, as Su Chun reached the pinnacle of his swordsmanship in that critical moment. This strike was imbued with a chilling, murderous intent, determined to seal Lin Zhan's fate. Just as the blade was poised to deliver its lethal blow, a frail figure interposed herself before Lin Zhan, using her last reserves of strength to propel him into the rift. "Brother Lin, you must survive." As the space mended itself, faintly, one could still hear Lin Zhan's heart-wrenching roar. Witnessing Lin Zhan's escape, Su Chun was consumed by a wrath that could not be contained. With a single stroke, he severed the woman's head and departed the battlefield without a backward glance. Despite his years of cultivated composure, in that fleeting moment, he could only express his frustration with a singular curse. Chapter 70, Rebirth as the Great Villain, Part 8, Upon departing from the ancient nation's ruins. Among the once illustrious young talents of the ancient clan, only Su Chun remained. The others had perished in the fierce struggle for the sacred herb. Fortunately, Su Chun's journey proved to be immensely fruitful. The news of the sacred herb's emergence within the ancient nation's ruins swiftly spread across the realms. Su Chun learned that the final sacred herb was ultimately acquired by the true inheritance of the Taichu sacred land in the central region of the Tianshan domain. The fact that Lin Zhan did not obtain the sacred herb was inconsequential to Su Chun. The identity of its possessor mattered little to him. Returning to the ancient clan, the loss of numerous young talents weighed heavily upon the elders, their hearts bleeding with grief. Only Gu Yixian felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, Chen was unharmed. The others could perish, but his grandson must survive. Upon returning to the clan, Su Chun dedicated himself to rigorous cultivation. He understood that allowing Lin Zhan to escape would inevitably lead to a confrontation with the ancient clan in the future, a battle for their very survival. Time swiftly passed. And 20 years later, Su Chun successfully advanced to the Dongxi realm. His Qin Yuan physique vastly surpassed the innate sword master physique, allowing his cultivation to proceed with minimal obstacles. Apart from a few techniques and martial arts restricted to the clan leader, Su Chun meticulously studied the clan's practices. To vanquish Lin Zhan, mere personal strength was insufficient. The enigmatic battle god's secret, alongside the legendary sacred artifacts, constituted Lin Zhan's formidable support. Determined, Su Chun set his sights on the clan's revered sacred artifacts. He understood the necessity of elevating his status within the ancient clan. Consequently, he began to transform his image, frequently delivering lectures to fellow talents, generously sharing his insights on cultivation. Even the other elders of the clan often attended his discourses, occasionally gaining valuable realizations. Externally, Su Chun also sought to forge connections with prodigies from various domains. A century passed, and Su Chun ascended to the position of the young clan leader, with the future promising him the role of the next clan patriarch. Yet, he did not relent in his pursuit of Lin Zhan's whereabouts. Alas, the vastness of the outer celestial expanse was daunting. A century spent wandering yielded not even a glimpse of Lin Zhan. Several waves of spies sent by the ancient clan had met their demise. One day, a significant figure arrived at the Qingxian dynasty. Su Chun directly descended upon the dynasty. The Lin family, buoyed by the resources left by Lin Zhan, and under the protection of the Qingxian martial house, experienced a meteoric rise in power, even producing a martial artist at the spirit soul realm. Su Chun sensed a multitude of auras sweep past him, and soon a cloaked elder appeared before him. "Greetings, young clan leader," he acknowledged with a nod. The Lin family in the Qingxian dynasty had long been under Su Chun's vigilant watch. The moment Lin Zhan showed himself, he would find himself ensnared in an inescapable trap. Yet, 100 years had elapsed without a single sign of Lin Zhan. Estimating that Lin Zhan's cultivation now rivaled or even surpassed his own, Su Chun's patience had waned. The entirety of the Lin family lay prostrated on the ground, gazing up at the fearsome youth who had suddenly appeared. "My lord, what is your intention?" Lin Zhan's father, Lin Yunpeng, inquired, bewildered. He remained oblivious to the reason for incurring the wrath of such a formidable figure. Su Chun smiled coldly, remarking that if blame were to be assigned, it could only be directed at one's own good son. He had previously offered Lin's family a chance for survival, but regrettably, Lin Yupeng failed to appreciate the gesture. As Lin Yupeng attempted to resist, he was swiftly subdued by the formidable forces of the ancient clan, resulting in the arrest of all individuals closely associated with Lin Zhan, who were subsequently imprisoned in the ancient clan's dungeons. The remaining members of the Lin family were met with no mercy from Su Chun, who executed them without hesitation. Following this, Su Chun made a visit to the Qingxian martial house, where he apprehended friends of Lin Zhan and a cherished confidant, taking them to the ancient clan as well. Even a prince of the Qing Xin dynasty, linked to Lin Zhan, was not spared and was imprisoned alongside the others. Regrettably, Lin Zhan remained elusive, a fact that troubled Su Chun. The once irascible and impulsive Lin Zhan seemed to have learned the art of patience, biding his time like a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, slowly honing his skills. Hatred had fostered Lin Zhan's growth, dulling his once sharp edges. Such an adversary, endowed with great fortune, proved to be exceedingly challenging. 5 centuries passed in the blink of an eye, yet Lin Zhan still did not emerge. Su Chen's cultivation ascended to the 9th level of the Cave Void realm, mere steps away from the Nirvana realm. To his surprise, this year, his grandfather, Gu Yixian, also made significant progress, successfully breaking through to the 7th level of Nirvana, becoming a figure second only to the clan leader. The elder clan leader, nearing the end of his lifespan, began to seclude himself within the ancestral grounds of the ancient clan, appointing Gu Yixian as the acting clan leader. Beyond the realm, after escaping the relics of the ancient nation, Lin Zhan encountered numerous trials and tribulations. Members of the war god hall fell before him, and a once cherished confidant perished while protecting him. Failures in the pursuit of sacred herbs, the waning strength of his master, and relentless assaults from formidable foes culminated in further losses. These experiences catalyzed Lin Zhan's maturation. He learned to embrace composure, ruthlessness, and a willingness to seize opportunities through any means necessary, thereby augmenting his power. He re-established the War God Hall, carving a formidable reputation beyond the realm, even besting some true disciples from sacred lands, amassing numerous followers and attracting powerful allies within the hall. In the celestial expanse beyond the realm, Lin Zhan found himself engaged in fierce combat with a formidable opponent. In mere moments, he vanquished the adversary with a single thrust of his spear, reducing the foe to a mist of blood. Yet, upon this victory, Lin Zhan felt no exhilaration. His gaze remained devoid of emotion, as if this outcome were commonplace. At that moment, a being with antennae approached Lin Zhan, kneeling respectfully and proclaiming, "My lord, the 100,000-strong army of the War God Hall has assembled, awaiting your command to return to the heavenly Xin domain." A faint smile graced Lin Zhan's frostbitten visage. This day had been long anticipated. For the sake of vengeance against the ancient clan, he had endured far too much. Aware of his father's capture and the imprisonment of his friends and family in the heavenly Xin domain, he remained unmoved, repeatedly convincing himself that it was a trap. Should he venture to the heavenly Xin domain, he would surely find himself ensnared in an inescapable net. Even, he took into account the ancestral sacred artifact of the ancient clan. He understood that his adversary would undoubtedly do the same. The moment he appeared in the Tianxian domain, Su Chun would spare no effort to activate the sacred artifact. After all, this was a person so cautious that he had summoned 2 Nirvana realm masters to assist in his pursuit while still in the spirit soul realm. Cautious, ruthless. With myriad strategies at his disposal, Lin Zhan had to concede that even when facing the sons of the Holy Lands, Su Chun posed a greater challenge. "Father, grandfather, Qing'er, I shall annihilate the entire ancient clan, using Gu Qin's head as a tribute for your honor." The 100,000 troops of the War God Hall marched towards the Tianxian domain. Chapter 71, Rebirth as the Great Villain, 9, in the northern domain of Tianxian. Su Chun opened his eyes, a torrent of overwhelming energy surging within him. His black and white eyes shimmered with a hint of joy. He had finally succeeded in breaking through to the Nirvana realm. After 7 lifetimes, he had ascended to greatness. With Su Chun's breakthrough, the Elder Council trembled. He took on the role of clan leader, wielding power over a vast lineage, with mountains and rivers all within his grasp. To his delight, the method of forging sword bodies had made significant progress over the past several centuries, thanks to the ancient clan's endeavors, resulting in the successful cultivation of 3 innate sword bodies. Although these newly developed sword bodies were considerably weaker than those from his previous life and had numerous drawbacks, they were still more formidable than ordinary mortal warriors, allowing for faster cultivation and higher potential. They were perfectly suited as battle warriors. Regrettably, Su Chun found himself pressed for time. Gazing at the intelligence sent by a friend from a sacred land, he murmured, "This day has ultimately arrived." The information revealed that Lin Zhan was leading the army of the War God Hall towards the northern domain of Tianxian. It also conveyed regret that he could not assist Su Chun, as a powerful entity within the sacred land forbade any involvement in this matter, leaving him to risk a warning to Su Chun. Su Chun understood that Lin Zhan's growth had undoubtedly surpassed his imagination, and he now possessed the capability to obliterate a lineage, returning to the northern domain of Tianxian to settle old scores. Behind him loomed a force that even the sacred land found alarming. Upon receiving news of this formidable enemy, Su Chun refused to remain passive. This was a fated confrontation, and he utilized every means at his disposal to strategize. He sent the seeds of the ancient clan to the outer realms, preserving the last ember of their lineage. In this battle, Su Chun harbored no certainty of victory. As time progressed, a thunderous roar echoed across the ancient clan's territory, and warships materialized from the void. Their decks manned by formidable beings who gazed hungrily towards the ancient clan. Are these the foes of the sovereign? At last, a feast awaits. The ancient horn sounded. Su Chun lifted his gaze to the center of the warships, where a young man donned in golden armor stood atop the head of a colossal dragon, wielding a golden war spear. The youth was indifferent, his head bowed, yet his gaze fixated on Su Chun. Commenced the formation. With Su Chun's command, a multitude of runes appeared in the skies above the ancient clan, cascading like raindrops, enveloping their domain. This was the sacred formation of the ancient clan. Lin Zhan observed the terrifying array being summoned, a cold smile gracing his lips. He had witnessed such formations countless times before. Summon the sacred weapons. As Lin Zhan issued his command, ancient runes manifested upon the heads of the War God Hall members, vast power converging in the skies above the ancient clan. An ancient giant bell appeared, and with its toll, the very fabric of the heavens and earth began to swirl chaotically. Sacred weapons, indeed. The elders of the ancient clan gasped in astonishment upon seeing the ancient bell. The might of the sacred weapons shattered countless territories of the ancient clan. And even with the protection of the sacred battle, many lower-ranked beings of the ancient clan were reduced to mere blood mist. Similarly, after unleashing the holy soldiers, countless members of the War God Hall were drained of their essence and met their demise. Su Chun smiled, observing the familiar yet unfamiliar figure before him, and calmly remarked, Lin Zhan, you have changed. Facing the foe he once dreamed of vanquishing, Lin Zhan exhibited an unexpected tranquility. The two resembled old friends, quietly witnessing the clash of their respective forces, unmoved by the chaos. In response to Su Chun's taunts, Lin Zhan coldly replied, People inevitably change. Am I now a source of fear for you? Su Chun shook his head and waved his hand, conjuring several figures into existence. They were aged yet familiar. One particularly frail, wrinkled elder broke into tears upon seeing Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan's body trembled. Though their faces had aged significantly, he recognized them all too well. His father, who had cared for him at Qingxian Martial House, his esteemed mentor, a senior sister with whom he once shared a fleeting romance, all now vividly present before him. Countless days and nights had been spent dreaming of these souls, demanding to know why he had not saved them, and now they were alive. Joy and fury coursed through him. Observing the tumultuous expressions on Lin Zhan's face, Su Chun smiled. Alas, time spares no one, and in the end, only these few remain. Lin Zhan, do you understand? It took considerable effort to keep them alive until now. Lin Yunpeng, filled with shame and indignation, shouted, Son, do not concern yourself with us. Slay the ancient clan and avenge your fallen kin. The others echoed, Lin Zhan, do not worry about us. Kill Gu Chun, we would rather die with honor. At their words, Lin Zhan's body shook with rage as he bellowed, Gu Chun, you despicable fiend. Release them. If you do, I will ensure the ancient clan retains a flicker of hope. Su Chun scoffed. He was already dead, indifferent to the deluge that would follow his demise. Son, you must live on. In Lin Zhan's presence, Su Chun unbound the restraints on the others. They simultaneously gathered their essence, opting for self-detonation. Su Chun did not intervene. Gu Chun, I shall kill you. Gazing at Lin Zhan's bloodshot eyes, Su Chun laughed. Lin Zhan brandished his golden war spear, intent on striking down Su Chun. When a familiar figure materialized before him, glaring viciously, Lin Yueo appeared, standing in Lin Zhan's path. You have condemned us all. 530 souls of the Lin family perished because of you. Lin Zhan's heart bled as he looked at Lin Yuer, akin to a beast growling in anguish. Lin Yuer, step aside. Lin Yuer sneered, and like a moth to a flame, she charged towards Lin Zhan, perishing before him. Witnessing the demise of one he had longed to kill brought Lin Zhan no joy. Tears of blood streamed from his eyes as he charged into the ancestral grounds of the ancient clan. Within the ancestral grounds, specters arose, dragging their broken forms. Silent yet resolute, they surged towards Lin Zhan. He annihilated one after another, yet some managed to inflict grievous wounds upon him. As the ancestral land's essence was entirely depleted, Su Chun offered a slight bow towards the horizon. He observed Lin Zhan, the ground beneath his feet woven with a dense tapestry of blood marks, resembling a spider's web, extending in all directions. With unwavering resolve to defend the honor of the sacred clan, fervent voices resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. Ancient warriors of the clan spontaneously detonated, unleashing torrents of energy that flowed towards Suchin. At the heart of the formation, a blood-red longsword emerged. Its blade adorned with ancient mountain and river runes, chronicling the history of the ancient clan. The sacred artifact of the ancient lineage, the ancient sacred sword. Grasping the ancient sacred sword, Suchin felt the dormant power of the ancients awaken within him. In that moment, he experienced an unprecedented surge of strength. Chapter 72. Rebirth as the Great Villain, complete. What is this saint? Enveloped in an overwhelming and terrifying power, Suchin was entranced. Understanding why saints are so revered in this realm. The conflict in the Forbidden Zone and the two southwestern regions, while involving saints, was of such a caliber that Suchin felt he lacked even the privilege to observe. Now, harnessing the majority of the ancient clan's strength, he activated the ancient saint's sword, and a fragment of the ancient sage's power revived within him, allowing him to experience a fraction of a saint's horror. This power could easily annihilate any being beneath the saints. Suchin wasted no words. The time this power lingered would not be long. He had to eliminate Linjan before the ancient power dissipated. Raising the ancient saint's sword, a mere flash of sword light seemed capable of cleaving the heavens in two. The terrifying fluctuations eliciting dread from formidable beings. The ancient saints once struck fear across the northern region. Indeed, it was awe-inspiring. An ancient saint's sword had slain countless heroes, who, after all, could force the ancient clan to this extent, invoking even the ancient saint's sword. A fully revived sacred artifact would surely give even ordinary saints a throbbing headache. Devastation. I sensed the ancient clan's territory transforming into a flesh and blood furnace. After this battle, even if the ancient clan emerged victorious, they would likely be but a shadow of their former selves. A single sacred artifact would undoubtedly incite the covetousness of countless monstrous beings. As the sword light that split the heavens appeared, another formidable power spread across the northern region. A sacred weapon. Another fully revived sacred weapon. Is this the prelude to a holy war? This is dire. Should a holy war commence, it would lead to the suffering of countless beings in the northern region. Quickly, raise the protective clan array to shield against the sacred might. The intertwined powers of the two sacred weapons darkened the skies over the northern region, unleashing thunderstorms. Countless people, bewildered, merely beheld two beams of light soaring into the heavens, colliding with one another. Linjan possessed a sacred artifact. Suchin was not surprised. However, Linjan was now in a shattered state of mind and grievously wounded. If he could slay Linjan, the sacred artifact in his possession would become his own. With two sacred artifacts in hand, he could establish a force far greater than that of the ancient clan. Suchin wielded the ancient saint's sword, battling Linjan from the ancient clan to the northern sea, from the northern sea to the 10,000 mountains, and from the 10,000 mountains to the outer starry skies. Countless beings trembled, perishing in the clash of the two sacred weapons. Ancient Chin, you shall not be my match. I will personally slay you to avenge all those who died by your hand or due to you. Linjan was enveloped in a golden aura. His blood dripped, shimmering with golden light, shattering stars upon impact and reducing them to dust. Because of me, they died? Suchin scoffed. Had you not insisted on opposing me, how could I have ever turned against mere ants? These lives were lost due to your foolishness, blindness, and arrogance. Linjan's body shook, his expression turning cold as he calmly replied, Ancient Chin, this is merely the fate of the victor and the vanquished. Suchin laughed heartily. The fate of the victor and the vanquished? What a splendid notion. Regarding ruthlessness, I, Linjan, humbly acknowledge my shortcomings. Suchin relentlessly attacked Linjan, striving to expose a flaw. Unfortunately for Suchin, Linjan grew fiercer with each clash, the aura of sanctity around him thickening. Could he possibly break through to sainthood amidst battle? Suchin silently cursed, harboring an ominous premonition. Should Linjan attain sainthood, all hope would be extinguished. He had meticulously orchestrated countless strategies for this confrontation. Yet, the difficulty of vanquishing a child of destiny exceeded Suchin's wildest imagination. Charged by the will of heaven, he returned to the northern domain. Linjan suddenly sensed an unsettling foreboding. The breakthrough he discerned in the heat of battle became elusive amidst the turmoil of his mind. Guchin, do you dare? Linjan rasped, seemingly grasping Suchin's intentions, his voice a desperate roar meant to halt them. A smile graced Suchin's face as he relinquished his engagement with Linjan, redirecting the ancient sacred sword towards the assembly of the war god temple. What will you choose, Linjan? Suchin's gaze brimmed with anticipation. He forsook defense. Should Linjan opt to save the individuals within the war god temple, he would undoubtedly forfeit his chance at breaking through to sainthood. Yet, wielding the power of the ancient sacred, Su Chun could still contend with Lin Zhan, the outcome uncertain. Conversely, if Lin Zhan chose to ascend, he would witness the elite of the war god temple perish before his very eyes. In Su Chen's sight, Lin Zhan closed his eyes. In the blink of an eye, his dark hair turned white. 3,000 strands swirling as he watched the elite of the war god temple vanish. A tremendous surge of aura erupted from Lin Zhan, sweeping across the northern domain like a blazing sun illuminating all, a rich vitality coalescing into a golden expanse. He had become a saint. Su Chen chuckled. With Lin Zhan's decision, his prospects for victory had evaporated. The ancient sacred sword in his grasp radiated with unparalleled brilliance. The final glory of the ancient clan converged here as Su Chen's consciousness was engulfed by the sword's unleashed power. Before him lay an abyss of darkness. Su Chen found himself back in the reversal space. Truly worthy of being a child of destiny, favored by fortune, he murmured softly. Throughout his life, he had repeatedly driven Lin Zhan to the brink, only to encounter unforeseen circumstances allowing Lin Zhan to escape. Even in their ultimate confrontation, which nearly shattered Lin Zhan's resolve, he still could not prevent his ascension to sainthood. Rather, it merely paved Lin Zhan's path to sanctity. However, Lin Zhan had not triumphed unscathed. The elite he had assembled in the war god temple had been sacrificed, and his state of mind was nearly shattered, becoming an everlasting nightmare. Curious about the gains of this life, Su Chen hastily summoned the reversal book and began to peruse its pages. In the seventh life, you were born into a desolate sacred clan, favored by an elder with a nirvana realm, a prodigious talent with a natural chi-yuan body. Renowned even among the ancient clans, your sole flaw was inexplicably offending a person of great fortune, bearing a grudge as deep as the heavens, leading you to choose to strike first, commencing the hunt against this fortuitous individual. Alas, despite your utmost caution and vigilance, you have failed to vanquish your foe. You begin to ascend to a higher status within the ancient clan, forging alliances with the prodigies of the northern domain, becoming a prominent figure of your era, until you ultimately seize control of the ancient clan. In the climactic battle, your meticulous strategies shatter the resolve of your formidable enemy. Yet you still succumb to the whims of fate. This confrontation yields no victor, although you serve as a stepping stone. Even as the sands of time erode the legacy of the ancient clan into the annals of history, one soul shall forever remember you. Rating, Blue 7 stars reversal points, 7,000 PS. I present 1 update today and 3 tomorrow, as I organize the narrative of the next life. I have noticed many readers expressing that the story is too brief, so I shall extend the original tale, with upcoming chapters likely expanding to around 15. Furthermore, the protagonist of this work is destined to meet their demise in each life, as the stories vary with each incarnation. Otherwise, this narrative could not progress. I kindly ask for the understanding of all readers. Chapter 73, The Supreme Alchemist, Part 1. With 7,000 reversal points, Su Chen felt a mix of joy and disappointment. In this life, born into a declining holy lineage, had it not been for Lin Zhan, who prevented him from dying of old age, perhaps his standing would have been higher. Truly, those favored by destiny are exceedingly difficult to vanquish. Su Chen could not help but reflect. Even as an adversary, he had to concede that had his schemes been directed at an ordinary individual, they would have perished long ago. Yet Lin Zhan, instead of succumbing to despair, had gradually transformed himself, ultimately achieving sanctity. To be defeated by such a person seemed hardly unjust. Nonetheless, Su Chen wished to avoid crossing paths with such a fortuitous individual again. Qualifications: 0 comprehension, 0 heritage, 0 state of mind, 300, with 7,000 reversal points. Su Chen looked towards heritage, adding 100 points to ensure he wouldn't meet an untimely demise. The remaining 6,900 reversal points would be allocated equally to qualifications and comprehension, 3 for 150 points each. He then turned to the next page, embarking on a new reincarnation. The azure sky stretched endlessly, adorned with white clouds. The gentle breeze swayed the grass, revealing grazing cattle and sheep. Su Chen opened his eyes, utterly bewildered. He gazed at the coarse linen garments enveloping him, his body devoid of any vitality. What on earth? Has he become an ordinary person? Hurriedly, Su Chen began to sift through his memories, eager to discern the circumstances of this life, especially after having invested 100 points in heritage. In this life, he was an abandoned infant, fortuitously left at the doorstep of a lonely elder, who kindly took him in. Notably, in this life, his name remained unchanged, still Su Chen. With no alterations whatsoever, the elder nurtured Su Chen, raising him to become a cowherd. Su Chun. Starting off as a cowherd, despite the unexpected turn of events, Su Chun swiftly adjusted his mindset. After all, he had once been a revered figure in the Nirvana realm, and he possessed unwavering confidence that even from humble beginnings, he could ascend to become a formidable force. The ancient clan's techniques could no longer be practiced. Su Chun remained uncertain whether that last burst of the sacred weapon had indeed claimed Lin Zhan's life. If not, and should Lin Zhan discover his cultivation of the ancient clan's techniques, he would inevitably confront a saint from the outset, an utterly despairing thought. He casually selected a royal-level technique from his mind and began his cultivation. In no time, as the hours slipped by, within 3 short hours, Su Chun successfully advanced to the first level of Qi awakening. The pace of his cultivation was remarkable. One must realize that even prodigies typically require years to reach the Qi awakening realm. In his previous life, with the aid of ancient clan treasures, it had taken him an entire day to attain that level. However, Su Chun was not satisfied. Had he sufficient resources? He was confident he could reach the spirit-gathering realm within 3 days. Regrettably, he was now utterly destitute. As dusk approached, Su Chun was compelled to herd the cattle back home. Upon reaching the village's edge, he was halted by a melodious voice calling out to him. "Brother Chun, this is the fish soup that Mother has prepared for you." A charming maiden named Wang Fong, with her hair styled in twin ponytails, held a bowl of fish soup at the village entrance. Upon spotting Su Chun, her face brightened with joy, revealing an innocent smile. Su Chun's memory recalled her name. Wang Fong, affectionately known as Ah Fong, the daughter of Aunt Wang and Uncle Wang, neighbors who had watched them grow up together as childhood friends. Aunt Wang and Uncle Wang had often shown care towards Su Chun and the old man. Su Chun accepted the fish soup, which had grown somewhat lukewarm. He refrained from gulping it down, merely expressing his gratitude to Wang Fong. As he observed her retreating figure, Ah Fong found herself momentarily lost in thought. She sensed that today, Brother Chun had not only returned later than before, but there was also a distinct change in him. The boy's earlier timidity and insecurity had been supplanted by a powerful aura. Upon returning to the dilapidated grass hut, Su Chun surveyed the untidy room, placing the fish soup on the table and looked around, failing to find any sign of the old man. Suddenly, he felt a chill run through him as a shadow stealthily emerged behind him, causing his heart to skip a beat. The ability to approach him unnoticed was undoubtedly a manifestation of formidable power, indicative of at least a presence at the spirit realm. "It is you, Chunner, who has returned," came the familiar, aged voice from behind. Su Chun exhaled in relief and turned to find an elderly man hunched over, leaning on a cane, his hair white, face wrinkled, and one eye clouded over. This was Su Weichong, the man who had rescued Su Chun from the snow and raised him. In his memories, the old man had always been an ordinary figure. Now, however, Su Chun understood that the accumulation of his lineage had not come without merit. "Old man, this is the fish soup Aunt Wang made. Ah Fong asked me to bring it for you to taste," Su Chun said. Supported by Su Chun, Su Weichong sat down on a stool, smiling as he remarked, "That little girl, Ah Fong, is quite thoughtful. And you, young man, have also shown consideration. Sit down and enjoy the soup." With 2 chip bowls, the grandfather and grandson shared the fish soup. After a while, once the soup was finished, Su Weichong savored the taste and whispered, "Chinner, Ah Fong is truly a remarkable girl. If you were to marry her, she would undoubtedly make a virtuous wife and mother. She harbors feelings for you as well." Su Chun fell silent, well aware of this fact, yet feigning ignorance. "Old man, Ah Fong is a wonderful girl. But what I seek is not the entanglements of romance. I fear it may hinder her." Su Weicheng chuckled softly. "What I envision is a life where you and Ah Fong are together, blessed with a robust son, perhaps even a few daughters, living a fulfilled life surrounded by family. Navigating through a century of existence without stepping into the realm of cultivation, avoiding deceit and scheming. Witnessing neither the pangs of life and death nor enduring the torment of immortality." Su Chun remained quiet for a moment before responding. "But that is not the life I desire." He understood why, despite his exceptional talent and comprehension, he had not pursued cultivation in this lifetime. Su's gaze was dimmed. "I have long foreseen this day. Chinner, your talent is unparalleled in my lifetime, and precisely for this reason. I did not wish for you to pursue cultivation. Alas, it is fate. You have ultimately chosen this path. Your mind is set, and I shall cease my attempts to dissuade you." Chin was taken aback by the old man's unexpected openness. "Chinner, do you wish to learn the art of alchemy?" Chapter 74, The Infinite Alchemist, Part 2, Alchemy? To think that the old man is an alchemist. Su Chun was taken aback. In this realm, the status of an alchemist is immensely revered, being the most prosperous profession without exception. However, to avoid revealing any signs of ignorance, Suchin feigned curiosity and inquired, "An alchemist, it is the most esteemed profession in the world. Once one becomes an alchemist, power, status, beauty, everything becomes within reach." When discussing alchemists, Su Weichang's spirit soared. Suchin, intrigued, asked, "Old man, since you are an alchemist, why do you linger in this corner?" In response to this question, Su Weichang's expression darkened. "This matter, if the opportunity arises, you shall know in due time." Thus, Suchin began his studies in alchemy under Su Weichang's guidance. His physique in this life was known as the Seven Apertures exquisite body, an intelligent constitution that allowed him to learn anything with remarkable efficiency. "Chinner," Su Weichang remarked, "alchemy is an exceptionally challenging endeavor. Even the most ordinary first-tier alchemists do not achieve mastery overnight." Once Su Chan progressed to the gathering spirit realm, Su Weichang took him to a mountain peak. Retrieving a long-preserved alchemical furnace from beneath the earth, dark and rusted. Curiously, Su Chan asked, "Old man, can this black pot truly be used for alchemy?" Although not an alchemist himself, Su Chin had witnessed enough alchemists in his previous lives to understand that a furnace is the lifeblood of an alchemist, of utmost importance. He had never seen an alchemist use such a wretched furnace before. Su Weichang chuckled. As the saying goes, a true master never complains about their environment. A genuine alchemist can turn all things into a furnace. Su Chin nodded, thinking, "I can hardly believe you. The old man is quite the trickster, speaking nonsense with such seriousness." He suspected that during the old man's retirement, he had used the alchemical furnace for drink, and now it was likely lost to time, requiring a haphazard excuse. With a faint smile, Su Weichang enveloped himself in flames, which danced around the furnace like fiery dragons. He then cast in several herbs, which instantly transformed into liquid, shaping into pills within the furnace. In a matter of moments, they morphed into perfectly round and lustrous elixirs of exceptional quality and first-tier grade. Su Chin was astonished. With such alchemical techniques, one could easily deduce that Su Weichang was at least a fourth-tier alchemist. "This is my signature skill. The 8 Desolations alchemy method. I once thought it would be lost, buried with me," Su Weichang lamented. He had intended to spend his remaining days in a mundane existence alongside Su Chin. However, with Su Chin embarking on the path of cultivation, it was evident that his life would be anything but ordinary. No one who steps onto the cultivation path willingly forsakes everything for a return to simplicity. Su Chan diligently replayed the alchemical techniques Su Weichang had just demonstrated in his mind. Threads of ethereal blue flames appeared in his hands, dividing into the 8 desolations as he placed the prepared herbs within. A day later, Su Chin gazed at the pills emerging from the furnace, while Su Weichang also observed the results within the furnace. Su Chin reflected, alchemy does not seem to be an arduous endeavor. His first attempt at refining elixirs resulted in success. Su Weichang remained silent, vanishing from Su Chin's sight, leaving his whereabouts unknown. In any case, Su Chin had not seen the old man for several days. During this time, he dedicated himself to the art of alchemy, and in just 3 days, successfully produced a second-tier elixir. With the elixirs in hand, his cultivation accelerated remarkably. A week passed, and as Su Chin continued his alchemical practices and consumed the elixirs, his cultivation reached the 4th level of spirit gathering. With the medicinal materials left by the old man depleted, Su Chan was compelled to descend the mountain in search of more ingredients. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Su Chin suddenly furrowed his brow. There was a scent of blood in the air. Highly attuned to the smell of blood, Su Chin feared something had gone awry in the village. In this lifetime, the villagers had shown considerable kindness to Su Weichang and Su Chan, and he held a fondness for these simple folk. Sensing a potential crisis in the village, Su Chin wasted no time and hurried towards it. Within the village, his apprehensions were confirmed. A band of horse bandits had descended upon the place, discovering the village's existence. The leader of the bandits was a fearsome brute, with a bald head and a menacing scar resembling a centipede etched across his face. He wielded a massive 9-ringed saber, dripping with fresh blood, causing the villagers to tremble in fear. These bandits were warriors, and the villagers stood no chance against them, left at their mercy. "Boss, there's a pretty little girl here," one of the bandits sneered, tugging at the hair of a delicate young maiden with a lewd grin. Afong, the son of the foolish Nyo family, rushed forward upon seeing Afong in peril, attempting to confront the bandit, only to be kicked aside into a pile of grass. Rendered unconscious. "Pa, a hero saving a damsel? Look at yourself first." The bandit laughed heartily. Despair enveloped Afong. Captured by this ruthless band of marauders, she could only anticipate horrific torment awaiting her. Suddenly, The laughter of the bandit ceased. He clutched his throat, blood gushing forth, splattering onto Afong's form, the warmth of it shocking her. The bandit leader fell dead. The horrifying scene left Afong in a state of confusion, while the remaining bandits were thrown into a heightened state of alert. The leader gazed at a blood-stained leaf nearby. Was it this leaf that killed Ma Lian? Doubt filled the air. The burly man raised his 9-ringed saber, shaking it slightly, and called into the void, "Who goes there? Why do you aid these villagers in slaying my brothers from Matu Jai?" In response, a youth leaped gracefully from above, landing on the ground. The villagers gazed at the boy in disbelief. Afong widened her eyes in recognition. "Chinner?" Suchin nodded slightly and replied coolly, "It is I." He effortlessly drew the saber from the lifeless bandit's grasp, casting a chilling glance towards the remaining marauders. That gaze sent shivers down the spine of the bloodthirsty bandit leader. He reminisced about years past when he was still serving in the military, a time before he became a deserter, when he encountered a prominent figure. The gaze of that illustrious individual mirrored that of the youth before him, one of indifference. It was as if they belonged to entirely different realms of existence. Flee. He must flee. The notorious bandit leader, who was known for his ruthlessness, was instantly paralyzed by fear and galloped away without a backward glance. The other bandits, witnessing their leader's retreat, sought to escape as well. Yet, they were far too feeble before Su Chun, who dispatched them with an ethereal elegance. Su Chun effortlessly mounted a horse and pursued the fleeing bandit leader. To sever the roots, one must eradicate the weeds. Chapter 75, The Supreme Alchemist, Part 3. In the infamous Matu village, the leader, a formidable expert in the spiritual pattern realm, had dominated Matu Mountain for over 50 years, instilling fear and reverence in all. The return of the seventh master was always a momentous occasion, as he would invariably return with bountiful spoils. Upon the appearance of a bald, burly man riding a horse, the village guards gasped in shock. As the gate swung open and the man entered, his face was a mask of terror as he frantically shouted, "Close the gates! Quickly, close the gates!" The two guards, puzzled, questioned, "Seventh Master, aren't you waiting for your brothers to return?" They could only see the seventh master alone. "They're dead. They're all dead. Close the gates. Hurry." The bald man seemed to be in a frenzy, his mind unraveling as he repeated his urgent plea. Despite their confusion, the guards dared not hesitate. However, just as they prepared to shut the gates, they noticed a young boy clad in tattered garments had appeared before them. The sight of the boy sent the bald man into a panic, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He tumbled from his horse and, using his hands to drag himself away, desperately attempted to distance himself from the apparition. "Who are you? Why have you appeared in Matu village?" Sensing the impending danger, one guard intercepted the boy, while the other rang the alarm bell, echoing through the village. Enemy attack. Su Chen, unperturbed by their actions, allowed them to proceed. In an instant, his figure vanished, and two heads soared into the air, their bodies collapsing in disbelief, confusion etched in their eyes until their last breath. As the commotion in Matu village escalated, a faint smile of indifference graced Su Chen's lips. "Very well, I shall resolve this in one fell swoop," he mused, sparing them the trouble of hunting him down one by one. Upon witnessing the village leader's arrival, the bald man felt a glimmer of hope and attempted to call for assistance. Yet, in the next moment, his head erupted in a gruesome explosion. Seventh brother. The remaining leaders of the village, enraged by the bald man's demise, vowed, "No matter who you are, to slay a leader of Matu village shall exact a heavy toll." With their strength not to be underestimated, the leaders were all adept fighters, the weakest among them being at the gathering spirit realm, while the village chief was a master of the spiritual pattern realm. As the villagers closed in on Su Chen, he stood his ground, merely lifting his hand to the blade he wielded. A gentle stroke along the blade's edge slowed time to a crawl. In a swift flurry, 5 strikes rendered 5 leaders lifeless, leaving only the last chief standing, who barely managed to block a descending blow with remarkable speed. As he opened his mouth to speak, he found himself locked in the boy's gaze. A sense of foreboding enveloped the chief, urging him to defend himself, but it was too late, too swift. Before he could react, the chilling blade severed toward his head. Is that the embodiment of intent? In his final moments, the chief could not comprehend why they had provoked a being who had grasped the essence of intent. With the demise of all the leaders, the members of Matu village met their end beneath Su Chen's blade. Once the threats were eradicated, Su Chen commenced the task of collecting his spoils. The accumulated wealth of Matu village over the years is worth at least 100,000 gold coins. Among them, there are some individuals captured by Matu village, whom Su Chen did not mistreat. He merely released them. Upon arriving at an underground location, Su Chen furrowed his brow, and was about to leave when a deep voice called out to him, "Young hero, I am the lord of Nanshan City, betrayed by my subordinates and captured by Matu village. If you release me, I, Nangong Tao, shall surely reward you handsomely." Suchin hesitated for a moment before turning back to free the middle-aged man, who had been bound and subjected to torture. "Thank you, benefactor. May I ask your esteemed name?" Nangong Tao expressed his gratitude, believing he was facing certain death, only to find a ray of hope. Upon seeing the corpses scattered across Matu village, including the troublesome leader who had long caused him distress, Nangong Tao was astonished. All of this was the doing of the young man named Suchin. A prodigious talent like him must be befriended, never offended. As Suchin turned to leave, Nangong Tao hastily called out, "Benefactor, here is my identity token. Should you have any requests, feel free to come to Nanshan City and seek me out." Nangong Tao fished out a jade token, which he had safeguarded diligently, even from Matu village. Suchin accepted the token and departed. In the village, as the sun set, the villagers sighed in relief upon seeing Suchin return safely. "I have dealt with Matu village. There will be no more bandits," Suchin assured the crowd. The villagers were at a loss. In the face of Suchin, they felt a mix of gratitude and a subtle fear, none daring to speak of the past with him. "Chinner, are you truly a martial artist?" A Fong mustered the courage to ask. Suchin nodded. The girl had many thoughts on her mind. That night, Su Weichong finally returned. Suchin did not inquire about his whereabouts. He continued to follow Su Weichong in the practice of alchemy, a training that lasted 3 years. 3 years later, Su Weichong said to Suchin, "Chinner, you have mastered the 8 desolate alchemy technique. You have surpassed your teacher. There is nothing more I can teach you. A true dragon cannot be confined in shallow waters. You will emerge from the Dragon Sky Empire and venture into a broader world. Your talent is unparalleled in my lifetime." Suchin asked earnestly, "Old man, do you have any unfulfilled wishes?" Su Weichong chuckled, "In my youth, I was ambitious, unaware that there are greater beings beyond. After losing everything in a gamble, if I have a wish, I hope that one day you will travel to Zhangzhou for me to witness the flourishing age of alchemy. If the 8 desolate alchemy technique were to appear during that era, I would surely smile from my resting place." Suchin replied solemnly, "Old man, that day will come." Su Weichong seemed to recall something and took out a longevity lock, engraved with a dragon and phoenix motif, along with the character Su. "This was left behind upon discovering you, perhaps linked to your extraordinary origins." Suchin took the longevity lock, astonished to find it crafted from the exceedingly rare Aurora stone, a treasure scarcely possessed even by ancient clans in his past life. After delivering his final words, Suchin never laid eyes on Su Weichong again. Aware that it was time for him to depart from this place and venture into broader realms, he resolved to move forward. Chapter 76. The Boundless Pill Master, Part 4. At the village entrance, as dawn broke, Suchin, burdened with his pack, turned around to see a graceful young woman standing at the threshold. "A Fong?" Suchin was taken aback. "Chinner, are you leaving the village?" A Fong smiled, albeit her smile was tinged with reluctance. Suchin nodded. "I understand, Chinner, you are a martial artist. My parents have also mentioned that one day you would depart from our village," A Fong said, her gaze lowered. Suchin fell silent. He was no longer the carefree coward Suchin. "A Fong, thank you, and also to Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang. I have already spoken with Lord Nangong, and soon someone will come to escort you to the city, where you can live a life of comfort and abundance." A Fong's large, tear-filled eyes looked up at him. "Chinner, may I embrace you once?" Suchin nodded, not rejecting her plea. "Chinner, this is not what I desire. I wish to leave with you. Please take me along," A Fong implored. Suchin shook his head. The world of martial artists was not suited for ordinary people, and A Fong lacked the aptitude for martial arts, making it impossible for her to become a warrior. "A Fong," he spoke softly, "life is but a fleeting journey. I am merely a passerby. Perhaps in the future, you will encounter a boy who stirs your heart, and you will marry and have children, leading a life filled with happiness. Why cling so tightly?" The girl clutched him desperately. "But they are not you, Chinner. I only have affection for you." With a heavy heart, Suchin departed, gently rendering A Fong unconscious and returning her home, before embarking alone on a path of leveling up and earning renown in the world. Nangong Tao would ensure that A Fong's family would live without worry for a lifetime. The journey of life is long. Ultimately, he could not pause for a single person. In the Dragon Cloud Empire, the imperial capital, Suchin squinted his eyes. After 3 months of exploration, he had pieced together his current location. After a series of twists and turns, he found himself back in the eastern region of Tianxian. Over 2 millennia had passed, in the eastern region had undergone significant changes. Following the fall of the Xianyuan sacred land, only 11 sacred lands remained in the east. However, a millennium ago, a powerful sacred king from the central region arrived. Known as the Invincible Sacred King, whose reputation was well-deserved, overshadowing many sacred traditions in the east. This sacred king was actually a sworn brother of the ancestral elder from a small sect called the Jinyu sect, who, after aiding the sect in overcoming a crisis of extermination, voluntarily took on the role of an honorary elder, with a sacred king overseeing it. The Jinyu sect filled the void left by the Xianyuan sacred land. Although the sacred king did not linger long at the Jinyu sect, he bequeathed it a profound legacy, including a sacred king weapon that could be revived at will, along with several sacred artifacts. Thus, the Jinyu sect transformed into the Jinyu sacred land. Suchin smirked. Isn't the Jinyu sect the one I established in my fifth life? Originally founded to preserve the Jinyu emperor's legacy after the fall of the sacred lands. It had unexpectedly evolved into a prominent sacred tradition in just over 2 millennia. Had he truly become the revered ancestor of a sacred land? What a remarkable turn of events. Serendipitously, the unintentional sowing of willows has borne fruit, fulfilling the wishes of the venerable Goatbeard, the elder of the prison of the gods. Alas, dear brother, it is a pity to be born in an untimely era, Suchin mused. Had he lived several more centuries to witness the rise of Fang Bubu, would victory have been effortlessly his? Regrettably, not only centuries, but even the entirety of the resources of the prison sect would falter in just a few years as his lifespan waned. Suchin felt a twinge of regret. My good sir, you have arrived at the imperial capital, announced the driver as Suchin disembarked after settling the fare. His journey to the imperial capital of the Longshao dynasty had 2 purposes. The first was to partake in the upcoming alchemy conference of the Longshao dynasty. After 3 months of gathering intelligence, aside from news regarding the sacred land of the prison, Suchin came to understand the true identity of Su Weichong. The elder was a 6th-tier alchemist of the Longshao dynasty, renowned as the King of Alchemy, a title that rang with prestige. Unfortunately, his luck had been less than favorable. Perpetually the second best for millennia, and after suffering severe injuries in a gambling contest, he fell from the realm of the profound into the spirit realm, forsaking the cultivation world in despair and choosing seclusion instead. O elder, witness how the foremost alchemist is forged. To liberate the elder from the disgrace of being the perennial second best was Suchin's primary ambition. His secondary aim was to utilize the Longshao dynasty as a springboard to gain entry into the sacred land of the prison, for he was, after all, a revered ancestor of that very place. Presently, there lay another significant task ahead. Arriving at the entrance of the Alchemy Guild, a beautiful attendant approached with a radiant smile. May I inquire if you are here to participate in the alchemist assessment, young sir? The youth before her exuded an air of nobility that commanded respect. Suchin nodded. Suchin, here to assess my capability as a first-tier alchemist. First-tier alchemists were not uncommon in the imperial capital, and soon the attendant facilitated Suchin's assessment process. Moments later, he emerged from the alchemical chamber adorned with the emblem of a first-tier alchemist. I wish to continue with the assessment for the second-tier alchemist, Suchin stated. Within mere hours, he completed the assessment for the third-tier alchemist. Before half a day had passed, he stepped out once more, declaring, I wish to assess for the 4th-tier alchemist. The entire alchemist guild was stirred. This young man aspired to challenge the 4th tier. They could not make such a decision unilaterally. As the 4th-tier alchemist held a prestigious status within the Longshao dynasty, they promptly summoned the vice president, accompanied by several gifted members of the guild. The vice president expressed astonishment. You wish to assess for the 4th-tier alchemist? Suchin affirmed with a nod. The vice president cautioned. The assessment for the 4th-tier alchemist is not easily surmountable. Many suffer injuries each year during these trials, and with the alchemy conference approaching, do you not wish to reconsider? Suchin remained resolute, stating firmly, I wish to give it a try. The vice president, seeing the determination in Suchin's eyes, refrained from further persuasion and led him to the alchemical chamber. A day later, the alchemy guild was once again abuzz with excitement as Suchin emerged, proudly bearing the badge of a 4th-tier alchemist. Without a doubt, he had succeeded. In less than 2 days, an ordinary individual had transformed into a distinguished 4th-tier alchemist. Such an event has never transpired within the entire realm of the Longshao dynasty. It is a miracle worthy of being inscribed in the annals of the Alchemy Guild. The vice president, filled with sentiment, expressed a sense of regret for the talent. Do you have a mentor, young brother? Suchin, recalling the old man, nodded and replied. I am a disciple of the 8 Desolations alchemist. What a pity. No, wait. What did you just say? The vice president's eyes widened in astonishment, and everyone within the alchemy guild stood frozen, questioning if they had misheard. The Eight Desolations alchemist? Is he not the legendary alchemist of the Longshao dynasty, who has been missing for 2 centuries? Ah, so he is a disciple of the alchemist. No wonder, no wonder. The gazes of all those present shifted dramatically as they regarded Su Chen, a 6th-grade alchemist, an alchemist of the caliber of a king, of which there are but a handful throughout the Longshao dynasty, not to mention the renowned Eight Desolations alchemist, who ranks second among them. Chapter 77, The Supreme Alchemist, Part 5. It is quite ordinary for a disciple of the Alchemy King to attempt the examination for a 4th-rank alchemist in one breath. While many were concocting excuses for Su Chen, he unexpectedly spoke up. Senior, I wish to take the assessment for a 5th-rank alchemist. The vice president, observing Su Chen's serious demeanor, shifted his expression to one of gravity. Are you certain? What is your level of confidence? Su Chen replied, above 50%. In truth, his confidence was a staggering 99%, but he preferred not to dampen the spirits of the elderly man before him. A 50% chance is already commendable in alchemical assessments. Typically, one might consider a 2 or 3% chance as fortunate. The evaluation for a 5th-rank alchemist is exceedingly intricate, generally necessitating an application for qualification from the Holy Council. However, our Alchemist Guild possesses an emergency quota that allows for bypassing the Holy Council's application. Little brother, as a disciple of the Ba Huang Alchemy King, our guild will not hesitate to grant this quota, the vice president stated. Su Chen comprehended his implication and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, senior. He understood the nuances of interpersonal relations. Upon hearing this, the vice president smiled and continued, I have already informed the president. He should return to the imperial capital tomorrow. The assessment for the 5th-rank alchemist must be personally supervised by the president. Thus, Su Chen found himself waiting for a day. An explosive piece of news reverberated throughout the imperial capital after a disappearance of over 200 years. A disciple of the Ba Huang Alchemy King had appeared at the Alchemist Guild in the entire Longshao dynasty. The number of alchemy kings could be counted on one's fingers, making this individual the center of attention. Within the Longshao dynasty, a silver-haired middle-aged man, upon reading the news in his hands, revealed a smile. Junior brother, is this the disciple you spoke of? Not yet past the tender age of 10. To be attempting the assessment for a 5th-rank alchemist indeed marks him as a prodigious talent. However, Qing Er is also a genius in the art of alchemy. Defeating her will not be an easy feat. I eagerly anticipate the outcome. As a gentle breeze caressed his face, the silver-haired man's white robe fluttered, and a 6-star alchemy badge shimmered on his chest. He was the foremost alchemist of the royal family, the current alchemy king of the Longshao dynasty, the Ghost Valley Alchemy King. The following day, Su Chen arrived at the Alchemist Guild to undertake the assessment for a 5th-rank alchemist. There, he encountered the guild's president, who was also a 6th-rank alchemy king. With squinted eyes and a rotund belly, he appeared quite amiable. This seemingly genial figure was the Flame Ash Alchemy King. In the presence of a 6th-rank alchemy king, Su Chen maintained a composed demeanor, exhibiting remarkable calmness. This demeanor elevated the Flame Ash Alchemy King's regard for him. It is rare for anyone to display such poise in front of an alchemy king. It seems that the old rascal from Ba Huang has a remarkable disciple. Indeed, his judgment is commendable. The Flame Ash Alchemy King appeared to be quite familiar with the old man, smiling and offering praise. However, Su Chen remained largely unfazed by the compliment. In the Longshao dynasty, a 6th-rank alchemist holds considerable prestige. Yet, having encountered 8th-rank alchemists before, he found their presence to be far more exhilarating. Thus, the sight of a 6th-rank alchemist did not stir his emotions. The Flame Ash Alchemy King did not dwell on this, for he understood that the youth before him was a disciple of an alchemy king. The assessment is about to commence. Although Su Chen currently possesses only the cultivation of the Spirit Sea realm, crafting a 5th-grade elixir poses no challenge for him. 3 days later, a crimson pill materializes before Su Chen, swirling with flames and radiating a vibrant hue. Indeed, the new generation surpasses the old. King Yin Jian expresses his profound sentiments, smiling as he declares, Congratulations! You have successfully passed the 5th-grade alchemist examination, becoming the youngest 5th-grade alchemist in the Longshao dynasty. Given time, you shall surely surpass us old-timers. Are you here to participate in the alchemy competition of the Longshao dynasty? Su Chen nods in affirmation. King Yin Jian continues. With your presence, those young ones may find themselves in quite the predicament. I am eagerly anticipating the spectacle of the alchemy competition. Su Chen registers at the Alchemy Guild and with half a month until the competition begins, he decides to remain in the royal capital. Su Qin's reputation spreads throughout the Longshao dynasty. A fifth-grade alchemist under the age of 20, backed by a Dan king, quickly draws the attention of various factions, all eager to court his favor. However, Su Qin remains uninterested in such overtures, for his ambitions extend far beyond the confines of the Longshao dynasty. Curiously, Su Qin wonders, is the old man's reputation truly that influential? He recalls that within the royal family resides the first alchemist who caused the old man to lose everything. It is perplexing that, despite such an enemy, numerous individuals are willing to risk their standing to ingratiate themselves with him. There must be something amiss. Unfortunately, Su Qin cannot uncover any answers. Perhaps a direct encounter with that individual will reveal the truth. The good news is that no one bothers him, and he is not pursued relentlessly. Soon, the day of the alchemy competition arrives. Su Qin encounters the alchemical prodigies of the Longshao dynasty. Most of these talents are third-grade alchemists, with only a few being fourth grade. One individual captivates the attention of the crowd instantly. Clad in a moon-white gown, the woman possesses a graceful figure and exquisite features, her skin as fair as snow. The 5-star badge on her chest draws the eye even more than her alluring form. Song Wanqing approaches Su Qin, securing her flowing hair with a jade hairpin, raising her elegant neck, with wisps of hair cascading down, exuding a faint air of pride. Su Qin, I have heard of your reputation as the youngest 5th-grade alchemist, disciple of the 8 Wilderness Dan King. My master predicts that you will be my formidable rival in the quest for first place in the alchemy competition. I, Song Wanqing, assure you that I shall defeat you, just as my master vanquished the 8 Wilderness Dan King. Su Qin pays little heed to Song Wanqing's fervent proclamations. His attention is drawn to an individual on the stage, a middle-aged man with silver hair, seated among numerous alchemists. This man, too, gazes at Su Qin, offering a warm smile. Su Qin recognizes that familiar gaze. It is the look of an elder regarding a junior. Inwardly, Su Qin muses. It seems the old man has quite a story to tell. Observing Su Qin's nonchalant demeanor, Song Wanqing's brows arch in irritation, her chest rising and falling with emotion. Su Qin, did you hear what I said? Su Qin gazed at the woman before him, who had transformed from a gentle demeanor to a fierce countenance. Yes, I'm listening. Please, continue, he encouraged. Song Wanqing felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Ever since she had learned of Su Qin's existence, she had regarded him as her greatest adversary, going so far as to utter countless words and even issue a formal challenge. To her astonishment, the person she cared about most seemed utterly indifferent to her declarations. Su Qin, I shall undoubtedly defeat you, she declared, stamping her foot and huffing in frustration. Really? Su Qin replied, unfazed. Song Wanqing, incensed, lunged directly at Su Qin. Chapter 78. The Supreme Alchemist, Part 6. Su Qin found himself at a loss for words as he deftly sidestepped Song Wanqing's furious strike. My dear lady, is it not a tad premature for such escalated hostilities, considering this is our inaugural meeting? He mused inwardly, as she gazed upon his visage. She struggled to suppress the urge to rend him asunder. The alchemy conference was on the cusp of commencing, and the announcement inviting competitors to enter resonated at that very moment. Regaining her composure, Song Wanqing chastised herself for harboring such misplaced sentiments. As a distinguished alchemist, she would never stoop to the level of a brutish warrior by engaging in physical altercations. Her intention was to vanquish Su Qin in a fair contest at the upcoming conference, thereby redeeming her honor. Observing Song Wanqing storm away, her countenance aflame with indignation, Su Qin reflected on the peculiarities of women. It became evident that she was indeed a disciple of the Ghost Valley Alchemist King. With a sense of curiosity, he made his way into the alchemy conference. The competition was straightforward. Each participant would randomly draw alchemical formulas, commencing with first tier, then progressing to second tier, and so forth. This was an elimination round, designed to test the alchemist's finesse and adaptability. Each tier of potion required a distinct method of refinement, and those lacking skill might find themselves ousted even when attempting to concoct potions of a lower tier. Su Qin perceived this event as a serendipitous opportunity for ordinary alchemists, as those fortunate enough could glean new formulas. Indeed, alchemists were often affluent individuals. The last such extravagant affair he had witnessed was the selection of disciples at the Xian Yuan sacred grounds, where a Xian Yuan ancient tablet was presented for participants to comprehend martial techniques. First tier, second tier, third tier. The fourth tier potions posed no challenge to Su Qin. Upon reaching the refinement of fifth tier potions, only 9 competitors remained. Su Qin successfully concocted a fifth tier potion, soon followed by Song Wanqing. Most participants succumbed to explosive failures, yet the presence of formidable experts ensured that the explosion stirred little chaos. I did it. I truly did it. A disheveled young man, cradling a violet potion in his hands, danced with elation. I have finally refined a fifth-tier potion. Suchen recognized this youth as a follower of the Flame Ash alchemist, likely his disciple. His fortunate success in crafting a fifth-tier potion placed him on the cusp of the fifth-tier alchemist domain. The competition culminated in a final showdown. The three contenders were tasked with employing their most proficient alchemical techniques to produce their most familiar potions, culminating in a selection of the highest quality. Su Chun chose the Tiangang Body Enhancement Pill, a creation of Su Weichong, known for its formidable difficulty in refinement. This very potion had once led Su Weichong to defeat at the hands of the Ghost Valley Alchemist King. Should he claim victory with this potion, it would serve to ease a burden on his mentor's heart, Su Chun contemplated. With that thought, he dedicated himself to the meticulous crafting of the Tiangang Body Enhancement Pill. Simultaneously, Song Wanqing, sharing similar intentions, began refining the renowned potion of the Ghost Valley Alchemist King, the Zhou Tian Concentration Pill. Seeing both opponents opt for fifth-tier potions, the disciple of Flame Ash gritted his teeth, compelled to follow suit. However, fortune did not favor him this time. A momentary lapse resulted in his alchemical furnace exploding. Fortunately, a powerful expert intervened just in time. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences. Only Su Chun and Song Wanqing remained on the stage. The esteemed Dan King, Yin Jin, smiled and remarked, "These two youngsters truly resemble your brotherhood." The Giga Dan King, though somewhat helpless, gazed on with anticipation. Who among them would ultimately prevail? Soon, 3 days had elapsed. Song Wanqing successfully concocted the Zhou Tian Ning Shindan. She exhaled a sigh of relief. The formulation of this elixir was exceedingly challenging, and even she could not guarantee success each time. Fortunately, this time she succeeded, and the quality was commendable. Song Wanqing cast a glance at Su Chun, only to find him still immersed in his alchemical endeavors. Suddenly, his alchemical furnace soared into the air and erupted with a resounding bang. Had he failed in his potion-making? Song Wanqing was taken aback. A whirlwind of complex emotions surging within her. Disappointment, anger. She had long been celebrated as the foremost alchemical prodigy of the Longshao dynasty, her talents even surpassing those of her mentor, the Giga Dan King. The emergence of Su Chun had led her to believe she might face a worthy rival. Yet, her opponent had committed the blunder of an exploding furnace, which left her profoundly disheartened. Cough, cough. A sound of coughing emerged from the haze. Following that, streams of golden light burst forth from the smoke, enveloping the entire arena. Su Chun emerged, cradling a golden elixir in his hand. Adorned with intricate golden veins that exuded a commanding power, encircled by a luminous aura, floating gracefully at the center of his palm. The alchemists present fell into an immediate silence, their astonishment palpable. Even Song Wanqing, holding her own proudly crafted elixir, stood transfixed, oblivious as her potion slipped from her grasp and tumbled to the ground. The intricate patterns, he had actually crafted a potion with such designs. These patterns were the stuff of legends among alchemists, the pinnacle of excellence, capable of exponentially increasing a potion's value. Of course, the price was secondary. This was an honor for any alchemist, a convergence of timing, location, and destiny. Without waiting for the announcement of victory, Song Wanqing turned and descended from the stage. The outcome clear as day. Su Chun had claimed the title of champion at the Alchemy Conference, hailed as the unparalleled genius of the Longshao dynasty. A multitude of forces sought to enlist Su Chun's talents, yet he turned them all down. At last, he was approached by someone familiar. The Giga Dan King sought him out. "If you don't mind, you may address me as Sherbua," he said with a smile. Su Chun was taken aback. The Giga Dan King sighed, explaining, "In truth, I am a brother of your master, the Bahuang Dan Wang. We share the same lineage. With me as the elder brother and him as the younger." Su Chun replied, "So you are from Giga Bahuang? It is a pleasure to meet you." Sherbua. Seeing the genuine intent of the Giga Dan King, Su Chun decided to pursue the conversation, asking, "Sherbua, I wish to learn what transpired back then. Why did my master suffer such a significant loss of lifespan?" In response to Su Chun's quest for truth, the Giga Dan King did not hold back. And thus Su Chun uncovered the reality of the past. It turns out that since the old man lost to the Ghost Valley Alchemist at the Alchemy Conference, he has become obsessed, fixated on defeating the Ghost Valley Alchemist. However, he became embroiled in the rebellion led by the prince, assisting him in providing medicinal pills. only to be discovered and defeated by the Ghost Valley alchemist in a timely manner. Upon realizing he had been used, compounded by his defeat, his mental state shattered, leading him to retreat into obscurity. Su Chun mused. How brave the old man was in his youth, participating in a rebellion and yet surviving. It seems that falling from grace was a mild consequence. The Ghost Valley alchemist inquired, Is your master still well? Su Chun shook his head. My master's time has come. He may rest in the mountains or be laid to rest by the sea. A flicker of sorrow passed through the Ghost Valley alchemist's eyes as he murmured, Oh, junior brother, what have you subjected yourself to? Chapter 79, The Infinite Pill Sovereign, Part 7. The King of Pills from Ghost Valley inquired, What are your plans next, my dear disciple? Su Chun replied, I wish to first defeat you, my esteemed uncle, and then proceed to the sacred land of annihilation. The King of Pills did not take offense. Instead, he chuckled with delight. Excellent. I eagerly await that day. The sacred land of annihilation is indeed commendable. I also wish to secure a place for you in the alchemy hall of the central domain for further training. It seems you have your own aspirations. Su Chun nodded. The alchemy hall was one of the revered sanctuaries for alchemists in the central domain and held significant prestige. However, Su Chun had greater faith in the sacred land of annihilation. For the next 3 years, Su Chun diligently practiced in the imperial capital. As an alchemist, he lacked no resources for cultivation, successfully breaking through to the spirit-soul realm. He sought out the King of Pills. The King of Pills was not surprised by Su Chun's visit, smiling as he asked, Are you prepared? Su Chun nodded. Their duel would have only one spectator. Song Wanqing observed as her master and the young man named Su Chun concurrently refined elixirs, each striving to surpass the other. Perhaps this was the true essence of genius. A bitter smile graced Song Wanqing's lips. She recalled the King of Pills mentioning that true alchemical prodigies resided in those holy places of alchemy, far exceeding her capabilities. Though she prided herself on being the equal of those alchemical prodigies, she now felt like a frog in a well. Su Chun successfully concocted a 6th-grade elixir, his alchemical techniques leaving the King of Pills in awe. The quality of both their elixirs was exceptional. With a smile, the King of Pills conceded, I have lost. Su Chun, being significantly younger, had achieved such prowess in alchemy, promising an immeasurable future. My nephew, have you truly given no thought to joining the alchemy hall? The King of Pills lamented. If Su Chun's talent were to flourish in the alchemy hall, he would undoubtedly receive superior training. The sacred land of annihilation, while commendable, could not compare to the depth of the alchemy hall in terms of alchemical expertise. Unfortunately, Su Chun was resolute in his desire to join the sacred land of annihilation and had to decline. Upon leaving the sacred land of annihilation, aside from Song Wanqing, no one knew of the alchemical contest that had transpired, culminating in the defeat of the foremost alchemist of the Longshao dynasty, the King of Pills from Ghost Valley. Master, I wish to journey to the central domain. Song Wanqing's expression turned earnest. She yearned to witness a broader world. The King of Pills lowered his gaze and softly replied, Very well. It is time for us to depart from the Longshao dynasty. I owe no debts to them. Su Chun departed from the Longshao dynasty, making his way directly to the sacred land of annihilation, arriving after a year and a half. The sacred land was currently accepting disciples. Age 21? Apologies, but our assessment requires candidates to be below 20. The elder responsible for recruitment did not even look up. Actually, I'm an alchemist, Su Chun interjected. The elder's eyes widened in surprise as he raised his head to see a young man in a white robe casually producing a badge and wiping it clean. The badge displayed precisely 6 stars, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. The elder's expression transformed from a stoic demeanor to one of radiant joy, his smile blooming like a chrysanthemum. As a 6th-grade alchemist, are you truly the esteemed alchemy king? Such a young alchemy king? Observing the bewildered expression of the assessment elder, Su Chun casually hung his chest emblem and inquired, Elder, may I participate in the assessment? The assessment elder slammed the table, exclaiming, Assessment? Nonsense. You are already a disciple of our sacred land of Jinyu, and a direct disciple at that. I shall report to the sacred land immediately, surely. An elder will emerge to accept you as a true disciple. The others present were left speechless. Noticing their gazes, the elder waved his hand dismissively. What are you staring at? If you are also a 6th-grade alchemist, it matters not if you are 21 or even 50. Our sacred land of Jinyu will accept you. Before long, the elder hurriedly notified the sacred land, and in no time, Su Chun was escorted inside. Compared to over 2 millennia ago, the sacred land of Jinyu had undergone tremendous changes. An elderly man with a youthful visage and white hair suddenly tore through space and appeared beside Su Chen, directly inspecting him. A seven-orifice exquisite body. Indeed, only 21 years of bone age, a true alchemical prodigy who emerges but once in a century. Soon after, another tremor in the void heralded the arrival of a man clad in black robes, carrying a sword box on his back. The youthful elder, upon seeing the newcomer, immediately berated, "Xiaozi, what brings you from the sword concealment peak?" The black-robed man replied leisurely, "This young lad possesses a seven-orifice exquisite body. Training him would yield remarkable results. My sword concealment peak is in dire need of such talent. Young one, do you wish to practice swordsmanship, to become a sword cultivator? Traversing vast distances with your blade, free as the wind in the heavens?" The elderly man retorted, "Nonsense. You lot are so impoverished that you have to buy spiritual wine on credit. You can only rely on deceit. Do you think you can entice this alchemical genius to work for your sword concealment peak? Dream on." Turning to Su Chen, the elder continued, "Should you choose to join my alchemy hall, the disciples of the sword concealment peak shall serve you." The black-robed man's expression darkened, a menacing aura surrounding him. The elder, unfazed, produced a spiritual contract, prompting the black-robed man to leave in dejection. Soon, more powerful beings arrived. The elder wasted no words. "Dao Hall? Have you settled the spirit stones you owe from last month? Enforcement Hall? Do you dare to believe that next month my alchemy hall will revoke all discounts on medicinal pills for the enforcement hall? Martial arts peak? Do not come seeking collaboration with my alchemy hall for your martial arts training next time. Sacred Lord? That is of no consequence. Do not approach me next time without spirit stones." The Lord of Jinyu pinched his nose, having merely passed by. Quietly he came, and quietly he left. Su Chen watched the formidable elder, who single-handedly engaged in verbal duels with powerful figures, sending them away in defeat, and couldn't help but smile. From the Jinyu sect to the sacred land of Jinyu, being scolded by the alchemy hall had remained unchanged. He accepted the elder as his master. The elder, known as the Venerable Dan of all phenomena, was the head of the alchemy hall and the premier alchemist of the sacred land of Jinyu. In a single day, Su Chen transformed, rising 3 ranks to become a true disciple. Upon receiving the news, the young prodigies of the sacred land of Jinyu were stirred. If it were anyone else, they would have tested the mettle of this newly ascended true disciple, especially as so many inner disciples eagerly awaited their own elevation to true discipleship. However, upon discovering that this newly appointed true disciple hailed from the Pill Hall, all discontent dissipated, leaving only one prevailing thought: to cultivate a favorable relationship. Indeed, what was their desire for ascension to true disciple status? Was it not for the acquisition of superior cultivation resources? And from whence do these resources derive? From the Pill Hall, of course. Who would not wish to align themselves with such a powerful ally? Even the true disciples of the sacred land were stirred, personally visiting with gifts to congratulate the emergence of this new true disciple. Su Chen suddenly realized that, indeed, in the realm of cultivation, a modicum of talent is essential. To be an alchemist is far more gratifying than toiling as a mere brutish warrior. Chapter 80, The Supreme Alchemist, Part 8, Su Chen entered the alchemy hall. Although the prison suppression Holy Land had only existed for a millennium, it possessed considerable depth. The alchemical formulas left behind by the legendary Fang Buffet, accumulated over the centuries, were plentiful within the sect. Su Chen studied alchemy under the guidance of the great alchemist of the myriad forms, often visited by both the true disciples and the sequential disciples of the Holy Land. They would brew tea, partake in wine, and discuss the extraordinary talents of the world. "Brother Su, when will you concoct the yin-yang harmonizing pill you promised me?" Li Chen rubbed his hands together, gazing at Su Chen with eager anticipation. Su Chen's face darkened. He vaguely regretted his decision to experiment with such peculiar concoctions, as it had led to an incessant disturbance in his tranquility. "As per usual, assist me with the task," Su Chen stated. Li Chen nodded vigorously. "No problem. Brother Su, whatever you command, I shall execute at once. If I cannot accomplish it, there are 800 sword cultivators of the Tsangjian Peak to back me." Su Chen raised an eyebrow, questioning whether this truly stemmed from the Li family lineage. He replied, "It is rumored that the empty Gloom Valley may soon witness the emergence of heavenly fire." Upon hearing this, Li Chen's expression turned stone-faced as he turned to leave without a glance back. Competing for heavenly fire? What a ridiculous notion that could truly cost one their life. Observing Li Chen's intent to depart, Su Chen squinted, a smile gracing his lips. 2 opportunities to forge elixirs in return. Li Chen hesitated before taking a few steps forward. Su Chen, nonchalant, sipped from his teacup and continued, 3 chances to assist me, and I shall absolve your debt to the alchemy hall. Li Yichen retreated a few steps, then reseated himself. I swear to follow Brother Su to the ends of the earth. It is merely heavenly fire. Who would dare contest with Brother Su? I shall eliminate them. Li Yichen's spirit soared. Su Chen held great faith in Li Yichen's capabilities. After all, he was a representative of Songjian Peak and a sequential disciple of the prison suppression Holy Land. With Li Yichen's inclusion, Su Chen employed his previous tactics again, rallying several powerful true disciples. With a call to arms, many exceptional talents from the prison suppression Holy Land were eager to join Su Chen in the quest for heavenly fire. Heavenly fire, the coveted treasure sought after by every alchemist. Among the alchemists in the Holy Land, those possessing heavenly fire were few and far between. In this lifetime, Su Chen had devoted himself to the study of alchemy, and he would not let the opportunity for heavenly fire slip away. The empty Gloom Valley had already seen numerous factions arrive, with alchemists clad in resplendent robes, adorned with alchemical insignias, converging upon the site. Accompanying them were various young prodigies who had come through invitation. Li Yichen whispered to Su Chen, I did not expect representatives from the Qingyu Holy Land and the Taichu Holy Land to be here. Those two are true disciples of their respective Holy Lands and are on par with my strength. Su Chen also observed the presence of the Qingyu Holy Land and the Taichu Holy Land, both led by young alchemists, flanked by formidable young champions. Among them were two exceptionally powerful auras, undoubtedly the elite of the younger generation. In addition to the Qingyu and Taichu Holy Lands, the Alchemical Holy Assembly from the eastern region had dispatched a young alchemical prodigy, gathering martial talents eager to contend for the heavenly fire. These three factions were the ones Su Chen needed to regard with utmost caution. The three factions, in turn, had also taken notice of Su Chen, each vying for the coveted heavenly fire. Soon, over the desolate Void Valley, a mesmerizing azure aurora appeared, breathtaking in its beauty. A cascade of blue-hued snow began to fall upon the barren ground, igniting flames that seemed to emerge from thin air, transforming the entire realm into a hellish abyss. Unable to resist the allure, someone stepped into the Void Valley, but after only a few strides, azure flames erupted from their body, accompanied by a chilling scream, and they were instantly reduced to ashes. Witnessing this, Su Chen's expression grew solemn. The power of this celestial fire exceeded his expectations. A formidable warrior at the brink of transcending had perished without explanation. Su Chen distributed fire-warding pills to the disciples of the sacred land, then retrieved a pearl, a fire-warding pill he had specifically requested from the esteemed Dan Zun, capable of significantly mitigating the effects of the celestial fire. The other three factions, each with their unique strategies, also entered the Void Valley. Inside, the atmosphere was foreboding, with remnants of bones scattered about. Those corpses that had endured such conditions must have belonged to exceptionally powerful beings. As they ventured deeper, Su Chen sensed that the very air possessed a corrosive ability to damage the soul. It appeared that the celestial fire manifesting in the Void Valley was indeed the Nine Nether Mystic Fire, a fact recognized by the alchemical prodigies of the other three factions. The renowned alchemists from the Alchemical Sacred Assembly and the Taichu Sacred Land turned without hesitation and departed with their followers. Li Yichen turned to Su Chen and inquired, Brother Su, this is the Nine Nether Mystic Fire, notorious for its ferocity and tendency to devour its master. Should we still pursue it? Historically, all who possessed the Nine Nether Mystic Fire met their demise at its hands. Su Chen nodded resolutely. We must pursue it. Celestial fire is a rare opportunity. To abandon this chance would mean we may not encounter it again for an indeterminate time. Moreover, with only the Qingyu Sacred Land as our competitor, our odds of obtaining it remain substantial. At the heart of the valley, a pulsating azure flame hovered in midair, surrounded by numerous fire spirits. Although these spirits proved troublesome, they were no match for the might of the disciples from the Jinyu Sacred Land and the Qingyu Sacred Land. Under the relentless assault of the two factions' elites, the spirits were swiftly overwhelmed until they vanished without a trace. After clearing the fire spirits, the prodigies from the Jinyu Sacred Land and the Qingyu Sacred Land exchanged glances, and without further ado engaged in combat once more, each determined to block the other. This left only Su Chen and the alchemical talent from the Qingyu Sacred Land. Su Chen smiled and addressed the Qingyu Sacred Land's alchemist. Will you withdraw from the contest willingly, or shall I assist you in making that decision? By Qingyu. Upon hearing this, adopted a serious demeanor. Su Chen, I have heard of your reputation. As fellow alchemists, let us settle this in the manner befitting our craft. Su Chen replied, very well. Without hesitation, he threw a punch, catching Bai Qingyu off guard and striking him squarely in the face, shattering several of his teeth. Clutching his face, Bai Qingyu exclaimed, You You disregard the principles of alchemy. We are alchemists. How can you be so uncouth? Suchin contemplated for a moment and nodded, acknowledging the truth in the words spoken. However, under Bai Qingyu's astonished gaze, he removed his alchemist's robes and flashed a grin, declaring, "Now, I am but a warrior." Bai Qingyu was left dumbfounded. He had never imagined that an alchemist could possess such audacity. "Suchun, you are unworthy of the title of alchemist," Bai Qingyu cried out in despair. With merely a cultivation level of the third stage of the spirit realm, he stood no chance against Su Chun, who swiftly subdued him, leaving him battered and bruised. "Retreat. It is merely a flicker of devouring flames," Bai Qingyu exclaimed as he scrambled to his feet and fled with his companions, not daring to look back. There was no choice. The individual before him was simply too impertinent. As the disciples of the Qingyu sacred land departed, the 9 nether mystic fire effortlessly fell into Su Chen's grasp. Chapter 81. The Infinite Pill Master, Part 9. Upon returning to the sacred land of Jinyu, Su Chun commenced the arduous process of refining the 9 nether profound fire. Renowned as the fierce and malevolent heavenly fire, its refinement proved to be perilous. After enduring the trials of life and death over a span of 5 years, Su Chun ultimately succeeded in mastering the 9 nether profound fire, consequently elevating his cultivation to the 4th layer of the profound realm. Emerging from his secluded training, the changes within the sacred land of Jinyu during these 5 years were minimal. True to his word, Su Chun diligently crafted the elixirs he owed, repaying his debts of gratitude. It was time for him to ascend to the rank of true disciple within the sacred land. As a peak 6th rank alchemist and a formidable 4th layer cultivator, his promotion to true disciple would grant him access to an abundance of resources. The rank of true disciple is exchanged once every century. Currently, there are 8 true disciples within the sacred land of Jinyu, each an exceptional young sovereign. After submitting his application, it wasn't long before the revered Master Wanxiang accompanied Su Chun to the promotion assessment. Each sacred land has its own unique criteria for true disciple assessments. The evaluation for Jinyu involves the Unyielding Tower, a legacy left by the indomitable Holy King. Only by gaining the tower's acknowledgement can one qualify as a true disciple of Jinyu. The Unyielding Tower consists of 9 levels. To become a true disciple, one must conquer the 4th level, a feat achieved by very few. Over the past millennium, only the current Holy Master has reached the 7th level. As Su Chun entered the Unyielding Tower, he was greeted by a chorus of melodious voices. Enchanting maidens, with figures that could ignite passion, swayed toward him, playfully beckoning. With a mere thought, Su Chun found their appearances shifting to match his imagination. Su Chun remained impassive and swiftly moved to the next level. Suddenly, he realized that he had lost all his cultivation. Terrifying beasts surrounded him, ready to tear him apart. Undeterred, Su Chun seized a long sword from a fallen warrior on the battlefield and engaged the beasts in combat. Soon, he stood alone amidst the carnage, bloodied but unyielding. As he advanced to the next level, outside, Su Chun's assessment drew intrigued glances from the sacred land's denizens. Li Chen observed as the levels of the Unyielding Tower shifted once more, exclaiming, "Brother Su truly conceals his prowess. I wonder how far he can progress." He recalled that he had only managed to reach the 5th level himself. Before long, the tower trembled again. Su Chun ascended to the 4th level. Not long after, he reached the 5th level, astonishing those present. The number of individuals capable of reaching the 5th level within the sacred land was exceedingly rare. After surpassing the 5th level, Su Chun advanced to the 6th level, which too could not impede his progress. Just as the crowd marveled at the emergence of a second individual reaching the 7th level, a familiar figure appeared. Su Chun, disheveled and agitated, muttered in disbelief, "Is Fong Bubi truly a person?" As he entered the 7th level, he heard a familiar voice calling out to him. As Su Chun turned his head, he beheld his former companions and kin. In an instant, he was struck down by a group of assailants. Is this truly the trial one could conceive? Darkness, an abyss of darkness. Fortunately, he had breached the 7th layer. "Congratulations, Brother Su," exclaimed several esteemed disciples, celebrating Su Chun's ascension to the rank of a newly minted true disciple, now qualified to contend for the title of Saint Child. Thus, the Jinyu sacred land gained another true disciple in its ranks. Su Chun's residence was subsequently relocated to the peak of true disciples, where he was not only attended by maidservants but also protected by elders acting as personal guardians. A meteoric rise indeed. 3 months later, the esteemed Danzun of the Wuxiang Alchemy Hall summoned the disciples. A year later, the top 10 alchemical sanctuaries united to convene an alchemy conference, presenting ancient soul secrets and primordial formulas as rewards. In such a prosperous era, how could the Jinyu Alchemy Hall remain indifferent? Gazing at the elite alchemists, the Danzun proclaimed with fervor, "I shall select 10 individuals to accompany me to the central domain for the alchemy conference. This time, those who achieve remarkable standings shall be generously rewarded." The crowd exchanged glances, aware that the alchemy conference organized by the top 10 sanctuaries would undoubtedly attract countless alchemical prodigies. Among such luminaries, each person was eager to seize the opportunity. After a series of competitions within the alchemy hall, Suchin ultimately secured one of the coveted spots to journey with Danzun to the central domain. The central domain, a realm coveted by countless martial artists. Suchin felt a faint glimmer of anticipation within his heart. Of the 5 heavenly regions, the central domain was the only one he had yet to explore. What might a true martial arts renaissance resemble? After spending nearly half a year traveling with the sacred land, they finally arrived at the central domain. One could not deny that the density of spiritual energy in the central domain was far superior to that of the 4 regions. Even the second-ranked northern domain paled in comparison, which explained the abundance of prodigies born there. The central domain was home to a multitude of powerful factions, with numerous sacred traditions converging. This alchemy conference was to be held at the Dan God Palace, one of the giants of the central domain, a gathering of prodigious talent. Upon verifying their identities as alchemists, Su Chun entered the Dan God Palace alongside the members of the Jinyu Sacred Land. All those permitted entry were esteemed alchemists. To his surprise, he even encountered a familiar face. Bai Qingyu of the Qingyu Sacred Land glared at Su Chen with malice. "Su Chen, how dare you show your face at the alchemy conference?" Upon entering the palace, Bai Qingyu had immediately fixated on Su Chen. The memories of their previous confrontation still vivid in his mind. Su Chen also recognized Bai Qingyu, but he regarded the latter's animosity with indifference. What could a naive child, raised in a honey pot of privilege, possibly know of a martial artist's disdain? "Su Chen, you cannot escape this time. At the alchemy conference, I shall defeat you with my alchemical prowess. You, unworthy of the title of alchemist." Noticing the subtle encroachment of the Jinyu Sacred Land's disciples, Bai Qingyu understood that discretion was the better part of valor. He shot one last threatening remark at Su Chen before hastily retreating. He still harbors resentment over the last encounter when Su Chen, in the guise of a warrior, bested him. Bai Qingyu has departed, and now Su Chen is greeted by a familiar face. The master from Gigu? Miss Song? Su Chen is taken aback to find an old acquaintance in this place. The alchemist of Gigu. No, it should now be referred to as the Emperor of Gigu. The silver-haired middle-aged man proudly displays a badge adorned with 7 stars upon his chest. Song Wanqing has also ascended to the ranks of a 6th-grade alchemist. Su Chen, at this alchemy conference, I shall undoubtedly redeem my honor and personally defeat you. Upon seeing Su Chen, Song Wanqing issued a formal challenge. The Emperor of Gigu could only shake his head in resignation. Truly, they are a pair of adversaries. Yet, his eyes glimmer with amusement. Chapter 82, The Supreme Alchemist, 10. Thus it was that, through a dialogue with the Ghost Valley alchemist, Su Chen came to comprehend the reasons behind their presence in the central domain. Since his departure from the Longshao dynasty, the Ghost Valley alchemist had relinquished any lingering attachments to that realm, accepting an invitation from an old friend to join the alchemist temple, where he now served as an elder. The confines of the modest Longshao dynasty had curtailed the Ghost Valley alchemist's growth. Su Chen speculated that perhaps the elder harbored concerns for his junior disciple, fearing that the royal family might take action against Su Wei Long should he leave the Longshao dynasty. After all, an alchemist capable of summoning a multitude of powerful individuals, coupled with a notorious history, would inevitably arouse suspicion. Ah, dear elder. Su Chen sighed inwardly, pondering that the old man might now be lost in some forgotten corner of the world. The Ghost Valley alchemist imparted numerous insights concerning the alchemist temple before departing with Song Wanqing. Just before leaving, Song Wanqing once more issued a challenge to Su Chen. The alchemy conference in the central domain had yet to commence, and during his time within the alchemist temple, Su Chen had encountered prodigies from various domains, as well as extraordinary talents from beyond the realms, all converging to partake in this grand event. Among them were several young individuals already recognized as 6th-grade alchemists, and Su Chen had even heard whispers of a remarkable alchemical prodigy emerging to attend this grand celebration of alchemy. Such prodigies were certainly not of lesser grade than 7th. While Su Chen had not yet seen any martial talents from the central domain, the abundance of alchemical geniuses was undeniable, making this a truly opulent era across the 5 domains of Tianqian. Suchin then entered seclusion, determined to concoct 7th-grade elixirs before the commencement of the alchemy conference. Upon learning of Suchin's resolve, the Wuxiang alchemist spared no effort in his support, personally guiding Suchin in the use of the 9 nether profound flames for alchemical crafting. Half a year later, on the eve of the alchemy conference, many alchemists who had been in seclusion began to emerge, Suchin among them. The rules of the upcoming alchemy conference were announced by the Alchemist Temple, differing significantly from those of the Longshao dynasty's event. This conference, jointly organized by the 10 sacred alchemical sanctuaries, was a momentous occasion for the entire Tianshan domain. Several saint-level powerhouses had opened a special space filled with various rare treasures, medicinal materials, alchemical formulas, and even ancient secret techniques. Each item was safeguarded by prohibitions, requiring alchemists to rely on their own alchemical prowess to obtain these treasures. Only those who succeeded would be eligible for the final assessment. Suchin noted the final stipulation. During the alchemy conference, all alchemists are prohibited from employing any martial force. All items must be obtained solely through alchemical expertise. Noble alchemists need not engage in violence. Their duty was solely to refine elixirs. This prohibition against the use of force left Suchin with a tinge of regret. Soon, everyone made their way toward the secret realm designated for the alchemical assessment. As the moment drew near, 3 figures, their faces obscured yet exuding an aura of terror, emerged like radiant suns, each adorned with a chest emblem glowing with golden light. The esteemed Dan Zun elaborated, that sun-shaped chest ornament signifies a 9th-grade Dan Saint, encapsulating the powers of ancient sages, readily summonable at will. Each Dan Saint is a treasure of the Tianxian realm, irreplaceable. Suchin marveled at such methods and profound heritage. Truly, it is a sanctuary of alchemy. The worth of a Dan Saint's chest ornament surpasses that of an ancient sacred weapon, with the combined efforts of 3 Dan Saints. The passage to the ancient Dan domain was unveiled, prompting numerous alchemists to eagerly venture within. Suchin, alongside the alchemists of the Jinyu Holy Land, also entered the ancient Dan domain. The ancient Dan domain stretched infinitely, resembling a naturally formed microcosm, with rare medicinal herbs that are seldom seen in the outside world flourishing abundantly, akin to weeds. It was evidently a pristine world untouched by outsiders. With no alchemists from the Jinyu Holy Land in sight, Suchin quickly discerned that this realm was randomly descended. The immediate priority was to gather the medicinal herbs necessary for the ultimate showdown. Thus, he did not linger long and began to explore the ancient Dan domain. The alchemy conference jointly hosted by the 10 Holy Lands was no trivial affair. It not only rigorously tested the alchemists' knowledge of medicinal herbs, but also their adaptability in unforeseen circumstances. Not everyone could simply collect the required herbs for concocting elixirs. After 5 days of relentless searching, Suchin finally discovered a 6th-grade herb named Star Essence Grass, the primary ingredient for crafting the 6th-grade elixir, Star Essence Divine Pill. Just as he intended to harvest it, he triggered an assessment restriction. Does contestant Suchin wish to participate in the assessment for the 6th-grade herb, Star Essence Grass? Passing the assessment will grant access to the herb. Suchin nodded and was promptly engulfed by a spatial realm. Within this space were an alchemical furnace and the Star Essence Grass. He was tasked with using the herb to concoct a pill. For Suchin, crafting a 6th-grade elixir was not arduous. The formula for the Star Essence Divine Pill was recorded within the Jinyu Holy Land's archives. In less than 5 days, he successfully produced a Star Essence Divine Pill. Contestant Suchin has passed the assessment, successfully obtaining 1 Star Essence Grass. As Suchin vanished from the mysterious space, the Star Essence Grass was within his reach. However, he sensed something amiss, and his expression darkened. The painstakingly crafted Star Essence Divine Pill did not emerge alongside him. Was he being treated as a mere laborer? Indeed, those sanctuaries of alchemy were not as benevolent as they seemed. A trial in alchemy turned into a means for the world's elite to toil for them. What a cunning strategy! Suchin admired their ingenuity. The combined wisdom of his past lives could scarcely measure up to a fraction of the acumen possessed by those ancient sages of alchemy. Nevertheless, Suchin regarded the Star Essence Grass before him. There were indeed advantages to be had. After securing the herb, he resumed his quest for additional alchemical ingredients, as he aimed to concoct a particularly unique 7th-grade elixir, which required more than just a 6th-grade herb. Suchin continued his search for medicinal herbs. Time flew by, and 3 months passed. The ancient Dan domain was vast, and in that span, Suchin had only traversed a mere fraction of its expanse. During this time, he encountered other alchemists, contending for herbs, yet he ultimately emerged victorious each time. Suchin, guided by the intelligence imparted by a renowned alchemist, ventured into a canyon ablaze with flames. Here, the number of alchemists was neither too few nor too many, and to his surprise, he encountered a familiar face, Bai Qingyu from the Qingyu sacred land. At this moment, Bai Qingyu stood in confrontation with another alchemist. The eastern region? Merely a land of savages. Do you think you are worthy of contesting with me for the flame sunflower? Let me make this clear. The medicinal herbs of the fiery valley belong solely to my Danyang sacred land. If you have any sense, you would vacate this place immediately. Otherwise, my Danyang sacred land will ensure that you are stripped of even the qualifications to participate in the final assessment. Bai Qingyu's face flushed with anger, and the numerous talented alchemists from the eastern region behind him seethed with indignation. The Danyang sacred land, a titan of alchemy on par with the central region and the Dan Divine Hall, held the eastern region in utter disdain. Chapter 83, The Supreme Alchemist, Part 11. Suchen squinted as he absorbed every word spoken by the disciples of the Danyang sacred land. In the realm of Tianxian, the central domain stood as the mightiest, while the southern domain languished at the bottom, followed closely by the eastern domain. The clash between the southern and western domains had reached a nadir, with hardly any capable alchemists emerging from the fray. The eastern domain, having supplanted the virtually non-existent southern domain, now bore the title of the weakest. Bai Qingyu clenched his teeth, consumed by a desire to deliver a decisive blow to the disciple from Danyang sacred land. He began to understand Suchen. Sometimes, martial prowess proved more practical than the art of alchemy. The Danyang sacred land, a bastion of alchemical mastery, possessed an inheritance unmatched by any martial domain. He harbored no confidence in besting a disciple from Danyang, determined to abandon the pursuit of opportunities elsewhere. Bai Qingyu turned his head and was startled to see a familiar figure appear like a specter. Suchen. He recognized the man instantly, ignoring Bai Qingyu. Suchen's gaze fixed upon the disciple of Danyang sacred land. His demeanor was light and casual, yet it sent a shiver down the spine of the Danyang disciple, causing the leader to instinctively retreat a few steps. Realizing his own embarrassment, the young alchemist from Danyang, seething with indignation, challenged Suchen. Are you from the eastern domain? Do you dare to compete with me? The loser must withdraw from the alchemy conference. The young man from Danyang sought to defeat Suchen. Bai Qingyu grasped Suchen's arm, cautioning him, Suchen, he is a pinnacle 6th grade alchemist. You cannot hope to match him. Suchen, his expression devoid of emotion, regarded Bai Qingyu with a hint of disdain. Did he truly appear so weak? Bai Qingyu, step aside. Although the eastern domain may be weak, it does not lack someone capable of a fight. Seeing Suchen's resolute determination, Bai Qingyu felt a surge of admiration. He, Bai Qingyu, prided himself on being a noble alchemical genius. Yet he lacked the courage to risk disgrace for the Qingyu sacred land. Yet here stood Suchen, whom he deemed reckless, representing the eastern domain in battle. Bai Qingyu whispered a final warning, Suchen, do not resort to force. Here, we are forbidden from using our cultivation. Victory must be achieved solely through alchemy. Should you defeat your opponent through cultivation, it would violate the rules of the 10 sacred alchemical lands, leading to severe consequences. Suchen responded with indifference, dismissing Bai Qingyu's concerns. News had emerged from the Lihua Valley regarding the arrival of 7th grade medicinal herbs, a crucial ingredient for the elixirs he needed to concoct. A fiery radiance enveloped the young disciple of Danyang, while a ghostly blue light emanated from Suchen. It was the manifestation of heavenly fire. No wonder he dared to be the one to step forward. The young disciple from Danyang huffed disdainfully. A rift in space opened, drawing both combatants into its depths. Amidst the dazzling array of medicinal ingredients, Suchen made not a flicker of acknowledgement, swiftly seizing a batch of 6th grade herbs to begin his alchemical process. For days later, in the external realm of the ancient Dan domain, the crowd of the eliminated contestants was in disbelief. The disciple from Danyang wore a look of utter confusion. He had been eliminated? Emerging from the spatial rift, Suchen's presence cast a pall over the Danyang disciple, who felt a heavy weight in his heart. Yang Shixiang had lost to this youth. Yang Shixiang is indeed the foremost genius beneath that prodigy, and yet he has been eliminated? The disciples of the Danyang sacred land involuntarily retreated a few steps, fearing that they might catch Suchen's attention. If even Yang Shixiang is not his match, what right do they have to challenge this formidable young man? Disregarding the crowd from Danyang's sacred land, Suchen ventured into the Fire Valley. Bai Qingyu, upon witnessing Suchen enter the valley, gritted her teeth and followed suit. The people of the eastern region, seeing that there was no one from Danyang's sacred land to impede them, surged forward, trailing behind Su Chun into the Fire Valley, leaving the disciples of Danyang's sacred land exchanging bewildered glances. They were entering the Fire Valley to meet their doom. Upon entering the Fire Valley, flames and crimson rocks were omnipresent. A moment's carelessness could lead to one's demise. In this perilous realm, the treasures of heaven and earth were abundant. Luminous fruits radiating fire, blossoms absorbing flames, and fire bamboo seeping with lava-like liquid were all rare treasures of the 5th and 6th grades, coveted by many. Noticing Su Chin's complete disinterest in these rarities, Bai Qingyu could not help but inquire, "Su Chin, your goal isn't to seek 7th grade medicinal materials, is it? If so, I advise you to reconsider. Danyang's sacred land is far more formidable than you might imagine." This year, a prodigious alchemist emerged from Danyang's sacred land, having already ascended to the realm of 7th grade alchemist, making them one of the favorite contenders for victory in this alchemy competition. After speaking, Bai Qingyu felt a pang of regret and continued with a wry smile. "Su Chin, the foundation of the alchemy sacred land is far more profound than that of our martial arts sacred lands. I wish to remind you that being eliminated over a fleeting contest of pride may not be worth it." Su Chin cast a glance at Bai Qingyu. Although he found her somewhat verbose and a bit soft-hearted, she still possessed the demeanor of an exceptional talent. He replied nonchalantly, "How do you know I am still a 6th grade alchemist?" Bai Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, realizing that she had indeed not seen Su Chin's badge of a 6th grade alchemist. As they ventured deeper into the Fire Valley, the flames became increasingly terrifying. Su Chin arrived at the center, where the flames burned a brilliant gold, radiating an intense heat that seemed capable of melting anything in proximity. In the midst of the fiery inferno lay a palm-sized, resplendent golden-patterned spirit mushroom, each inch exquisitely crafted, resembling a perfect work of art sculpted from gold. Su Chin understood that this was his objective, the yin-yang golden mushroom. Beside the yin-yang golden mushroom sat a woman in a meditative posture. Her features were striking, and unlike the conventional white robes, she donned a vibrant red robe, with 7 luminous stars gleaming on her chest, her long red hair tied into a high ponytail cascading behind her. Yin Zhaoxi also noticed Su Chin, and upon seeing the 6-star insignia on his chest, furrowed her brow and pondered, "What has happened to Yang Wang? To think that a mere 6th grade alchemist would be permitted entry here." Yin Zhaoxi relaxed her brow and addressed Su Chin, "Regardless of your identity, the fact that you have arrived here signifies that Yang Wang has undoubtedly been eliminated by you. Your alchemical prowess may well exceed that of a mere 6th grade practitioner. However, if you aspire to contend for the Flame Sun Golden Mushroom, I advise you to ponder your decision carefully. You shall not be my equal, nor should your journey conclude at this juncture." Chapter 84, The Supreme Alchemist, Part 12, Yin Zhaoxi is exceedingly proud. At under 30 years of age, being a 7th-tier alchemist indeed grants her ample reason for such pride. Had this been 2 months prior, perhaps Su Chin would have chosen to conceal his brilliance. However, now, with a calm gaze and an unwavering tone, Su Chin declared, "I shall take this yin-yang jinji." Yin Zhaoxi narrowed her phoenix-like eyes and sighed, "What a pity." Neither would relinquish the yin-yang jinji, and thus, a confrontation was inevitable. As the rift in space re-emerged, both Su Chin and Yin Zhaoxi vanished from sight. In the face of such a remarkable alchemist as Yin Zhaoxi, Su Chin remained vigilant. They both independently chose to concoct 7th-tier elixirs. 1 month later, beyond the ancient alchemy domain, Yang Wang spotted a familiar crimson silhouette at the periphery of the elimination zone. He rubbed his eyes, and upon reopening them, he found a stunningly beautiful face mere inches away. Encountering Yin Zhaoxi in a different setting would have delighted Yang Wang, yet this was the elimination zone. Before Yang Wang could comprehend the situation, a soft, pink fish struck him. Yin Zhaoxi was infuriated. Having faltered by a mere move, she had actually failed. This left her seething with rage. Her goal upon emerging was to claim first place in the 5 domains alchemy competition, and yet she couldn't even surpass the elimination rounds. Yang Wang, bewildered, became an unwilling target of Yin Zhaoxi's ire. Su Chin opened his eyes, finding himself in a familiar environment. In the contest against Yin Zhaoxi, he emerged victorious. After another month, Su Chin successfully acquired the Yin-Yang Jinji. Having obtained this 7th-tier herb, he did not pause in his endeavors. He understood that to triumph, he could not rely solely on the Yin-Yang Jinji. Hence, Su Chin continued his search for the remaining 7th-tier herbs. Soon, news spread throughout the ancient alchemy domain that the prodigious Yin Zhaoxi had been defeated, causing a wave of astonishment among the various factions' disciples. The name Su Chin surged forth like a dark horse, penetrating the ears of the alchemical prodigies of the great sanctuaries. No one dared to underestimate Su Qin, nor the Eastern Domain. The term alchemical prodigy became a testament to Su Qin's prowess. Half a year later, the ancient alchemy domain trembled suddenly, beams of light piercing the heavens and descending upon the many remaining contestants. Su Qin opened his eyes to find himself on an expansive white jade platform. Familiar and unfamiliar faces alike gathered in this place. Congratulations to all for successfully passing the elimination rounds. The final showdown of the alchemy competition is upon you. You must utilize the herbs obtained from the ancient alchemy domain to concoct the most exceptional elixir possible. The elixir with the highest tier and score shall claim victory. The voice of the alchemy sage resonated from the heavens. Su Qin located an alchemy chamber, entering to commence his concoction. The elixir he sought to create was an exceptionally near 8th tier elixir, known as the 5 Elements Creation Elixir, requiring 5 herbs of distinct attributes, all of 7th tier quality. Regrettably, with the addition of the Yin Ong Jinji, Su Qin had only procured 3 of the 7 elemental herbs, leaving 2 yet to be found. 3 would suffice. Although it may not rival the complete 5 Elements Creation Pill, it stands as an exceptional specimen among the 7th grade elixirs. Su Qin harbored his own contemplations, while the other alchemical prodigies were not far behind. In a fleeting moment, extraordinary phenomena manifested in the heavens. Above the vast expanse of the sky, numerous alchemical masters observed the actions of the crowd. It had been a long time since the world of alchemy had witnessed such a plethora of prodigies emerging. Not only were the ancient relics of the past re-emerging, but a rather impressive young talent from the eastern region had also appeared, managing to defeat Yin Zhaoxi of the Danyang Sacred Land. TSK, it was merely a momentary lapse on Shio's part that allowed that lad to achieve victory. Had she unleashed her true prowess, he would have been eliminated long ago. What a grand old fellow, still entangled with the junior. Defeat is defeat. The young man from the eastern region is no trivial character. If my perception is correct, he possesses the 7 orifices exquisite body. The 7 orifices exquisite body? Such a physique is exceedingly rare. The last time I heard of it was approximately 1700 years ago. 1700 years ago. Was it not that individual from the Jiangsu clan? It is somewhat regrettable, had that member of the Su family not perished. Perhaps our central region would now boast an additional sacred lineage, albeit having provoked the wrong individuals. Su, the young man from the eastern region, seems to be named Su Chan. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, and after a moment, someone remarked softly, "This matter appears to be quite challenging." A month later, the majority of alchemists had completed their elixirs. Only a handful remained on the scene. Majestic manifestations of alchemical phenomena unfolded, showcasing the profound intricacies of alchemy. Suddenly, with a resounding explosion, Su Qin's alchemical furnace erupted. The tremendous commotion drew the attention of many alchemical prodigies present. It seemed someone had failed in their alchemical endeavor. It was that individual from the eastern region. His victory over Yin Zhaoxi appears to have been merely fortuitous. With failure comes elimination. It seems the number of contenders who can rival me has diminished once more. However, the commotion caused by Su Qin was but a fleeting distraction. In an instant, everyone returned to their earnest focus on alchemy. No one noticed that in the previously smoke-filled area, 8 fire dragons exhaled their fiery breath, transforming into a blazing furnace that enveloped a singular elixir. Su Qin had not failed. Chapter 85, The Supreme Alchemist, Part 13. Outside the arena, the explosive sound of Su Qin's furnace caused everyone to startle. An explosion of the furnace signified a failure in alchemy, which, in turn, meant elimination. However, as the smoke dissipated and the crowd discerned Su Qin's actions, astonishment spread among them. The alchemist of Ghost Valley wore a knowing smile. I knew this lad would not succumb so easily to defeat. Is that the 8 Desolations alchemy technique? Junior brother, have you witnessed this? Your alchemical method will resonate throughout the central state today. This is your lifelong aspiration, as well as the wish of our esteemed master, and it is finally coming to fruition. Song Wanqing's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at the captivating figure, her heart a tempest of emotions. From the direction of the sacred land of suppressing the abyss, a chorus of excited cheers erupted. In the Danyang Sacred Land, Yin Zhaoxi scoffed. Only the champion of the alchemy conference can defeat me, Yin Zhaoxi. Su Qin, you must not disappoint me. As time passed, in the following days, astonishing phenomena seemed to pierce through the very fabric of space. Each alchemical prodigy successfully concocted 7th grade elixirs, brimming with confidence in their achievements. Oh, that fellow has not been eliminated? The crowd observed Su Qin steadfastly persevering. Pillars of light surged across the arena, conjuring a tempest of spiritual energy. The potent forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth converged into a magnificent halo, resplendent with colors. Suchin opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy illuminating his gaze. The 5 elements creation pill. It has been successfully crafted. At that very moment, blood flowed from his eyes, nose, and ears. The repressed injuries erupted forth. The difficulty of the 5 elements creation pill was already substantial, especially compounded by the 8 desolations alchemy technique. Suchun had already drawn upon his reserves, enduring through sheer will until this moment. Suchin succumbed to unconsciousness. When he awakened once more, it was 7 days later. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovered himself submerged in a medicinal bath, his body drenched. The surroundings were utterly unfamiliar. After changing into a robe, Suchin exited the medicinal hall. Upon stepping outside, he encountered an 8th-grade alchemist clad in a purple robe, who, upon seeing Suchin, broke into a smile. "You have awakened. The esteemed alchemists have been awaiting you for quite some time." Following the purple-robed alchemist, Suchin entered a grand hall, where several haughty young figures awaited him. However, upon his arrival, their arrogance shifted to reverence. An elderly man, with white hair yet dressed simply, bore a golden emblem upon his chest depicting a radiant sun. His gaze fell upon Suchin, filled with admiration. "Young Su, congratulations on securing the title of champion in this alchemy conference. From this day forth, no alchemist across the 5 domains shall be unfamiliar with your name. Would you be willing to become an honorary elder of our alchemist temple?" Faced with the invitation from a revered alchemist, Suchin nodded. "It is an immense honor for me. The honorary elder role merely requires a name on the roster of the alchemist temple, with tangible benefits to boot." To Suchin's astonishment, he had indeed emerged as the champion of this alchemy conference, standing out among countless prodigies. Years of introspection stirred within him, and he could not help but feel a tumult of emotions. Champion of the alchemy conference. The rewards are indeed abundant. Offering entry into the Dan-God Palace to select an ancient secret method and to comprehend the alchemical techniques of the esteemed alchemist within. Suchin lingered there for 3 years. During this time, he optimized the 8 desolations alchemy technique, occasionally attending lectures by the alchemy saint, further advancing his skills in alchemy. Although he had yet to reach the 8th rank, he had eliminated the possibility of failure in crafting 7th rank elixirs. It was time to return to the Eastern Domain. While the Dan-God Palace was splendid, it was ultimately not his home. Upon hearing the news of Suchin's impending return to the Eastern Domain, many elders and prodigies from the Dan-God Palace came to bid him farewell. "Suchin, are you truly returning to the holy land of Jinyu? With your alchemical talent, remaining in the Dan-God Palace would surely lead to greater accomplishments and higher achievements in the future." Song Wanqing spoke, hoping to persuade him. Suchin shook his head. "The holy land of Jinyu has treated me well. Now, as the holy land is still developing and lacks alchemists, how could I, Suchin, turn a blind eye to cultivate in the central state? This mastery of alchemy is my way of giving back to the holy land. Dear friends, the world is vast. May we meet again by fate." Suchin departed, accompanying the people of the holy land of Jinyu back to the Eastern Domain. The onlookers from the Dan-God Palace watched Suchin and the others leave, their hearts filled with complexity. They could not comprehend why Suchin would forsake the opportunity to deepen his studies in the Dan-God Palace, choosing instead to return to the Eastern Domain, where alchemy was exceedingly backward. Yet, they respected Suchin's choice. Such grace might indeed define a true alchemist. Suchin left the central region but left behind a legend. A month later, within a spatial tunnel, the venerable Dan of all realms still bore a complex expression, filled with myriad emotions. He had never anticipated that the first place in the recent alchemical convention would belong to someone from the Eastern Domain. Originally, he had intended to take Suchin to the central state to witness the flourishing of alchemy and meet various talents. It brought him solace that Suchin still cherished the bond with the Holy Land. For despite his fame in the central state and the allure of various prestigious alchemical sanctuaries, he resolutely chose to return to the Eastern Domain and his sect. Having such a disciple in our holy land of Jinyu is indeed a stroke of fortune. The ancestral spirits are watching over us. The venerable Dan murmured to himself. Suddenly, a jolt shook the spatial tunnel violently. The venerable Dan sensed danger and shouted to the group, "We are under attack. Someone is assaulting us." Terrifying auras surged from the ship. The spatial tunnel was torn open by a pair of enormous hands, and a set of fearsome eyes gazed upon the people aboard the ship, as if they were mere ants. A saint. It was a being of saintly stature. Suchin raised his head, staring at that ominous figure, his heart trembling. That terrifying aura was not unfamiliar to him. A saint. This was an existence that had stepped into the realm of saints, effortlessly rending the fabric of the spatial tunnel. Deliver the Su bloodline. In consideration of the undefeated Saint King, I shall grant you a path of survival. Otherwise, a dreadful murderous intent shattered the spatial tunnel, and a thunderous voice resonated throughout the heavens and earth. Today, this place shall be your grave. Upon hearing these words, Master Wanxiang's expression changed dramatically as he bellowed, impudent. Suchen is a disciple of our Jinyu Holy Land. Regardless of who you are, you shall not demand the surrender of our disciple. With a commanding voice, Master Wanxiang summoned the sacred artifact. In unison, the esteemed elders surrounding him unveiled mysterious runes, conjuring a crescent-shaped longbow imbued with divine power into his grasp. The Holy Radiance Bow. If a Holy Radiance Saint were to return, perhaps I would consider retreating. However, it is merely a fragmented sacred artifact now. A colossal hand raised, effortlessly shattering the arrow that could rend space itself. Facing the members of Jinyu Holy Land, his gaze was frigid, since he refused to relinquish the Su bloodline. Then let us perish together. Chapter 86, The Supreme Alchemist, 14, Cursed Fate. Suddenly, Suchen recalled that Su Wei Chang had once mentioned he had found Suchen amidst the snow. A longevity talisman adorned his person, inscribed with the character Su. Although Su Chun was aware that this talisman held significance, he had never given it much thought nor actively sought the truth of his lineage. In hindsight, this overlooked detail proved to be gravely consequential. This life, coming to such an abrupt end, leaves a bitter taste of regret within him. As a colossal hand loomed to envelop the entire vessel, a radiant beam of light descended from the heavens, piercing through the giant palm. Taken aback by this sudden turn of events, Suchen focused his gaze to discover a golden holy spear. This spear emanated a familiar yet foreign aura. Song Laogui. How dare you, a dignified sage, resort to bullying the weak and attack a disciple of my Jinyu Holy Land? Do you believe that my Jinyu Holy Land is devoid of protectors? A middle-aged man clad in golden armor descended from the sky, wielding the golden holy spear, which resonated with a mighty hum in response to his command. Suchen lifted his gaze to the man, whose visage bore a resemblance to an old acquaintance, yet was not quite the same. The Holy Master. Suchen recognized the figure, as did the disciples and elders of Jinyu Holy Land. Song Jun also recognized him. Staunchly suppressing the blood pooling in his palm, Song Jun gravely inquired, Holy Master, how came you to be here? A golden holy spear and a suit of golden armor, each an unequivocal artifact of the saintly realm. And they were fully revived artifacts. Even Song Jun felt the pressure mounting. Despite the Jinyu Holy Master not having ascended to the saintly realm, his combat prowess, bolstered by two fully revived saintly artifacts, would undoubtedly overwhelm any ordinary sage. Song Jun remained perplexed as to why the Jinyu Holy Master would appear in this place. Alas, the Jinyu Holy Master was not one to engage in idle chatter. Every moment and fragment of saintly power consumed vast resources for the Holy Land. Without further ado, he charged at Song Jun, whose expression shifted dramatically as he was pierced through the chest by a single strike. Jinyu Holy Land, I shall remember this enmity of 2 strikes, and one day, I will repay it 1,000-fold. With that, Song Jun's figure vanished from the realm, fully aware he was no match and opting to retreat. The Jinyu Holy Master retracted his golden spear, sighing softly, what a pity, he has slipped away. Had he ascended to the saintly realm, wielding the saintly artifact? How could I have allowed this formidable foe to escape? Upon arriving aboard the vessel, the myriad manifestations alchemist expressed his confusion. Holy Master, how is it that you found yourself here? Casting a glance at Suchen, the Jinyu Holy Master replied, a dear old friend from Zhangzhou sent word to me that someone intends to harm the disciples of my Holy Land. Although Jinyu Holy Land lacks a sage-level protector, we are not to be trifled with lightly. Upon receiving the news, I deduced that the adversary would likely attempt an ambush along a critical route, and thus I arrived promptly. Regrettably, I could not detain that old ghost, Song. Suchen inquired, may I ask, Holy Master, which sage was it that just attacked? The one who struck was Song Jun, a sage from the Song family of Zhongzhou. The Jinyu Holy Master responded, rest assured, once I ascend to the saintly realm, I shall pay a visit to the Song family, armed with saintly artifacts, to settle this score. You do not forsake me, the Holy Land of the suppressed prison. And in turn, the Holy Land shall not forsake you. Suchen contemplated briefly before producing the longevity lock and inquired of the Lord of the suppressed prison. Might you be aware of my lineage? The Lord accepted the longevity lock and nodded. Indeed, I am aware of your origins. The Central Plains have informed me. However, knowing too much may not be advantageous. Are you truly eager to learn? Suchin nodded in affirmation. The significance of his lineage was not paramount. What truly mattered was his desire to discern the number of adversaries he faced in this lifetime. The Song family of the Central Plains. Suchin noted this down, for he harbored a long memory for grievances. Had he not secured first place in the alchemy conference and garnered attention, perhaps he would have met an untimely demise at the hands of a saint, squandering a significant amount of reverse fate points. Just the thought of it was stifling. The Lord of the Suppressed Prison side, your lineage, is a lengthy tale, beginning with your ancestor from 1700 years ago. Suchin grasped the intricacies of his heritage. He was born into the Su family of the Central Plains, his ancestor being a legendary figure, a formidable being on the verge of attaining saintly status, possessing the 7 apertures spiritual body. As he was about to ascend to the saint realm, he fell prey to an ambush by the ancestor of the Song family, who claimed that the Su family had captured their prodigy to concoct a blood elixir for the purpose of achieving sanctity. Subsequently, the ancestor of the Su family was slain by the Song family's patriarch, leading to the downfall of the Purple Yang Su family, with the remaining scattered clansmen pursued relentlessly by the Song family. Suchin stood as the young master of the Su family. With the blood of the Su lineage coursing through his veins, Suchin remained silent. The Lord of the Suppressed Prison continued. The truth of the rumors regarding the Song family is uncertain. Yet your possession of the 7 apertures spiritual body assures that the Song family shall not relent in their pursuit of you. Suchin nodded, reflecting on the absurdity of being targeted as the child of fate despite merely being at the profound realm. Such an injustice. He realized that talent and comprehension were not granted without consequence. A lowly lineage might inevitably attract unwanted troubles. It was indeed perilous. Upon returning to the eastern domain of the Suppressed Prison, news of Suchin's triumph at the Central Plains Alchemy Conference spread. Li Yichen expressed his astonishment. Wow. Su brother, you are incredible. You are the foremost among the young alchemists of the 5 domains. Then, a thought struck him, and with caution, he asked, Su brother, given our friendship, surely you could offer me a discount for alchemy services, right? The first among the young alchemists of the 5 domains is actually my good friend. Heh. Suchin regarded the youth who grinned like a foolish deer with a gentle smile. Of course, from now on, all alchemical services for you, Li Yichen, will be at an 80% discount. Li Yichen beamed with joy, slapping the table and laughing heartily. Excellent, Su brother. I knew I had not misjudged you. Should any matters arise in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Suchin calmly added, however, from this point onward, the contributions required for me to personally concoct elixirs will double. Li Yichen's smile faltered, replaced by a look of dismay. Su brother, you know that my hidden sword peak has always been rather impoverished. You cannot be so heartless. Suchin chose to ignore him. Li Yichen sipped his wine in silence, contemplating that he would need to visit Wanhua Peak less frequently in the future. Time swiftly passed, and 3 decades of spring and autumn had elapsed, with Suchin remaining in the sacred land of Jinyu. On this particular day, the sacred land of Jinyu trembled. A formidable aura surged forth like a blazing sun, drawing the fearful gazes of many from the eastern region towards the sacred land. Suchin raised his head, narrowing his eyes. It was the aura of a saint. The master had finally taken this monumental step. The sacred land of Jinyu had welcomed its first saint. A wave of indescribable joy surged within Suchin, mingled with profound nostalgia. After a span of over 2,000 years, a promise once deemed unfulfillable had, through a convoluted journey, finally come to fruition. The first saint, destined to inherit the legacy of the sacred land of Jinyu, had emerged. Chapter 87, The Boundless Elixir Master 15. The Holy Land of Jinyu has finally acquired its own saint. On that day, Suchin witnessed the Jinyu Saint Lord wielding the Sacred King's artifact, effortlessly tearing apart the heavens and journeying to the central state. He understood that the Jinyu Saint Lord was seeking trouble with the Song family of the central state. A saint armed with the Sacred King's artifact is undoubtedly a formidable force. With the Sacred King not in play, there is no rival in the realm. Throughout the 5 domains, the presence of Sacred Kings is scarce, and considering the backing of an undefeated figure, any existence of Sacred King caliber contemplating intervention must weigh their options carefully. A year later, news arrived from the central state. The Jinyu Saint Lord personally descended upon the Song family, brandishing the Sacred King's artifact, and severed 2 of the family's saints, shocking the entire region. Ultimately, the Jinyu Saint Lord returned to the holy land of Jinyu in disarray, muttering, "Damn central state. Who the hell cares about your territory? If you don't want me to come, then I shan't. It's just 2 saints slain and a clan extinguished. How dare you expel me, a dignified saint?" From your lands. Su Qin's expression twitched. After the Jinyu Saint Lord's complaints, he turned to Su Qin and said, Young Su, the Song family has been annihilated by my hand. Although I did not bring back their heads or bones, the old fellows in the central state are far too petty. Otherwise, I would have certainly returned with the heads and corpses of those two old ghosts to forge a pill furnace for you, and to craft a suitable weapon. For a moment, Su Qin was at a loss as to whether it was he who had been annihilated or the Saint Lord. Su Qin replied, Thank you, Saint Lord, for avenging the blood feud of your disciple. The Jinyu Saint Lord beamed with delight. If our holy land cannot protect even its own alchemist, should I perish? I would have no face to meet our ancestors in the afterlife. After this battle, anyone who covets our holy land of Jinyu must weigh whether they can withstand the power of the sacred King-S artifact. Su Qin felt a sense of relief. The ancestral figure now held him in high regard. With the Song family obliterated, his hidden peril had been averted. He no longer had to fear being confronted by a saint upon stepping outside. Time hastened by, and a century slipped away. Within the holy land of Jinyu, dark clouds suddenly gathered over the alchemy hall, as fearsome bolts of lightning coalesced. This roused many formidable cultivators in the Holy Land. Was someone failing to transcend their tribulation? Such terrifying thunderous power, it could only be akin to the Nirvana tribulation. As discussions erupted among the crowd, a radiant light hovered in the sky, exuding a rich fragrance. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was a pill, resembling a swimming dragon, bathed in dreadful lightning. An 8th-tier elixir. It was indeed an 8th-tier elixir. Gasp. Could it be that Elder Wanxiang has successfully refined an 8th-tier elixir once more? No, the aroma is irresistible. I must obtain an 8th-tier elixir. I haven't savored the taste of one in decades. This particular pill seemed to have never been concocted by that old ghost Wanxiang. How delightful. This is a new variety. Oh no, tears of joy are streaming down my face. The crowd surged towards the pill peak in eager anticipation. The esteemed Wanxiang Danzun appeared, his countenance shadowed as he addressed the crowd. Do not harbor any illusions regarding this pill. It was not forged by my hand. A wave of confusion swept through the assembly. If it was not crafted by the ancient Wanxiang, could it be? As this thought crossed their minds, expressions of delight flickered among them. One murmured, could it be that our Jinyu Holy Land is about to welcome another 8th-grade Danzun? Wanxiang Danzun nodded proudly. Stroking his white beard, indeed, our Jinyu Holy Land is about to usher in a new master of alchemy. Today, under my meticulous guidance, Su Qin has successfully refined an 8th-grade pill. The crowd rolled their eyes in unison. Soon, the pill that had weathered the tribulation revealed its true form, exuding a potent dragon aura as it settled on the shoulder of a young man clad in white. The assembly congratulated him. Congratulations, Elder Su, on successfully refining the 8th-grade pill and ascending to the status of 8th-grade Danzun. Su Qin, buoyed by the moment, responded with a humble smile. It was merely serendipity. The many alchemists present thought to themselves, why could they not also experience a stroke of luck? After 2 millennia of development, the Jinyu Holy Land had finally welcomed its second 8th-grade alchemist. To commemorate Su Qin's ascension, the Holy Master of Jinyu emerged from seclusion, hosting a grand banquet. The name of Su Qin, long shrouded in silence, resounded throughout the eastern region, accompanied by his renowned title, the Boundless Danzun. Countless powerful figures, eager to seek Su Qin's alchemical prowess, thronged at his doorstep. Su Qin was also officially appointed as the Vice Master of the Dan Hall, beginning his role as an instructor to the disciples within the sect. In a brief span of 300 years, his students and former associates were dispersed far and wide. On one such day, Su Qin journeyed to the central region, arriving at the Dan God Palace. This palace remained an unparalleled sanctuary for alchemy, unchanged for over 4 centuries. There, Su Qin encountered Song Wanqing and the venerable Ghost Valley Dan Emperor, now graced with age. Song Wanqing had ascended to the position of elder within the Dan God Palace, retaining her elegant and aloof demeanor. Su Qin's purpose for visiting the Dan God Palace was to seek a means to suppress the perilous 9 nether profound fire residing within him. The situation had worsened over the past 3 centuries, compelling him to seek opportunities within the sacred domain of alchemy. Upon learning of Su Qin's plight, the Dan God Palace was keen to prevent the fall of such a prodigy and promptly agreed to assist him in finding a way to quell the 9 nether profound fire. After a decade of arduous searching, Su Qin gleaned some insights from the Dan God Palace, though the path was fraught with challenges. He would either need a yang fire to counteract the yin energy within him or a sacred herb to utilize its power for a complete rebirth. Su Qin sighed inwardly, recognizing that neither the heavenly fire nor the sacred herb was easily attainable. Upon departing the Dan God Palace, he encountered Song Wanqing once more but did not find the Ghost Valley Dan Emperor. When Suchen inquired about him, Song Wanqing's expression turned somber. Master sensed that his time was drawing near. He has left the Dan God Palace to return to the Longshao dynasty, wandering among the verdant hills and waters, to rest eternally in nature's embrace. Time spares no one. And even a seventh-grade alchemist like the Ghost Valley Dan Emperor found himself powerless against the ravages of time. Suchen felt a profound sense of melancholy. The passage of life is fleeting. The cycles of birth, aging, illness, and death had long since become familiar to him, and though moved, he quickly regained his composure. Despite Song Wanqing's entreaties, Suchen chose to depart the Dan God Palace. Each path diverges, leading to different destinies. After returning to the sacred land of Jinyu, 2 centuries have passed. The master of the Sword Concealment Peak successfully ascended to the realm of the saints. And the sacred land now boasts 2 saints and a Saint King artifact, elevating its rank among the eastern wilderness to the top 5. Each time Suchen witnesses the sacred lord pay homage during ancestral rites, he feels an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. However, it is a lament that, despite the passage of so many years, there has been no news of his Fong Bubi. The vast expanse of the outer starry skies is indeed immense. Perhaps there lies a chance to uncover tidings of heavenly fire or sacred herbs beyond this realm. Suchen senses that over the years, the sinister energy of the 9 Nether Shinming fire has been eroding his cultivation. If this issue remains unresolved, his progress will stagnate, allowing him to endure at most another 4 or 5 centuries. Thus, the heavenly fire is both his fortune and his misfortune. Chapter 88. The Supreme Alchemist. End. In the 800th year, the sacred land of Jinyu welcomed the emergence of its 3rd 8-rank alchemist, flourishing with vitality. It was also in this year that Suchen received news of ancient sacred relics appearing in a certain region beyond the realm. The ancient sage had been a legendary alchemist of the Dan Saint level, wielding the ethereal flames. The myriad races beyond the realm coexisted in perilous surroundings. Suchen understood that this was his final opportunity. All mortals must meet their demise, Suchen murmured to himself. Unwilling to halt his journey here, he yearned to glimpse the threshold of the Dan Saint. Thus, he could not afford to forsake this ancient sacred site. Suchen gathered 13 Nirvana Realm Elders and enlisted the aid of the Peak Master of the Songjian Peak, who graciously agreed to escort him in pursuit of the ethereal flames. With everything in place, Suchen once again ventured into the vastness of the outer realms. In the Tianxin domain, where numerous territories coexisted and countless races thrived, it was not Suchen's first foray into the outer realms. Yet he still felt a twinge of trepidation. The ancient sacred relics manifested upon a primeval star, with waves of spiritual energy surging ominously. Many factions had already encroached upon this territory, sealing the surroundings in a bid to claim the ancient relics for themselves. Those lacking strength and without formidable protectors who dared to tread here would swiftly be devoured. As the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, was vividly laid bare in this moment, the sacred land of Jinyu, under the protection of a sage, was indeed a powerful entity, and the oppressive aura emanating from the sage deterred any provocations. As Suchen observed the harrowing scenes unfolding, he contemplated the factions contending for the ancient relics. Without exception, those capable of penetrating the core levels were guarded by sages. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the atmosphere. Suchen's gaze sharpened as he beheld a formidable being, adorned with a pair of wings, being ruthlessly torn apart by a terrifying entity. It was the War God Palace. Suchen's pupils constricted. How could he forget the emblem of the War God Palace? Lin Zhan had indeed survived and was in the process of rebuilding the War God Palace, now hosting such a fearsome sage, perhaps nearing the level of a sacred king. Unexpectedly, the War God Palace had come to join the fray. Lin Zhan was a true legend. 10 years prior, he had clashed with a grand sage of the Oversea Dragon clan, decisively slaying the latter in a display of overwhelming strength. The denizens of the War God Palace were notoriously ruthless. Anyone who obstructed their path would face dire retribution. And the sage of the Tiani clan was unfortunate to have provoked these madmen, ultimately meeting his demise here. The sage from Songjian Peak wore a grave expression as he addressed Suchen. Elder Su, this individual is exceedingly dangerous. Suchen's heart also grew heavy. Yet amidst his gravity, he could not help but exhale in relief. For the one who had arrived was not Lin Zhan. After a lengthy half-year wait, the passage to the ancient sacred relics finally manifested. Suchen led the members of the sacred land of Jinyu into the ancient site in search of the ethereal flames. Within the ancient sacred relics, formidable foes encircled them, and the members of Jinyu had endured numerous ambushes, with nearly half of the Nirvana Realm Elders perishing. Had it not been for the formidable sage of Songjian Peak, Su Chen and his companions would have long since perished within the secret realm. Su Chen beheld an abundance of treasures within the ancient sacred relics. With the emergence of ancient sacred texts, a fierce conflict erupted among numerous saints. The arrival of saint-level puppets attracted a host of powerful beings. The Great Saint Medicine Garden was unveiled, only to be thoroughly plundered by a group of formidable contenders. Su Chen also participated in the fray, seizing several rare 8th-grade medicinal herbs, yet he regrettably did not witness the birth of sacred medicine. As the battles between the mighty ensued, an increasing number of prohibitions were shattered. At long last, Su Chen awaited the moment when the skies were alight with flames. The 9-yang true solar flame. It was celestial fire. Su Chen was determined to possess it. The manifestation of celestial fire drew the gaze of all. The significance of this potent celestial fire was undeniably equivalent to that of sacred medicine, not to mention the illustrious 9-yang true solar flame, renowned among celestial fires. The sage of Songjian Peak inhaled deeply. Elder Su, should I falter in the contest for the celestial fire, I implore you to leave the ancient sacred relic without looking back. Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement. The remaining Nirvana realm experts shielded Su Chen. The sage of Songjian Peak brandished his sword and rushed towards the location of the celestial fire. Without the protection of the saints, a resentful race lurking in the shadows against humanity emerged, commencing a brutal assault on Su Chen and his companions. The 8th-grade alchemist of humanity must not be allowed to survive. After a fierce battle, 2 of Su Chen's Nirvana realm mates fell. There was no time for sorrow. As the contest for the celestial fire reached its climax and a bloodied figure appeared, one arm severed, yet clutching a flame akin to the sun in the other. Let us go. The sage of Songjian Peak, with little time for words, directly entrusted the 9-yang true solar flame to Su Chen. Exerting every ounce of strength to carve a path for everyone, Su Chen wasted no words. He entered the passage with the 9-yang true solar flame in hand. In the distance, an imposing figure approached, delivering a powerful strike towards the passage. People of the Tianshan domain, do you dare to seize the celestial fire without consulting the War God Hall? The space seemed on the verge of collapse as a terrifying aura erupted from the sage of Songjian Peak, incinerating all in its wake to obstruct that fearsome silhouette. Simultaneously, several hidden saints attempted to impede Su Chen, only to be thwarted by the sage of Songjian Peak, whose brilliance cleaved through the opposition, causing the spatial passage to be riddled with wounds from the ensuing confrontation. Ultimately, in the final moment, Su Chen successfully escaped the ancient sacred relic. Upon regaining consciousness, Su Chen found himself on a desolate ancient star. The 9-yang true solar flame was in his possession, but it came at the cost of a saint from the Jinyu sacred land. Such is the reciprocity of causality. This injury is indeed severe. Su Chen thought wryly, as the collapse of the spatial passage nearly obliterated his physical form, though he had fortuitously consumed some elixirs beforehand, preventing his demise. The whereabouts of the other Nirvana realm aids remained uncertain. They might have been torn apart by the spatial forces or transported elsewhere. Given his current condition, traversing the void was beyond his capabilities. This ancient star was barren and desolate, with spiritual energy so sparse that it filled Su Chen with despair. He could not fathom how long it would take to heal his wounds. The prospect of returning to the Tianshan domain had become a distant dream. Reluctantly, Su Chen began to explore this realm, only to discover that the strongest beings present possessed merely the cultivation of the Spirit Sea realm. And despite scouring the land for treasures, he could not recover even a fraction of his injuries. The ominous aura of the 9 nether profound fire within his body grew increasingly intense, and it seemed that within a century he would inevitably suffer its backlash. In this dire predicament, he had no choice but to risk refining the 9-yang heavenly gang flame. 30 years later, Su Chen had aged significantly. His form shrouded in darkness, as the 2 celestial fires, the 9 nether profound fire and the 9-yang true gang flame, raged within him. Time was not on his side. Time was not on his side. Oh, how Su Chen lamented. He was so tantalizingly close. Alas, the energy in this place was too sparse to sustain the simultaneous suppression of these 2 radically opposing celestial flames. With a heavy heart, Su Chen sighed thrice, preparing for the inevitable. Although he was unaware of the nature of this land, he still erected a stone tablet to document his life. Should future generations acquire my fortune, I hope the corpse returns to the heavenly profound, and the sacred land of the abyss shall offer due recompense. Good fortune, good fortune. Su Chen gazed up at the starry sky, as he could no longer contain the fury of the 2 celestial fires, one yin and one yang, igniting from his very skin. The starry sky was resplendent, breathtaking in its beauty. Many years hence, Perhaps someone would discover the legacy of an otherworldly being known as the Supreme Pill Sage, stirring a tempest across the continent. Chapter 89. The Initial Steps into the Devil's Path Part 1. A vast expanse of darkness enveloped him. It felt familiar. Fortunately, he had not been transported into the ring. Suchin returned to the reversal space. He opened the reversal book. In the 8th life, you are an ordinary cowherd of the Longshao dynasty. Yet your concealed identity is that of the last scion of a family annihilated in Zhengzhou. You are unwilling to accept a mundane fate and resolutely choose to embark on the path of cultivation. Under the tutelage of your adopted grandfather, you delve into alchemy, finding it quite intriguing. After mastering the art, you sever your past ties and depart from the village. You become the youngest 6th-grade alchemist, achieving first place in the Longshao Dynasty Alchemy Conference, joining the Holy Land of Jinyu, seizing the Heavenly Fire, and heading towards Zhengzhou. Your stunning 8 Desolation alchemy technique captivates all, overshadowing your peers. In your youth, the realm of alchemy is awed by your brilliance. Despite the allure of the Alchemy Divine Temple, you steadfastly choose to return to the Holy Land of Jinyu for further study. You narrowly escape death, vanquish formidable foes. Yet since the ominous aura of the Heavenly Fire intensifying, which, given time, will surely consume your cultivation, unwilling to see your life end in such a manner. You aspire to reach the 9th grade of alchemy, yearning to witness greater splendor. While nurturing the foundation of alchemy in the Holy Land, you begin to seek a remedy for the ominous energy within you. After imparting all your knowledge to your disciples, fortune favors the diligent. You finally uncover information on dispelling the ominous energy. You lead your companions into the outer starry skies, vying for opportunities. Should you succeed, the Holy Land will gain a 9th grade alchemy saint, flourishing for millennia in the eastern wilderness. Alas, fate does not entirely favor you this time. You successfully obtain the Heavenly Fire but, due to spatial turbulence, find yourself in a secluded realm, unable to recover from your injuries. In a desperate struggle to refine the 9 Suns' true flame, you ultimately suffer a backlash. Thus, you leave behind your final words, hoping to leave a benevolent legacy for the Holy Land of Jinyu, and regrettably perish within the small realm. Your life is that of an era's favored child, yet also its forsaken one. Though you shone brightly for a moment, you never altered the course of history. Evaluation: Blue 9 stars reversal points, 9,000, Suchin chuckled bitterly. How utterly ridiculous it was that a dignified Nirvana realm cultivator, even an 8th grade alchemist, could not procure the herbs needed for concocting a remedy and met his end in a secluded realm. With matters as they stood, Suchin had no choice but to accept his current reality. Talents: 0, comprehension, 0, ancestry, 0, state of mind. For 100, after some contemplation, Suchin decided, talent 5,000. Comprehension 3,500, ancestry 500, all in. He turned to the 9th page, and Suchin's consciousness faded. In a blood-soaked realm, Suchin opened his eyes to a crimson landscape. His head throbbed painfully, and his body felt as if it were being torn apart, an unrelenting agony. His garments lay in tatters, resembling frayed wrecks. Surrounding him were mountains of corpses and scattered remnants of broken weapons. Suchin began to recall this life. In this existence, he bore the surname Zhou and was named Zhou Chun, an outer disciple of the sun-devouring Holy Land. His parents were both elders of the sun-devouring Holy Land, yet they had tragically sacrificed themselves. The sun-devouring Holy Land. Suchin seemed to recall something. His expression shifted. By the sun, he suddenly remembered. He was reborn in the western regions. The initial invasion of the southern regions was led by one of the Holy Lands, the Sun-Eater Holy Land. The Sun-Eater Holy Land is no benevolent entity. Its modus operandi is akin to that of a malevolent tyrant, comparable to a demonic sect from another realm. Presently, he is participating in the outer sect trials. Only those who survive may enter the inner sect. In this life, he is 16 years old, possessing a cultivation level of the 7th stage of spiritual patterns, which gives him hope for entering the inner sect. However, Zhou has offended an inner sect disciple, resulting in his being besieged and nearly killed by that disciple's henchman in a secret realm. Fortunately, Zhou had mastered the tortoise breathing technique and, with his extraordinary talent, endured several grievous wounds and survived. Otherwise, Suchin would have met a swift demise. Suchin stirred, his entire body aching, a foul stench wafting through the air. The circumstances of this life truly began with a cataclysmic downfall. Suchin managed a wry smile, unsteadily rising to seek out hemostatic herbs. Thankfully, in his previous life, he had been an 8th grade alchemist, and within moments, he discerned the characteristics of hemostatic herbs and located a 1st grade spiritual herb. After hastily consuming it, Su Chen felt a slight alleviation of his condition. At least his life was preserved. To fully recover from his injuries, however, he would require some time, and the current conditions were insufficient for refining medicinal pills. Su Chen's expression shifted oddly. He discovered that this body possessed certain peculiarities. It seemed devoid of any extraordinary constitution or unique bloodline. With a potential score of 5,000, it was implausible that there would be no benefits at all. And Su Chen remained undeterred as he continued to probe his physical state. Finally, after 2 days, Su Chen uncovered an exceedingly subtle seal hidden within his body. Enshrined within it was an immense power, brimming with a primal essence, as if it hailed from a distant and unknown era, a relic of the ancient times. To think that in this life, I am actually a descendant of the ancient clan. Su Chen was astonished. The ancient era was eons ago. Known only for its myriad splendid physiques, where countless clans vied for supremacy and intermarried, giving rise to an abundance of special constitutions. Due to their sheer volume, they were collectively referred to as ancient relics. The ancient clan represents the progeny of the powerful beings of that era. Yet, as epochs have shifted and one age has followed another, the once mighty ancient clans have long since declined, with only a scant few remaining robust. Su Chen furrowed his brow, uncertain as to who had placed this seal and what their intentions were. Nevertheless, he chose to unseal it. It was merely a seal set by a void realm cultivator. And for someone like Su Chen, who had undergone 2 rebirths and possessed exceptional insight, it took less than a day to decipher it thoroughly. The one who set the seal appeared to harbor no intent to harm me. Su Chen found the unsealing surprisingly smooth, as the ancient power coursed through his limbs, causing his cultivation to surge almost instantaneously to the threshold of the spiritual sea realm. The originally blue-patterned spiritual markings began to shimmer with golden hues, transforming into a fearsome beast. A Tao Tai. It turns out to be a remnant bloodline of one of the 4 fiends. Su Chen gazed at the terrifying giant beast as it inhaled and exhaled, unleashing a tide of primordial energy that resonated with the cries of an infant, leaving Su Chen profoundly shaken. With the sound of shattering glass, Su Chen's cultivation ascended to the spiritual sea realm. The injuries within my body have largely healed beneath the tides of vitality. The tremendous commotion has drawn the attention of many within the secret realm. Su Chen could sense several auras approaching his direction. He concealed his presence, and the disturbances gradually subsided. His pair of ebony eyes resembled profound black holes, gazing into the distance, devoid of any emotion. In this lifetime, not cultivating the demonic arts is indeed a pity. Yi Wushang, rest assured, it will not be long before I personally claim your head. For now, I shall collect a bit of interest. Chapter 90. The Initial Steps into the Demonic Path, Part 2. Han Shi's countenance turned ashen. He had discovered something dreadful. Boss, the corpse of that brat Su Chen is missing. The surrounding subordinates spoke in trembling tones, as if they had seen a ghost. Of course, I'm aware that Su Chen's body has vanished. I'm not blind. Han Shi retorted with annoyance. The crucial question is, where has Su Chen's body gone? One of the subordinates ventured, Boss, could it be that a demonic beast has devoured Su Chen's body? Han Shi gazed at him as though he were a fool. Would a demonic beast feast solely on Su Chen's corpse? The disturbance we heard earlier suggests that Su Chen may not have perished completely. We have been deceived. Suddenly, Han Shi noticed his subordinate's pupils dilate in terror as he pointed a trembling finger behind Han Shi, stammering, Boss, it's Su Chen. It's Su Chen. A chill ran down Han Shi's spine, yet one cannot achieve renown in the outer gate of the Sun Eater sacred land without taking action. Void split palm. Han Shi struck backward with all his might. However, the technique he prided himself on was effortlessly grasped by a single hand. Turning around, he was met by a pair of pitch-black eyes that seemed intent on consuming his very soul. It was terrifying. He had never encountered such eyes before. Su Chen. Fear rendered Han Shi drenched in cold sweat. He could not comprehend how Su Chen had appeared behind him without his notice. Su Chen tightened his grip, inflicting excruciating pain that left Han Shi pale and half kneeling on the ground. From his elevated position, Su Chen demanded, Tell me, where are Han Fei and Xiao Yuli? Han Shi raised his head, offering a bitter smile as he looked at Su Chen. Su Chen, do you truly believe I would tell you? Su Chen remained composed, extending his fingers and gently squeezing. In the horrified gaze of Han Shi, his head exploded. Han Shi was dead. Even in death, he could hardly believe that Su Chen would kill him so ruthlessly. The remaining subordinates, witnessing their leader's demise, fled in terror. However, they were inevitably ensnared by Su Chen's grasp. Su Chen thoroughly stripped them of their resources. Han Fei and Xiao Yuli were both enemies of Su Chen. Han Fei was a blade in the hands of Yi Wuxiang, nearly leading to Zhou Qin's death. Xiao Yoli, with a heart as venomous as a snake, had lured Zhou Qin into a trap, leading to his slaughter. Indeed, it aligns with the nature of the demonic sect. Yet Zhou Qin was far too naive. The secret realm is but so vast. With a month remaining, I do not mind playing with you both for a while longer. A mysterious smile graced Su Qin's lips. The roles of prey and hunter were about to shift. He could only hope that the two would accompany him for a bit longer. 1 week later, a graceful woman clad in exotic attire fled through the jungle, seemingly pursued by a primordial beast. Damn it, how can that person still be alive? Xiao Yoli thought of the horrific scene that had just transpired, her face as pale as a ghost. The 30 talented individuals she had gathered, all at the spirit pattern realm, had perished at the first encounter. Zhou Qin, it was Zhou Qin who killed them. Suddenly, Xiao Yuli caught sight of a familiar shadow ahead and, unable to evade in time, found herself grasped by the throat. Zhou Qin, spare me. I can do anything for you. I can be your servant. Whatever you desire, I can provide. Please, I beg you, let me live, Xiao Yuli pleaded. Desperation etched across her face. Yet, gazing at the beauty before him, Su Qin showed no hesitation. He swiftly snapped her neck, leaving the renowned beauty of the outer sect lifeless, as if rendered a mere corpse. With only one mastermind behind the ambush remaining, Su Qin did not relent. Upon learning of Xiao Yoli's demise and Zhou Qin's miraculous resurrection, Han Fei instinctively concealed himself. He was not foolish, something was evidently amiss. All he needed to do was wait for the outer sect trial to conclude, no matter whether Zhou Qin was a man or a ghost. Brother, you would undoubtedly ensure his end. Han Fei thought malevolently, consumed by hatred. Zhou Qin had not only slain his brother Han Shi, but had also taken the life of his recently acquired lover. Even he himself was reduced to a hunted creature, fleeing in every direction. How could he not harbor resentment? Suddenly, Han Fei caught a whiff of something, and his heart abruptly halted. The scent of blood. How could there be a scent of blood here? A foreboding feeling gripped him. Outside the cave, a familiar voice echoed. Little mouse, I found you. The walls came crashing down, revealing the most unwelcome visage. And then he met his end. After dispatching his foes, Su Qin patiently awaited the conclusion of the outer sect trial. At last, the trial ended. Out of thousands who entered the ruins, fewer than 10 remained. This was the brutal reality of the sun-eating sacred ground. Only through a gradual and ruthless process could the Gu King emerge to lead the sect to greatness. As Su Qin emerged from the trial ruins, the elders outside were taken aback to see him alive, their expression shifting from surprise to admiration. Such ruthlessness. Such strength. This is the law of survival within the sun-eating sacred ground. You have passed the assessment. You may enter the inner sect for training in a month, they announced. Su Qin nodded in acknowledgement. The greatest virtue of the sun-eating sacred ground was its fairness. The path to advancement was indisputably just. Even those with divine bodies had to ascend step by step from the bottom. However, before Su Qin could enter the inner sect, there was one matter he needed to attend to. Returning to his former residence, he was greeted by a lovely young girl of around 14 or 15. Brother, you're back? Upon seeing Su Qin, her worry dissipated, replaced by joyous surprise. Su Qin smiled and nodded. The girl was named Zhou Hanshan, his beloved sister. I successfully passed the inner sect assessment. Soon, I will take you into the inner sect to enjoy a life of luxury. Su Qin playfully pinched the girl's cheek, grinning. Zhou Hanshan's eyes sparkled with delight, and she joyfully leaped into Su Qin's embrace. Brother, you are truly amazing. Su Qin retrieved several essence stones and handed them to Zhou Hanshan. Today, go purchase some beast meat and prepare a grand feast. As a celebration for my entry into the inner sect. Zhou Hanshan nodded eagerly, her enthusiasm for food transforming her into a veritable gourmand. And she swiftly departed to acquire the beast meat. Once Zhou Hanshan had left, the stark contrast of black and white in Su Qin's pupils was engulfed by an abyssal darkness. The surrounding space seemed to freeze, every flower, blade of grass, and bird suspended in time. Indeed, it was the ancient gluttonous physique. A figure, shrouded entirely in black mist, materialized before Su Qin. Nirvana realm? No. This individual was likely a quasi-saint, with one foot already in the sacred domain. Su Qin's pupils constricted sharply. May I inquire as to your identity? And why you have appeared within the sun-eating sacred land? In response to Su Qin's inquiry, the figure enveloped in black mist suddenly knelt on one knee before him. Bowing respectfully, I am Shou-Yi, a descendant of the ancient lineage. I pay my respects to the master. Chapter 91. The Initial Steps into the Demonic Path. Part 3. The Ancient Lineage. Su Qin understood. This was likely the advantage conferred by his 500 points of heritage. Astonishingly, it was a being of quasi-saint level. Zhou Yi nodded and remarked, with the awakening of the ancient king bloodline, naturally, I am the master of the ancient lineage. The ancient king bloodline indeed belonged to the ancient heritage. Su Chen inquired, how many members remain in the ancient lineage today? Zhou Yi's expression darkened. There are now fewer than 30 members left in the ancient lineage. Su Chen furrowed his brows. So few? A lineage reduced to fewer than 30 souls. He felt an ominous premonition creeping in. Zhou Yi nodded. In its prime, the ancient lineage was far more numerous. At one time, the entire sun-eating Holy Land was under the control of our Zhou clan. Speaking of its glory and then descending into desolation, Zhou Yi's voice brimmed with resentment. And all of this is due to Zhou Hao. This ungrateful wretch, after ascending as the lord of the sun-eating Holy Land, coveted the treasures of our ancient lineage, betraying us during the Southwest Domain War, resulting in devastating losses for our bloodline and preventing us from reclaiming the Holy Land. For over 2,000 years, he has relentlessly pursued our lineage. Now, we are left with but 30 souls. Zhou Hao. Su Chen had heard this name before. During the Southwest Domain War, he was a notorious prodigy, a divine body that had vanquished countless talents from the Southern Domain. He had not anticipated such calculations lurking behind the conflict of the two domains. Su Chen thought to himself, his premonition had proven correct. He had unwittingly become an adversary of the Lord of the Sun-Eating Holy Land. Sensing Su Chen's apprehension, Zhou Yi continued, you need not worry, my lord. We possess methods to conceal our presence. Even if Zhou Hao were to come personally, he would not be able to discern our whereabouts. As long as you do not reveal the ancient body, one day we shall reclaim the supremacy of the Sun-Eating Holy Land. After a moment of silence, Su Chen asked, do we have an ancient sage to oversee us? Zhou Yi shook his head. The ancient sage perished in the Southwest Domain War. Su Chen. Zhou Yi then said, my lord, someone approaches. This jade pendant contains the legacy of the ancient lineage's royal bloodline as well as methods of concealment. You must diligently cultivate. One day, you shall surely lead us, the remnants of our lineage, to reclaim the authority of the Holy Land. A black token appeared in Su Chen's hand, inscribed with ancient characters. He stored the token away, and outside the courtyard, Zhou Hanchan had returned with the meat of a demon beast. The siblings prepared a variety of delicious dishes from the demon beast meat, enjoying a hearty meal. Listening to Zhou Hanchan recount trivial matters and gossip from the outer sect, Su Chen felt a long-lost warmth and tranquility, a smile creeping onto his lips. When night fell and Zhou Hanchan returned to her small dwelling, Su Chen finally took out the token to study it. After dripping a drop of blood onto the token, a beam of light surged forth, rushing into Su Chen's mind. It was unexpectedly an ancient technique. Su Chen was somewhat astonished. The martial art recorded in the Black King's edict is known as the Devouring Heaven and Earth Divine Skill, a technique far superior to any Su Chen has encountered thus far. However, it appears to be a fragment, allowing cultivation only up to the saint level. Devouring Heaven, Devouring Earth, Devouring Man. Indeed, it is overwhelmingly tyrannical. Despite its flaws, should one attain the saint realm, even death would be worth the endeavor. Without hesitation, Su Chen recognized that the Devouring Heaven and Earth Divine Skill perfectly complemented his ancient gluttonous body in this lifetime. To forsake such cultivation would be a lamentable loss. 30 glorious years versus a mundane century. Su Chen's choice has always been 30 glorious years. A month later, Su Chen successfully ascended to the inner sect as a disciple, and Zhou Hanchan, as his kin, accompanied him into the inner sanctum. Shortly after his entry, the sect assigned a task to Su Chen. Intriguingly, the task was simple, to hunt a demon beast. Yet, among the list of targets was a name familiar to Su Chen, Yi Wushang. Yi Wushang was a seasoned inner sect disciple, poised for the prospect of becoming a true inheritor. Their enmity stemmed from Yi Wushang's desire to take Zhou Hanchan as a concubine, seeking to usurp the inheritance left by Zhou Chen's parents. Zhou Chen, of course, was unwilling to comply. He was no fool. Although the Devouring Sun's sacred ground leaned towards the demonic path, there existed a fundamental rule forbidding inner sect disciples from recklessly attacking outer sect disciples. Moreover, Zhou Chen was the scion of a sacred ground elder, and thus, there were eyes upon him. Yi Wushang harbored intentions to eliminate Zhou Chen, believing this would remove any obstacles. Now that Su Chen had ascended to the inner sect, the protective period was over, and Yi Wushang was eager to act. Yi Wushang had already reached the spirit realm. Su Chen accepted the mission. If Yi Wushang was intent on courting death, Su Chen would not hesitate to oblige him. Days later, the hunting party was ready to depart. Besides Su Chun and Yi Wushang, there were two other inner sect disciples. Zhou Shidi, we meet again, Yi Wushang said, his demeanor that of a cunning serpent, a smile gracing his lips yet exuding an aura of treachery. Su Chen remained expressionless. Noticing his dismissal, Yi Wushang's countenance darkened. Zhou Shidi, demon beasts are perilous and cunning. I hope you do not meet your end at their jaws. The other two inner sect disciples watched with keen interest, relishing in the conflict between the two. Su Chen replied with a faint smile, Yi Wushang, may your life be as resilient as your tongue. Yi Wushang was taken aback. This was not the line he expected to hear. His expression soured, and with a cold snort, he cast a malevolent glare at Su Chen, his murderous intent unabashed. The four departed from the sect. Chapter 92. The Initial Steps into the Demon Path Part 4. A week later, the four individuals arrived at their destination. Their objective was a demon beast known as the Windwing Dragon Bat, whose demon core was required for elixirs crafted by an elder of the sacred land. Upon reaching the location, without warning, Yi Wushang launched an attack on Su Chen. The other two inner disciples simultaneously targeted Yi Wushang and one another, demonstrating remarkable synchronization. However, Su Chen directly engaged all three. Spirit Realm. The three were taken aback, as Su Chen's displayed realm had already surpassed the Spirit Sea realm. Before the other two inner disciples could react, Su Chen struck them down with a single blow, transforming them into a mist of blood. Their vital essence consumed by the monstrous entity manifested behind Su Chen. Yi Wushang hastily summoned a magical artifact, which shattered just in time to fend off Su Chen's lethal strike. How is this possible? You were supposed to have just entered the Spirit Sea realm. Yi Wushang's eyes widened in horror. Unfortunately, Su Chen had no intention of answering his inquiries. The downfall of villains often lies in their verbosity. With a decisive motion, Su Chen activated the devouring heaven and earth technique, utterly consuming Yi Wushang. 3 days later, Su Chen had refined all three individuals. The devouring heaven and earth technique. No, it should be referred to as demonic art. Even with his millennia of composure, he felt a momentary disorientation. To feast upon the myriad beings of heaven and earth was an act of sheer tyranny. After devouring the three, Su Chen sensed a slight enhancement in his innate abilities. However, there were drawbacks. His internal energy became mottled, a chaotic amalgamation of various attributes and strengths, necessitating time to purify the impurities. The task of hunting the demon beast posed no challenge for Su Chen. Upon locating the Windwing Dragon Bat, he decisively struck, slaying the creature and retrieving the demon core. Upon returning to the sacred land, Su Chen reported the demise of the three inner disciples, claiming they were slain by the demon beast while he, being of lesser cultivation, had merely seized an opportunity. The elder in charge of the assessment nodded indifferently and collected the demon core, allowing the matter to fade into obscurity. Within the sun-devouring sacred land, the number of inner disciples was vast, and the loss of a few went unnoticed. It took Su Chen 2 months to purge the impurities from within, restoring his cultivation to normalcy. It is time to seek the next target, he pondered. This time, he began his investigation into the Western Domain's list of prodigies. The Western Domain ranked third among the 5 regions in terms of heritage. And despite suffering heavy casualties in battles against the Southern Domain, its status remained unshaken. The list of prodigies was extensive. Su Chen set his sights on the prodigy ranked 99th, named Muingi, who possessed immense strength and innate divine power, capable of tearing apart aberrations. The faction behind him was merely a small force with a Transcendence Realm guardian. His demise would garner little attention. Su Chen proceeded to the mission hall to accept the task, using the pretext of undertaking a mission to leave the sun-devouring sacred land in search of prey. 2 months later, within a secret realm, Mu Yingyi emerged, basking in the praises of the crowd, thoroughly pleased with himself. His gains from this expedition into the secret realm had been substantial. On the illustrious leaderboard, he was bound to ascend several ranks once more, living up to his family's lofty expectations. Unbeknownst to Mu Yingyi, a figure amidst the crowd was intently observing him. As Mu Yingyi departed, that figure vanished without a trace. In a valley amidst the undulating mountains, Mu Yingyi abruptly halted and, turning slightly, remarked, "Your Excellency has followed me for quite some time. If you do not reveal yourself now, it may come off as rather impolite. Stealthily trailing someone is hardly the conduct of a gentleman." A mysterious figure clad in a black robe slowly emerged. This enigmatic individual was none other than Su Chen. Su Chen was not surprised that Mu Yingyi had detected his presence, for he had never intended to conceal himself. Upon seeing Su Chen, whose face remained obscured by the black robe, Mu Yingyi could not help but scoff. merely a coward who hides in the shadows, afraid to reveal his true visage. With a flick of his sleeve, 12 gleaming swords whirled around him, resembling a silver moon encircled by starlight, their aura formidable. "This place shall be your tomb," Mu Yingyi declared with an air of arrogance, confident in his ability to confront the mysterious figure. The 12 swords pierced through the black-robed figure, cleaving a mountain into fragments. The terrifying waves of sword energy sent shivers through the myriad beasts around them. Yet, despite this initial success, Mu Yingyi's delight quickly faded, his expression growing grave. An afterimage. That was merely an afterimage. The swordsmanship is not wielded in such a manner. A voice, cool and detached, emanated from behind him. Turning to look, he beheld a sword beam, radiant as the full moon, hurtling towards him with the force of a celestial body drawn by an unyielding gravity, causing his heart to race. Mu Yingyi formed hand seals, layers of formations manifesting before him. "I concede that I underestimated you. However, I, Mu Yingyi, am not a mere soft fruit to be squeezed at will." Within the formations, the sword energy cascaded like a slanting Milky Way, revealing a colossal silver sword that emitted an ethereal, melodious sound. The two beams of silver collided, leveling the surrounding peaks. Weakened, Mu Yingyi lay amidst the debris, watching the black-robed figure approach him step by step. "Who are you? If you slay me, my Mu family will not let you go unpunished." Before he could discern the true identity of the black-robed figure, darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 93. The initial steps into the demonic path. Half a month later, in a dim underground space, Suchen opened his eyes. Beside him lay a desiccated corpse, its features utterly unrecognizable. This corpse belonged to Mu Yingyi. Having refined the essence of a once prominent talent, Suchen distinctly sensed an elevation in both his aptitude and cultivation. His current level of cultivation had nearly reached parity with Mu Yingyi, advancing to the 7th layer of the spirit soul realm. Suchen clenched and then relaxed his palm. Pure white vital energy coalescing into a sphere. Such a pace of cultivation was truly astonishing. It was fast enough to intoxicate one, reveling in slaughter and the thrill of becoming stronger. Soon, Suchen's mind regained its tranquility. Although the devouring heaven and earth technique was remarkable, it could not be employed frequently. Otherwise, one would inevitably be manipulated by the technique, becoming a mere puppet. The vital energy in his hand enveloped Mu Yingyi's remains, causing them to vanish without a trace. Having completed this task, Suchen departed, returning to the sun-devouring sacred ground. As was customary, he proceeded to the task hall to report on his mission. The elder of the task hall cast a cursory glance at Suchen and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Upon leaving the task hall, Suchen returned to his cave dwelling. Upon learning of his return to the sect, Zhou Hanshan busied herself, preparing a sumptuous feast for him. The two siblings cherished this rare moment of warmth. After the banquet, Zhou Hanshan gazed at Suchen, her eyes brimming with fervent determination. "Brother, I desire to become stronger." Suchen regarded her earnestly, then replied calmly, "Having my protection is sufficient." Zhou Hanshan threw herself against Suchen, shaking his arm, her voice sweetly imploring. "Brother, you are already an inner sect disciple, and I am your sister. Yet, my cultivation is still at the 9th layer of spirit gathering. With no mastery of spirit patterns, I wish to grow stronger. I do not want to hold you back." Zhou Hanshan earnestly pouted. Suchen rubbed his forehead, somewhat exasperated. "Becoming stronger is a grueling endeavor. You will have to endure immense hardships and face numerous trials." Zhou Hanshan shook her head defiantly. "Brother, I am unafraid of hardship, nor am I afraid of trials." Suchen was left with no choice but to concede. "Then, we shall discuss this matter tomorrow." Zhou Hanshan's small face radiated excitement. Her adorably round visage prompted Suchen to uncontrollably pinch her cheeks playfully. The following day, Suchen commenced guiding Zhou Hanshan on her path to strength. 3 days later, Zhou Hanshan wore a distressed expression. "Brother, I no longer wish to grow stronger. I want to take it easy." Suchen firmly rejected her plea, playfully pinching her cheeks again. Thus, day after day passed, and soon a year had elapsed. The once sensational demise of the prodigy Mu Yingyi gradually faded into obscurity, lost in the currents of time. Suchen ventured to the task hall once more to accept a new mission. Upon leaving the sun-devouring sacred ground, he encountered a familiar face outside, Zhou Yi, who seemed to have been waiting for Suchen's arrival. Zhou Yi respectfully addressed his superior. "In the inner sect, Zhou Hao's lackeys are numerous. Our ancient heritage cannot be exposed to avoid drawing attention from Zhou Hao's minions. I hope you can understand my reluctance to seek your counsel again." Suchen was taken aback, his mind swirling with astonishment. It appears that the inner sect harbors remnants of the ancient clans, some even holding positions of considerable power. Zhou Yi was quick to deduce his mission and path. It was no surprise that a certain influential elder from the mission hall had leaked this information. Zhou Yi, your daring venture to seek me must surely pertain to some pressing matter? Zhou Yi nodded. The elder's wish for our leader to participate in the true inheritance trial set for a year from now, to ascend to the ranks of the sacred land's true disciples. Suchen furrowed his brow. Ascend to true discipleship? Is that not rather hasty? You have only just attained the status of an inner sect disciple. Zhou Yi reassured him. Fear not, esteemed leader, the elders will aid in concealing your burdens. The true inheritance trial next year is tied to a significant event within the sacred land, and your elevation to true discipleship would yield manifold benefits. However, I must keep certain details under wraps for now. This matter is of great import, and only those who ascend to true discipleship shall be privy to it. Suchen nodded in understanding. He recognized the elder's caution regarding the ancient clans. After all, had they not exercised due diligence, they would have long been extinguished numerous times over. After conveying the message, Zhou Yi vanished as mysteriously as he had appeared. Su Chan gazed thoughtfully at the space Zhou Yi had just occupied, before continuing on his path to fulfill his mission. A month later, the renowned talent ranked 83rd on the talents list, CF Feng, was reported missing and presumed dead. The CF family erupted in fury, issuing a substantial bounty for the capture of the perpetrators responsible for killing their young prodigy, intent on avenging CF Feng. Regrettably, despite the CF family's relentless search, they could uncover no trace of him. Speculations arose. Some believed CF Feng had crossed paths with a formidable foe. Others posited that he had fallen victim to a powerful beast, while yet another theory suggested he might have entered an ancient ruin where he met with peril and met an unfortunate fate. This continent is never short of regrets. As one generation fades, new legends emerge to take their place. Suchen returned to the sun-devouring sacred land, fulfilling his tasks as usual and mentoring Zhou Hanshan in her cultivation. Zhou Hanshan had made significant progress, reaching the 5th level of spirit patterns, and her patterns were of purple quality. Time flew by, and another year had passed. Brother, are you truly going to compete for the title of true disciple? Zhou Hanshan inquired, her expression one of uncertainty. Suchen nodded resolutely. I am determined to claim the title of true disciple. Zhou Hanshan frowned. Brother, that is far too dangerous. You have only been in the inner sect for 2 years. You cannot possibly compete with those who have long established themselves. Suchen rolled his eyes, playfully pinching Zhou Hanshan's round cheeks. What? Do you not believe in your brother? Zhou Hanshan stammered. I believe. Suchen released her and looked towards the entrance of their dwelling. A procession of distinguished talents returned to the sun-devouring sacred land. Undoubtedly, these were the inner sect disciples, all striving for the true inheritance of the sun-devouring sacred land. Chapter 94. The Initial Steps into the Devil's Path Part 6. Suchen participated in the inner sect trial of the sun-devouring sacred land, an experience that remained as brutal as ever. In this arena, all contestants clashed fiercely, with only one victor emerging to ascend to the rank of a true disciple. It was important to note, however, that this contest did not necessitate the death of all participants. Each inner sect disciple possessed a protective talisman that, upon shattering, would transport them safely out of the battlefield, preserving their lives. As Suchen entered the secret realm, a secluded space established by the sages of the sun-devouring sacred land, the diverse hierarchy of disciples became apparent. Among them existed both those of the spiritual sea realm and those of the spiritual soul realm. Almost immediately, he attracted the attention of others, who eyed him with predatory intent. That lad is a fresh face. Let us seize his belongings first, then eliminate him. Someone exclaimed with avarice gleaming in their eyes. These individuals were not solely motivated by the desire to become true disciples. Rather, many sought to exploit the chaos of this conflict for personal gain. Suchen was not a prominent figure within the inner sect, having rarely made an appearance, and thus was regarded as an easy target. 2 figures suddenly approached him, a stout youth and a slender one, blocking his path. Boy, hand over everything you possess immediately, or we shall strip you of your clothes and then cast you out. The chubby youth squinted with his small, bead-like eyes, wielding a fierce-looking spirit weapon resembling a spiked club. So, what will it be? Will you surrender your belongings willingly, or shall we take matters into our own hands? The tall, lean youth, with an unusual appearance and a glint in his eyes, added, surprisingly, he's quite the handsome fellow. A chill ran down Suchen's spine. With a swift motion, he unleashed a hand that seemed to devour the sunlight, casting a shadow over the two. In an instant, a crisp shattering sound echoed, and the two figures vanished, eliminated from the contest. Outside the secret realm, the stout and slender duo remained frozen in shock, struggling to comprehend their misfortune. They had seemingly encountered a hidden powerhouse, their attempt at masquerading as weaklings having spectacularly backfired, leaving them in despair. Suddenly, they felt a chilling sensation. Outside the secret realm, numerous disciples of the demonic sect looked upon them with peculiar expressions. Ah, it is the infamous duo of the stout and slender demons. They are both formidable figures of the spiritual soul realm, known for their nefarious deeds within the inner sect. Who would have thought they would be eliminated so swiftly? Haha. They brought this upon themselves. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Suchin had dispatched the stout and slender demons but soon found himself confronted by more formidable adversaries. Several geniuses of the spiritual soul realm united to target him, intent on eliminating his considerable strength. With a mere flick of his wrist, Suchin unleashed a single sword strike, the sword aura sweeping through them, and all the talented opponents were promptly eliminated. Within the secret realm, he perceived the rest as a disorganized mob, with barely 2 or 3 possessing any substantial ability. In less than 3 days, Suchin stood alone as the sole survivor of the secret realm. Zhouchen, an inner sect disciple, successfully passed the true disciple assessment. Suchin ascended to the rank of a true disciple. The sky was dim, and an elder clad in a dark purple robe, adorned with intricate magical patterns, emerged. His dark crimson hair cascaded down, enhancing the eerie and terrifying visage marked by the passage of time. I am the Red Sun Venerable. Do you wish to take me as your master? Suchin understood that this individual was likely one of the remnants of the ancient lineage. Disciple pays respects to master. Suchin reverently bowed to the Red Sun Venerable, completing his transformation from an inner disciple to a direct disciple. The name Shouchen became one of the prominent figures within the sun-eating Holy Land. Suchin brought Zhou Hanshan to Red Sun Peak. And upon witnessing the lavish and unfamiliar surroundings, Zhou Hanshan appeared as if lost in a dream. Brother, have you truly become a direct disciple? You're incredible! Zhou Hanshan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Suchin remained unfazed. Starting tomorrow, your tasks will be doubled. Zhou Hanshan's face fell, clearly disheartened. The following day, Suchin entered the grand hall of the Red Sun Venerable. A layer of crimson light enveloped the two. Ancient lineage, Zhou Hongri has seen the master. The Red Sun Venerable knelt on one knee, respectfully addressing Suchin. Earlier, Zhou Hao's subordinates showed disrespect towards the master. I hope you will not take offense. Suchin felt no stirrings within, calmly inquired, Speak, what is it that you require of me? The Red Sun Venerable replied, Master, we have received news that the ancient tomb will soon be opened. Within the ancient tomb lies the burial site of one of our ancient lineage's revered ancestors. That ancestor possesses the same physique as the master, both being of the ancient gluttonous type. Should the master enter, there is a great chance of acquiring the ancestor's sacred artifact. With the sacred artifact, we can contend with Zhou Hao. Suchin nodded, I see. If the ancient tomb emerges, inform me accordingly. As Suchin departed the Red Sun Hall, the Venerable rose and gazed intently at his retreating figure. Back in his cave dwelling, Suchin began instructing Zhou Hanshan in her cultivation while simultaneously advancing his own abilities. 2 months later, an uninvited guest arrived at the cave. Luo Hongying, the heir of Sunset Peak? What brings her here? Suchin's eyes flickered with surprise at the servant's report. A light laugh echoed from outside. A sound akin to a blade steeped in honey, sweet yet sharp. Could it be that brother Zhouchen does not welcome his senior sister? As the words fell, Suchin beheld a captivating figure approaching swiftly, her bare feet gliding over the stone tiles. Her red attire blazed like a consuming flame, reminiscent of an enchanting mandala flower in bloom. As her eyes sparkled, myriad sparks danced within, and her long, elegant legs peeked from beneath the crimson garment, blurring the line between ethereal beauty and beguiling enchantress. Though Suchin had never encountered this visitor before, he had heard of her renown. Luo Hongying, famed as the most beautiful woman in the sun-eating Holy Land, was also a ruthless and cunning direct disciple. Luo Hongying gracefully seated herself beside Suchin. Unmoved, he stated, What brings senior sister Luo to seek out her junior brother? Luo Hongying's throat erupted with a melodious, bell-like laughter, drawing closer to Suchin. With each breath, her warm whispers brushed against his ear. Do you believe that if I were to miss you, brother Zhouchen? Within her soft words lay an enchanting allure. After several sequences of her charms, those youthful male cultivators might have already been captivated, surrendering themselves as mere subjects beneath Luo Hongying's skirts. Suchin, accustomed to beauty, was not easily swayed by Luo Hongying's temptations. Yet, a sense of vigilance stirred within him. Haven't we only just met, senior sister? Luo Hongying delicately waved her pale, slender fingers. Brother Zhou's parents are my esteemed mentors. We had crossed paths when Brother Zhou was but a child. Chapter 95. The Initial Steps into the Demon Path Part 7. Suchen maintained a composed demeanor and remarked, I see now. It turns out that senior sister Luo and I are of the same kin. Luo Hongying nodded gently, a soft smile gracing her lips as she replied. Upon my return to the sect, I was astonished to learn that junior brother Zhou had become a true disciple. It took me some time to uncover that junior brother Zhou is the legacy of our esteemed master. In just over 2 years, junior brother has transformed from an ordinary outer disciple into a true disciple. Truly remarkable. With a swift motion, Su Chun conjured his sleeve into a sword, aiming directly at Luo Hongying's head. Yet, Luo Hongying remained utterly still, her smile unfaltering. Su Chun hesitated, for this woman exuded an unsettling calmness. Luo Hongying gently tucked her hair behind her ear and said, Junior brother need not be alarmed. I have come to know certain secrets unexpectedly. Should you choose to end my life, the secret will undoubtedly become common knowledge within the sect by the following day. I believe you would prefer to keep your own secrets hidden. Su Chun waved his sleeve dismissively. He had not anticipated that remnants of the ancient clans could be so reckless, leaving behind a loose end. If his identity were to be revealed now, he would certainly face a grim fate. Speak, what is it you wish for me to do? Luo Hongying had uncovered a hint of a clue and chose to keep it under wraps, coming alone perhaps as a warning due to her familial ties. Su Chun was no fool. The fact that Luo Hongying, a woman, had ascended to the ranks of true disciples within the demonic sect of the Sun Eater Sacred Land was indicative of her ruthless nature. She would not hesitate to act, even if it meant slaying her own mentor, should it serve her interests. You are quite astute, junior brother, Luo Hongying praised before continuing. Have you heard of the ancient tombs? Su Chun nodded in acknowledgement. With a narrowed gaze, Luo Hongying proposed. I wish for you to join forces with me to eliminate several ranked true disciples within our sect once we enter the ancient tombs. Rest assured, upon the successful completion of this task, I will safeguard your secret. Surprised by her audacity, Su Chun replied, Your plan is indeed rather reckless. I agree to this, but I ask you to honor your promise. Observing Su Chun's prompt agreement, Luo Hongying remained skeptical and reiterated her warning. Let us wait until we are within the ancient tombs to make contact again. During this time, junior brother must not engage in any tricks. Should I fall, your secret will be laid bare to the entire sect by dawn. Su Chun waved his hand with a wry smile, saying, Senior sister, just nod. I have no desire to become a target. My agreement is merely a recognition that those who understand the tides of circumstance are the true wise. The wariness in Luo Hongying's eyes faded as she slowly rose to depart from the residence. Suddenly, she turned back and inquired, One final matter remains unclear to me. Is junior brother truly still a junior brother? Perplexed, Su Chun asked, What do you mean by that, senior sister? Without responding, Luo Hongying let out a soft laugh and vanished from Red Sun Peak. As Su Chun sensed her departure, his confusion dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming tide of murderous intent hidden within his ancient and tranquil gaze. The depths of his heart, tempered over millennia, surged with boundless waves at that moment. He could no longer recall the last time he had felt such a threat. Even more alarming, Luo Hongying had inadvertently revealed his greatest secret. Being excessively intelligent can indeed be fatal. In Su Chun's heart, Luo Hongying had undoubtedly been sentenced to death. Unbeknownst to her, she mistook Su Chun for a powerful being who had usurped another's body to cultivate anew. Yet this was perilously close to the truth. Days later, Su Chun departed for the sun-devouring sacred land. Upon learning of Luo Hongying's whereabouts, Zhou Yi's face turned ashen. Rest assured, my lord, a mere true disciple will be made to vanish from this realm, along with anyone connected to her. Your secrets shall remain safe. Su Chun cast a cold glance at Zhou Yi, feeling disillusioned with the ancient remnants. They could very well lead to his demise one day. You are to secretly investigate Luo Hongying's backing. Do not act rashly, lest we lose a true disciple and numerous associated figures, raising the vigilance of the Holy Master. Everything must wait until we enter the ancient relics, where I shall personally deal with Luo Hongying. Zhou Yi's eyes brightened at these words. Your foresight is commendable, my lord. Su Chun issued his instructions. If they could not manage such a trivial matter, he would have to question how these ancient remnants had survived under Zhou Hao's watchful eye. Upon returning to the sacred land, Su Chun acted as if nothing had transpired, continuing his clandestine cultivation. Before long, 6 months had passed. A piece of news sent tremors throughout the entire western region. The long-hidden ancient relics had resurfaced. Access to these relics required keys, and even within the esteemed sects, such keys were scarce. Only true disciples were qualified to enter, let alone outsiders. The revelation of the ancient relics attracted powerful disciples from the other 4 regions as well. As a true disciple, Suchin naturally obtained a key, granting him entry to the ancient relics. Upon encountering Luo Hongying, she teasingly smiled at him, to which Suchin responded with a knowing nod. They shared an unspoken understanding. Among the true disciples from the sun-devouring sacred land, which included Luo Hongying and Suchin, there were a total of 19, all at the profound realm. Upon reaching their destination, Suchin also encountered many familiar sections. He witnessed young prodigies from the western and southern regions clashing. After all, the southern region had nearly been annihilated, losing countless talents and powerful beings, only to recover after over 2 millennia, naturally harboring deep-seated resentment towards the western region. Suchin had no intention of intervening, observing his worthy adversaries and potential prey. As the ancient relics emerged, the colossal bronze doors obscured the sky, halting the conflict between the 2 regions. They collectively retrieved their keys, guided by the bronze light, and entered the ancient relics. Once inside, Suchin and Luo Hongying did not act immediately but began to explore the relics. Amidst their treasure hunt, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted within the group, striking out towards their unsuspecting companions without warning. 2 individuals were directly annihilated, while 3 others suffered grave injuries. As they moved in for the final strike, 3 more perished, resulting in the abrupt demise of 5 esteemed disciples. The remaining 14 disciples of the true lineage exchanged glances, a shared sense of disbelief evident among them. "I never anticipated that your thoughts would align so closely," remarked one disciple from the sequence, shrugging while observing the astonishment and caution in the eyes of his peers. Within the sacred grounds, the fewer the true disciples, the greater the allocation of resources they could enjoy. Such a rare opportunity, it was only natural for everyone to embrace their fate. "If you do not perish, my ascension to sanctity shall remain unattainable," stated a youth with violet eyes, gazing calmly at the assembly. Chapter 96. The Initial Steps into the Demon Path, Part 8. The battle recommenced with fervor, resulting in the demise of 8 individuals, leaving only 6 survivors. The youth with violet eyes surveyed the remaining participants, a cruel smile adorning his face. "Should you choose to submit to me and accept the soul brand, I can ensure your survival." Despite not being a divine body, the violet-eyed youth proved formidable, having already slain 2 esteemed disciples. He now regarded the other 5 with utter disdain. Those marked with his soul imprint would be condemned to a life of servitude, forever unable to attain liberation. "Zhan Hengtian, you wish for us to yield? Such a notion is but a delusion. Let us strike together and eliminate him." Suddenly, Suchin and Luo Hongying launched a coordinated attack, ambushing the 2 remaining true disciples, resulting in their swift downfall. The last survivor, desperate, cried out, "I am willing to submit. Please, noble one, spare my life." Without hesitation, Suchin severed his head with a single stroke. Thus, only 3 remained in the sacred land of the sun-devouring. Luo Hongying eyed the violet-eyed youth warily. "Junior brother Zhou, let us together vanquish him. The resources of this generation's sacred land shall belong to us both. In time, you and I could become partners, reigning together for eternity." Suchin nodded in agreement. "What you say is true, but do not forget our pact after his defeat." Luo Hongying pondered. Isn't forming a partnership with her enticing? Without further delay, she brandished her spear, unleashing a surge of crimson energy that enveloped her pale skin, manifesting as a spiritual armor. Remarkable, the legendary martial spirit armor, long thought lost, has found its way into your possession. Zhan Hengtian was taken aback as he faced the charging Luo Hongying. Refusing to retreat, they engaged in a breathtaking clash, their movements too swift for the eye to perceive. It is no wonder she dares to scheme against the true disciples of the sun-devouring sacred land, Suchin thought, acknowledging the formidable nature of the martial spirit armor, which greatly enhances the wielder's attack and speed. Such armor was a rarity in the Tianxian domain. "Zhouchen, are you not coming to assist?" Luo Hongying, increasingly strained in her duel with Zhan Hengtian, cast a discontented glance at Suchin, who was merely spectating. In a commanding tone, she urged him to join the fray. Feigning reluctance, Suchin entered the battlefield, employing his sword techniques to alleviate the pressure on Luo Hongying. Before long, Zhan Hengtian found himself at a disadvantage. Seizing an opportunity, Luo Hongying unleashed the Blood Moon Spear technique, striking Zhan Hengtian with a force that obliterated the surrounding area within a radius of hundreds of meters, enveloping the scene in a cloud of dust filled with lethal intent, obscuring all visibility. Panting heavily, Luo Hongying surveyed the battlefield, a triumphant smile gracing her features. Zhan Hengtian. Surely he is dead. In contrast to Luo Hongying's elation, Su Chen furrowed his brow, instinctively sensing an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Suddenly, a terrifying figure flashed before Luo Hongying, and upon recognizing the newcomer, her eyes widened in shock. At this moment, Zhan Hengtian was enveloped in a violet aura, his hair standing erect, and his muscles coiling like the gnarled roots of an ancient tree. A formidable airflow naturally formed a barrier around him. The Purple Extreme Heaven Technique. It is indeed the Purple Extreme Heaven Technique. This martial art should not exist in the world, as the Purple Extreme Demon Lord perished in the southwestern domain, severing its lineage. Luo Hongying's complexion turned pale. Zhan Hengtian cast a disdainful glance at her, sneering, "The means of this master are beyond the comprehension of someone like you. To compel this master to reveal his true form, she must be silenced." Zhan Hengtian extended a finger and lightly flicked it toward Luo Hongying. Her body was struck as if by a heavy blow, hurtling backward and shattering the mountains behind her. Her martial spirit armor lay in tatters. In the blink of an eye, Zhan Hengtian hovered above her. Luo Hongying, tattered and coughing blood, felt her previous pride dissipate, overshadowed by the terror of death. My lord, I am willing to submit, to bear your soul mark, to accompany you at your side. I can serve as your concubine, as your pet, and will never divulge your secrets," Luo Hongying stammered, seeking to express her submission. Yet, Zhan Hengtian scoffed, "A being like you is beneath my notice." Concentrating a terrifying wave of energy at his fingertips, he intended to eliminate Luo Hongying without leaving any future threats. However, suddenly a beam of sword light disrupted Zhan Hengtian's movements. Su Chen had intervened, forcing Zhan Hengtian back and rushing to Luo Hongying's side. Upon seeing him, a glimmer of hope ignited in Luo Hongying's heart. "Zhou Chen, if you kill him, I will be yours forever." Zhan Hengtian regarded Su Chen, intrigued. "Are you truly willing to protect her, to stand against me?" Su Chen, in response, shook his head. "She can only be killed by me." His pupils, starkly black and white, suddenly transformed into two black voids, devouring all light. Behind Luo Hongying, a massive blood-red maw materialized, swiftly engulfing her. The air echoed with her anguished cries. "Zhou Chen, you cannot kill me. If you do, the Holy Lord will not spare you." Gradually, her presence faded away. After consuming Luo Hongying, Su Chen's aura surged, and an armor identical to hers manifested around him. This sudden transformation momentarily stunned Zhan Hengtian, who then burst into laughter. "So, it is the ancient gluttonous body. It seems the ancient clans have not yet perished. However, truly, the heavens favor the Purple Extreme Demon Lord. Boy, both your body and soul now belong to me." As he recalled the legends of the ancient ruins, Zhan Hengtian's heart surged with excitement. Yet, almost immediately, a more terrifying aura erupted from Su Chen. He raised his hand, and with a sword strike named Return to Dust, he pierced through the heavens and the earth, as if intending to penetrate the very remnants of the ruins. As Zhan Hengtian found himself enveloped by the terrifying sword energy, he was struck with profound dread. This sword strike emanated a power unfathomable for one of his realm. Such mastery of the sword was surely beyond the reach of even the most prodigious talents in the realm of comprehension. In an instant, Zhan Hengtian was left battered and bruised, a seed of fear taking root within him. This adversary was far from ordinary, likely an ancient being of immense prowess. Frustration surged within Zhan Hengtian as he cursed the Daybreak sacred land for concealing such a formidable fellow cultivator. Just as he resolved to flee, Su Chen extended 2 fingers forward. The 10,000 Calamities Annihilation Finger, one of the sacred martial arts of the prison sacred land. The world seemed to plunge into an abyss of annihilation, shrouded in darkness. Su Chen stepped slowly into the heart of the ominous aura, from which emerged a wretched cry of despair. Chapter 97. The Initial Steps into the Demon Path, Part 9. After devouring the essence of the battle-mixed heaven, Su Chen departed from the battlefield. Once, during the War of the Southwest, the Purple Extreme Demon Sovereign had fallen, but by a stroke of fortune. A fragment of his soul had seized the opportunity to inhabit the true disciple of the sun-devouring Holy Land and was reborn. This time, he could not afford to perish again. The ancient monster had encountered an even older entity, a result that the Purple Extreme Demon Sovereign could scarcely have imagined in his wildest dreams. The ancient relics, reputed to be the battlefield of the ancient saints, were the site of a cataclysmic conflict that swept across the 5 domains, resulting in the deaths of countless powerful beings, including dozens of saint-level warriors. Su Chen's quest was to locate the residual sacred artifacts of the ancient relic clan saints. Following the resonance of his bloodline, Su Chun effortlessly arrived at the site of the ancient relic clan's powerful being's demise. Over the passage of tens of thousands of years, this place had transformed into a profound underground world. Guided by the instinct of his bloodline, Su Chun discovered a dilapidated soul banner. This was undoubtedly the sacred artifact left behind by an ancestor of the ancient relic clan. Only those possessing the ancient royal bloodline could claim it. Regrettably, Su Chun felt a wave of disappointment. Although the soul banner was indeed a sacred artifact, it was far too damaged. Even if activated, it would barely reach the quasi-saint level. This revealed the ferocity of the battle that had transpired, which had shattered even sacred artifacts. Wait. Su Chun's gaze suddenly flickered. The aura that had drawn him here had not dissipated. Upon entering, it had split into two paths, one directed towards the soul banner, while the other. Suddenly, the ground trembled, revealing a deeper space before Su Chun. It was a foreboding realm. In the center of this space stood an altar, upon which rested a 3-meter-long blade, its exterior fashioned from some creature's bone, emanating a terrifying aura that Su Chun found oddly familiar. Sacrificing oneself to forge an artifact. Su Chun was taken aback. Hidden here was yet another intact sacred artifact. He stepped forward, gripping the great blade tightly. As the power of his bloodline enveloped his form, black flames spread across Su Chun's arms, and in a moment of clarity, he glimpsed a vision. A powerful being, gravely wounded, murmured softly, "The spirit god king is truly too strong. I am about to perish. How can I die like this after encompassing the 5 domains? It is simply unacceptable. I cannot vanish with the tide of the times. With my bone as the hilt, my body as the blade, and my soul to summon the sacred might, even in death. I, Zhou Tianwen, refuse to die a mundane death. Should you, the younger generation, find your way here, it signifies that you are akin to me. You shall wield the Heaven Inquiry blade, severing all that binds you, traversing the ancient path of the stars, and completing the journey I could not finish." As the memory faded, a surge of reverence welled within Su Chun. This was a seeker of the Tao, born in an ill-fated era, possessing grand aspirations. Tragically, he had succumbed amidst chaos. Abandoning all, he transformed into a weapon, awaiting a successor to fulfill the dreams he could not realize. Su Chun concealed the Heaven Inquiry blade. This was an unexpected delight. A flawless sacred artifact, one that could be wielded by him, would become his greatest trump card and the most trusted foundation of his power. Su Chun continued to seek opportunities within the ancient ruins, encountering other prodigies. These geniuses represented his prospects, and within the ruins, death was commonplace. As long as Su Chun took action, there were no survivors. Within the ruins, Su Chun's cultivation and aptitude surged dramatically as he ruthlessly eliminated those outstanding talents. Eventually, the ordinary geniuses could no longer enhance his capabilities, prompting him to cease his onslaught. Su Chun's cultivation ascended to the Void Realm, marking him as a young emperor. In the 5 domains, he was recognized as a martial prodigy. A year later, the ancient ruins suddenly trembled. The sky bore witness to fleeting images. Countless formidable beings besieged a towering figure, a mere glimpse that was suffocating. Su Chun recognized the name of that terrifying powerhouse, the Spirit God King. The once unattainable holy-level experts appeared as insignificant insects before this fearsome entity, easily vanquished. An ancient palace emerged, the Spirit God Palace. Within the ancient imagery, that supreme being entered the Spirit God Palace and never re-emerged. I have been invincible throughout my life. Intending to seize the essence of the heavenly profound domain and tread upon the path of invincibility, yet I did not foresee the desperate resistance of its inhabitants. Under the siege of powerful beings from a single domain, I regretfully fell. I shall preserve my legacy within the Spirit God Palace, selecting a successor. Fortunate is the one who inherits my legacy. They shall uphold my will. Invincible across the starry skies. Invincible across the starry skies. These 4 words nearly drove one to madness. A quasi-emperor. This was the legacy of a quasi-emperor. Almost all the prodigies were driven to frenzy. The emergence of a quasi-emperor's legacy was an unprecedented event. They must strive. The quasi-emperor legacy. It represented one of the mightiest existences of an era beneath the stars. The number of quasi-emperors born in the heavenly profound domain was exceptionally limited. Now that such a legacy had surfaced, if one were to obtain it, could they not surpass their ancestors and become the strongest in the heavenly profound domain? Haha. The quasi-emperor legacy shall undoubtedly be mine. As the gates of the Spirit God Palace swung open, numerous prodigies surged inside in a frenzy. Su Chun followed closely behind. Entering the Spirit God Palace, the allure of the quasi-emperor legacy was simply irresistible. If he were to acquire the quasi-emperor legacy, even if his life were to end here, Su Chen would consider it a worthwhile gain. Inside the Spirit God Palace, a unique space manifested. Su Chen and the others arrived within this realm. I was born in obscurity, traversing a chaotic world, gradually ascending from a mere mortal to the esteemed status of quasi-emperor. Solely reliant on a singular technique, the Spirit Communication Emperor Scripture. If you successfully pass my assessment, I shall pass down the Spirit Communication Emperor Scripture. Emperor Scriptures. Only those who truly ascend to the pinnacle of myriad races and create techniques are worthy of being called Emperor Scriptures. The crowd went wild. No matter how resolute one's mind, in that moment, even the most steadfast were overwhelmed with greed, their eyes gleaming, unable to maintain composure. Except for Su Chen. At this moment, Su Chen gazed upon the celestial writings, feeling an icy chill envelop him, a wave of cold seeping into his very core. The art of spiritual communication. The Sutra of the Spiritual Emperor. Is it mere coincidence? No. Su Chen's intuition, honed over thousands of years, firmly indicates that this is no happenstance. The technique he acquired in the kingdom of Tianfeng, which led to the abrupt end of his life, is undoubtedly a contingency left behind by an inconceivably powerful being. As Su Chen surveyed the fiery-eyed prodigies surrounding him, a profound sense of melancholy and compassion welled up within him. Even if he were to divulge the truth he suspected, no one would believe him. Such a terrifying entity, if it were to re-emerge, could very well herald the cataclysmic downfall of the Tianxin domain. Chapter 98, The First Steps into the Devil's Path, Part 10, in a fervent race. The prodigies of the 5 domains surged forth onto the path of vying for the Emperor's cannon. Su Chen, amidst the throng, observed the talented individuals, their minds consumed by greed, as they clashed with one another. He bore no intention of intervening. The rivers and mountains were stained with blood, remnants of warriors lay scattered, and the proud were buried in their own ambition. Approaching the fallen bodies, Su Chen gathered the remains, for these were the essence of a generation's brilliance. Some even bore the ancient powers of long-extinct forces. He meticulously collected them, believing that such treasures should not go to waste. Ultimately, only those martial prodigies remained, competing fiercely amongst themselves, their divine forms casting shadows over the sky, an aura of terror that sent shivers down one's spine as they displayed their unparalleled strength. Su Chen watched as several of the divine and sacred body prodigies clashed. Truly, they were embodiments of the mythic special physiques. Their power was utterly terrifying. Despite having consumed so much of the essence from other prodigies, Su Chen still sensed an insurmountable chasm between the ancient devouring physique and those legendary bodies. A sudden thought struck him. What if he could devour one of them? Would his body undergo a remarkable transformation? However, this notion was quickly dismissed. The cost was too great. Each divine body was backed by a transcendent force, and one could only imagine the myriad means of survival they possessed. Even if he succeeded, his own trump cards would be exposed, rendering it unwise. It was better to seek out the softer fruits first, progressing from the easy to the difficult, and advancing step by step. In the aftermath of the fierce battle, it was a divine body from the ancient imperial family of Zhengzhou that emerged victorious, overshadowing the rest. Su Chen recalled his name, Yu Shuquang, the paragon of the prominent Yu clan of Zhengzhou, a figure of unparalleled divine physique, from a lineage that once fostered a quasi-emperor. Though now fallen, the Yu clan remained one of the titans of Zhengzhou. In the starry sky, a mysterious heritage space manifested, drawing Yu Shuquang towards it. Su Chen watched this scene unfold without interference. He harbored no illusions about the ancient quasi-emperor, who surely would have some contingency plans. It was likely that, from this point onward, the 5 domains of Tianxin would be engulfed in turmoil, with countless lives at stake. With a silent sigh, Su Chen contemplated the machinations of the towering powers beneath the starlit sky. Even with awareness, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. This was an inescapable conspiracy. The allure of the Emperor's cannon was such that anyone would be tempted to pursue it. Months later, news spread of the ancient ruins passageway opening. Numerous forces in the outside world awaited this event. However, the number of those who emerged was less than 1/10 of those who entered, inciting the wrath of the ancient powers, who were determined to uncover the truth. Within the ruins, the Emperor's cannon had emerged. It was acquired by Yu Shuquang of the Yu clan. The revelation of the Emperor's cannon sent shockwaves through all. No one cared to count how many prodigies perished within the ancient ruins. Those with sense either fled, like Su Chen, who, upon exiting the ruins, did not even return to the sun-eating sacred land, but chose to escape, or they began to notify their sects and clans. A thunderous sound reverberated as the sky abruptly tore open, revealing a magnificent figure, colossal enough to rival the stars. extending a hand that enveloped the direction of the Jade Clan. Surrender the imperial scripture, and you may yet live. Suchin felt a shiver run down his spine. This presence transcended that of a mere sage. A sage king. This was his first encounter with such an exalted being. A power so extraordinary that even the residual waves emanating from it could reduce countless stars in the outer realms to mere dust. What terror would unfold if its true form descended upon the western regions? Flee. This was merely the beginning. Suchin had no desire to perish amidst these residual waves. Such a fate would be utterly absurd. At that very moment, from the distant horizon, an arrow pierced through countless dimensions, carrying a solar-like might. Aimed directly at the Sage King in the cosmos. An unparalleled and domineering voice resonated across the heavens. What insolence! Daring to touch what belongs to my Jade Clan? If you seek death, I, Yu Zhenyang, shall gladly escort you on your journey. Yu Zhenyang, the invincible Sage King of the Jade Clan. Such legendary figures had graced this place. With a single arrow, a Sage King was drenched in his own blood. The scorching liquid spilling into the far reaches of the celestial sphere, extinguishing an expanse of stars. The imperial scripture belongs to my western regions. It shall remain here. Surrender the imperial scripture and depart, or you will find it impossible to leave the western regions. You, Yu Zhenyang, are far from worthy to take the imperial scripture from my land. One after another, legendary sage-level powerhouses emerged, and 5 sage kings appeared in the distant starry expanse, obstructing the Jade Clan's return to the central continent. The imperial scripture had unexpectedly materialized in the western regions. They would undoubtedly not relent. After all, it was the fabled imperial scripture, and if it appeared in the western regions, it could only remain here. Truly remarkable, the western regions. Their depth is indeed profound, mobilizing 5 sage kings in one breath. Suchin marveled inwardly. Since ancient times, opportunities have favored the fortunate. How can your western regions, incapable of competing with my Jade Clan successors, possibly deserve this supreme imperial scripture? Now resorting to brazen robbery. Is this how you conduct yourselves in the western regions? How utterly arrogant. However, the Jade Clan could not tolerate threats. Having obtained the imperial scripture, there was no reason to relinquish it. Today, regardless of the cost, the Jade Clan would reclaim the imperial scripture for their lineage. If you seek to challenge the might of my clan's ancestral imperial artifact, feel free to obstruct us and test your mettle. At worst, mountains and rivers may shatter, and the vitality of the western regions may vanish. But if you can bear the consequences, the Jade Clan will always be ready to engage. Yu Zhenyang faced the 5 sage kings without fear. The ancient imperial artifact